Simple dudes, I don't do it.
Order in the court. Prosecution, please continue.
And then he's full pushing them because he knows that they are scared to pick. And then now, kill through the smoke, two wall bangs through the smoke. It's not clear.
Guilty! We now have Flames on the defense of the suspect and Fiku on the prosecution. Please roll the clip.
Now he's clearing the angles because he knows, because he's an experienced player. So he understands the game where opponents can be.
Okay, so he kills them just
Lol, it's actually lucky. Look, he wants to kill him while running. He wants to make a place on YouTube videos.
He's the movie fragger.
Yeah.
Guys, what was that?
Yeah, he's basically the guy that wants to have a clip after. The guy there, so it's, I think...
Holy fuck.
That's a solid defense. My client's cool as fuck. Just like my case stand. I'll let you make your final remarks, Flames.
Because it's obvious that he has bunny up script, because he was bunny hopping everywhere, and I think his cheat is not like Warlock. I think it's bunny up scripts that he can jump anywhere he wants, anytime he wants.
Okay. And Fiku, what's your counter?
I would say no to that, because we can see, for example, Monesi is not using it, and he's way better with,
on
the movement, right?
128 tick, not 64.
Then he is maybe just playing a lot of
Bunny up script.
Yeah, but no. It doesn't need to be bunny hop.
All right, Fiku, you've convinced me. Innocent.
But the guy was cool as fuck, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was actually cool as fuck.
Hey guys, Dinko Maui here for the 1xBet tier list here in Dallas. First of all, on my side we got Nouns. Now this is a team coming in, local heroes. Is that what we're saying here? So we're sending them straight to the streets for Nouns, unfortunately that.
Yeah, and we got 9Z here, a team that actually didn't even make it to the America's RMR.
So we're getting all of the teams out of the roadkill way.
Yeah, this is another roadkill team, unfortunately. They're going to be heading right next to Nouns. If I could put them lower than Nouns, I might, because at least one of them made it to the RMR.
The real local heroes.
Okay.
The evil geniuses coming into Dallas. Roadkill.
Also roadkill. Let's be honest.
Straight to the streets,
They haven't even been winning against teams in the tier 2 of North America Online Counter-Strike. We got some actual local heroes.
A literal dark horse.
We got Liquid. We got a dark horse. Where do you think, Dinko?
I'm going Cowboys. Cowboys for sure.
Cowboy here.
We'll go with Greyhound. A bus here in North America, but is the ship bussing? We'll have to find out. Slowcook, definitely above these three teams we've got down here. Now, at the end, maybe we can decide if we want to reshuffle things.
We got Mouse, though. I want to put them in Pleasant Surprise.
You think they're going to pleasantly surprise you?
I think we need to fill this category out, too.
Yeah, we do.
We'll
Our first pleasant surprise.
It's fair to put them above Greyhound in my eyes.
We got OG. For me, OG, I think they're going to be a pleasant surprise.
I think I put them right there at the same way as Mouse,
They are around the same level as Mouse.
Cloud9.
The Dallas Dynasty champions. They're going to try and build their dynasty here in Dallas. I could even argue a Maverick, but I don't think they're an elite team at the moment.
I'm doing this. I'm taking the executive decision. I'm putting between.
Yeah, I feel like it's the best thing.
I think that we just don't know what we're going to always get from them.
Astralis, the Lone Star heading to Texas. So this is a team that have recently won a huge tournament, the CCT Online Cup.
Huge.
And they are feeling very confident off the back of that. So shall we do like a half pleasant?
I'm down for that. I'm definitely down for that.
Okay, there we go. You got to put the star here in Texas somewhere near the top.
Furia, it's been a little bit rocky for them lately.
It's been an identity crisis, hasn't it? It's been a rough time for Furia, changed their playstyle coming into the major.
So in some ways, I kind of want to put them between Slow Cooked and Pleasant Surprise, actually. They'd have to almost make the playoffs and then win a match
to surprise us,
to actually be a pleasant surprise, and I don't think they're there for us.
That's true. That is very true.
Yeah.
But you know, we're looking at Fnatic. They're coming in. They're bringing some nostalgia with them. They're packing up Forest. Forest is back.
Yeah.
I don't think they're going to be as good as they were with Crims, obviously.
Yeah, it's hard to match that structure.
So for me, it's like if they do anything, that's a surprise, a nice pleasant surprise.
I'm okay with that. Pleasant surprise.
Yeah, you would think so?
Yeah, hit him with that.
I think Mezzi's going to play pretty well this tournament. If we put this team anywhere other than Cowboys, like it just doesn't work.
No, it doesn't. All right, we got Complexity, though.
I think that at the start of the year, they were pleasant surprise.
Yes.
Now it's sad disappointment.
It's tapered off.
Yeah, now it's like slowly slipping into the slow-cooked roadkill. We've narrowed it down to 4 teams here, Maui, and we're getting into the nitty-gritty, the good teams coming in here. G2.
Dogs. I think they're in the top tier.
Our first Maverick, fully fledged Maverick. We have a half Maverick here.
Yep, and we got a team that...
Grand finalist of Dallas last year.
Yeah, with a stand-in, with Snacks.
Yes.
They've got Nerds, obviously. Pretty different lineup now.
their performance at the start of the major was really good. I think I kind of started to put them a little bit too high in my estimations.
Yep.
And then I was brought back down to reality based on their later stages performances. So I think we were reminded that this is a very good team, but Nertz is still new, right? He's to this level. And I think going out there in North America, I think they're going to put on a good show, but not going to be a Maverick level team. We've got FaZe up next.
I would put the Maverick.
Yeah?
I would put the Maverick.
The FaZe clan.
Yes. And then we have the final team in Heroic.
Yeah, the favorites for the event.
We're going to just keep this one brief and simple. Heroic are the final Mavericks.
Wow. Yeah, unfortunately for these three, it will be the roadkill. But maybe they can raise themselves up through the tier list. This is the 1x Bet tier list with myself, Dinko, and Maui. Thank you very much.
Intel Extreme Masters Dallas is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, the United States Air Force, 1x Bet, and Monster Energy.
Rafa really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of action's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zest, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. A Trollocs win it. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic. And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Dolby! Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
We're back in the spiritual home of Counter-Strike. It's Dallas. 2 decades of amazing memories and so much history within our great game. Now, if we look at past events, the Paris Major was the second trophy that we saw Vitality able to lift, the first being IEM at Rio. But they're not here, they're not taking part. And this gives a great opportunity for a new team to take their first part of the journey for the Intel Grand Slam in the Lone Star State. Let's see what it'll be.
We find ourselves back in Dallas, and it's no surprise that some of these teams come here with a vengeance. That's right, I'm looking at these guys, actually. What's good, man? How you doing? Yeah, you know, just trying to survive. Got Nico down here. He's working real hard. What's going on, Nico? How you feeling, buddy?
Great. What about you, man?
I'm feeling thank you, personally, just because it's early in the day, early in the morning, getting it started. Shout out G2 one time. Not going to bother them. They've got their own set of problems and things they need to figure out before they get in the server, and I can guarantee you none of those problems are mine. So let's get this show started. Let's see if Cloud9 can perhaps pick up a trophy again here, or better yet, do something. Well, if you can imagine it, we have found ourselves in Dallas, Texas. That's right. It is a great time to be in this state for a lot of different reasons. We've got the NHL. Hell, who cares about all that crap? We're talking about Counter-Strike, guys.
Hey, Trace. Look at us.
Look at us.
Who would have thought?
Who would have known? Wow, what a small world.
I like the whole moment you stepping into the light. So I was just waiting for you to be like, hallelujah, back in Dallas.
Well, spiritual home. Counter-Strike.
Absolutely.
So, let me do this properly, though, because obviously if you're just tuning in for the first time, you might not know these guys here to my right. Well, we'll start on the far end there with Janko Paunovic, hailing out of Serbia, and then we're looking at a Maui Snape, not to be confused with Dumbledore himself, or...
I killed Dumbledore, actually.
Yeah, Maui Snape killed Dumbledore. I think that is what the
He's
book
not
reads.
the main character for me.
Okay.
Killed the major, too.
Yeah,
it's true.
Exactly.
So how are we feeling, guys? We're on the ground in Dallas. Pretty dope.
My stomach is upset. I ate way too much barbecue. It was good. I couldn't stop eating, Yanko. It was just like meat, brisket, mac and cheese.
Yeah,
white
Dallas,
bread.
also known as the volleyball capital of the world.
Apparently, you know, it's just strange. You know, there's like thousands of volleyball players staying just down the hall here. It's a whole tournament and stuff going on. But speaking of which, we have our own tournament. So what does that mean exactly? A whole hell of a lot of Counter-Strike to be delivered to you at your doorstep, on your televisions, or on your computer monitors. Check it out, though. G2 going to take on the Nouns to kick the day off, and then a little bit of Fnatic, Mouse, Complexity, and Liquid Astralis. We're going to end the day out with 2 best-of-3s, as is usual.
We've got some good ones here, Trace. Liquid Astralis, someone call that El Clasico. Some won't, though. And I think that when you look at this matchup...
Not in 2023.
Yeah, it's not really the same Clasico that we're used to.
It's a bit lack of Classico.
It's a new age.
There's something there. There's something there. This is the A stream, though, so we can go ahead and flip on over into
a lot of NA teams in this one. Nouns kicking it off against G2, a bit of a rough one.
For G2,
Who
right?
knows?
For Nico.
What kind of reality is that, though, right? Like, what are the odds? You know, what are the odds? Tell me the odds, Maui.
It's 1-128. That is the likelihood that Nouns will win that one. But B stream we've got right in front of us. You see that it's going to kick off with Furia versus OG, and it's going to end with Greyhound rivalry versus the reigning champions in Cloud9. They're back on home soil, and they're looking to keep the Aussies out of America.
Oh, well, that's a little abrasive. I don't know. I mean, I don't much mind those guys. They can hang out here if they want.
It's a prison state.
Well, you're not wrong.
Okay. But America is.
Yeah, this is America. Yeah. Look what I'm whipping on. No, I'm kidding. I'm not gonna. That's a little too deep, a little too far down the rabbit hole for this early in the event. All things considered, though, we've got a slew of things we can run through before we jump into our first matchup. But overall, we come into Dallas. We look at a Cloud9 that won it last year. Is it going to happen again this year?
It could. I mean, they're one of the teams that didn't even make it into the major, had a little bit more time to practice. 2 tournaments left for them in North America. I think it was very liberating. It was great for them last year to see, like, have the support of the crowd. I think that was really unexpected for them. We remember how Hobbit was feeling great, and they really felt that. So I think they'll do their best, obviously, to get into the arena again and then be the repeat champions here.
Yeah, and then, you know, for Maui, I want you to kind of say some things nicely or maybe not. I mean, they are sitting right there. They go by the name of G2, by the way.
Well, G2 are looking to kick off their revenge tour after what was an unsuccessful major for them, at least in their eyes, going 1-3 in the Legend stage, losing to Fnatic. That is not what they had on the agenda there. And so Dallas is a great time for them to try to capture a trophy, try to put another notch into the Grand Slam possibility for themselves. And it's a tournament for them where I'm looking at them as one of the 3 favorites to win the whole thing.
Well, I know we say here G2 major failure, but you know, in the words of the great Giannis, there's no failure. You're just learning towards, you know. Actually, no, that was just like, that was really, you know, unacceptable in a sense from G2. You know, they skipped Rio as well to be able to prepare better to lose out in such a fashion. Yeah, there's best of ones in there, but, you know, I think they were just making too many mistakes and weren't good enough to make a run deeper in Paris.
Yeah, and then there's Vitality there at the very end of the road for them. And we saw how that turned out for Vitality, winning at home. So that was nice, I guess, for Vitality, but they're not here. So.
Right, and that gives everybody else an opportunity because you would say with certainty that Vitality are the best team in the world right now, and with them being absent here in Dallas, that gives someone like Heroic a great opportunity, someone like G2, or even Cloud9 a chance to defend the crown.
So what you're telling me is you think Forest is going to come in here and do big things?
I'm not going to rule anything out, having just watched that last major. I think everything's possible at all given times at this point, but we're still going to try to have fair and well-shaped analysis.
Yeah, and I like that, but also like a little rough around the edges. Speaking of which, Yanko, what kind of situation are Fnatic in?
I don't know. I think for them, it's, you look at Forest, right? Like, obviously a legendary player across different versions of the game, one of the most skilled players that we've had, just natural, raw aim. But is that why they got him, or because he does look exactly like Crims nowadays?
There is.
So it's like maybe for the other guys on the team, don't get confused. You know, just keep that cohesion, keep that chemistry.
Just bald Swedish guys with beards. And they both have relatively similar career trajectories and paths. It's been a lot to actually get excited about in terms of Fnatic, just because they have him. But you're not going to expect that they're going to have the same level of procedures and protocols that they would if they had their normal fifth.
Feels like also Forrest is one of the best players to have as a stand-in, right? Like, he's so incredibly skilled. He's always, you know, in a good mood. He can definitely perform. I think it's one of those guys who we pinpointed as one of the first of the older generation that could keep playing and be, you know, have impact even in his early 30s, but he sort of, with that Dignitas lineup and everything, you know, kind of decided to take the back seat and not really pursue that to the same extent.
Yeah, there was a dream there, but I think it became a meme ultimately at the end of the day. Speaking of which, we talk about this Fnatic side, who they've got stacked up against first. That's going to be that of Mouse, also known as Mouse Sports, perhaps even. That's a very eerie situation. For what reasons, though, Maui?
Well, I think that a lot of people look at this Mao's lineup, and even as this title says, what to change. The people are looking for there to be some sort of roster move, because with what they were able to accomplish at the tail end of last year, making the playoffs of Cologne, making the playoffs of the Rio Major, and looking overall like a team that you would consider to be almost a playoff lock in most events, they've really fell short in what they've accomplished this year. At the Paris Major itself, they went 0-3, and at IEM Rio, not to be confused with the Major, they weren't able to scrap together even a single victory.
I mean, that 9 team was coming in hot, Yanko. There is no denying that.
Yeah, I mean, but still, right? It's like for Mouse, we're expecting them to be, we're considering them the favorite in that matchup, and that's last place in the last 2 tournaments that they've attended, right? For a team that's full of young players, and you're hoping, you know, with time they only get better as they get more experience. So it is strange to really pinpoint what was the problem for them. You don't really want to say pressure or anything along that side, because at the Major, they were feeling the pressure. They were the less experienced team in some of the games on the stage, and they managed to pull through. So, yeah, a lot of answers for Mouse.
Yeah, a lot of answers. Even a few more questions, though, as we start to continue going down the rabbit hole that is going to become IEM Dallas over the course of this week. We have to talk a little bit about Device, the fact he hasn't been in the server in some time, at least for an IEM. So that's pretty exciting.
This is what everybody's really waiting for, because there are for some reason, despite all the trials and tribulations that Astralis have faced in recent memory, they still have one of the biggest fan bases in CSGO. And so everybody's been waiting for Device to be at a tournament that matters, because they've been grinding these online cups, they've been grinding these qualifiers, and they have actually been showing a little bit of success winning the most recent CCT. But if you're just looking at Device, you're looking at a guy that still has so much left to give in terms of legacy, and you would still consider him one of the top 5 players to ever touch this game. So for him to be finally back at a LAN event that really matters, everybody wants to see him pop off.
Did you see some of the names in the kill feed there? That was like a memory lane trip. Like, there's no joke. We're looking at RPKs in there. Nonetheless, yeah, for a guy like Device, accolades.
Yeah, definitely. And I think it's been, you know, a couple of brazy years for Device and Astralis, as we saw at Trace with them. They were very inconsistent. Like even over the course of a series, over a map, it goes from, oh, looking really good, there's team play, everyone's doing well, like individually they're showing up, and then, you know, everything looks disconnected and it looks terrible. So I'm very curious to see how they're going to perform on LAN. Yes, Device is the focal point of that team, but I want to see how the two youngsters perform, show up. Can they pull their own weight?
Yeah, but I think about youngsters, and I definitely don't think of these next two. And Astralis being one of them in that camp, I think about Liquid over on the other side. I think about what was a rivalry for so long and packed so much of a punch. Now we look at Liquid and we hold them in hope.
We do have to hope, because it's a retirement tour here for Nitro, having already announced that he will be departing the lineup and pretty much leaving competitive CS as a whole to try to focus on family, as he has a couple of kids now. And really, when you're a top tier player in this space, you are traveling a lot. You're gone for maybe half the year, and if you have two newborns, I feel like you generally want to be close to them, and Nitro is choosing that future for himself, and yet we're going to still see him play in the server one more time. He drove right from his home to this event.
I think it's going to be great. We're going to see Nitro in the next sequel of the Fast and Furious saga, replacing Vin Diesel. But yeah, I mean, obviously, if we're going to go down the history route, right, like this should be Astralis all day long, right? Like send them off one last time with an L. But these two teams played in Pro League this season. That was the first time Liquid beat the Astralis in the best of three, like those two cores, because you had Glaive, Device, and Zipnix on Astralis at the time, and Nitro, Naf, and Elige on the side of Team Liquid.
Yeah, the Astralis that we got at ESL Pro League, you know, what was there to say about that one, Maui? Maybe not even so much them at Pro League, but the processes and sort of the evolution that they've had to have.
Well, what we've seen from Astralis lately has, I would say, okay, at Pro League, that was clearly not a finished product. That's why at the time they were playing with Zipnix.
It's Danish. So.
Yeah, and it's like they were playing with Zipnix at that point, and they've obviously moved him to the Academy roster, Astralis Talent. They brought up Altex, and so they're trying to find answers with what they have, and I don't really know right now if this is the Astralis that we're going to expect to actually have a deep run, despite the name value on the organization.
I think the problem is, in my opinion, it's just the team, the roster isn't built properly, because you have Buzz and Altex who are like at the very beginning of their professional careers, right? And they're going to have to gain some experience and sort of see if they are even up to it, right, to playing on this high of a level. And then you have Glaive and Device and Blame who are sort of, you know, at their peak or maybe even past their prime for some of those players who, you know, if they're going to win any more tournaments, it's going to be like in the next year, 2 years, like that's pretty much it. So did you like hinder those three guys by bringing in two inexperienced players that need time to develop? Maybe you would have been better off finding someone else who's not on your academy team, right? There's some free agents out there. There's like so Astag. There was the likes of maybe someone like Borup, right? It's Denmark. There's talent.
There's a couple people.
There's guys over there. So we'll see. Like that's going to be a question that needs to be answered. Are these two kids like good enough to play now and compete and help Astralis to become potentially a contender team? Because right now they're not even anywhere near that sort of a conversation. We're just considering like they're happy to be here, to have managed to qualify and play at a tier 1 tournament.
The Altex 3000. That was him. Yeah, we had to learn about him over there at the Brazy party. Any hot takes you got for me before we go ahead and head on into what we call a break? I need a hot take in 3, 2, hot take.
Buzz will outperform Altex at this event.
Wow.
Crazy prediction right there.
That's over the top, but that's too much. You have said too much this time. You've gone entirely too far with this one. We go to a break. We come back. We get our first game under the way. It's Nouns taking on G2.
Smurfs, your time is over. Go yourself.
To all the 817 imposters using my name on Faceit, go yourself.
To all your grievers, go yourself. Go yourself. Go yourself.
Go yourself. Go verify yourself for free today. In 4 easy steps, you can join the battle against Smurfs and compete with confidence against real accounts. What did you think they were saying?
Wear your passion. Share your passion. wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Hey, what up, say? Let me just talk one time. Whoa. Whoa. Can't make a promise, but I do my best. 25 sitting on 25 racks. Just got started, no, we ain't done yet. Bought a new crib, that's a goddamn flex. Sign that check. Told them last year that I've been up next. Can't take calls, but I send that text. From way downtown, but the shit's still wet. Yeah, that's a guarantee. King of the city, man, they knowing that it's me. Ain't damn near still doing it with ease, cause it ain't that hard when I'm talking about me. Me and my funds, told them I get what I want. I need my money up front. I do not do this for fun. So I've been here my whole life, I ain't seen them here once. Told them I ain't playing, they don't wanna get hurt, dog. It's about time I just show them how it works out. Seen them in the shit, but now they all worse off. I ain't in a race if I ain't coming first, dog. Tell them step back if they ain't in the game now. It was moving slow, so I had to find a pace now. All they trying to talk, not the time or the place now. Coming for the pot, and I got a pocket ace now. Ooh. Can't make a promise, but I do my best. 25 sitting on 25 racks. Just got started, no, we ain't done yet. Bought a new crib, that's a goddamn flex. Sign that check. Told them last year that I've been up next. Can't take calls, but I send that text. From way downtown, but the shit's still wet.
As the competition, but if you go against me, you the opposition. But if you wanna test to look like you can close the distance, I'ma give it A forever since you're so persistent. With you, I'm just practicing, cause I'm back to back, let's get back to winning. As a matter of fact, I'm not that forgiving, cause you did this to yourself, that's a bad decision. I don't see no one in front of me, you is a ghost, you ain't got a soul. Whoa, always say that they gon' come for me, knowing they won't, they doing the most. Whoa, chasing my, gotta get already, not selling my, you on the, y'all moving, ready to, whoa.
And it appears that we have arrived at our, well, one of our destinations. Not the final destination, of course. We could see that happen in the server here as we see Nico filming the people filming him.
Inception.
Yeah. Wow. Well, that's a lot going on right there. Nonetheless, yeah.
We're being filmed watching
sounds.
Nico film others being filmed on the film.
That's a lot, dude. Like, honestly, I'm
Hit
trying
my
to
ride,
process it.
Yanko.
Anyway,
Yo, dog, I heard you like filming.
Yo, who's this Hulk in the background? My goodness, the gun show is here. We're talking about in the form of Simpus behind that of Nouns. That's a big fella. And I mean in all the right ways.
Open carry is legal here, Stunna.
Get out, dude. It is, actually. But yeah, nonetheless, let's talk about G2. We talk about some of their pathing up to this point, and not necessarily that it's been such an amazing run for them, an amazing time, but they have had some flashes. Yanko, I know you're a big G2 fan, so let's hear it.
Oh, yeah, the biggest probably in the in the whole world. But yeah, towards the end of last year, beginning of this year, G2 with the World Finals and IEM Katowice run, right? It was great, established themselves as the best team in the world, you know, and then at Pro League, they saw Folder, they lose their first playoff game against Sens, they skip IEM Rio for the sake of, you know, they had to play the close qualifier for the RMR to even get to the RMR. Focus was obviously on that, with them even failing to make the IEM Rio major last year. You know, they got the job done, had extra time to prepare for the major itself, and then they fumbled it at the major in Paris.
Fumbled.
It's an understatement.
Yeah, okay. So it was more like a minor for them. than a major, because it didn't really happen.
Yes.
I was just grabbing on it.
Well, it just wasn't a great showing. That's what it was.
Okay.
I mean, even though winning or at least qualifying for the major was a step up from what they did at the previous major cycle, this was a G2 going into that major where many, including myself, would have thought that they were a top 4 team, where they were a team that, given the fact that they took that IEM Rio event off, they should have shown a renewed strat book, a renewed sense of purpose, and all we got was a 1-3 showing, losing to Fnatic in dismal fashion, and one that drew all of the criticism and all of the haters out of the woodwork came out to say it was somebody's fault.
And they all looked at who, Yanko?
Yeah, I mean, there were a lot of fingers pointed at Hooksy. I think in general, it's always a team, you know, sort of a thing. I'll just say whoever's call it was in the end to play Vertigo over Nuke against Fnatic, like that's absolutely the biggest mistake and the biggest disappointment that ended up costing them an opportunity to make the playoffs.
We talk about fumbles and we've got our eyes on what could be a big fumble. However, Hooksy, we're going to hear straight from him.
Opening game for Dallas and G2 are going up against Nouns. Hooksy's joining me here, and one thing I've seen, Hooksy, you guys still seem to have like a really good mood. Everything seems to be going pretty well in terms of what I'm seeing in a team atmosphere, but what did that team talk look like after the early major exit?
Well, that was not a good mood. I don't know, it just sucks to not perform the way I know we can when we are playing such an important tournament. So, yeah, I don't know why we waited to show it until now, but now we are going to show it, hopefully.
Hopefully, you say. I want to ask then, when did you get back from practice? How much time did you have off? How did you split your time before coming into Dallas?
Well, we went home pretty fast from Paris. Had some days off, practice for like 3 days, and then we traveled here. Had some issues with traveling as well, but it is what it is.
That's it? Issues with traveling, but everyone feels good, everyone's ready?
Yeah, I think we feel fine, like taking everything into consideration, like disappointing major and traveling to the US for the first time in a long time, so I don't think anyone is used to like jet lag or anything yet, but for me personally, I always have a bad sleep schedule, so it actually turned around good for me now.
So the negative schedule worked out to be a positive when you come into Dallas. Now, I want to ask about Nouns. With a team like this at the moment, they don't really have much competition when it comes to playing against elite teams like yourself. Do you feel like the skill gap's too big for them to be competitive here, or can they still be a threat?
I think everyone can be a threat to us on a specific day. I think we can beat everyone and we can also lose to everyone, so no room for underestimation.
Okay, I like it. Good luck, mate. Thank you very much.
Yes, beating everyone, but also potentially losing to everyone. I'm not sure how to receive that, Maui, but you got to take surely.
That's the sort of top-tier analysis that we also bring here at the desk.
Oh my gosh, that is the worst body language I have seen Hooksy have in the past 6 months. He looks like he's about to ask a girl out to prom or something. He's shaking, his hands are clasped, and he's just looking at his feet. Where's the confidence? You're playing against Nouns. Come on, I want to see a little bit more. And when Hooksy says, yeah, you can lose to anybody, it's you can lose to anybody in a realm of possibility, and Nouns should be outside of that realm of possibility. I like that he doesn't take Nouns lightly, but I also think that if you're G2 coming into this, you have 5 players that are better than the 5 players on the other side of the server.
Maybe even if you put the coach in, they're still better.
Yeah, I mean, in theory, you would think so. On paper, it might make sense. But for the Nouns, hailing from NA, they got here through the closed qualifier. They did it by dropping 2 maps. Tell me a little bit about this team and Nouns.
Nouns are a team that has been cleaning up in the Tier 2 North American circuit. They've done a great job at consistently qualifying for events. They also qualified, of course, for the recent Blast Showdown. And when they play against NA competition, they look good. They look like a team that has some very strong individuals powered up by their latest addition in Marky, who has been of Swole Patrol, of NRG, of E-United, and then they have a good head on their shoulders in Cynic. He's one of the players that people are looking at to be one of the up-and-comers in this space. He's taking up the op role, he's taking up the in-game leader role, and comprehensively speaking, when they play against other NA players, they don't really have to get too complicated with their strategy in order to defeat them.
Yeah, absolutely. Put themselves on the radar. I think this is their biggest achievement yet, probably being able to qualify for IEM Dallas. And now, it's ludicrous to have any expectations from them in the game against G2. But, I think they're going to, this match goes up against winner-loser of Furia OG. So if they end up meeting a loser from that series, maybe that's where they could get something done.
But is it the little Noun that could? Is that what we're going to go with here?
Well, Nouns actually, there's reason to believe in their ability to beat somebody here, because they were they were actually pretty close to making it to the major. They took a map off of Liquid at the America's RMR, and that I mean, I think that to them instilled so much confidence that they beat a tier 1 team on LAN on a single map. And so why not today too? That's what they think.
And you know, you said it right there, a single map. That's exactly what we've got in front of us. But before we get there, we do have, aside from the Nouns, it's going to be Cynic talking to us.
Nouns now going up against G2 in the opening game, and Cynic, it's a tough game to open up with, but you guys have been grinding. We've seen so many games played for you guys recently. What kind of shape and form do you feel like you're coming into Dallas with?
We feel pretty confident. I mean, we know G2 is a strong opponent, but obviously we can't underestimate them, but we feel confident. I think they're a good matchup for us.
So. Why do you think they're a good matchup for you?
They play kind of into our style, so we like to take duels, they like to take duels. Obviously they're confident in their players, and you know, we're confident in ourselves. So.
Now, one thing that you guys do like though is the experience against this type of competition, right? The elite top teams in it. But what do you do in order to fix that? Is that something you've adjusted, something you've looked at in order to be able to take the win?
I wouldn't say we've adjusted anything, but I actually think the style that we play is better. We play up to our opponent. Okay. But we also maybe have a bad habit of playing down to our opponent. So, I mean, we've had some experience recently playing better teams. We played teams at the RMR recently, played Liquid. And obviously I feel like our showing, you know, we had a pretty strong showing against them. So we feel prepared, feel like we have a good chance here.
Let's see if you can take it into the game then, mate. I like it. Cynic, thank you very much. Good luck.
Well, if there's anything that's confidence inspiring, it was what I just heard right there. Isn't that right, Maui?
I think Cynic is not really used to doing too many interviews, if I'm being honest.
Being a little cynical, isn't he?
I think he was, you know, he was trying his best there, and the questions that James was giving him were standard, but also if it's your first time in front of a camera, you're just gonna have some difficulties there. I like that Cynic though thinks that he can play up to his opponents. I've also seen them play down to their opponents. At the America's RMR, they almost lost to Ur. Yes, Ur. Have you heard of that team before?
Yeah, the BTG.
Yet they did. Yeah, so
in the qualifier for the RMR, I think.
Yeah, so like this team actually can do some serious damage, and I think this needs to go to a couple of maps. We see the veto flying in right now. I think if actually Nouns get Inferno, they're going to feel pretty good about that.
Come on, man.
I don't know any other maps.
Come on,
that
please no. You're not going to play a best of one against G2 and give them Inferno.
I think that's exactly what they tried to do here. Let's see.
Surely.
I think you're onto something, to be honest. Yeah, Inferno looks like...
I can't. Like, it's just, what's going on with these teams? Like, I understand. Like, it's one of their most played maps alongside Mirage, right? But why are you vetoing Vertigo for the... Like, if... They have the last two maps, the last two Infernos for Nouns are a loss, but before that they won 10 in a row, right? So they're comfortable with the map, they like it, but it's G2's best map, is their best map, and they're like maybe probably the best team in the world on the map. It's like surely you can find something else to play. You could have either heavily prepped Anubis on Vertigo, right, and leave that in with Mirage, because Mirage, it's also a map that you play a lot, that you're fine on. G2 certainly less comfortable on it, at least a little bit, than a map like Inferno. I just can't understand it. You saw them get 4 rounds on the CT side at the major and still get 11 in the second half to take it into overtime. Like, they've had insane T sides. Sure, CT sides, you look and maybe they're not that great, but also Nouns is not Fnatic or some of these other teams that were getting a lot of rounds against G2. I just can't. I'm shocked. It's their best. They're the best team in the world on this map. You have 3 vetoes and you don't spend one on Inferno. What are you spending them on?
Hold that thought. We have a live caller right now from the other side of, well, somewhere around here. It is going to be that of Dinko and Moses. What's up, gents? How you feeling? And Yanko's enraged, so certainly you got something too.
Yeah, it's great to be back in Dallas. Great to be back in the US. And Maui was telling me a lot about Cynic, and he did not disappoint with that interview.
I like the way Maui really kind of had his back with the body language. He really went hard on Hooksy. He gave Cynic a little bit of a pass.
Yeah, he did. And I liked it. Cynic was more confident than Hooksy, so we'll take it.
Yeah, well, I'll let you guys debate that. Thank you very much. I'd ask you guys who you think is going to win, but come on, please.
It's
let's
obviously going to be Nouns. I mean,
yeah, that's what I was thinking too, Jason.
It's on Inferno. It's a great map for them. It's a
It's
fantastic
a great matchup
pick.
for them as well. The play style.
Exactly.
As long as they don't play down to G2's level, then everything's going to be just fine. That's what we're Take it away, guys. Let's go have some fun.
Cheers, boys.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, this is going to be quite a challenge for Nouns to get back into the realm of seriousness and reality. Huge task.
Yeah, I think the fact that it is Inferno is probably the mindset of Cynic coming into it. Clearly, the leader he's confident coming in. It's a map we're comfortable on. We played a lot in North America, but yeah, they're playing against G2.
Yeah, they are. Well, look, anything that's going to piss Janko off in the morning, first thing, I'm fine with. That makes me very happy to get to see him all worked up at 11 a.m.
Well, it has got him pumped for the rest of the day. That's absolutely true.
Semphis is pumped.
He is pumped. He had a crate of eggs, I believe.
A crate of hard-boiled eggs.
15 eggs was the number being thrown around.
God
so
bless.
I couldn't do that.
I bet if he farts in that booth, it's going to knock out the whole team.
Maybe G2 as well. Maybe that's the, that's the play.
That is actually the tactic coming into this.
Yeah, well, it is great to see G2 back here in Dallas. We've seen them last year as well. Didn't go ahead and pick up the trophy, but coming into this event, I think pressure was the main talking point around the Paris Major, right? It was all these top teams had sort of a unique pressure, a lot of legacy talk in terms of players like Nico, and so a lot of these teams underperformed. Coming into Dallas, it is somewhat of a reset without pressure. It's kind of gone off a little bit coming out of the Major into an event like this.
Yeah, you have less pressure from the outside, right? But you probably do feel some internal pressure that you put on yourself to kind of bounce back. I think the point of talking about, when Maui kind of criticized Hooksy, not criticized, but, talked about his body language and just the lack of kind of like confidence, you probably do want to see some bravado out of G2. If you're G2 coming into this, like the message you need to send is that we showed up in Dallas to play. This needs to be come in, set the tone, dominate this from start to finish, get this team out of here, don't even let it get close, and just move forward into the event with that confidence, with that build-up, and see what you can steamroll it into.
Yeah, well, the scars of the Samurai still sting as they head into their opening game here in Dallas, looking to heal those wounds versus Nouns, and this could be a matchup that they could do that in. If you take the first win here, you win it convincingly, well, it could be the path back to some confidence building up for G2. We kick things off on Inferno. G2 starting on the CT side. Modesty, no silencer, and right down mid.
I like everything about this. I like the push. I mentioned setting the tone. This is kind of how it can begin. Look how far back Noun is playing, though. They're so aware of this possibility.
This is the confidence play style straight away from the T side.
This is fear, is what this is.
They haven't even left their own half of the map.
I know. Modesty spotted one now. He's going to back up through exiting Banana, as Semphis would call it. And here comes a little bit of utility, and here comes the attack from Nouns.
Starting to move forward. JKS straight away kicks off Dallas with the first kill. B-Wills comes back in with a trade. 1-for-1 right away. But look at Hunter. CJ has no idea. Hunter's right behind him. Oh my goodness. He was going to go for the knife. Oh, whiffs the bullets on the first and does not get the second. Oh, 0-0 real quick there for Hunter.
I'm actually fine with that. He had like 5 different options his brain had to pick between. He just couldn't handle the second kill. Obviously could have been cleaner. Obviously could have been much more impactful. I like the fact that G2 has fought pretty much every step of the way, and now it's all down to the Hulls pop.
Well, 45 seconds. It has been a slow approach from Nouns, and they're lucky to have 3 players still up here. But Nico in the graveyard hasn't even had to give away his position yet. Hooksy strikes first from the site. Now pulling distraction. Nico can peek up, and it's 2 quick, clean kills from Nico, and G2 with the pistol.
Yeah, nicely done. G2 tracking him the whole way across the map, in complete control the entire time, and 1-0. So Noun's going to be on the back foot. No plants, and it looks like they want to save for a 3rd round. I talked with, we had an interview with Cynic at the America's RMR as well, which I always laugh about.
Was it similar to that?
Kind of, yeah, because it was very much, it was one of those things where like it was after like a Mirage game they'd played, it got like really scrappy, and he's like, yeah, that's just how we like to play Mirage. We like to go for fights. Things are going to get a little bit
we
weird.
like to take fights.
And he's like, yeah, and Mirage, it's very headshot heavy map, and you just go for frags. And I was like, please no, you're the in-game leader.
That's a great sign, actually. That's the mindset of Nouns coming into this. And it was great to hear him kind of give an in-depth talk about how the styles of matchup versus G2. They both like to take a lot of fights.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to buy that one quite yet, but I understand the angle. We'll see how it plays out. Again, very slow, very cautious on the map for Nouns. Hunter's going to get the first spot over in Boiler. He does have JKS positioned at lane watching for the balcony jump, but it's all to Hunter.
Yeah, he's about to make some cash. Much cleaner here for Hunter. He can tunnel vision.
Go for it.
Yeah. Nice. 3 kills up towards the top of the stairway. And now it's down to just 2 players. They get nowhere near the site. So
They haven't hit him yet.
They haven't, and he's hit 4 of them down. He could go for an ace right away. The first ace was up for grabs, but Hooksy prevents that from happening.
Flawless victory.
2-0 for G2. And now we're going to look at the buy coming in for Nouns. They've got the AK, so let's see some of those fights. Cynic straight to the Galil.
Yeah, got to get a little bit of extra utility in there. Same with Marquis. Marquis is a good player to keep your eye on as well. Very talented.
Yeah, very talented. It's great to see him back.
And round 3 underway. 3 SMGs and 2 FAMAS for the defense. G2 didn't lose anyone in the previous round, obviously, so a bit of a chance for them to get some freebie upgrades if they can dominate the situation. Nico and Hooksy on the initial defense in Banana as utility is spent. The Molotovs traded by both teams. Oh, ooh, that's nice from Hooksy. Just the one, but he's done his job. Cynic is brought down low, and this is utility that Nouns don't have a whole lot of for the rest of the round.
Yeah, burned quite a bit already. And G2 are going to start attacking down Banana with utility themselves. Hunter sends the nade in deep. Cynic gets caught in behind the log. So now an advantage, even with the player count in G2's favor. A lot of time, at least for Nouns. The bomb's all the way back on the T-Stars. 2 players positioned outside of apartments. Doesn't look great right now in terms of what they've got to play with.
No, this is where the rounds are going to get really hard, I think, for Nouns, because, I mean, at this position, no one from G2 is going to give you anything, right? You're going to be attacking it, and they have the advantages. They have the stack up and brackets, so you're going to have to go hunt down this kill. Markey out of Boiler. Monacy might have contact, but JKS's position is way too strong. And B-Will's being pulled back to pick up the bomb. And I imagine he'll head up mid to join his teammates for this mid-take.
35 seconds. And Nouns' first purchase of rifles has not got off to the best of starts, and it looks like the finish is not pretty either. JKS with a double off the ledge. Just Marquis gets one, at least something. But a sad face from Semphis as that round did not go the way they hoped.
Yeah, well managed to get that kill into the bomb site, but certainly nowhere to go after that. JKS with a nice double kill up on the flower pots.
No bomb plant, Jason, so...
Nothing. Not even a whiff of a bomb site yet.
Yeah, no fights really being won here for the side of Nouns, and it's a great start from G2, nice and clean. Also the SMG getting a lot of the kills there, so the cash building up for G2. And for Nouns, if you're not getting these bomb plants, you're going to go for the half buy here with the Tech 9s into the utility as well.
Well, this might be an interesting round. It's been like cautious openings from Nouns. They've been a little bit careful. Like these Tech 9s, maybe you just get a little bit of false confidence in you and just get hyper aggressive. Question is, can they get into a point where they can execute before losing too many players?
I think the point that Yanko brought up today at the start of the day, the fact that you have brought it to Inferno against G2, you're not really going to have too much freedom at the start of the round because G2 are just going to bully you with nades, right? So you have the issue of having to deal with that. So Nouns almost have to start these rounds super slow.
Well, you'd expect coming to Inferno, right? You have a game plan for that. I mean, you have to know on a map like this, like Banana is going to be barraged with utility as well. You're going to have a workaround. Hunter over at the graveyard steps. That's a nice nade.
Yeah, Marquis going to feel the brunt of that.
Time in the smoke dissipation. Oh, he just moved past it.
Oh, good timing, actually. He does take some damage from it, but smoked out the apartments now as you head to 50 seconds left in the round. Now it's no closer to the A site just yet, but an explosion about to happen. Flash to set up the Boiler players to come out.
There's been no noise in Banana as well, so these A defenders probably going to be on notice. They know exactly what's headed in their direction. JKS got first contact.
And it's an easy kill from the pit. JKS peeks up, Hunter in tandem, and it's not looking so good for now as they get absolutely destroyed. Not a single kill comes in, not a single point of damage. So you'll feel good if you're G2 with this start. 4-0. Now, as yet again, no bomb plant, but they have got the loss bonus building. They'll be able to buy up again. It's good to see G2 getting a good start here today. I think the fact that the month has been littered with upset wins with underdog teams coming through, they approached it with a lot of quick rounds. You feel like the group up play has been working. A lot of these old style of Counter-Strike has been working out. Nouns haven't really even attempted some quicker rounds yet, so maybe the change that will come through.
Yeah, we're still early in the half. They got some of the playbook to go through. There's a nice opening kill provided by Cynic, and yeah, just behind the smoke, he wants to go for another one. Nico ready and waiting. Utility being dumped. Cynic gonna come through. Oh, he's got another well-found double kill in Banana, and now have a huge advantage.
Yeah, that's taking some fights. That absolutely is from Cynic, and he's won a couple of them too. Hooksy and Nico both down. Hunter sits in the back of the site, but Carson in mid catches Monacy.
Here we go.
And this is more like it from the Nouns.
Yeah, this is exactly what they want. Opened up, JKS. Okay, what have you got? Do your best Rops impression, 1v4. There's the first two.
Oh no! Not like this, Nouns. This should have been the first, but JKS with 3 off the top of the porch. It puts Hunter into a winnable 1 versus 2. And what a nightmare this would be to let this one slip. Thing is, they have got the bomb down in very good post-plant positions.
Yeah, there's no way. They got plenty of time to get into new positions as well and kind of coordinate where they want to watch. Smoke is just faded towards small pit. Hunter's gone the long way. As long as Marquis isn't exposed at the get-go, he should be able to have a nice freebie.
He does have a molly, so we can force them out of one position here, but he's going to use it for pit.
You didn't see that?
He did not. He did not see Marquis. Did not react to the graveyard at all. Now peeks out. Some damage on the B-Wills, but it is Nouns with their first on the board. And it kicks off for that banana play. Nearly went all wrong.
Yeah, nicely done from Cynic. Played right into his hands. Exactly what he was looking for. Nice double kill and Banana. Nouns is on the board. Timeout is taken. This is from Nouns to talk things over on the T side. Wanted to string 2 together. Here's the opening kill onto Hooksy. Nico is up next. Didn't expect the swing around the smoke, and Modesty obviously trying to equalize the situation. Gets caught out in the open.
Cynic welcomes G2 to North America with the start of that round. JKS very cool and collected when they run back into what nearly unfolded the entire round. But a chance now for Now to show us what they've got. There's a reason they want to go to Inferno. I feel this is where they're going to do some of their best work and show us the best face of Nouns. They got a chance to start to build on that.
Well, you're not going to get given the gift of 2 opening kills in Banana each and every time.
No.
So it's about finding something else that's going to work. Round 6. Man, JKS really took a lot of money out of the bank of Nouns. They would have loved to have been able to build up some cash. Triple kill from JKS denies it. And here's that aggression again down middle.
Yeah, Hunter let off the leash. He catches Carson, will get the wrong way, but a collateral from CJ right up towards the top of mid. Hunter and Modesty full foul immediately.
Surely you press the issue. You get those kinds of entries so quick, you almost feel like they're going to speed it up.
Well, you're not going to get a double entry gift, but here we go again.
Oh, no.
Marquis, there's the skill everybody's talking about. Marquis, mechanical brilliance onto JKS and Hooksy. And now it is just Nico, but look how low the 2 players are here for Nouns. Marquis on 28, Cynic on 18. We smoked Nico, but he's pushed forward. Oh! Should have had the chance there on Cynic, but a quick reaction back from the in-game leader, and that's another round for Nouns.
That's nasty from Marquis. That is really nice. Yeah, I just said you aren't going to get a gift of a double kill to open up the round. They get one up middle with Hunter's push. Him and Modesty just lined up. A nice double kill from CJ. Modesty can't even provide the proper cover at that point.
Oh, that's
He's
so
got
nice.
Hunter in between them, but yeah, that one is dirty from Marquis. And that might be a little bit of a difference that G2 is going to have to expect, right? Like, I think a lot of like European teams you'd see get that double kill and kind of stay in the default, stay slow pace, say like a spread across the map. Nouns is just going to group up and just say, let's see what we got off this double kill. Let's keep applying the pressure. Money's gone from G2. They're back down to pistols.
Yeah, that's the great thing done for Nouns over these last 2 rounds. That was the #1 task of trying to break down that economy for G2 because they built up so much of it with the MP9s. Still got a lot of residual cash left over for the focus into the next round, but there should be 3 for Nouns. Although if they commit into the B site, G2 have got 4 players stacked over towards the side of the map. Starting to set up some traps as well, getting JKS up onto the boost position at CT. And Modesty drifting on back to the new box.
Hooksy's going to go investigating. No flashbang.
CZ, it's good for this. Oh, lovely double. No flash, dry peek. Catches the perfect timing to get a double. And now Nouns begin to panic, but they commit. They stay committed towards B. There's path right into JKS. 5-7 to the head. Trades out on Modesty, and Carson taking bullets through the smoke. Crosses on over, but remember, Nico is still here. The deagle on the side of the smoke. Marquis' head no longer attached, and Carson will fall. G2 win on pistols, and Nouns, that is a heartbreaking round to concede.
Shout out to Hooksy, baby. That is a nice double kill coming around the corner. You get to call out numbers, but also just the opening 2 kills make sure that your stack is always going to have the advantage in those trades, keeping numbers in your favor. Nice timing for Hooksy to find. 5-2. That is a real momentum stopper. Just as they're throwing utility, so painful.
This is big, the bomb plant though. At least something is gained from the round, right? So you look at the money going into the next, they definitely needed that bomb plant. So at least you gotta look for a silver lining in every cloud, Jason.
Sure, yeah.
And here we go again. Buy still here for Nouns. Carson had to go to Galil, but everybody else on the AK. No aggression early from the CT side, so letting Nouns take control of the apartments. They can take Banana even at this point as well.
Let's see if Nouns can find another opening kill. That space that it creates, the 5-on-4s, the 5-on-3s, that's when you really get that individual ability of Nouns to get out in the open and shine with some mid-range duels. G2 making sure they don't lose anyone early. A relatively passive setup. Standard, 2 players deep in the B bomb site. m0NESY with the op peering from lane towards Boiler. And just defensive utility to delay things, to hold off the hit as long as possible. Nouns still maintaining pressure in middle and Banana at the same time, so no indication yet for G2 where this hit is going to come.
Doesn't look like Nouns have decided that either. They like to default. I heard that about Cynic's playstyle. He likes to default quite a bit. Just spread out, look for these fights, but G2 are not giving them any of these fights. Marquee on the balcony.
They're running out of utility as well now. There's 30 seconds, there's 2 smokes, 1 is just used, there's no flashbang, so they're going to take this pressure, and I guess they're going to try and lurk around Rap side as the smoke clears, but Hunter is just slid over.
Yeah, and with no util, the timing. They had to rely on timing, and it actually goes their way.
Oh,
Hunter's going to rotate all the way over towards B. m0NESY has to deliver with the AWP inside of the site. And he's going to get caught looking the wrong way at the wrong time. And now JKS hung out to dry. Just a single kill from him. And this is a disaster of a round for G2, but Nouns will take it. With the lack of util, the timing plays in their favor, and G2 make the wrong rotation at the wrong time.
Bro, Hunter's going to be so mad watching this back and seeing that timing. That is just an absolute
literally
catastrophe.
a millisecond.
Oh my god.
Wow. Well, a little bit of luck sometimes goes your way.
Yeah, for sure. That's well done. I from Nouns. I mean, you have to say, yeah, getting the benefit of not the spot, but just being quiet on the map. G2 had never had any indication. Part and parcel due to the passive kind of defensive style they were bringing out. They never had information on the map. HooXi's going to go for some exit kills, and he's gone down as well. 5-3.
Money's in a weird spot here with the lack of save there from G2, right? If those rifles stay over, then they can drop for HooXi and m0NESY, but they don't. They go down, and so m0NESY and HooXi limited on cash.
Yeah, I mean, one of those would have been nice, but that's, I think, what this timeout's going to be about from G2. They're first on the CT side. Talk about if they want to force up here. You can have 3 M4s. You can throw m0NESY on a deagle. HooXi can be on a pistol with some utility as well, so still can be a dangerous buy in today's economy. They just have to decide if they want to commit that much right out of the gate, and indeed they will. Going up for the buy here as the M4s come out on Nico and Hunter. This is a great opportunity for Nouns in this first half. This round right here can be very important, can be a huge swing round. And Cephas is having a chat with the boys, likely saying something similar. We got him right where we want him.
We got G2, they fit our play style. And they are taking fights. The thing is, G2 kind of switched it up a little bit. They realized that when they were taking some of these aggressive fights to start the rounds, that's where Nouns are getting the openings, and they were able to play off of that. This round was different. Nouns had to approach it differently, and they still find a way to get it done. So, cool to see. And now their chance to turn this one all the way around and start to build a really good T side up. CJ taking Banana control. Molotov goes in behind the sandbags. There's 3 players starting towards here for G2, and that's not clean from CJ. Nico just swings into the fight and wins it.
Yeah, he gets a little out of control. Obviously going for HooXi, who he knows just extinguished the Molotov. Nice cover, a nice support from Nico. Wants that AK-47, willing to risk his life for it. And he'll get away.
Yeah, definitely worth the risk to get that rifle into Nico's hands. But now...
Get the rifle into HooXi's hands.
Yeah, get it into HooXi's hands. That's what you want. Avant-garde stickers. That's a throwback.
We do like that. Smoke left side mid to block off Hunter. m0NESY inside the bomb site with just the deagle. JKS in lane. Boosted up.
He has been good from a couple of these different elevated positions in this exact side of the map, and here they come again.
One trade, though, and all of a sudden, m0NESY's under a lot of trouble with just a deagle.
So we need more than one for JKS. The peak, good timing to catch Cynic throwing nades out, but they should be able to trade, and they will. So 1 for 1, m0NESY with the deagle, throws the smoke on down. Hunter's come over here into the site. So the rifle is at the ready, and Hunter looks to dish out some damage, but it's nothing. In fact, it is m0NESY who gets 1 kill and has traded himself, but the problem is the bomb is back in middle. HooXi's seen it. Oh, what a disaster here for Nouns. They have to go back and get it, and the rifle for Hooksy is going to mow them up. Oh, that is so frustrating for Nouns.
Did they drop it, or was that the first kill JKS got? I can't remember, but
It looked like it was the first kill that JKS got, and then they didn't pick it up. They just committed in.
That's not a bad hit either to go to waste due to the bomb just being left in middle. Ooh. Between that and the stack at the B bomb site that Nouns walked into on an anti-eco, a couple of catastrophes are really limiting the ability for Nouns to take advantage of the opportunities they've created. 3-round lead for G2, but it hasn't been the prettiest. But that doesn't matter. Just get the job done. By tomorrow, we'll all forget.
Yeah, this is a game that obviously kicks off the tournament, but often the opening games can be ones that you can forget about very quickly. And for G2, they want to make sure that they win this one as convincingly as possible. Did have a great run in the challenger stage of the major. m0NESY was hitting some incredible form.
Yeah, it went 3-0. Or was it 3-0? 3-1?
Yeah, 3-0.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Just,
one of the better
so
T-sides, and then it all came crashing down.
It did. So, getting a good start here. Obviously, with this format, if you do well in the group stage, you get very deep into the playoffs as well. So, G2 will definitely be looking at that.
Just a B exec coming in from Nouns. Not even looking anywhere else on the map. Hunter and m0NESY this time are aggressive at brackets, so they're calling out that there's no control, there's no presence. They hear no footsteps in apartments, no utility being spent. Hooksy and Nico are going to be on notice. And just a standard set piece, 2 smokes, 1 single flashbang that better be perfect.
I think with Nico's spot here as well, it's pretty good. He can look over the smokes, he can look over the util here from that boosted position at new box. And they're smoked out for the time being. So now it's held back at 30 seconds. They've just got to go on this flash, and here they come. Nico up on top of the new box, sees them coming through, and a nice double out from the top. B-Walls trades in. Now Hooksy's turn with the M4, swings in, gets 1, and Hunter's on the rotate back. B-Walls doing his best, but it is just 1 Deagle kill. And 2 go down for G2, but it's the 7th round locked in.
Yeah, nice and easy for G2. Weapons being shuffled around on the defensive side. For Nouns, it's back to AK-47s.
There's definitely a lot of opportunities at the start of this game for Nouns. I don't think they've seized many of them, though.
No, yeah, it's the two hiccups. They've actually done a pretty good job. It's just losing the anti-eco, the bomb being dropped in middle. Those are really painful ones that they could have built so much more on this.
And you're not going to get too many of those chances against G2, right? So you got to take those early.
So a deep mid smoke from the CT side probably keeps a little bit of aggression at Bay coming up middle, which buys time for this quad banana opening for G2's defense. Hunter and m0NESY going to shift back towards the A bomb site and position themselves once again aggressively in brackets with JKS playing underneath the porch. Nope, don't turn your head.
Yeah, don't get timed on here, JKS. He's now ready, but Carson swings out, gets that first kill, and now m0NESY's turn. Lovely work, stopping 2 coming out through top mid, but it's not enough from G2, and they have lost the A site, and it's back into a 2 versus 2, and the 2 rotating players have MP9s.
Yeah, that's a fantastic trade onto Hunter. He was just using the edge of the smoke, but couldn't get away into safety in time. Nice headshot right through it, and now, yeah, Nico and Hooksy have decisions to make. They can transfer and trade out for AK-47s. They've got 2 kits. Hooksy has some utility to work with. I think this retake, they're at least going to investigate, see what happens in the initial engagement.
Well, they spot CJ, and he knows now where they're coming from. He can call for B-Wells just to tuck in the corner. Smoke is up in CJ's face. He's starting to burn a little bit. Then will still stand, and uses that smoke perfectly on the edge. Now Nico left, and the time is ticking so quickly away from Nico. Nice quick headshot swing from B-Wells, and Nouns will pick up the round. Nice trading in towards top mid to get control of that A site.
Yeah, doing a great job trading up middle. They've had actually a number of nice rounds of the A bomb site going 1 for 1 all the way in. This time just able to take advantage of it finally. Good job from CJ as well. Instead of kind of swinging out to the left, getting tucked in behind the smoke, giving him some space to swing off of the lane presence. 4 rounds on the board, and Carson's dropped down to a MAC 10. And G2's dropped down to a scrappy bye.
This isn't the cleanest start for G2, right, either. So you can see a little bit of frustration there on the face of JKS. Nouns making it somewhat messy, and that nade's going to go right on top. It's a decent amount of damage.
Are they going to just try and hit a timing on this? There's no one in middle to go for an execute.
Far back. Maybe so far ahead of the rest of the pack. Perhaps just have to hold on for a second longer for Cynic to get closer towards this.
And G2 have re-smoked mid, but there's a gap on the right side of that smoke. Cynic hasn't spotted that. JKS is just waiting. Eventually, it looks like this pop through the balcony is going to come through, and 2 up through middle for Nouns.
m0NESY again with just a deagle. Like, the support he can provide is minimal, especially the more he backs away from this. So JKS once again, old maiden hand, switches out. He's got the first. Marquis looking for the bomb site. Oh, they manage it so well. It somehow works perfectly for this defense. JKS even adds 1 more onto his tally, and that should be the round in the favor of G2. 1v3 for B-Wills.
The AK in hand, up against the weaker weapons, but G2, collection of plays still alive. And B-Wills does damage onto Hunter, but no kill on that first attempt. Now trying to find where he can play and feel comfortable, but there's nowhere he can go, nowhere he can hide. And Hooksy's MP9 will close the round out for G2. And it wasn't the best of purchases, it wasn't the best weapons brought to the table for G2, but it's effective from balcony from JKS and m0NESY.
Yeah, he just recovers in time.
Just about, because yeah, you're right, it could have been a completely different world, right?
Well, no one actually cleared to the right of balcony. JKS able to get 1 more. I think m0NESY gets the kill up on the balcony as well. I mean, that's just, it just happens to all work out perfectly for G2, especially considering m0NESY was kind of slowly backing off towards small pit. That was going to be awkward. And once again, another opportunity missed to really properly capitalize if you're Nouns.
Yeah, it's just too many of those, unfortunately, not being sent home.
It would have been 5 to 7. G2 would have had no money, would have been unarmored pistols. You're thinking 6-7 at that point.
Could be a far different world for Nouns, but they've got to do it the hard way.
And we know from that challenger stage as well that G2's offense is going to be spicy.
Oh, B stream update for you. OG playing Furia, currently in the lead by 6-3 are OG. Nouns gather outside of A with 3 players once again. G2 going for a similar B setup. Getting Nico up into the boosted position, new box, and passive from G2. They've definitely had a different look at the start of this half, but now sitting back, realizing the kind of buy they're probably going up against. Don't want to give them any chances for these openings at the start of round 13. Nouns don't even care about beat. They don't want to go beat. They want to try and wrap on this A site. Smoke out the left side and attack in towards A. Carson, he's going forward. JKS gets out of the pit, doesn't want to sit back, goes into the site instead, and here they come, leaping through. JKS blinded, but still gets 1. Hunter in with another, and it's a double from the pit. They all line up. Hunter shuts them down in the attack towards the A site, and Nouns don't break through.
Not at all this time. That's a staunch defense they just ran into. JKS and Hunter, Hunter being the rotator between the bomb sites, JKS holding down pit, the top 2 fraggers for G2, JKS at 17, Hunter at 16. And deliver a great sequence here. Hunter with a triple kill from pit. 9-4, and now Nouns gonna take this time out to talk things over because their money isn't exactly the prettiest thing. No bomb plant, so everyone's stuck 25 to 2,900.
Yeah, where do you go with this one?
And for G2, I mean, we said it's not the prettiest half. There's been a couple sketchy moments, but it seems like they finally got their legs underneath them.
Oh yeah, I mean, JKS has started this really strong. And Hunter as well, so great to see those 2 players performing. It's actually Nico and m0NESY at the bottom of the board right now, which is, you don't see that often.
Yeah, well, Nico hasn't gotten a whole lot of attention at the B bomb site. A couple rounds towards his way.
But it felt like m0NESY's had a deagle most of the game.
We've seen like 3 rounds where m0NESY's just kind of had a deagle, and also when your other 8 defenders are getting most of the kills with Hunter and JKS being the top fraggers, then there's just not a whole lot left for you, you know? So m0NESY's getting to chill.
For the time being. Let's see them switch over to that T side shortly enough. Nouns, this is the decision they've gone for, is to upgrade a couple of the pistols. And B-Wills, he's having a pretty tough time at the start of this round. He's down to 12 already.
Pretty tough time in middle about to happen.
Maybe a chance here for m0NESY to quench his thirst of blood. He'll start to spray through the smoke, and he will eventually get that kill. Headshot connected onto Carson that continues his nightmare. 2 and 13 currently. Oh, Hunter's turned through the smokes, lays down the wall on 2. m0NESY goes in. They haven't even seen anybody in this round, but it's down to just Cynic. And they will not get out of mid. This threshold is held. And at least 1 there for Cynic at the end.
Yeah, in fairness, when someone did show up on their screen, Cynic got the kill.
He did. He did have a chance.
Yeah.
Well, Another silver lining found, Jason. Look at this.
That's how we do.
This is a positive cast at the start of the day.
It's a glass half full kind of a cast.
This is it for Monacy. That's kind of what you expected. Now we head into the last round of the half, and it buys back.
4 kills through smoke. Even Nico's grenade damage was done through smoke as well, over towards the B ramp. So just really now not getting a chance to see anyone, not getting a chance to fight back, and that's no fun. Molotov stream down Banana. Cynic looking to take control. It's Nico here with Hooksy in support.
Flashpoint for Nico into Banana. Just 1 for Nico. Gets traded by CJ. Good trade there for Nouns, and they want to go on this. Very reactive when they get these openings, and they just want to move in towards B, but Hunter has Smoke. He sat right there, and he gets in behind him. Nice double. Unravels the whole round. And now Hooksy at Dark. Oh, lovely swing out. What a headshot from Hooksy. And what a half from G2 in the end. 11-4 chances for Nouns, but didn't really seize them. And G2 come in as favorites and show why as they leave this first half 11-4 up.
Forgiven, everyone is a villain, but don't call me a killer. I keep my mind on a mission, cutting ties if they switching. Double life, double vision. I see blue diamonds, sideways. It's a race, who's timing? 5 days out of state, new climate, no trace, quiet place, move silent. Bitch throwing hands in the parking lot, getting stuck, digging up the sand, doing donuts in a Bentley truck. You learn how to rage when the world doesn't show you love. Yeah, I told you what. Yeah, I know what it's up. Put it all in the mixture. Let the red devil kiss ya. Better hope that I miss ya. Hey, teach a man how to fish ya. Feed the fan, feed the kids ya. Lead the grand for the picture. Hard to get this far. Hard to get this far if you don't know your way around. It could tear you apart. It could tear you apart if you turn it into someone else. Hey, it's not all is forgiven. Everyone is a villain, but don't call me a killer. I keep my mind on a mission, cutting ties if they switching. Double life, double vision. I see blue diamonds, sideways. It's a race, who's timing? 5 days out of state, new climate, no trace, quiet place, move silent. They're calling on me, they're what they gon' say, yeah. I ain't falling for it, most of them two-faced, yeah. Friends switch up on you when they see you doing great. I make myself alone just to find peace. And if you ever cared, then you know where to find me, yeah. And there's no going back once I leave it behind me. Hey, it's not all is forgiven. Everyone is a villain, but don't call me a killer. I keep my mind on a mission, cutting ties if they switching. Double life, double vision. I see blue diamonds, sideways. It's a race, who's timing? 5 days out of state, new climate, no trace, quiet.
Counter-Strike in Dallas is back underway. G2 versus Nouns, and the local team not doing so hot right now. Nouns down 11-4. They decided to take this battle to Inferno up against G2, and it is a mammoth task to take them on the specific map. And they've definitely had their chances in that first half, Jason, to show us something, but in the end, it's just 4 rounds mustered from the first half of play.
No, but I think still, like, coming into this with like no expectations, no one really knowing who you are, I think they probably, I mean, showed a decent amount. They show they have the capability of taking them down and putting themselves in good positions, just couldn't come out on top of it at the end of the day. Couldn't string that, you know, those critical rounds that might swing the half in their favor or boost them an extra freebie round. Those are the ones that didn't go in their direction. I think the problem now, too, is G2's T side. Can you actually put a stop to it?
Yeah, if they win the pistol, I could get completely out of control here as well. So, kicking things off, it is a mid-walk for G2. Flash at the ready. CJ's about to be put under a lot of pressure, and even before that flash was thrown, HooXi's already peeking and hitting the headshot. Now they go. G2 run into Cynic, and he's got the bomb. A nice double on Nico and HooXi, and the bomb rolls to his feet.
Yeah, Cynic showing some game so far here on Inferno. Gonna go back for more. Ooh, Hunter swings out a little bit wider. That was a tough angle to hit the headshot. Both players now known, and somehow Hunter's got it again. Triple kill, and Marky in a 1v1.
Hunter's 5 HP, so Marky is absolutely the best chance to win this, but Hunter is on one in this game. 23-8 right now, heading over towards that B side.
And if you're the nice thing is if you're Marky, you know exactly what's happening. There's no way Hunter doesn't just take advantage, and I mean both players kind of understand, but Hunter in these clutch situations can be extremely powerful, and one shot from that P250 is all it takes. No kit.
He plays towards new box. Marky has got a smoke. And Hunter is just waiting. Doesn't feel comfortable, obviously, to peek for info with this health, so he's just waiting for Marky to come towards him. And he will come towards him, and he will win the fight. Now it's win the pistol. Hunter does a great job in the pistol round, but it's not enough to get the round win. And that's a chance now for Nouns to build something in the second half.
Yeah, absolutely is. Good start. Let's see what they can do with it. Plant, though, means G2 might want to go for a buy in this next round. Hunter with the 3 kills can obviously drop an AK-47. So can HooXi if they want to get real freaky. This was nice from Cynic. Obviously a critical double kill, and Marky just handling business, clearing his angles. And indeed, we will get that buy from G2, but it's not going to be dropped weapons. It's going to be 2 Galils on HooXi and m0NESY, AK on Hunter, Nico and JKS likely descending to some weaker weapons so they can have utility for the rest of the pack.
This is still a very scary round to go up against if you're Nouns, though.
For sure, but I think if you're Nouns, you're expecting a buy.
Yeah, absolutely.
You better know there's going to be AKs in the map.
HooXi, the only player in Banana, and he's actually won that fight versus B-Wills. Straight up head-to-head fight, had to smoke out his own molly and then attack in, and he wants more. Did just spot the FAMAS of CJ crossing back over.
You should be able to know there's 2 people now. Though m0NESY going down is not ideal. Marky now jumped up. Hunter, they should know where the defense is. 2 at the B bomb site, now 2 spotted in middle.
Yeah, great info right now for G2 to play with, and a lot of time as well. Carson jumps back in, so HooXi's seen them both leave, which means he can now take top and out of control comfortably. JKS extends out of the balcony on A, and Marky's caught it short, so a kill back, and again, G2 into the favorable position. CJ realizes you just can't sit back. He's going into the fight, and he will lose it versus Hunter.
Yeah, just the patience of G2 on this T side. Now they are going to be cognizant of another up on top. HooXi's got that. Double kill for him in the round. And all that's left is for Cynic to save. Hasn't been able to get involved in the action a whole lot. Just 1 kill and a 12th round for G2. And once again, Nouns winning the pistol round, putting themselves in a good position to get started, and just dropping the ball in the next ensuing.
Well, there's a great incentive here for G2 to move forward and catch Cynic as well, because there's a drop rifle at short, and JKS only has a Tech 9, so probably going to be looking towards trying to grab that.
You got to give credit over to JKS as well in this round, and that's why I kept bringing up like the information that G2 is having with 2 at B and 2 over in lane, is that lurk from JKS, that wraparound is the perfect way to counter a lane stack of multiple players, and he finds a perfect timing to catch them trying to retreat into better positions. Cynic doing some work to hold on to the M4. He sees 2 more coming for him. He's got a battle, dinked up, taken down by Nico. 12-5.
Yeah, frustrating to lose your life right at the end of the round there when you're so close to saving over, and that means there's barely anything to play with for now. It's going into the next round, so we'll likely see them, because of the scoreline and the cash, invest fully, get the Kevlar and the upgraded pistols. But G2 will be in a very good position now. They'll keep an SMG in play, Galils, AKs, and 12-5 should shortly be 13-5.
Marky knew he got caught out in the open. Just on his reposition.
That's the difference that getting a bomb plant on the T-sided pistol can do, right? You come back in with a really strong force buy in the next. And it just doesn't get easy at all for Nouns at any point. Nico at the front of the attack. Monacy in behind him at top banana. It's just JKS lurking on the other side of the map as the rest of G2 pressure towards B. 3 players here for Nouns. Their best chance to cause some damage. But Nico has shredded Carson right away and turns on the second. Couldn't actually recover and compose himself to get that kill on B Wills. And right to the smoke they go. Last bullet for Hunter connects, and they do clear out the B site.
That slow sensitivity from Nico. 3 swipes of the mouse to turn around.
Yeah. Definitely going to be working out the arms for that one. It's cost him. Try playing on Nico's settings, as you know, everybody probably has at one point. Couldn't see the crosshair and couldn't flick. Like, I don't know how he does it. Moving around is crazy.
You got to read the game.
You do.
You got to see it in the matrix.
You got to have the bionic arm as well.
Nice round overall from G2, 13-5. Off and running to the match finish in this best of 1 to start IEM Dallas. Marky and CJ just going to save their deagles.
Wow, that's sad, isn't it?
That is sad, but what are you going to do?
At least I got something. Well, we're looking at 13-5. It was interesting talking about Nouns with Maui ahead of the event, because we're doing the 1x bet tier list, and we're looking at sort of where do you place Nouns, and I think people are probably more positive about Nouns' possibilities here at Dallas than EG, maybe, as one of the local teams. I don't know if I agree with that necessarily, but
I think it's it comes from like the relative position of where they're coming in, right? Like EG, you kind of expect that name to be competitive, so the lack of results, the lack of good results, is just more disappointing. But I'm not going to count out Nouns doing better than them.
Well, you know what? We might get pleasantly surprised by EG at this event. Who knows? A little refresh of the roster.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. And the results, even in just the online Counter-Strike, haven't exactly been pretty for EG, so still not a whole lot positive to talk about there.
Speaking of not pretty, 11-4 downer Furia. Looks like their Paris woes have continued here into Dallas. Not what you love to see if you're a Furia fan, but slow round here from G2.
Hey, that's 4 rounds from Fury on the T side. Got to be happy about that one.
That is actually 4 times better than the start of their major run, so.
Hooksy's clearing out this B bomb site. Found a nice little piece of access position with the smoke up towards CT spawn. Stack over towards A for Nouns. Nico's going to start moving forward looking for kills. Oh, he's hungry. He wants the stat pad. He's not going to get it. Good job from Cynic. Up to 14 kills for him.
Somehow, he has actually won that fight versus Nico with the USP. G2 realized this round is in the bag already. Gonna wait a few seconds until that ticks on over. 14-5.
This map is in the bag already.
It is, absolutely. And a good start from G2 in the competition. I mean, should be taking a team like Nouns and schooling them here.
Yikes. Okay, Cynic's USP is no joke.
Cynic has been actually really fun to watch, because I feel like, you know, calling, he's played pretty well too. He's confident. I heard good things about Cynic, and hopefully we can see him sort of develop for the future. North America needs some IGLs, especially with Nitro heading out the door.
Yeah. It's too emotional. I don't want to talk about it. Nice from JKS. He loves that fight. He'll take it all day long.
The fact that JKS is able to frag as well as he does with some of the roles that he plays on this map is actually insane. And you're watching him just play over towards A alone. Has to be so patient. The composure and the patience to not leave balcony at certain points. It's wild that he's able to get so much impact here. 23-10. 14-5 though, the scoreline for G2, and this is the last of the legs that Nouns have to stand on. The rifles are out, they all can play for Cynic.
Molotov is going to burn him out into the open. CJ pushing down to take control of Deep Banana, sees nobody home. The utility kind of scares the defense back, though. They don't want to mess with all the smokes, and Nico's going to be activated with the flashbang to play in. But he's also worried about some aggression, so things progressing slowly in Banana.
Very slowly. Monacy's going to be under a little bit of heat. As the smoke swings out, B-Will is caught. Bewildered, you might say. As now Nico and Hooksy cut through the B defense. There wasn't much really put up there in the end. G2 heading to 15 rounds on the board. Here comes Cynic with the AUG. Ooh, lovely. Sets up the turret.
Lovely.
That's the highlight of the round.
Yes. All right, well, look, we opened this map up by saying we wanted to see G2 come in with some confidence, come in and just kind of, you know, handle business. And while some of the early stages and early rounds from Nouns made it look a little bit sketchy, gotta say, this is domination from G2. You can forget about some of like the little hectic rounds earlier in the first half, but G2 have truly ran away with this game.
And this is what you wanted to see for G2. Pull up your socks coming back in from...
Pull yourself up by their bootstraps.
Yeah, exactly. We're in Texas.
Your cowboy bootstraps.
Yeah, there we go. That's better. I reckon... I'd love to get a pair of those, Jason, but they're really expensive, you know? They'll do a lifetime, and I don't really know where I'd wear them.
The nice ones are, certainly.
Yeah. Maybe I'll get a pair. Do you know what you call the circles that you hit a horse with? You know the little
the
roller
stars?
thing? Yeah. You know what they're called? I don't know.
I use Spurs. I think.
Spurs, that's it. Yeah, that's it. Maybe I'll get a pair of those as well.
For that horse riding you do?
All the horse riding. Head to Fort Worth. And for what it's worth, this one is absolutely over. Now I'm sitting outside at CT. Monacy at the ready with the AWP strikes. Monacy actually getting something to do at the end of the game. It is a 16-5 victory coming in for G2 as they close in their opening game here in Dallas. That's exactly what you wanted to see from G2, and it's good to see Hunter and JKS rounding out the top of the score.
Yeah, nothing crazy from G2. Just stepped in and handled business. Another day at the office and run away with the map. As you mentioned, 16-5. Nouns seemed like they were going to have a little bit more fight in them, but couldn't convert some critical rounds throughout the game, and that's got to be disappointing for a team that kind of felt like this matchup had some positive things going for them. Obviously would have liked it to have been closer, but you can see some of the elements that makes this a somewhat intriguing team in the Tier 2 of North America. There's just the individual ability. Guys like Markey had some moments. Cynic obviously had some moments as well. Just not enough across the board. And they'll have to wait and see who their opponent's going to be moving forward into the tournament.
Yeah, when you have a quieter player, when you have someone underperforming on the team or a few of those players, against a team like G2, you're going to be heavily punished. You need everybody to show up on the day. And it just wasn't enough done, not enough pulled out for Nouns today.
But also good to see this redemption arc from G2 that they need to embark upon, just kind of get started positively, right? Like a 16-12 would have been like, conversation would have been like, oh dear, not G2, looking a little bit sketchy, not great. 16-5 is a pretty emphatic victory, so yeah, outlasting some of these nice performances from Markey and Cynic. And obviously, as you mentioned, like the kind of the players stepping up, Hunter and JKS, like Nico hasn't had to get to work too much quite yet, Monacy hasn't had to put in a day's work quite yet, so yeah, pretty chill for G2 to start their Dallas bid.
Yeah, the first steps have been taken on G2's collision course. It feels like they're going to be on a collision course to face against Heroic in that group decider, that upper final.
I'd like that.
And that feels like the most likely outcome we've got here on this side of playing Group A. And a good start from G2. The Samurai's scars are starting to heal. And there's still action continuing on over the other stream too. Furia versus OG.
I feel like there was a movie with samurais and cowboys in them. I'm going to think on that, but we've got James Banks ready to go.
Yes, I am ready to go, and we've got Hunter here. And this was you guys just really handling business as you're supposed to do there, right? So for you guys, it's just important to get a clean victory here.
Yeah, of course it's important. It's always important to win the first game, especially on Best of Fun against any team. We didn't expect Inferno, that they will left us to play, but yeah, I'm happy that they left it and that we won.
Yeah, they give you an easy one to go all the way in with it. Now, I want to say as well, when it comes to looking at G2 here, how important is it that Dallas is an event where you guys come back in a big way?
Yeah, I mean, of course it's important, especially that we didn't do how we wanted to do on Major, and this is just 2 weeks after we lost to Fnatic, so yeah, it wasn't easy for us a couple days, but we didn't have that many days of practice either. We just tried to chill a bit because we practiced really hard for Major. And yeah, I think we are in a good shape still individually, and I hope we'll just keep it up this event. And of course, it's important to win every game and to go to playoffs. And if we see the crowd, everything what happened before, we'll forget.
Yeah, that's what it's about, right? Ignoring the bad stuff that happened and focusing on the good. I'm talking about focusing on the good. It seems like the energy and the mood was really good throughout this game. Okay, this is a win, certainly, right? And it's an easy one to have that in. But how important is it for you guys to keep that in no matter what happens in each game?
Yeah, I mean, mood is really important for our team. Like, when mood is good, when atmosphere is good, I think we are playing a lot better individually, and we don't have that much pressure like we have usually, I would say, and that's negative thing. So, of course, it's really good. And like, if we are losing as well, we need to have the same energy because everything today was good. So that's why our mood was good. But when you're losing, it's really tough to keep the mood up. So that's what we need to do, of course, when we start losing.
Let's see if you can later on, but hopefully the wins keep on coming. Hunter, thank you very much, man. We're going to kick it to a break, and when we come back, we'll be there with the desk.
Almost as if it was expected that it would be G2 coming in here and rolling over the Nouns, which is kind of what we got. That was the initial showing. Now we do have some flashes of brilliance here and there, but ultimately 16-5 kind of just speaks volumes for itself. I want to welcome you back to the Intel Extreme Masters in Dallas, the year being 2023, and we're ready to keep this show going, having just started even, Maui.
This was what G2 needed to start with in order to prove to us that they have what it takes to kind of just rid themselves of the demons of what occurred at the recent major. If they, gave Nouns any kind of in on this game, if they made it feel like, oh, Inferno can work for Nouns in any fashion, which they didn't, then this would have been concerning, but I don't think there's any room for concern, Yanko. I think we actually...
Bro, this segment is so redundant.
Yeah.
Like, we could just play the map veto again and Hunter's interview. And that's it.
Yeah.
Like, they gave us Inferno, we didn't expect it. Thanks for that.
Appreciate it.
That's pretty much it. Like, I mean, you have to be able in a best of one to go on any other map than the team's best map. That's probably the best team in the world on the said map. I don't care about your comfort zone, your plan, or your, I guess if we had someone from Nouns here, they'd be like, well, he did say we surprised them, so that's what we were going for. It's like, yeah, it's like, call the ambulance, but not for me. Like that's basically what you did.
It's kind of a reality there that it's a little harsh, but it is the truth right around the edges. Maui, I know you're a big fan of NA Counter-Strike, as am I, but what is it about the Nouns right here that made you think like, yeah, it could go okay?
Well, obviously this game wasn't that impressive for Nouns. It was, in some ways, them. I think they were just picking to their comforts, Yanko, if I'm being honest. But I really actually kind of liked what I saw from Cynic, and I've liked what I've been seeing from Cynic. Even though he's the opper for them, the in-game leader, highest rated player recently, I feel like he actually gets into the action pretty well regularly, because Cynic before, like, a couple years ago, to me, was more or less a big baiter, but now I've actually seen that even in tough games where his team's losing, he's still right there in the action. He's still contributing with a good trade frag, trying to at least put together plans here and there, and I think that actually Cynic had a couple good ideas in this game too.
And I'm not just a hater, Trace. For all their misgivings in the map veto, in my opinion, they did show us a couple of good things. Cynic, yes, but in terms of calling too, we had that one round, for them where they completely sort of had G2 run, they ran circles around G2.
Let's look at it.
I think a lot of people praise Hunter for being one of the best CT side rotators when it comes to Inferno, so he was also a little bit unlucky in this round with time, but you can see for the opening it's just a default round. Now he's trying to establish some map control, right? The early top banana sort of positioning from Nico with the retake nades, and they get some information early on, but after that, they lose it completely. There was a late B fake, and you can see here with the guys from now just waiting in the small pit smoke. Hunter sort of loses timing when he was peeking Arch. He just missed the Nouns players, and they were able to really just split that A bomb site without too much trouble.
For Nouns in this game, if they were able to enact their game plans like that, the kind of complex and layered ones, when G2 was actually playing back, Nouns actually showed why they picked Inferno. That's, even though obviously it is playing against the best team in the world at the map, they were showing that if you give us space, we know how to convert on it. And that's something that I think Nouns can take forward and be kind of happy. But obviously, this game itself, if you just look at it in isolation, there's not too much to be happy about.
I want to end with a note, Trace, about this. Like, we watch them play and we feel like we match up against them. Like, as an underdog team, you have to understand, you watch G2 play against whatever, Fnatic, FaZe, Heroic on Inferno, you're thinking we can do that. They're not going to play in that same way against you. They're going to disrespect you a lot more. They're going to swing more, peek you more, right? So what you've been preparing for is not what you're going to get necessarily. And this was a game in which m0NESY couldn't get anything going pretty much, except for a few impactful kills in those half-buy rounds or a couple of forces that they won. And Nico too, not too much of a showing, right? JKS and Hunter stepped up, and it was a walk in the park for G2.
So we've done something here. We've done a call to action, as we'd like to say. That would be a hashtag IEM, one that you can use as well. And we have a viewer question coming in kind of for you guys. It is for YNK and Maui. It says, I have a viewer question. Hashtag IEM. Imagine that. How do Maui and YNK feel a team like Into the Breach would have fared up in that matchup against G2?
Well, considering it's not a major and Nico wouldn't choke Maui, right? I don't think they would have fared much better.
If that were Into the Breach, I think they would have got double-digit rounds against G2. I think G2 still would have won Inferno. I think we've highlighted already at this point that G2 is just the best at that map.
Against anyone, you're going to have a tough day if you're playing against G2 Inferno, no matter who you are, whether you're Into the Breach or Heroic or Na'Vi. Like, they're just really, really solid on the map. A lot of confidence. They made multiple comebacks. They're actually more confident probably in their T side than in their CT side. So yeah, Chad, I don't think they would have fared much better.
Yeah, Chad, what's up now? Woo! Just kidding. Let's take a look at. Thanks, guys. Appreciate the backup there. Air Force, aim high. It isn't a head-to-head. It's just one guy that was
just one head,
just slightly above the rest. We're talking about Hunter, the man with the plan, with the bigger stick.
This could have either gone to Hunter or JKS. Both of them were locking down that A bomb site. And even though we showed that one round where Hunter was kind of thrown into the blender where he made a bad rotation based off of Nouns actually misdirection, he was just such a rock-solid player on this side of the map. Anti-ecos, I don't even know if he ever died. And in the crossfires between him and JKS, when JKS is at pit or Hunter's in pit, JKS is in sight, whatever, it just felt like no execute was going to be breaching that from Nouns.
Yeah, absolutely great game from Hunter. I'm sure he'll look back at the major and be a little bit disappointed in his own performance. So potentially here looking for some vengeance, right, for some
like
redemption and to have a good, strong tournament.
Yeah, which is exactly what you want to do. You want to step off in the right direction, especially here on the ground. Once the games start getting played, if you win, it feels good. If you lose, it doesn't. Imagine that. It's a pretty shocking kind of revelation I've just come to right now in this moment. Fnatic versus Mouse. We go to a break, we come back, we've got another best of one coming your way. You're watching the Intel Extreme Masters. It's Dallas in 2023.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Smurfs, your time is over. Go yourself.
To all the 817 imposters using my name on Faceit, go yourself.
To all your grievers, go yourself. Go yourself. Go yourself.
Go and verify yourself for free today. In 4 easy steps, you can join the battle against Smurfs and compete with confidence against real accounts. What did you think they were saying?
let's just, there we go. Okay, good. God, that was scary.
Back
for a
in the
second.
game.
I'll tell you this, though. We had to get the Fnatic players out of here. Like, we're trying to do a show, and you're just over here in our set. Like, what are you thinking? Unbelievable.
Hey, man, everyone's feeling good, you know, communicating, talking to each other, good energy, good communication.
Vibes.
That leads to good CS, Trace.
It usually does. And between Fnatic and Mouse, that's kind of what we hope to expect. Isn't that right, Maui Snake?
You would hope that this is good. But I think there's a lot of caveats that we have to draw into question. So yeah, caveat one. Obviously, Fnatic are going to be playing with Forest for Crims. We talked about it before. It's almost like if you had to replace anybody in the entire CS realm and just said, who looks the most like that guy, they actually nailed it.
It's his older brother.
It's a doppelganger, I think they call it. Or a stunt double, I guess, in this particular instance. But, you know, it isn't like this is a new guy on the block. We're talking about Forest, guys.
Yeah, but for some of the newer fans who are maybe unfamiliar with the name, Forest, part of that legendary NIP lineup at the start of CSGO, right? Him and Get Right, the deadly duo of that lineup, even going back to 1.6, played for Fnatic in that game too. So, yeah, absolutely a legend of the game, one of the guys that we touted early as being maybe able to play on a high level into his 30s too. We talked about him not necessarily pursuing that, right? Like calming things down a little bit, starting a family and whatnot. So yeah, I'm excited to see him here, you know, as a stand-in, not too much pressure. He already did it for one event for Fnatic last year, it feels like. So familiar situation for him.
Yeah, he played for Fasher, actually, for Fnatic last year. But the last time Forest played an official was for Boomer Demons against Viperio. Yeah, exactly, yeah, Boomer Demons, with other names that people might be familiar with, like Lekro, Get Right, Freiburg, and
also just NIP.
Yeah, just basically, and Olaf. So kind of like mixed and matched a couple different Swedish players, and it wasn't a successful endeavor though.
Boomer Demons.
Boomer Demons.
Right?
Yeah.
Not the Demon Boomers. That would be just too easy, I guess.
Yeah.
Right off the dome. Nonetheless, for Fnatic, we did get that opportunity. We did hear from them before we got the game started. And what did they have to tell us? Let's find out.
Come into Dallas without Crims, but you've brought in Forest, and other than maybe looking at hello Forest, he's just waving over there. Maybe I'm trying to understand like the reason behind Forest, what you guys wanted from him, other than the fact he maybe looks a bit like Crims.
Yeah, he does look a bit like him, but no, I think obviously we had a little bit of experience with him at the very start of this lineup when we had him stand in a previous tournament, and I think he's a really easygoing guy, you know, and like I said, we're pretty chill as a team and kind of expect, like, we want that experience, you know. Obviously Crims has not been able to play, and just getting another player who's got that experience and can just kind of like fit into the roles that we need and kind of like play on that feel, you know, that like adjustment and stuff. So I think it's that's pretty much the reason it fits in well with us at least.
So it's a one-for-one trading, right? No other changes, you can just slot him directly into Crims' roles?
Yeah, maybe some differences, you never know. I think like he's a different player at the end of the day, right? No one's going to do the exact same job as what Crims does, and like every player brings something new to a team, and Forrest is going to do the exact same thing, you know, bring something different, maybe a new flavour to the team. So yeah, we'll see.
Okay, and then going up against Mouse today, they were a team that massively struggled when it comes to the major. They went 0-3 that time. This is a team that you feel like you can match up to here, even with a stand-in?
Yeah, for sure. I think we're confident going up against pretty much any team, and like I say, I think it's hard to say, like, going off previous results at the major for like Mal's, it's always going to be tough, and I think a lot of teams at the moment are pretty inconsistent, so it's always hard. But I think for us, we're confident with any team that we go up against, whoever it may be, and even with a stand, it like relieves that pressure. So we're looking forward to it.
All right, we'll see how it goes down. Thank you very much, Mezzy. Good luck, mate. We'll see what it goes, and we'll go back to Desperate Storm.
All right, so now that we have established that Crims is not in fact Forest in a disguise, we've gotten that out of the way. We look at this Fnatic side as another one of those tenured sort of names within the game, and you expect so much out of them. What are we getting from them?
What Fnatic have shown us lately is that they're a team that can consistently play spoiler because we seemingly always underestimate them. The fact that they actually made it to the playoffs of the Rio Major, the fact that they actually were the ones to take G2 out of the most recent major, it really does feel like a lot of people have fallen victim to Mezzy and company because they're just a team that really, I'd say, wins by committee. You don't necessarily look at any of the players on the team and say to yourself, yeah, that's a top 20 player in the world. It's that they actually have great fundamental strategies, great support utility for each other, and it just feels like the fundamentals are well ironed out.
But then again, on the other side of this coin, known as Counter-Strike, Mal's Sports.
Yeah, a team that was, you know, on the up and up, really top 4 finish at the IEM Rio Major. And then this year, really sort of disappointing, right? Like they were one of the hottest teams to watch. But what have you done for me lately? And the truth is, not much. I mean, Mouse has only played not even 40 maps this year. You know, and I think that's one of the biggest problems for them, that they have to get more reps in with such young players. Like, sure, they've been together for a while now and gained some experience, but I think when you're struggling in these tier 1 tournaments, you know, play a little bit more games, like try to figure out what's wrong, because you don't have that much data even to go back to.
Yeah, we contrast that with actually some of the underdogs that finished pretty highly at the most recent Paris Major. And it's a lot of them that just played so many maps, over 100 so far this year. And Mao's on the other side, I mean, you just need to actually get some more experience in, and hopefully they are able to recuperate and recollect themselves.
Well, this gentleman did sacrifice a whole hell of a lot to be here. He goes by the name of Dexter. He was kind enough to give us some words leading into the match.
Mals are looking to start off strong here when it comes to Dallas and bounce back after the major. And that's what I want to touch on here, mate. For you as an in-game leader, where Mals we were certainly say on the rise, going 0-3 where you did and losing, how hard and how difficult was that for you to deal with as the IGL?
It's extremely hard. Everyone had a real tough time after that, so I don't think anyone enjoyed it or felt anything positive going into that out of that major. I mean, so yeah.
Did you figure out what the reason was and what things you needed to fix?
The thing is, we've worked like insanely hard and we fixed everything in practice per se, but right now it's just we need to turn up in the officials. Like we play completely different and it's not good enough, that's all.
And in terms of that, right, you say about this practice, I've heard of it from you before as well. You've only played 32 officials recently. You don't play in these like smaller tournaments. What's the reason behind that? Could that benefit you guys?
I'm not too sure myself, but I definitely could benefit off it. Next time, if anyone wants to play more, you can actually get more practice in the official practice, and it'll be definitely very good to just grind very hard and know where you're at.
Now, opening game here, you're going up against Fnatic, where Forest is playing in. It's an interesting choice for them to come in and bring new players to stand in for Crims. I guess like a 1-for-1 trade. Does it change much for you guys?
No, it doesn't change much. It's not like we're assuming we're gonna win now because they have missing a player, but it's just we just have to play like normal, and then just we ourselves have to turn up where we need to.
Well, let's hope we do. Dexter, thank you very much, man. If America does one thing right, it's food, bringing culinary delights from all around the world and supersizing them. Speaking of delights, it's time for our Colex players to watch. In the Fnatic Bowl, we have Roy, 29 years old and still trying to make his mark on the game, only recently getting a chance at the elite level. When he's on, but it hasn't been easy for the Dane, as if he can't find his footing, it often costs the team. He's got to be ripe if Fnatic are to avoid packing up early. An absolute dish from Maus with Xerxan. 18 years old, youth on his side as he's been opening up the rounds and becoming the name on everyone's lips in recent times. He wasn't able to bail Maus out at the major, and it's their last event before the player break. He needs to make a big splash now before they go into holiday mode. If you could only pick the fruit of one player for the rest of your life, which one of our Colex players to watch would it be?
Yes, that was our Colex players to watch, and for two different reasons. But when we look at this again, we're in the confines of a best of one, gentlemen. That really leaves a lot less margin for error on either side.
Right, and if we just jump into the vetoes there and find out where this battle's taking place, I would say just off the rip, I think both of them kind of have to go to a map that they're less comfortable with. Neither of these teams have great winning records on a handful of maps, and so I was thinking that this was going to go to Nuke personally, and if we
I was thinking that too, yeah.
See if let's
Great minds think alike, guys.
That's what they say, at least. I don't know. Nonetheless, yeah, Nuke probably on the cards. Since we are, we do have that little bit of time here, Yanko, what are we looking at on Nuke?
Well, I think for both teams, I think Fnatic, early on, it was one of their better maps, right? Like, they have a good understanding of it. Nice little mix-up with the different types of smokes, different changes of pace. We'll see how Forest fits into that whole picture. And for Maus, it was a bit of a topsy-turvy map, right? Like, and it's hard to look at their stats for this year because first, they only played 40 maps. Monty was the team that you probably guys thought of, what teams that played a lot of maps at the major. They played 200 this year.
Wow.
Right? So this is just like a tremendous difference. And yeah, we'll see for Mouse, another team that didn't really perform all that well, had time to reflect, to practice, so we'll see what they have in store for us here.
I don't need a whole explanation, Maui. I don't even want a take from you, a hot one at least. Maybe give me like a lukewarm take on how this match goes down.
Just think that Fnatic they need to just test that inner defense for Mao's. Exertion and Dexter have really struggled defending against A execs, and so I want to see Fnatic punish them.
Yeah, it sounds about right. Who you got?
Mouse.
Oh, that looked Mouse. Okay, well, we got there at the end of the day, and that's exactly what matters. Fnatic and Mouse on the table, Forrest in the server, and our commentators sitting idly by, surely ready to go.
Well, 17 years ago, Forrest first represented under the Fnatic banner. Now he begins his 480th map representing the Fnatic organization today, Jason. It's been quite the long career for Forrest.
Yeah, I was there in the beginning. It has been quite an age. Yeah, it looks good in a Fnatic jersey as well. Nice to see him repping the old Swedish brand. Yeah, this is, well, I guess the nice thing about this matchup for me, because, I mean, these two teams I feel like have just been up and down in terms of disappointment and expectations. We all get a win when Forrest is in the server.
Yeah, that's true. That is the silver lining, isn't it? We got Forrest coming in. He's representing Fnatic again. We get to see him back in the server. I was talking to him yesterday. He's excited to be here. He's relishing in the moment to come back and play another CS event. And last year at Dallas, we got a little Snacks appearance, too. So we're getting a lot of nostalgia here.
Yeah, every time we come to Dallas, we bring the old boys back out for one little final tour.
I mean, that is where the Counter-Strike DNA begins, right? So
true. Well, we get to begin this second map of IEM Dallas in the group. Fnatic taking on Mouse. Both of these teams beginning their road to the Dallas Trophy, hopefully. Maybe. Here on Nuke, and it's going to be Fnatic starting on the CT side, Mouse starting on the T side. And Mouse looking for a redemption of their own from the Paris Major.
Oh, testing Forrest right away. It is an attack down towards ramp from Exertion, and Forrest decides to just run back down the ramp immediately. So we now transition our focus towards Dexter, who applied pressure through Hut, but they're coming back to ramp, and they're applying that pressure further and further. Forrest is dropped on down. He's got his teammate rotated down here as well, in the form of Nikodas.
Yeah, two have actually arrived. Actually, a third teammate has arrived. So even though Forrest has gone down quickly, there's still a chance to recover this. Good shot from Mezzi. Nikodas, he falls as well.
Mezzi for one. And now he's going to get a chance for another, and he'll grab it onto Exertion. Can't deny the bomb plant and runs out of ammo. So Frozen peppers him down with a Glock, goes in for the pick, but it's JDC that will assist in that. And just Roy left, time ticking on that bomb, and really unlikely he gets himself into a position here to win the round, but that's a first great kill on towards Torzi. Close the door. Oh, he gets peeked from Frozen and JDC, and in tandem, they will take the first round for Maus.
Yeah, well done from JDC and Frozen, playing that one really well together. No chance for Roy to come out of the door. Pissed around exactly as you said, the way of Maus. Nice little ramp take. I think they almost wanted to do something different. They wanted to fall back to lobby, like, wait, actually, you know what? Ramp's free. Let's just take it. Let's just roll into it. Forrest gets absolutely deleted. And Mouse is able to make space and work their way into the bomb site.
Yeah, Fnatic had quick rotations, as you pointed out. The amount of players that came down and were ready for that B play, you maybe expected a bit more out of them. But
I think if Forrest survives, right, if he's that kind of point that they have to stop and fight, and then they're fighting into like two different crossfires, that's where the disaster is. But the fact that Forrest goes down so quickly prevents that from occurring. This is a five-man stack in ramp room. This is a five-man stack, and Frozen's got him back on track.
Ugh, that was not pretty, but yeah, I like the ramp stack. They said, well, you're going to pressure ram in the pistol. We're going to have 5 players there waiting for you the second time. You'd go for it. Nearly gets out of hand, but is recovered by Frozen, who stays cool under the pressure. 2-0 for Maus, but here come Fnatic into the rifles. Everyone's on an A1S for Fnatic.
Yeah. Clean M4 buy, no kits picked up for Fnatic. They've got a decent amount of utility, so round 3 is going to be contested. That's a decent amount of losses to take in the second round for Maus, so their money is not exactly the nicest place it could be. Let's see what the defense is going to look like with rifles.
Here goes Exertion. Straight away over the top of main. He's got a lot of ground here. Nikodas not ready. Does flick up and hits the dink, but Exertion's able to get away with it. It's going to be the first kill for Maus. Answered back through the smoke from Fasher.
That's a really good find to clean up on Exertion. Low HP from the dink earlier, tries to cross, taken down. Once again, a quick rotation. 2 players going to be here, Roy and Fasher.
Whoa, keep the gun at the ready here, Fasher. Here they come. Maus beginning to attack towards him. He'll just pick up that information. And King now call for Roy to strike up. Fasher works with him, and they completely collapse upon Mouse in that lower side. There's no way they get through. And now Forrest ready, unable to get his first kill of the tournament. JDC clears him.
He's getting his sea legs under him, Forrest.
He is.
Yeah, don't worry about that. Forget about that little guy.
He'll warm up.
Nice crossfire setup downstairs. Beautifully executed. It's the bomb, so Fnatic don't really have to go hunting or searching for JDC whatsoever. It's on him to make the play, and he's got 38 seconds with which to do it.
Well, JDC descends down the ladder, feet spotted. Fasher, not a fan. He will take him away.
Great round from Fasher, triple kill. He gets the cleanup kill through the smoke on the cross, and obviously does great work on the cross in the lower portion to set up Roy for his own double kill. So good job from Fnatic, and that's a solid defense to open things up.
I know that's been, from talking to Fasher and sort of reading some of the interviews and listening to the ones that he's done throughout his time here in Fnatic, I know that it hasn't been the most comfortable transition into Fnatic. Doesn't get the same sort of roles that he did in his previous team, Ecstatic, so he's definitely had some development needed as a player and really laid on in the years. So excited to see if he can maybe use Dallas as a turning point for his own individual performance.
Yeah, especially because he was one of the names when I joined this roster. It was like, oh boy, that's a firepower upgrade, and it hasn't really come to fruition. That's been perhaps one of the more disappointing aspects of this Fnatic roster. So yeah, it would be nice to see if he could finally settle in.
Wow, that first map over on the B stream is only just finished. OG versus Furia concludes a 16-14 victory for OG.
Oh, they brought it all the way back, Furia. Only to
just
fall
to
at
watch
the final
it,
hurdle.
Final point.
You hate to see it.
Oh, that is the T-slide letting them down again.
Now, Mals have to use these smokes outside in some way, right? No, it's only one smoke for the moment.
Half the job done, man.
Yeah, they don't have a lot of utility, so the fact that, you know, you kind of want to have some production, some kind of map control gain, some space to work with. At the moment, that one smoke is maybe just putting a little bit of fear into Fnatic, but they can spot the cross.
Yeah, they come back towards ramp. Gonna challenge Forrest.
He's taking his eyes off.
Drops back in behind the box. His teammates coming down the hell rotation. Forrest does very well to get one. He's still alive, still kicking. His teammates on the rotate down. Nico Dawes delivers two. And Forrest just easily collecting kills on ramp. He does not crack. And now with 33 seconds, Xerxin out towards the warehouse.
Yeah, and he could have been activated if there were some kills over towards ramp room, if there was a little bit more of a rotation. Forrest goes for an investigation, gets his head taken clean off, but 1v3, make it 1v2. Oh boy, there's only 20 seconds though, and the bomb is all the way in ramp room, so round is done. That's a couple nice kills at the end, and Xerxin should be able to save this AK-47 for the next round.
That's the best he can hope for.
It's not bad, 2 kills right at the end. Not bad at all. Limiting the economic growth of Fnatic. It's still not pretty for them either.
Yeah, something to take from it for sure, but 2-2, we're all tied up. It is an interesting matchup because you have Fnatic coming in with the standing. You should say that Mao's are favorites, but we kind of know that there's still a lot of rumors circulating in the team. Doesn't feel a lot of positivity when you're listening to that interview from Dexter ahead of this game either. So you know that coming into this, a lot of teams are going to be very deflated after the major, and there's going to be changes around a couple of different teams. And who knows?
I think certainly even with all that, you'd probably put Mals as a favorite in this
still.
if it weren't for the recency of the Paris dropout. Like that was crazy to watch. I thought they were gonna be able to challenge and at least be potentially a playoff team. And man, the fashion in which they went out was just another heartbreak story.
Because they looked so good at the RMR, and the last IEM, the last outing in Rio, did not go well at all. They had a slow start in the format, and that really cost them out in Brazil. And can't really afford to let that happen again here in Dallas. Roy towards Secret Stairs. It's Glocks about to peek in. So, gonna try at least, and try they will. The AK gets one for Mouse, but everybody else on default pistols, rocking with their Glocks.
Okay.
And yeah, it's all gonna be fine. It's all fine here for Fnatic.
Yeah, that didn't sound good, those little Glock tanks. AK's been picked up by JDC, got one chance at it. Nico Dawes puts him down. 3 kills for Nico Dawes, and Fnatic's up to 3 rounds in the map, taking a narrow lead into round number 6 as Mouse will get AK-47s back on the board.
Well, everybody with the rifle available, not Xerxin.
Cool little run boost.
I mean, yeah, it was gymnastics on display. I guess that's they died in a cool way rather than just getting executed. So might as well focus on up.
They died on their own terms.
Yeah, exactly. They died the way they wanted to. And now they've got a Galil for Xerxin. Now, that's not what you want to see for him.
Dude, that saved AK, right? not able to have the money build up from the round he survived. There's the triple smokes.
There's the other two, Jason. There's the other two.
Yeah, now we'll see if they can. Ooh, lobby crunch. Fasho's going to find a kill. That's a really good find and an even better escape. Ooh, did he spot JDC? Does he know this lurk? Oh, I like this play. I love this from JDC. He's got at least one freebie, but traded off immediately by Mezzi.
Yeah, that's a big trade for Mezzi. Very quick. And now back into the favor for Fnatic. Nikodaz, his legs haven't been spotted. Oh, now he's been seen. Oh, Frozen sees the feet. Can't really do anything about it, though, but he can track Nikodaz. And he goes in behind the credit card, and that's exactly where he's gone. Oh! That is ridiculous, Frozen. Oh, my God.
That is really nice. That was a whole lot of pixels to shoot at.
He just tracks his feet, and then that's the shot he hits.
Now, the nice thing for Fnatic, they don't have information that anyone is down low, that Xerxon is over in secret, but the fact that Roy is just playing this so passively, like, you know, he's just going to be parked there for the entire round. Obviously, could be an issue if Xerxon tries to go back up vents. Frozen clearing into the upper bomb site. Forest is rotating over as well.
Mezzi's seen it all happening and calls to Roy that they're dropping down into the site. Oh, Roy, good recovery. Sent the utility in as well and gets his gun out in time. And now Frozen with 15 seconds left. Bomb not in his possession. It's definitely been easier rounds. So Frozen is just going to have to save this AK.
Yeah. Thought maybe you could make a play quick, but didn't come to fruition fast enough towards Roy. So one more saved AK-47 for Mouse. One more round on the board for Fnatic. They've now won 4 in a row.
I like the CT side so far, even though JDC catches that timing, leaving Hut. He gets that pick on towards Fasher, but Mezzi's so ready for the trade. Roy's already rotated down towards B. Not a whole lot of gaps right now for Mouse, but oh my.
Ugh.
He must have seen like 3% of Nikodaz's entire player model that round.
Yeah, that's one way to die, too. What can you really say about that? Yep, one's on the roof. Got the information, boys. Early timeout taken by Mouse. Question is, what kind of a buy do they want to scrape together? Frozen has that AK-47 from the previous round. Everyone kind of huddled up right around 3K, so not a whole lot to work with. Utility descending into a half buy on Exertion. They're going to let this AK do some work, see if Frozen can find him some openings, some gaps for those Deagles and P250s to exploit.
Now, Frozen is... What have you made a Frozen sort of play style shift with Dexter coming into the team? Because he obviously played very differently under Carrigan, and there were some changes with the whole BMS time in the team as well.
Different leadership styles. I feel like that Carrigan, I mean, Carrigan we all know is like a player's in-game leader. And it feels like this Mouse that's kind of come together is a little bit more of a system in a way. I think, I mean, he's obviously been great. He's obviously been wonderful for this team. Really talented, really skilled, and we're kind of seeing it flourish here in this Mouse lineup.
There we go. Xerxon with the Deagle. There's a player already down at Secret. That's Roy. When the fire is...
They know what those flames are, though. They know it's a one-way.
Okay, caught with the nades. They're waiting out the one-way. And he does get the rifle out in time, and now being run down from 2 different angles. And he actually handles it very well indeed. Forrest helps him out, and Fnatic collapse upon Mouse. A very clean round win. Everybody stays up.
Yeah, got a little sketchy there for Roy, but nice triple kill. Well managed, and everyone stays alive. 5-2. Op is out in the hands of Nikodaz. It was in the previous round as well. Didn't get to see it have a whole lot of its action in its direction. Well done from Roy, even at the very end, popping up for Frozen.
Well, here comes the buy back, and Torchy's AWP is here. 1 in 6 so far. Hasn't been able to get the big green into play, so maybe this is the turning point for him. He's heading towards ramp right away. Nikodaz brings his op to fight door, and smoked off. Torchy held back, but utility elsewhere as well. The ops denied these opening chances.
Yeah, Forrest looking for someone to get cheeky and trying to pop through that smoke, and Nikodaz, ooh, I like this. Forrest trying to take some attention away. He does pay for it with his life, but it's all to allow Nikodaz for this peek. They're waiting for it.
Oh, good play. He manages one, and he sticks around, goes to the second shot, and now tucks away. But with that kill onto Forrest, Dexter potentially senses a weakness towards ramp.
Well, the problem is he might, as an in-game leader, be saying, okay, they've had to shift someone to ramp, right? They've had to move someone away, so he's called him back. It's actually wide open at the moment. Fnatic is more than happy to just put Nikodaz downstairs and allow him to be the B-bomb site protector. Roy outside in big garage.
Big man's had some big rounds as well here. And gets caught on the side of the smoke. Xerxin wins that aim duel. And now they're going back to ramp. Israel Miles are making their play, making their stand as they head back.
Well, I mean, if they go downstairs, they're going to have to contend with the op on Nikodos, and they have some utility to work against it. I mean, there's 2 smokes and a Molotov for the Mouse T side that they can put down over at the control side windows, control side double door, Molotov, dark spot. You can Molotov decon as well to make sure nobody can pop out. You just want to avoid Nikodos being able to pick anyone off as they travel in. And actually, the windows have gone unsmoked, but the op in the hands of Torji covers it perfectly, and Fnatic's going to have to call a save.
Oh, nice shot from Fasher, but as you said, the damage is already done. Nikodos,
that might pull him back into
they
this.
might want to, and it's this fight on Torji and Mezzi that could open up that ramp avenue back in.
No, they've decided to save. They've thought better of it than going in a little bit late. They're just going to try and trap Mouse in and take some guns out of their hands. Nikodos doesn't have the HP to stick around, so 3rd round for Mouse.
And it's an interesting maneuver from Fnatic to kick things off. And Forrest fully sent it. He went 100% on that play.
Torshi just shot out of fear. He didn't even know where the bullets were coming from.
Well, that's actually huge because now they've lost the AWP and they can't get that back. But Cycro happy.
It wasn't a huge dictating factor in the round, so not the biggest thing, but obviously it did provide a decent amount of support coming down into the lower bomb site, but it wasn't any kind of center point of the tactic.
But yeah, not in that round, but certainly they tried to make it be, right? They tried to use it to open up the round, but they're not going to have that option here. There he is panicking. Oh, we've all been there.
We've all been there. Round 9.
And Nikodos, sees a pixel, unable to react in time, and now, oh, Frozen flying down, a double kill over the top of main, an instant headshot. He went Mario mode, and Goomba stomped his opponent, and it's all over. What the hell was that round? That was quick.
Holy hell, Frozen. That's filthy. They've had that. That's the second time they've used that really quick drop and scaling up on the mini roof that no one spotted from Fnatic. So that might be something they go back to time and time again, lean on it. But obviously, those kills have come out so quick that Fnatic's like, we'll happily just attack out HUD as well. This is one of the support players. This is another player coming from outside. Stream into the upper bomb site. There's no backup, no reinforcements coming. And Mals have quickly lowered the gap to just 1.
This looked like a Rushly Danger Zone clip. Bump mine. That was great work from Frozen. Lovely double. And the round is done. Yeah, timeout taken for Fnatic. You've got to just catch your breath there, I guess. The whiplash, I'm sure.
Frozen's even imitating it. He's like, look at that idiot. He looked all like, ooh. Round 10, 5-4. Fnatic has money to buy up again, but it's going to be Haggard after this. Out of funds. Forrest has had to drop down to a Deagle. Missing utility on Roy and Fasher especially.
Did we just see Frozen try? No, you can't do it again, Frozen. You can't attempt this. The AWP is ready.
Give it a few rounds of breathing room.
Would be kind of baller if he pulled it off back to back. They realize not going to happen. They're going to set up the nades to force Roy out of the position where he can watch Silo. Roy is not going anywhere. He wants to continue to fight, set up with a flash himself, and not the best position to be caught in, and Xerxin will win that fight.
Nice movement from Xerxin, though. I mean, he made presence known towards red box as far up as you could get, and then he backed all the way off. So Roy was looking for that hard clear to the right because he felt like someone was close. Xerxin jukes him out of his jock strap.
It's a great image. And here's Forrest. Got the big old D at the ready, and Nikodos has come on over to help. Oh, a nice shot, I'm sure, from Forrest, but he just sent that one straight down the ramp. Nikodos able to apply his AWPs, just run away.
Good luck, Forrest. Couple more of those.
Run, Forrest.
Look at the defense all the way shifting to the lower bomb site. 3 players here. Forrest in the bomb site. Fasher at control side. Mezzi's getting curious, and he's going to win out on the fight. Forrest again with the chance.
Oh, a couple of chances absolutely there, but unable to capitalize on any of them, and Fasher also falls. So it was looking so good for Fnatic at a point, but Mals have turned that, and now they are putting themselves in pole position to close this one. Now he's done through the smoke onto Torres. He begins to back away, but with the bomb plant in and Fnatic so far away, it's a round done.
That's another round where the Fnatic seemingly has bodies in the lower bomb site to actually defend against. It happened in the pistol round, and it just is completely negated. Obviously, I mean, it's almost deja vu. Forrest is kind of close up at the base of the ramp, keeping some space, but it's that follow-up come through the double doors of Foster, and that might be the stand-in effect, where the communication isn't the same as you're used to. You don't quite know where they are in terms of progression of the scaling into the bomb site. So Foster's not really, he's looking all the way up towards U-Haul. He's not actually looking over at the railings, which is where he gets picked off from. 5-5. Well done from Mouse to claw themselves back in. Timeout taken.
Second one for Fnatic in these last few rounds. It is a unique sort of position to be in for Messi to try and figure out, okay, you know, we got maybe some weaknesses here. We're trying to help out with the ramp problem by sending these quick rotations down, but that's not even working right now. Interestingly enough, the first event that Messi actually called with this whole roster, with his first outing with his team, was back in Sweden last year, just after Dallas, and Forrest was there. He was part of the team at that event. So Messi's definitely had the Forrest experience calling with him. A year ago. Now we come back into play. 5-5. Mal's doing pretty well on this T side. It was looking good for Fnatic early doors. They're starting to struggle on the money side of things. 1 AK for Messi and AWP out for Nikados. The rest on pistols.
I hear shouts in the background, which means Heroic is about to get started.
I could hear that as well. I realized, damn, Heroic are here.
I was like, is that the volleyball tournament?
Katie, nope. The volleyball tournament. Nope, it's just Katie blowing his veins out of his skull. Another story, I'm sure, I'm being told.
5-on-4. Op still in play in the hands of Nikados. That's over towards ramp room to allow 3 players to stack at the upper bomb site. Roy's down low. The AK-47 in the hands of Mezzi getting boosted up into the rafters.
You ever played volleyball, Jason?
I've dabbled in beach volleyball.
2-on-2s, or what are we talking? Singular volleyball? Is there a different way?
2-on-2, 3-on-3. You know, when you have a cooler beer, you don't really worry about the rules so much. You know?
Yeah, the rules kind of devolve, I guess. Not a lot of beaches around here to try, but Zertian certainly heating things up. Taps the Molotov in towards Secret. 45 seconds left as Dexter walks into the warehouse. Hasn't seen anybody yet. This is where this fight will go down. Fasher, oh, I thought he was dead to rights, but even had a second chance there for a second kill. And Mezzi only one with the rifle. He does so much damage. I don't know how Mouse have kept 2 players up there. And now comes Roy, his turn, but Frozen reads the vent.
Oh, my lord.
Oh, it could have went so wrong so many times.
Yeah, I mean, the lineup for Mezzi, I thought he was at least going to get a second kill. Might have even been able to line up 3, and then Roy kind of getting stuck on the vents on the exit. That was a low HP player. That might have been an easy kill to turn this into a 2-on-2. So many chances for Fnatic just didn't go their way. And Mal's now regained the lead at 6-5.
I mean, I think this game is exactly what I expected. You know, it's pretty scrappy. It's pretty back and forth.
Oh, sorry, Forrest. You don't get to play the game.
He's not having a good time here, is he? That was the chance. That was the lineup for Mezzi that looks so good. Towards the last second, gets that shot off that saves the round from completely unraveling. I'm just thinking about how quick the turnaround was from Paris to here, right? You don't have enough days to really process the crushing defeats that a lot of these teams faced over that.
I don't know. If your Mouse, you had about 2 weeks.
That's pretty sad, actually.
Fnatic had about, well, Mouse had like 3 weeks. Fnatic had 2 weeks. They had plenty of time.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. We'll not give them any excuses, Jason.
Now, for Heroic, not a whole lot of time.
Yeah.
But you go on that Challenger stage, plenty of time to think.
Plenty of time to lull over on your disappointment. And also, Jason, we're on jet lag watch today.
I do have the counter running. The European jet lag, however many times they say it.
Trace is pretty jet lagged, apparently, so keep an eye out for that. Here goes Zertian. Oh, he's had it.
They have been able to bully themselves into this kind of space so many times. Good stop from Nikados, but the damage is already done. Roy's gone down. They have access to big garage. Dexter's brought a little bit low. Nikados doing everything he can to kind of hold on to this part of the map.
It is pretty crazy how much control that Mouse have been able to garner towards this outside area time and time again. I think they really started to realize that when Frozen dived off the top of silo and got a double entry.
I think Mouse would ideally love to have like a couple more players over in lobby to put pressure elsewhere to allow these outside players to really kind of lurk and exploit some rotations. But with so many bodies out here, they have to kind of make the play. So you could see Fnatic really have wanted to trap Dexter into this position, and as he's going to pay for it, misses the opportunity. Nikadaz is still challenging.
Desperately wants someone to overextend here. He's not getting that chance yet. Mal's not extending into his crosshair, and Nikadaz starts to drop further and further back, and now as he does that, they begin to move out, and he'll go back for a double dip. This time on his peek through the window, spots Dexter walking across, and now 30 seconds in a 3 versus 3. JDC tried to get out of hut, but a couple of warning shots sent towards him. Although he's got in front of that utility, and he's got right in front of Fasher. Forrest also falls in the final seconds of this round. Mal's find their way through again.
Yeah, so patient outside. So patient. Had to have been frustrating for Fnatic, but once again, 2 people at the point of attack. They lose both engagements. Torzy gonna give himself up. Nikadaz finds that. 1-on-2, and he's got no kit.
He's on for the ace here, Nikadaz. He's got 3 already in this round. They're slightly damaged on the other side of things. JDC heavily damaged. The lack of kit forces him to move quite quickly, and they know exactly where he's coming from. So Frozen closes out the round for Mouse, 7-5. This T side is getting very comfortable now. They've got a lot of money built up, and the opposite story for Fnatic. They don't have enough cash to get a good buy here at all.
I was really worried for Mouse in that round. It felt like they were just kind of lollygagging outside without doing anything for too long. Like they might have missed an opportunity to take advantage of all the space that they had, but some really, really nice finds. Yeah, that's a beautiful shot. That's a really, really nice shot. But JDC coming out hut.
It feels like that's the story of this entire first half for Mouse. Is they leave it right down to the late round to get something done. It looks like Fnatic were in a good position up until the final few seconds, and then Mouse found the essential kills.
Yeah, just really nice trading in the late stages.
Well, just pistols here for Fnatic. They'll leave some cash over for the next round, but Mouse should be winning this half by a minimum of 1 round. Bit of a gap there, and that smoke will come in and fill it in. Now, Roy doesn't have the range with his 5-7 to feel too good about going up against an AWP, but he's going to try, and he actually is so close. Torzy on 2 health. Roy is unlucky not to have brought down the Hungarian sniper.
Fasher now behind the smoke. The timing on that clear is everything. Xertion going to give it up, and Mal's once again complete control of outside, going to take control of big garage, pump the brakes, and allow Fnatic's defense to sweat.
Lock them in the sauna. Frozen's going to start to wrap. Got a lot of control here towards outside. He can creep closer towards CT and Hell. 45 seconds as Mouse begin to send the rest of the players down in towards that B site. And Fasher hasn't seen this. He hasn't seen it just yet. He's got a deep angle. Sees the utility coming in. Gives away his position. Will hop up into the control room. But it is Frozen who now begins to activate. Walking towards Nikadaz, but he had the blind side. He had the blind spot. And he should have had the kill. But he doesn't pick it up, and Frozen just drops off the ladder. 1 health. 1 health. That's how close these kills are.
I actually don't know how he didn't get that kill. That's gotta be so frustrating. Good shot from Mezzi, but that's just a parting gift. No chance of actually going for or winning this round, so back away with the AK-47. Forrest can stick around and look for a rifle of his own. And that's Mouse securing the lead into the second half. Actually, Frozen might be an obstacle.
Quite a bit of ground still here for Forrest to get through. Frozen has just left his spot and went into... Oh, he's 1 HP. There we go. Finally, he's taken out, but Forrest about to be peaked. Torzy comes in on 2. And that's going to be the kill towards Forrest. It is just Mezzi surviving with the AK. And Mouse will get that 8th round.
8th round, and I mean, this T-side has really started to look good once they've established the fact that they can get big garage control and outside control and a lot of space in that part of the map. So time for Fnatic to maybe change things up and see if they can clamp down. Nikadaz is going to be on the AWP, and I'd be surprised if he wasn't outside somewhere. This is 6 rounds straight for Mal's offense here on Nuke. 12 kills on Frozen, 11 on Exertion. Lining up for an upper exec. Mal's changing the look of their offense.
Oh, Mezzi! He decides he wants to get ahead of the attack. He does only get 1 from that risky maneuver, though. Would love to second. Fasher doesn't get anything from the back of the site. Great work from Exertion. 2 snappy kills, but he was the bomb carrier and no one else moved with him. So Forrest swings out of heaven. And this is a bit of a messy round for both teams, but it's very good for Mouse to compose themselves here.
And now Mouse know exactly where Roy was at as well from that flashbang. Frozen calls it out. He gets the kill on Forrest being activated, and they say, yep, he was outside towards CT spawn. So Roy's repositioned, but once again, it's just to save the rifle.
There's been a lot of rounds in this half, Jason, where Fnatic have the numbers in the right spots. They just don't get the kills. You remember some of those rounds where they have the rotation early down towards B. You think they're going to do far better there. Exertion just gets a double entry here when he's finally rounding that corner after the Mezzi kill. So
yeah, I mean, you have to say, really good utility work. The trade onto Mezzi was nice, but nothing special. But coming in, you have that bomb site player blinded and his movement restricted by Molotov, so he's just sat out in the open. An easy frag on the entry, the follow-up from Exertion. And that's the round. We just walked you through it again.
There we go.
The final round of the first half.
We had to live it twice.
I know. Final round of the first half coming up. And Fnatic still no answers to this attack from Malz.
Yes.
This follow-up one right here. I mean, there's no chance from Fosher. He can't see any. Oh, that's filthy, that follow-up up top. Yee.
Well, this game has been a game of streaks. We've had 5 rounds in a row from Fnatic, and then every single round since has been Mouse's to play with.
It's been all Mouse.
Maybe Fnatic can get one right at the end here. Oh, miss molly that right away on the door play. Roy, though, will stop Exertion from getting over the top of the silo. And Onika does, strikes through the smoke with AWP. So Mouse try a bit of speed at the start of this round, and they are met with 2 quick deaths.
Where's Dexter going to go? If he goes in towards midi, it could be interesting. Roy's vision is blocked by the smoke for now. Oh, Dexter, this could be the play. Mezzi up along the wall, and there it is. It's just cleared for Roy. Torji gets the trade. But shouldn't be anything left for Mouse to do. 2 versus 4, and Forrest is going to make it just 1. 1 Mouse remaining.
Well, the round streak of 7 brought to a close right at the end. Fnatic edge out an extra one. It's been a close competitive half in terms of streaks. Will join us for the second half to see if that continues and who comes out on top in their opening game.
We're going streaking!
Ones I always say, all they do is here I am, I'm doing my own thing, and I just wanna sing. Never wanted to impress, God bless, don't ever wanna have to. Mirror, mirror, tell me, what is it about them? Living like it's their game. In this world there's talkers and there's doers. Hey, we're all losers. We're in the house made up of glass, devils in the skies. I can see right through your eyes, baby, I can see your lies. We're in the house made up of glass, devils in the skies, but I can see right through your eyes, baby, I can see your lies. I just wanna put down my armor, no more trouble.
Welcome back to your second half of Streaking. It's Fnatic versus Mouse. It continues here on Nuke. Big patch of round wins coming through for both teams in quick succession, and Fnatic steal away one right at the end there. I think the idea definitely was to attack Forest on ramp a few times there, Jason, but he had a couple of good rounds on those holes on the CZ side.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing was they just found Mouse too much success outside to really even worry about ramp too much, right? Like they ran into a stack. Forrest had a couple nice shots. He had a good hold earlier from the single box, but outside was exposed time and time again by Mouse. So yeah, why would you keep attacking ramp? Why would you keep attacking Forest? Did a great job elsewhere. Now they're going to switch to the defensive side. We'll see what they've got. Pistol round of the second half is live. 9-6 in the favor of Mouse. Looking to start Dallas with a victory.
And Frozen, he's going to have to deal with quite the attack coming his way towards outside. The smokes come up just at the right time, but Frozen doesn't care. Right through the smoke. He'll take Nico Dawes out. Look at the rotation down already, but kill blow for blow. Fasher hits one and just keeps running. JDC's already rotated down, and he's away, cowering in the darkness. Can't deny the bomb plant. Didn't get the chance, but they haven't detected him. And now Fasher, he has to realize that shot was passed. Torji looking for Roy. It's a messy round. It's definitely confusing, but Fasher has everything to do now left for Fnatic. It's one on JDC. He'll close those doorways, and Exertion will come in with a dual Berettas. Mouse pick up the pistol here in the second half.
What a round from Exertion, but I mean, JDC was the real snake in the grass the whole time over towards Dark. They would have never expected that rotation with how quick the kill happened in secret. The fact that he was there holding onto the bomb snake gave a lot of confidence for Mal's on the retake, knowing someone had that position. This is how it all began. Nice kill through smoke, but Exertion is the real star of the show. Triple kill overall, including the final to secure the defuse, and it's 10-6.
Good to hear Mal's getting hyped up. I mean, it has looked better for Mal's overall here than that of Fnatic. A good patch of form, but other than that, Mal's have kind of dominated this. And we got Torj out with the scout. And the buy actually looks better for Fnatic, Jason. That's where we're at. Oh, what is that?
I don't know. That's a weird creature.
That must, I don't know what. I have no idea what that was, but
I hope the stream could hear it, or else we're going to sound insane. JDC
the voices in our heads,
is spamming a little bit into the smoke, connecting with nothing. And Fnatic just waiting for it to clear.
Oh my god, JDC doesn't get much of a chance there, does he? But Torsi's scout finds pinpoint precision to the head of Fasher. But they've scared him off. You can't really stick around and keep fighting that, so he has to back away.
This lurker outside, Roy's going to have a big job to do if they want to win this round. Still just parked in ramp room, waiting for any information, any kind of follow-up peek, and Roy's going to bide his time, waiting for his teammates to make the play that will activate him.
Just slowing it down.
Dexter's the only defender that's actually moved to the lower bomb site. He's only got the MP9.
Nothing being spotted yet for Mouse, and they're just waiting. And Dexter, as you said, with the MP9, it's not really the weapon that you can get more than one in this current position. He's probably not even going to fight the initial attack here.
The doors being open might make Fnatic a little bit worried. They're going to spend the utility to get down safely. Clear line of sight, obviously, for Dexter. Control window's broken now. Exertion is here. Oh, that's a quick dink. He somehow gets a kill, but there goes Dexter as well. Force finds him, down to 1 HP, and bomb's going to be planted. Frozen and Torji. I don't even know if they want to go for it.
They definitely let the time run low there, Fnatic. They get it done in the final seconds, the dying embers of the round, but for Mouse, they're not going to go for this one. They weren't close enough to really warrant the attempt with the lack of kit, but I can't believe Exertion even on that CT hole gets the one pick out of that. Fnatic still able to answer back. That's the force spy from getting the bomb plant in the T side coming through. Another win off the back of it today. That's a great shot. JDC really stood no chance. The wallbang for Fasher was just too good, and that's an important kill from Forrest.
Nice and simple from Fnatic. Just wait for the smoke to clear, get that line of sight, and obviously if you don't win that fight, things probably go differently. Maybe they call an audible into a different setup, but the fact that you get that kill and ramps open, you're more than happy to take it.
I think that's a perfect round to sort of visualize what you talked about earlier when we had the Nouns game, where we see them get one kill and then they would immediately commit. But the European style is you kind of slow it down a little bit more at times.
Hit that pause button in the ramp room. Make Miles get a little nervous. That's what they were doing to him, just, from a different point, from outside instead of over in ramp room. Cut into a 3-round lead. Still some weapons for Mouse to fight with. M4 on Frozen. Torji has the Scout. Couple of MP9s. Let's see what they've got. Early nade brings Fasha down to 64. Nice chip damage onto the attack. And Frozen's going to have a chance again for another smoke kill, and he almost completes it.
Oh, just over the top of Red. Roy takes damage to his legs, but will handle Frozen. Fnatic will continue to send forces down into the lower bomb site. JDC wants some control back. He wants some information. He pushes deep in towards ramp.
Yeah, but you sacrifice the ability to rotate to the lower bomb site, right? They know the outside player has gone down. They know the smoke wall was up to cross over. They just haven't committed any bodies to the actual defense of the B bomb site. They've leaned more in towards this lobby crunch and these lobby positions, which means it should be a relatively easy round for Fnatic from here on out. I don't even think Mouse is going to challenge.
No. The best they can get here is the kill on Forest, who's in a position to just cut rotations. Even that doesn't become easy. They do have Roy here as well to help him out. First kill for Dexter. He does upgrade into the rifle. Forrest handles the first well. Sees Exertion. Torji will swing and cross on over, but as you said, considering it not our Mouse.
That's some good finds, though, from Mouse, even at a loss, right? 2 extra rifles,
Yeah,
AK-47.
Nice upgrade.
Yeah, we'll take that. Mouse will fight for round 19.
It's good to see Fnatic starting in the second half with competitive nature on the T side. You want to see them get into this. Because there is a world in which they would have just completely fallen off.
And both pistols for Mouse as well now, although they only get like the 1 second round from the first half, not able to convert it in the second half whatsoever. So 8-10 is the scoreline. 2 rounds separating the teams. Foster, is he going to die here? Not even close.
Nope. The bomb blast radius on Nuke is more vertical than it is wide. It's long, it's tall, it's skinny.
Just the way we like it.
Yeah, tall and skinny, that's it. You might like it thick, then you head over to Ancient.
Yeah, or Inferno. Inferno's got some girth to it. 10-8. 3 rifles, the only thing that Mouse is going to have, the 2 M4s and the AK. Dexter and Frozen not buying up anything, just a couple pistols. No armor, no real utility to speak of.
Here's the outside walk from Fnatic, nice and quick. Get Roy behind those smokes, get him down secret. And that's exactly where he's gone. Fasher joining him just a second later. Ooh, okay, Fasher right through the smoke, knows his angles, and Frozen doesn't deal with it well, but Exertion certainly will. A double, he might even get a 3rd kill out of this. He's not stopping, keeps moving forward, and that will actually be his undoing as Mezzi takes him out with a MAC-10 and upgrades into the rifle instead.
Yeah, the pre-aim. The pre-aim ruined his day. Dexter making footsteps, maybe trying to lure someone into a peek. He's got support of an M4 as well over at the vents in the hands of Torji, but now they realize there's no commitment downstairs, no plant yet, so they're going to go investigating. A chance for Torji to bait the pistol of Dexter.
Oh, Nika Dawes, good double. Stays strong, gets 2, and just JDC. And Forrest is just clearing out this A site. He's telling everybody it's nice and comfortable up here on this A site. We might just avoid B, get into the vent, climb up that ladder, and Mezzi will join them with the bomb. It was a little bit worrying for a second with the bomb at the back there.
Yeah, there was a universe where JDC catches that rotation, and things get a little bit hairy. Ooh, finds a timing. No one's looking for this. Nika Dawes, you're going to go down. Not aware of one up on top of the hut, though.
And that should be the kill coming in onto JDC, but they haven't given him it. And finally, Forrest goes over with a peek. JDC gets into the 1 versus 1. But Forrest makes sure to close it out. That would have been a nightmare.
Timeout for Mouse as they want to talk things over. This next gun round on their CT side, all important. Exertion does his best to keep him in this round, but can't build off those 2.
Well, kind of undoes his own work a little by pushing forward. 10-9, this scoreline is nearly tied up. Just 1 round in it. And Fnatic, they've got loads of cash now built up. For Mouse, look at the AWP out here for Torji, rifles around it. And just discussing some of their options ahead of round 20. They're expecting this game to be close, and close it is. Exertion top of the board, 20 kills, 14 deaths. Torji at the bottom right now is the AWPer. Maybe that can change now as he moves over to the defensive side with the AWP. So couple of rounds, Fnatic have gone outside heavy at the beginning of the round. It's a change up this time. It's straight into the top side. Get Forrest down that vent, or at least try, but Exertion does not let him get that.
He's called out. One more is dropped down. Ooh, a little bit of extra damage on the Foster. Would have loved to have had that, but a lower bomb site controlled, although JDC is still here. That's an easy kill. Roy thought he beat the shift, the rotation of the defense. And Fnatic desperately trying to pick up the pieces, but the bomb is dropped in a near impossible position.
A lot of quick calls coming out of Fnatic on this T side. I like the change up. It just doesn't work. You know, Forrest doesn't get down the vent. Exertion plays spoiler, but getting close to it as well. 3 versus 5, bomb down and loose inside of the site with 2 players here watching it. Gotta use up a lot of util just to even get close to it. Spam on the JDC is doing some pepper damage, but nothing too significant.
This should be, I'm not going to say impossible, but this round is so firmly in control of Mao's. 5 people alive, 2 people down at the bomb site right now. That might be the one X factor. They haven't shifted a third over despite the bomb being dropped deep into the site. Fnatic's going to have to commit here, and the longer they take, the more Mao's is going to realize there's not enough time for them to go anywhere else but this lower bomb site.
Well, a little bit of gap there as well for JDC to watch, and Exertion is making the flank around the backside, but that gap is actually used in favor of Nikodas instead. They have lost one of their teammates though with 20 seconds left.
Yeah, you don't have time for any of these fights either. Like, these kills have to happen, and Exertion's just been getting closer and closer. So Mezzi is the last one left, gonna push to his death to make sure he goes down before the round ends. 11th round for Mao's as they're back on the board after the timeout. And speaking of which, we've got another. It's Fnatic from the T side taking a pause in the action.
You can see why. I mean, a couple of players really limp on cash. You can get a couple of drops going in. Force has a bit of extra money to play with. So you can salvage rifles out here, but they've gone for a lot of quick calls, quick outside executes. This was a vent dive call. And that one didn't work so well. So what does Mezzi decide to go to? Do they go to a more slower default approach? We'll have to find out what's available to them here. Fnatic Fasher's gone down to the Tech 9. Roy and a Deagle. They have gone for the utility instead. So not the prettiest buy coming up here for Fnatic. So slowing it down, it's not going to be too easy to get anything out of that.
Here we go. Let's see what they can do with it. As you mentioned, the Tech 9, the Deagle on Mezzi. Oh, fast pace. Once again going for the vent dive. This time they're going to get it.
Oh.
They're going to get a lot of it this time. Nobody goes down. No damage is even done. 3 players make it down the vent. Oh, it's me, Roy. I think he's missed it a couple times.
3 players make it down the vent.
There we go.
He did it in the end. Now JDC's come down on the rotation. Fasher is caught. Bomb plant. Oh! Okay, JDC. Right towards the back of the side. Forrest peeked out for just a second. And JDC isn't stopping. Oh, they get down into the lower bomb site, but they're not able to do anything with it once they're there. Oh, that is not what Fnatic like to see.
Yeah, this round's done. They know where both players are. It's just a straight up defuse. What a run from JDC. That's nice and easy.
Well done, Mr. DeCastro.
We see like, I feel like every team has that play in their playbook to pull it off, where you get like 3 players down lower to plant the bomb super quick, and you have 2 lurkers. It can be really confusing to deal with, and it's always so cool when it works. And this is kind of obviously what it looks like when it doesn't work.
So the previous round they tried it, they didn't get down the vent. This time they got down the vent, but couldn't hold the post plant. Maybe on the 3rd attempt, Jason, this is where it works. The 3rd time lucky.
I don't know if you want to try it again after JDC hits that banger shot. We heard like a little 1-tap ring out. 12-9. Mao's just 4 rounds away from an opening map win here in Dallas.
I mean, Mao's gone up against Fnatic with a stand-in. You got the full roster you've been playing with for the last few months. Sure, the results at the major weren't good, but you're still going to be favored to win this game.
Exertions have another banger game, 22-14. A quiet 22, I feel.
Definitely been some loud rounds, but the supporting kills around it certainly have just been 2 in a round here and that.
There's nothing for Fnatic to really exec with, right? Smoke and a flashbang, so you really are leaning on this AK-47, which is going to get dropped nice and easy by Torji. Utility's going to rein in. They want to prevent the weapon from being salvaged. They couldn't stop it, but another good trade from Torji. And the AWP is going to step up for one more. It's Forrest's turn to swing out as he gets the AK-47. And Dexter wanted a little bit of a battle. But you got to be careful now if you're Mouse.
Yeah, you could definitely slip on this banana peel right here. This is a round that's very doable for Fnatic. Of course, with the AK. Ooh, he's getting peppered down to 13. Has got Mezzi now crossing into the open, and both of them gone to Dexter. That is now the round done.
Yeah, just Mal's throwing bodies at the problem over in Squeak Door, and Dexter's the one who's able to finally secure it. What you got, Roy?
A Deagle.
The Deagle Blaze. All the good Deagle highlights have been done with the Blaze.
All of them done by Nico. And Dexter stops Roy from getting anything done. And Mal starting to take control of this, fastening their grip on this map. And here come Fnatic. With the purchase, they'll get the buys back. The rifle's out. But I think I think they're T-side so far. The strap book, they look a little limited in some of the options that they've run with.
I mean, the two vent drops that haven't worked are obviously really painful. Those are kind of the rounds, because I mean, remember they did string a few together. It's 3 at a certain section after winning the second round, but those fast-paced ones down vents have really kind of stopped their own momentum.
Definitely a risk to run with those kind of rounds, and sometimes it doesn't pay off. Exertion gets into the vent, and aggression into the ramp from Torji. He's even got the rifle there assisting with him, and he just peels away after one. Yeah, it hides the position of JDC. You'd expect maybe a solo op to make that play. You wouldn't expect a follow player along the wall. JDC's backed off deep in towards ramp room as well. Now, access has been given over to Secret to a point. Exertion is here. Oh, he's lucky. Very lucky to not have lost his head in that 1 second of throwing the molly out. Roy takes the steps towards double door. That will draw Exertion away from the decon. And so he can go back through the vent and try and get around the other side of him and maybe use this timing. But Exertion has his teammate down here, Dexter, watching that cross back over. Clever movement from Roy, but obviously spawned it out very nicely by the Mao's defense on the shift. 2 players the lower bomb site. 1 player up in heaven, 1 big garage, 1 in ramp room for Mao's. Yeah, Fasher's trying to make some moves here towards outside. Frozen's going to see him, though. Yeah, that's the problem. They're going to try and make a late play with 1 coming up the vents, right? But that mini player, and the fact that this is taking so long to pull the trigger on it, means Fnatic's just going to get picked apart before they can even execute. Here we go, Torshi. A chance at the back of the site, but it's a 1 and done, and JDC swings in from heaven to close on the 14th round. 14-9. Fnatic not looking too pretty when it comes to money here, so Mao's going to be looking at 15 very shortly. Yeah, this defense is looking really solid. They've figured it out. Not a whole lot of holes that Fnatic's been able to exploit, and now you have a situation where, as you mentioned, Mao's with so much cash. You're struggling to do it once, but you're going to have to run like 3 rounds in a row to take all this money away, so Mao's feeling very, very comfortable at the moment. Which is good. We wanted a bounce back. We wanted to bounce back after Rio, after the major. It, yeah. Because, you know, when you see Exertion get to a great level, we've seen it at the RMRs. It was great seeing what sort of level Mouse can get to when he's having one of those carry performances. Now, at the major I spoke to us, I asked about some of the changes, what something has changed for Mouse, and he said, well, we've just had a discussion that we maybe want to talk about how do we get involved, how do we get the other players involved rather than just me. Okay. And I said to him, well, surely how does that affect you in terms of the space you're getting? And he said, well, it doesn't affect me at all, but surely it has to. Surely it has to. And it seems like they've gone back to giving him a bit more room here. I think if you've got Exertion, you just got to let him be the star. Yeah, let him off the leash. This isn't too pretty for Fnatic. CZ for Forest. Yeah, that's a wild one. Fasher's coming in towards ramp with the pistols. Nikodo's going to send some util in towards the top site. Assisted by Forest, clearing out CT vent, and Roy actually gets in front of that molly, so JDC's under a bit of pressure. And he'll rattle a few shots off and get away. He doesn't want to be caught. He doesn't want to leave an opening in towards that B side. Yeah, it wasn't actually as dangerous as it seemed at the moment, as Molotov did a good job of segmenting the attack, but obviously just the pressure and making the smart play to back up to where he knows he's going to have support and Exertion shifting over, and they've held on to the lower bomb site. And Fnatic now, once again, just kind of stuck in ramp room. You've got control, but what do you do with it? Oh no, the tip of Roy. It's seen. Frozen knows exactly where his next victim is. Very lucky to be alive there walking around the corner. It was a bit risky to do that, but now they swing together. He doesn't get a single kill there. Frozen. Torji will, though. He gets a double. Nikodo is now the last remaining player in the 1v4. So towards the back of the site. The Deagle brought around the corner, but Dexter will close on it. 15-9, 1 round away from Mouse collecting their first victory in Dallas.
Yeah, and looking good doing it as well. The nice, 7-round streak in the first half on your T side. Really some nice calling from Dexter, some nice work as a unit, exploiting outside. And then obviously here in the second half, it's now 5 rounds in a row on the defensive side. And none of those 5 rounds have really had any kind of a problem. Once Mouse got some money to work with and built up some cash and strung a couple rounds together, they haven't looked back.
Yeah, and Torji in particular as well had a much better second half here once he actually got the AWP in his hand. So everything's looking bright for Mouse at the moment. And Frozen heads outside straight away. Disruptive play to catch Roy, trying to sprint towards Secret.
And as we referenced it a couple times, this 5-round streak for Mouse began round 20, was the first vent drop that Fnatic tried to pull off that got obliterated. The second one, then round 21, was the vent drop that where they actually got down lower and still got obliterated. So those 2 rounds have really gotten Mouse into this game in a big way, and they're not letting go.
Yeah, I like this last round. It's been really fun to watch for Mouse. Disruptive plays all over the show. Frozen towards Yard, does the risky cross towards Secret, and it really works. Then we see Exertion push in towards Lobby. Now JDC's doing a similar move here. Now I'm going to start to retreat towards you away. They're worried about the Heaven play here. They're worried about them finding a gap and coming around the back of Heaven, but JDC continues to stay committed in towards the vending machines. Watch as Fasher goes in, but that should have been a kill for JDC. It doesn't end up being one. Towards you make sure to patch up the hole at Hut, and that was nearly the lineup to close this map, but still Nikadol stands with a small chance being peppered away, and it is Mouse who collect their first victory here in Dallas over Fnatic. Forrest returns to Fnatic roster, but his 408th appearance will not result in a victory for them. Mouse bounce back after the Paris woes with a win here, Jason.
Yeah, at least a nice first win for Mouse. We'll see how this one builds up, and yeah, some issues for Fnatic, that T side. And you can imagine with a stand-in, playbook shrinks a little bit, your comfort in calling different things shrinks a little bit, someone who's got a vastly different playstyle as well than Crims. So, you know, a lot of X factors for Fnatic there, but obviously not looking as clean as they would have liked with their start here at IEM.
Yeah, talk to them about their expectations coming in. Obviously a little bit lower with the stand-in, but it's still going to be disappointing.
He's got a good-looking beard, though.
He does have a very good-looking beard. And speaking of good-looking, here's James Banks down on the sidelines.
Thank you very much, Dinko. That kind of caught me off guard, to be fair. But Zershin, do you think you caught Fnatic off guard there? You came in looking hot. You getting off the pistol, right? Rolling from there. They got a few rounds CT side, but you had a dominant T side. You must have been feeling super confident after the first half.
Yeah, I think we played probably one of our best T sides yet. But as well, to give them credit, I mean, they play with a stand-in, and it's always difficult, even though Forrest is an amazing player. Of course, he's a legend. But obviously, when you bring in a stand-in, it's difficult to kind of advance from what happened in the past in their games because they want to play a bit more basic stuff. So in some way, it was readable, unfortunately for them. But yeah, I think we played good, and yeah, we kept calm. It was nice.
I'm talking about advancing. Do you feel a different already in how you guys have come into Dallas? I know it's just the first game, and like you mentioned, it's a stand-in, but do you see a difference in the team?
Yeah, I mean, at least we're having much more fun now, which is so important. I mean, we were laughing a lot in halftime, and yeah, we just have to keep up being happy, I think. And yeah, just good mood helps us a lot as a team. And yeah, I'm just excited to play.
And if obviously you have a back and forth game coming on later on in the tournament, is that where we're going to see the real test to see how far you guys have come?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I don't think we really lost a stupid round this game. So I think that when you will really see how strong we are. But yeah, I'm just looking forward to play game by game, and hopefully we can show a better level than we have before.
Well, a good start to kick things off, and exactly what you want there, mate. We're going to go to a break, and when we come back, we'll see what's going on with this.
from everywhere in town. Think about the ways that get my better. Trying to see the train where was up. I got no resentment over now. She tell me up because I let her. Bet I eat that ball like it's a setup. Pussy dripping down, I know stilettos. I don't want the silence. I've been overseas, looking honest. Then again, I'm violence. Yeah, keep it on the low. That's the code. Okay, baby, that's the code. You already know. Got a bad bitch from the 90210. Stacking all these letters and I'm only 24.
Well, the results are in fact in, and it is Fnatic who take a big L here in the opener on Nuke. It was against Mouse. Not really how you wanted things to go, but obviously they are playing with Forrest, and there has to be some kind of drawback there, whether you like it or not, whether he has all the experience in the world, whether he's seen every bit of the game that you could possibly think of. There has to be something that detracts from the team play there.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, whenever you have a stand-in on the T side, it comes down to some of the executes that you might have, some of the protocols, right? Does he know all the nades that they use, right? Can he adjust that on the CT side? It's a little bit of just stylistical change as well in terms of the play style, right? What does Crims bring to the team? Like, can he back it up? Like, it also involves some moving around in some of the positions, right? Because you can't just accommodate every single thing.
With some of the spots, I guess, I'm okay with Forrest playing ramp because that's just 1-for-1 with Crims. But I mean, the lobby lurk, though, is just not a very Forrest spot. But like having to be cerebral and trying to use angle management to try to make sure you're never exposed to two different things at the same time. Like Forrest likes fighting. So putting him in a spot, putting him on a map where he needs to be very deliberate with all of his engagements, just is going to actually work against him. And Maus were able to clean up pretty nicely once they switched to the defense because of that.
Then you're thinking, you know, obviously the T side lurks, but what would you have done with Forrest in this situation to make it any more pleasant?
I've done what Frozen did in the first half. I've just send him silo every single round, drop on main roof. If someone is, you know, silly enough to try to take that fight, just rip his head off.
You buying into
just
that?
let him lose.
Good enough for me. Or also you could have maybe just banned Nuke and just gone to Ancient. Like it's a little bit more straightforward of a map where he can just take fights. Mid-rounding's a lot simpler too. But I also think that Maus just also deserves some credit in this one. I think that they were able to capture a few of the plays Fnatic was running, even when we're not talking about Forest, like when they were throwing outside smokes, they had good rotations. I think that really, this was a good showing for Maus, and one where I kind of just see them going into this tournament as a sleeper team. They've had consistently bad results, but the still base team is there that was qualifying to playoffs consistently towards the tail end of 2022, and you know they could really surprise us at this one.
Give me a 30 for 30 on Maus, and why did, you know, the fall of Maus? What happened?
MBK.
It was supposed to be the rise, you know, MBK. Yeah,
because MBK was there, and then he's just
MBK.
not there anymore. But he's definitely not here in this tournament, and he's not going to be a part of these brackets, which I'm going to show you right now, so that we can catch you up to speed. This is day one. We're only 2 games in at this point, and if we take a look at the brackets, they're going to tell you that OG G2 found success in their opener, as did Maus. We've been talking about that as well. So they'll stay up there in the upper bracket, jumping on down to the lower. Furia and Nouns. Oh dear. Henry Greer.
Yeah, I mean, you know, with Furia, it was on the B stream, so didn't really get to catch that game properly. I'm curious to see if they're going to continue with this newer style that they tried to play at the major and at the time leading up to the major, or are they going back to the old, you know, Furia playing a little bit more loose, a little bit more fast-paced? But yeah, it does feel like there's a couple of teams in this tournament that just want to ride it out before they can really look back and probably make some changes.
Yeah, and I think you're exactly right. I mean, we did just have the major. We are here in Dallas. You know, what the future looks like in Counter-Strike, we don't really know. Maybe it's 2, maybe it's not. But maybe it is Group B. We will be getting that started here rather shortly because it'll be Complexity taking on Ints, which has got to be a bundle of fun for you, Maui.
I actually am pretty excited about this one. I'm actually excited to see what Sonic's able to do in this one, but also we have to be realistic about expectations here because Ents are coming to this as heavier favorites for sure. They've looked like the comprehensively better team, especially once they've added Nerds into their roster.
Yeah, I think also for them, a lot of talk recently has been about org's performances, financial
That's true,
performance,
yeah.
right? And
That's a big one.
we've been saying it, you know, I'm glad that we've been talking about it more recently and before that report came out. You really need to appreciate what ENCE is doing comparable to the investment and the players that they have, how much success they're having. You know, they're not playing with as big of a budget as some of these other orgs, yet they're having much better results than a lot of them.
And, you know, we will get into the pre-match. We will get into the nitty-gritty of, you know, what's going to constitute these two teams going head-to-head. But you're right. You know, you have to give a hats off. You have to give a props to the ENCE organization, the little ENCE that could. I think that one actually lands. But, yeah, they've come a long way. We see their sports psychologist with them at a lot of events now. She might even be here.
Just here, so about Chris.
Yeah, and she comes straight on the broadcast with us. I'm like, cool, great, that's awesome. That's the kind of people that you need within your camp. So anyway, yeah, hats off to ENCE and congratulations on netting a profit.
Let's go, making money.
There it is. That's the round
We
of applause.
root for making money over here in these parts.
Speaking of making money, let's take a look at the U.S. Air Force Aim High. And we've got that right now in front of you, Exertion.
Yeah, Exertion was actually really stellar in this recent map that we saw him dismantling Fnatic. I would have given this to either him or Frozen. Both of them just had such an easy time really taking out anybody. I think we saw from Exertion a handful of rounds, which we're actually going to see right now. But I think that where Exertion has really captured our attention for Maus in just his ability to take space within the system for Maus. And it's not like he's really just always this blinding entry fragger where he's just flying at you like Boros was for Monty at the recent major. There's a little bit more, he tempers his pace a little bit more. Yes, finesse. That's a great way to put it, Yanko. Just the way that he's able to get into some of these engagements, you can see he's trying to work against opponents in terms of their timings too. And he was a person I put under the spotlight and under the microscope going into this one because I thought that his A-holds with Dexter left a lot to be desired. But for him to actually show that he was able to stop a lot of those vent dives coming out from Fnatic, I mean, props to him. It looks like he worked on his game.
Yeah, I think you could see very early on that he's going to be a very good player, very instinctive, right? I think his game sense is really strong too. He's one of those guys, you know, like we've been saying about JKS, who will always do whatever his team needs, you know, whatever the best play in the moment is for his team to win the round. And depending on the situation, that can be a lot of different things. And being able to understand that in such a fast-paced game, it's not easy.
No, it's not, because this game does keep moving ever so fast. Gentlemen, thank you so much. I do believe we get to go to a break now so that we can come back and look at the teams that are Complexity and ENCE. We're going to be getting a much deeper dive on that one. If you want to get involved, if you've got some questions for us, perhaps follow the trend that Chad Sponge Burchill started, which is using hashtag IEM to let us know what your thoughts are on the match. We'll be right back after this.
Snappy got a haircut.
Smurfs, your time is over. Go yourself.
To all the 817 imposters using my name on Faceit, go yourself.
To all your grievers, go yourself. Go yourself. Go yourself.
Go and verify yourself for free today. In 4 easy steps, you can join the battle against Smurfs and compete with confidence against real accounts. What did you think they were saying?
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
This love is ill. I wish that it was different. Don't know what it is that made us so indifferent. drifting in the dark. Can we do better? Wish I could rewind back to the start. Can we do better than this? Better. You got me high, then drop me low. You got there's something I can seem to let go. You got me high, then drop me low. You got there's something I can seem to let go.
The Lone Star State, and we have one Lone Star over there in Complexity looking to take on Ints. Welcome back, everybody, to the Intel Extreme Masters. It is Dallas in 2023. We are just getting things underway on day one. Best of one's a flurry, and for Complexity, they actually do come in here with that hometown poise. You know, this is where their organization is based, and of course, it looks similar to a Dallas Cowboy logo. You can probably figure that one out on your own time. My name is Trace, and I want to welcome you back. But before I do that, I also want to welcome you to something that we're doing now. So hashtag IEM on Twitter, or really any social, but definitely Twitter will be the fastest way to get our eyeballs on it, perhaps even landing it right onto the show itself. You never really know at this point. Perhaps we have something right now we can pull up. Check this out. Using the hashtag IEM, I'm going to ask a question to the desk. See how that works? Maui, would you favor Sonic or Knuckles in a brawl to the death?
Knuckles has fists, okay? If we're using the canonical reference to Sonic the Hedgehog, then I think that it's pretty obvious who's going to win in a boxing fight. Sonic should really like have the speed advantage, but Knuckles just needs to stand in the middle of whatever arena they're in, and just one good hit and it's over.
How many times have you thought about this, just out of curiosity?
I mean, I just instantly knew, like, that's all it was. I mean, also, it's just that I think during Super Smash Bros. Melee's like heyday, there was always leaks like Sonic and Knuckles are going to join the game. So it's something that obviously we theory crafted when we were 12 years old.
Yeah, the leaks, man.
Yeah, exactly.
Man, what do you think?
Yes.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. And at a certain point, yeah, you've got to ask yourself, what the heck is happening? No, but in this case, we talk about Sonic because he's actually set up over here behind us. He's going to be playing for Complexity right here. Tell me a little bit about his history with these guys.
So Sonic was the best player of the old Bravado lineup, that South African team that started making waves. We saw them actually doing pretty well at some Dream Hacks, I want to say like 5 years ago. And for Extra Salt, he was also playing with JT, with OC, with a couple of guys that were familiar with, Fang included. And he's been brought in as a substitute because Halzerg is having visa issues at present time, and that's going to be a little bit awkward for Complexity. I'm not going to lie to anybody because Sonic, two things. One, he hasn't played an official yet in 2023, and two, he was really more of a secondary opper than he was the primary, and so that's where it's a little bit concerning because if he's supposed to fill Halzerg's shoes, who to me has been the second best player for Complexity this year, Yanko, then I don't think that he's going to have all those procedures and rotations outlined, and he's not also going to probably know all the nades to have a deep map pool that Complexity need him to.
Yeah, I think in reality it's all our fault. We've been pushing that narrative, you know, of Halzerg being American because of the mullet and the style and the content and the skits.
Straight up.
He really started believing he was American and, you know, just tried to enter the country as an American citizen.
Turns out it don't work like that.
Yeah, it doesn't really work like that. So jokes aside, it's going to be an uphill struggle for Complexity. When they did have some good results this year, it's been on the back of Halzerg mostly and Grim. So that's going to be, you know, a big gap that Sonic needs to fill, and against a team like Ants, that's going to be rough.
Yeah, for Halzerk, he brought a lot of excitement in this lineup, but for a guy like Grim, former Liquid fame, now finds himself in a Complexity jersey, he was nice enough to get
much happier in this jersey.
Seemingly.
This is finally a team that's actually just believing in Grim and finally just giving him the space that he needs in order to succeed. So,
oh yeah, there he is.
Yeah, there he is.
Oh, he's right there. Well, what did Grim say before the matchup started?
Complexity are finding their first opening game against Ents, but it's a little bit of a different looking Complexity coming into this one, Grim. How long did you know that Halzerk was not going to be here? How much time did you have to get ready?
I think we've had like a few days, honestly. We knew we got to get the visa, but unfortunately things just didn't go our way, so we had Sonic with us. But everyone likes Sonic on the team. He's been experienced with the core of JT and TC before, so it's not like our first time with him. It's my first time playing with him, actually, but we've had some practice and we've ironed some things out, so we're going to come in the best we can.
And in terms of coming the best you can, what have you been able to do? What have you been able to focus on? Because obviously Halzerk's been such a key component for you guys and like the star AWPer.
Yeah, it's just been going in, like looking at our like strat book and getting him included on some things, like especially like on that like nuke that we need to, like, it's a really strat heavy, so we need to get him included like on the strat. So it's just been like a lot of server work really and scrims, so like I really iron things out and just making sure our mechanics are good because obviously he's coming back. So a lot of DM, a lot of catching him up and making sure that he's on the same page, and yeah, just gotta see what happens now.
And for you at the moment with your individual level, remember at the beginning of the year we were doing these interviews and we were talking about how you've been putting this extra cyber time in, we were loving what we're seeing, Grim back on top. Things have definitely started to slip away a little bit of that. What would you put that down to and where are you feeling coming out into Dallas?
For Dallas, I'm actually pretty happy with my form right now, but before, like, I don't know what's going on. Like, we've been struggling a little bit and it's been pretty difficult as an individual sometimes, but we just gotta keep practicing and ironing things out. But yeah, in the past, definitely disappointed because had a really good start of the year and it went kind of downhill, but we just have to just keep working and figuring out what's going on and do better, basically.
Fight your way back up, mate. You always do, that's for sure. Now, against Ents, I've got to touch on this, the fact that you have a stand-in. Does that get this less pressure in the way you can throw them off a bit? Because they're a very tough team.
Yeah, against Ents, I think we've beat them a few times in the past. First Pro League and then at Kato we beat them. If I stand in, it's going to be a bit more tough, but we're just going to go in, like, just play, like, kind of like less carefree almost and just like run around, take some nice duels, get some nice shots flowing. Definitely less pressure for sure, I'd say. Just because we have stand in, so we're just going to go out and give it all on the server.
Well, let's see how it works out for Grim and Complexity. Let's see if they can get the job done. Thank you very much, mate. Oh.
That's the Grim side of things. What does Grim have on his palette, Yenko? You look pressed about this a little bit.
Well, I think he had a rough time in Liquid, right? I think he was one of those up-and-coming players in the NA scene, right? And then you get forced into a role that doesn't really fit you, more of a supportive player. And in Complexity, he's been able to let loose a little bit more, have some of those star roles where he can actually have some impact. And yeah, you could hear from him a little bit inconsistent this year. Started off great. Katowice was a positive sign for Complexity, but unfortunately, from that point on, not really able to build on that as much as they would have liked.
Yeah, it's been some time since Katowice, hasn't it, Maui?
It's been a few months.
Yeah,
and really, since then, there's nothing for Complexity to be too happy about. That's kind of what's been unfortunate about their run there, because if it weren't for kind of like some handouts, they wouldn't really have a lot to look forward to in this season also, because obviously they're going to be playing at the Blast Spring Finals coming up, and the only reason that that's happening isn't because they qualified through typical means. It's because Navi dropped out due to visa issues. So
I'm sure they're loving that now with a stand-in having to play two events.
And that's the thing. Like when you practice in these situations, Yenko, I'm sure you have more experience with this, where it's like you're going into these tournaments and you have two back-to-back, and it's with a stand-in both times. Like
I was the stand-in.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's like at that point you're just trying to make best of what you got, right? You simplify things a little bit for the stand-in, and you just let your players know, hey, don't worry about anything. Let's just try to have fun. It's not going to be easy, but let's not give up too early. Let's not be, have that defeatist look, sort of. Let's just still try to win, do our best, because some of these teams are still quality enough on the teams that just because you have a stand-in doesn't necessarily mean you can't win any game.
And just because of a stand-in doesn't mean you can't make it to the grand finals here in Dallas. We saw it last year with Ents. They had stacks in the server, just wild scenes, albeit Cloud9 do go on and hoist that trophy. But for the side of Ents, where are you sitting on them? What side of the fence?
I would give Ents right now a lukewarm reception. I just think that they've impressed us all with the addition of Nerds and how quickly he slotted into the team effectively, but I think we were in some ways blinded because of his individual ability to believe that ENCE are actually a greater team than they were. There was also some big talk from the likes of Snappy saying that he thinks he's the best Danish in-game leader right now, and I think that a few people have something to say about that. We got Hooksy, we got Cadian, we got Kerrigan, and I don't know, like Snappy right now, yeah, he's doing pretty well with the pieces that he's given. We already talked about the financial side of things that is good for them, but it's just that there's a lot to still desire with this team, given they finished pretty poorly in the Legend Stage 1 and 3.
Dare I say that there's a trend here? Is it up or down? Are they trending up or down?
I'd say slightly
I'd say
down.
hold. I wouldn't buy or sell. I'd say hold the stock, right? I think for them at the major, look at it. I mean, it was a lot of live by Vertigo, die by Vertigo, right? Won it in their opening game, lost it in 2 more best of ones against Vitality and into the Breach. So in the end, dropping to NIP in the best of 3, you would have wished for them to do a little bit more.
Yeah, and looking into it a little bit more is exactly what ENCE have in store for us. So what did Snappy say before we got started?
ENCE back in Dallas, this time with their full roster coming in as well, which is going to be a nice sign for you. But I'm going to touch on some of the not so nice things to start off with Snappy. 3-0 at the major, start things off with looking great. Then the way you guys exited it. What did you notice? What have you learned when you're looking at preparing yourselves for this event that you don't want to make sure doesn't happen again?
I mean, just show up for the games. We've talked about what went wrong at the major, obviously tried to pinpoint it, and then we had some hard talks about how we can be 100% for every match, and I think that has been our main goal. Also a couple of other things, but the key thing is that we show up to the match and we don't lose to ourselves, because at the major we just lost to ourselves.
And when you say lost to yourself, is that more mental?
Yeah, like not being professional enough, I would say. So we've been looking into how we can always show up for the match, no matter what time it is, no matter how we maybe have slept, all of these small details, and yeah, that's it.
And in terms of ENCE right now, you guys have the ability and the players to go far. We see you can make some deeper runs, but it's not yet getting the tournament wins. What do you think is missing from being able to do that?
I think maybe experience. We have more experience in the roster now, but we were in, 3 finals, IEM Fall, IEM Dallas, and also ESL Pro League. We obviously didn't win any of them, which is a bit sad, but I mean, for now, it's focused on one game at a time.
One game at a time, and that first game is against Complexity. This is a Complexity that kind of lost their star Orpa in it. You may have lost them at Katowice, but it was obviously back when Valdi was still playing. The changes were happening for you guys. So, easy friends?
Well, I believe so, but obviously it's the best of 1, so you shouldn't take anything for granted. You lose both pistols, it's going to be a tough game no matter what, but I believe we will win.
He believes they'll win. We'll have to see if they can get the job done. Thank you very much, Snappy.
Thank you.
Ah, yes, ENCE, Snappy, the great in-game leader that is Snappy. Now, you have to give some props and some credit to the idea that he has used the tools he has in his arsenal pretty well up to this point.
Yeah, but you hate to hear what he said about, you know, trying to be professional at all times, and, you know, no matter how much sleep someone got or how much someone slept, you know, it sounds like some players didn't have enough energy in some of the games if they had to play early, right? It was like, oh, I'm a little bit tired, and then they're not talking as much, despite what, you know, whether it's the performance coach or the head coach or the rest of the team trying to do. For me, that's always sort of inexcusable. Like, you need to come ready to play. I don't care if you slept for 3 hours or 7 hours. You know, at that point, the adrenaline should start flowing a little bit as well. And, you know, this is not an individual sport. It's a team game, and you're letting your teammates down if you're showing up and you're a little bit lazy and you're like not in the mood, whatever. Get yourself in the mood.
Yeah.
Right now, Trace.
Right now? Okay, let's try this one. Colex, players to watch, go.
They say that everything is bigger in Texas, and for our Codex players to watch, they need to make bigger impacts if they want their respective rosters to see success. The start of the year got us excited about Grim again. He came in with new motivation, talking about extra hours in the server, and was fragging out like mad. But recently, the hard work paying off can't be seen. He's fallen far from where he was, but could the home field advantage be what he needs to deliver once again? Nerds has been firing on all cylinders since he got to ENCE. Even when the team is lacking, he has been the consistent dominant force, at least when it's on land. That bodes well for him with Dallas, and if the jet lag doesn't get him, you can be sure he's going to get Complexity and yeehaw his way to victory over the American side. Bigger, better, and let loose. Which one of our Codex players to watch will rise to the occasion? It's time to find out.
Huh. Well, someone's getting screwed. And I'm talking about this screw gun, the drill going on behind us. Caught him off guard. He got a big smile on his face about that. Nonetheless, we look at what is a best of one, guys. There's really no way to sugarcoat it other than affording a slip up here is not something that either of these teams want to do.
No, and we're going to see exactly where the veto goes. Complexity probably have a pretty limited map pool, and that's why they're banning Anubis, because they probably, I mean, Sonic's just never played an official on it, and we are going to get Nuke. This is actually one of the old JT specials. I will still favor Ents on this one, but it's one that actually Sonic has a lot of comfort on. Sure, his role is changing slightly, but it's one that was just such a staple of when he actually did play competitively with this core before.
I think the veto went exactly as expected. It was up to Ents. They could have gone to Ancient if they wanted to, if they wanted to maybe make Complexity a little bit more uncomfortable, but there's not really a reason for that. You can just play up to your own strengths as well.
Is there any excuse me, wow, English. Are either of you going to put your hat on the Complexity side, or what are you thinking?
I'm not going to put my hat there, but I think it's like a 70-30 game.
Oh, okay.
In favor of Ents,
So there is a chance, and that's what we're looking at. Maui, just save it. I know you got a take. You want to get it out there?
Just that Grim's gonna pop off. That's a take. Grim's gonna pop off.
That is a microwavable take right there. That is exactly what that is. Thank you so much, guys. I think we're ready to get into it. We're going back to Nuke. What was that? Oh, okay, yeah. Makes sense. We're going to Nuke. We're doing it with Sponge and Machine, I think. Guys, you over there?
Yes, sir. Sorry, just getting some construction work done. Just getting it all sorted out. Yeah, okay, screw that one in tight, and we're going to be getting this one started. Little cheeky best of one.
Don't tell the unions around here, Alex. We will get it with big fines for us.
For real,
doing some construction work. Having troubles like traces with the
Mate, I'm gonna have trouble constructing sentences today. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like I haven't got my wits about me yet.
Are you jet lagged?
Jet
jet lag counter? Add it. You add it for yourself here. Jason's got a Euro jet lag counter in a notepad. You're going to be number 3.
Yeah. I mean, we'll see. Let's just hope that the coherent sentences flow as we look to bring you the show that is Ents versus Complexity. Any horse in particular you're backing, Maui? Hoping to see a big one out of Grim?
I think you're just hoping for anything from an American squad with a stand-in. Going into Nuke, a very technical map. Sure, it's a JT man in the middle of your screen there, special, but Sonic, one of his right-hand men, once upon a time, has to replace Halzerk, who is the highest rated player on Nuke for Complexity in the last 3 months.
Well done. That does paint a picture.
Yeah, so Sonic, you got to play like Halzerk or better.
Brutal.
There you go.
Yeah, okay, well, the line in the sand's been drawn, and Diha looking to draw blood. He's got himself that P2 Fiddy, and feeling fine with the Kevlar as well. A nice combination for that first fight, and now chipped away at with that exchange. JT has help, and Fang loses his head. Got Rushley and MC catching all the action for us. JT about to be overwhelmed here. That's the kit, that's the leader, and he's surely out of there. Good response as they build upon it. And just like that, it's fallen in perfectly into place. Floppy and Grim relatively helpless. They've got top sight on lock. Grim main though, and that bomb going down comfortably. Set for a clean conversion here. Some bias towards Tetris and no real way back in for these two. They can maybe do a bit more like that. A couple more clicks. Diha gone and no longer a perfect pistol.
You see the Julies, right? Because this round's going to be nothing.
Yeah.
We're talking to Apex about it because we were discussing how often he has to drop Julies for Zywoo. Or maybe not how often he has to do, but how often he wants to, because Zywoo's the best Julie player in the world. And ask him, how to use it. And Zywoo said, you just click as fast as you can. Now, that's not verbatim. I don't know exactly. It was probably even in French. But what Mr. Dan Mattisclair let us know was he was spamming. Just spamming the Julies.
And he makes it look very easy, but the speed by which he makes those guns pump out the 30 bullets is unique. Ents have got themselves off to a great start. Not going to be seeing any of those. I was going to say no Julies, but we are going to get some Deegies.
Yeah, okay. Well, they're the best friend of the Julies.
Yeah.
You're either a Deagle man or you're a Julie man.
Definitely not in these deco rounds. I don't feel like the Julies make a cool combination. Duico?
Well, maybe as like a pair, as we're going to see more than a pair. 3 individuals down the vent, straight on towards the lower. Floppy cannot respond, not the weapon for the job. And, well, yeah, that should be just a round done.
Okay. Anyone going to die? You reckon?
You want to learn about the Dallas Cowboys?
You know, I do, because we're in the home of the Cowboys.
All right. Well, I
and
Googled,
this is a complexity zone.
I Googled the fun facts about the Dallas Cowboys.
Okay, I'm ready.
So
what's the funnest fact you can find?
Well, the first fact that I found, I don't know if it's the funnest, it's actually the only fact that I've found so far. The Dallas Cowboys hold the NFL record for the most consecutive winning seasons with 20 from 1966 to 1985.
Wow, that is a long time.
And a fun fact.
But wow, yeah.
Is it going to be the unicorn round? Everybody put your cans in the air. And there it is. All 5 staying alive. 2-0 for Ents.
Unicorn. Got to try and make it exciting somehow.
What would a unicorn sound like?
Oh, that's easy. It's like, you know what? If you imagine a horse and a donkey, and then you throw in like about a cauldron's worth of magic. So you know, like the sound a donkey makes when they're happy to see you. They're like, you never see.
No, that could just be you.
Oh no, I saw a TikTok and it was like a girl reunited with donkey she raised, and he was really happy to see her.
Really?
So imagine that, but with more magic.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And maybe a horse Winnie in there.
Expelliarmus.
Yeah. Let's see if Fang can expel the Armus heading towards the top site. Sorry about that. Down the ladder on that rotation with the smokes. Looks like a safe passage has been acquired. Sonic going to be trying to oversee. Oh, and he extends a little too far. Does manage to land one to Sunpire's center of mass, but he's gone. Caught out over the smoke. Good find.
Well, 3 players down here already. So for Complexity, they've got a bit of resistance available. Deagle's at the ready. Floppy, Fang, JT can clamp on down on this.
Good headshot, could get him started, but already Fang's been overrun and JT flattened. One back from that floppy 5-7, but Ents looking to just finish this one off nice and clean with Nerds finding the ball. I was about to say cleanly, but no. Up the vent, job done, mission accomplished. And trying to keep 4 alive would be nice as well. Sunpire are very vulnerable to being caught out here on the close. Fang's Deagle looking to try and find an upgrade.
Nice.
Hello,
That's
Galil.
not bad, you take that. They've given that one over, haven't they?
Yeah, Sunpire's rocking a hoodie. Not sure about long sleeve
Maybe
gaming.
the bag got lost. There's a few people. Nico from OG. He's without his bag.
No,
a couple people been having a tougher time.
That is no fun.
It does become the silly season. Some people really struggling to get their luggage to where it needs to go. But Nico told me yesterday when I was doing the lobby, he said he had all his periffs in his carry-on.
That is an amateur mistake.
So number 1 tip: have your periffs in your carry-on and have a spare set in your luggage. It's a classic. You have
100%. Have a backup. I was talking about mouse pads as well with the players. Like, bring a stack of them.
Yeah.
We don't need one.
Get 2 at least.
At least. Fresh boxy one just in case you're feeling it.
Yeah.
Need to toggle it on.
I saw Regali yesterday. I was talking to him. New lad on the block. He was saying he saw Zywoo playing with his keyboard. So he went out and bought one. Yeah, everyone's getting on that train. There's the Pious. There's the opener. Snappy getting involved in the mix here. But a nice, clean start from Ents. And in this matchup, they are heavily favored. But we will be getting into the gunnies in the first for Complexity. Sonic with the AWP in hand. And as we mentioned, replacing Halzerk, big boots to fill.
Going to be interested to see if he can draw this first blood.
No, can't do anything now, can he?
Yeah, very diligent smokes and no one overstepping ahead of it. So we're going to see if they can get anything extra out of these MAC-10s. This is somewhat of a bonus in that respect.
Well, they have actually found a bit of a gap here for the AWP to poke through. So slight information. Still under the remit of Complexity, Yard. And as we regather and regroup, Ents are looking towards a top hit here. Now, you can see the utility they have left over. Bunch of Molotovs, and those are being lined up right now, so they can lay in the site with flames. They could even go for a double pump here. They know that the CTs will be a little bit lighter on in that util department, can bleed it out as we do encroach on this 1 minute mark.
I think Sonic's got himself into heaven. Will be able to provide some degree of support, but doesn't take much to lock him out. The util.
There's 4 players here, essentially.
Waiting for the call, yeah. Maybe upon that squeaky smoke fade. Flashes through. JT looking for safe haven just at the back of the site, safe for a moment. Fang down though, and it's Sunpius. He's nearly gotten a second onto Sonic there, forces the shot. Grim is dead. Team Flash did catch Pius, just delays the inevitable though, as that top site is locked. Sonic, there's one. Molly will capture him away. And Floppy partners up with him for a bit of a potential investigation of main. Doesn't look particularly appetizing.
Now this is difficult to get back into here, especially with the AWP in play. So 3 to find, CT vent, Tetris, backside. Some powerful positions here set up.
Yeah, they heard the scope as well. Some players will relay that information, and Sonic's probably just going to have, like, dip his toe in the water just to see how it feels. Spotted out, and Diha down. Okay. He's going to accelerate now. Still the bomb half gone. Another from Floppy. It all lines up for Sunpius. cleaners you like, and actually, yeah, using the numbers there. Some nice finds from Cole. Unable to find a round, though.
Yeah, dying on the jump spot, that's not the end of the world, right? You're just playing for info. That's what you want to do in these scenarios so you can play as a team there. But it does get interesting. It gets very interesting here. This is how it opened up. A really good kill from Sampaias coming out that squeaky door into the stack. Grabs another here, completely blind. You can see in the kill feed. Snappy assisting with that one. And Sampaias with 2 more to finish off the round. So at least some resistance here from Complexity in the first gun round. But
Enti.
Yeah, it's still this clean sheet for Ents, who will have to go up against the hero M4 of Fang. They've rocked this boost. You see FaZe, a team who loves to lob this one out. And Spray does decent damage, but not going to get the kill. And now they're under a whole lot of pressure. You know where 2 players are if you're Ents.
And you know where that rifle is as well. Dihut relaying that information and regathering towards the lobby. Ents just looking to keep a perfect, clean T-side start here. 4-0. And in prime position for 5, just a couple of deagles and that rifle we were discussing. Fang has thrown it over to Grim. He'll be trying to use that with the full HP. Smoke towards Squeak, likely delays the Ents finish.
This is just so
They're not in a hurry.
these days, isn't it? It's just like the meta, make sure that people just can't walk out Squeaky Door and A-map in the top, because that's just such a positive for the T's. You know, you can get that top hat molly.
Once that door is gone as well, just the absence of, you know, any sort of info without actively contesting it, it does make it so viable. And that's a missed shot. JT will be punished for it. Grim, however, he's built a bit of a round out of that too on the M4. But only a 5-7 for Floppy to try and get any more. Yeah, that's Madden's third. Gets himself up to 4 total and Ents 5. This is a T-side on Nuke that they can be very happy with, and already nurturing quite a glorious little bank account as well for some longevity on this attack.
Yeah, Snappy sounded anything but happy during that pre-game interview, didn't he? Right, reflecting a little bit on the major, and that's for a lot of these teams. I think the way that this event is being framed for the big names is the post-major hangover, because we don't know what's going to be happening with a lot of these rosters. We already know Liquid, that's coming up in our next match. They'll be losing Nitro. He's going to be stepping down from the squad. Whatever the future holds, that's, well, I guess to be written.
Yeah.
But knowing that Liquid are coming in here, a last hurrah with Captain America, that changes the context of this event for them. You look at the big names like Heroic, FaZe, G2, Ents falls into that pot as well, and you think, okay, well, what does this event even mean to them? What can they recover? These are some of the names that were towards the top of the list over there at the major, and we know how that went for a lot of teams. Cloud9 didn't even make it. This for them, they're the defending champs here at IEM Dallas, so they're going to, I don't know, go back-to-back on home soil. It's always funny to say. But yeah. Cloud9 do get all the hometown support here. And then I have a whole bunch of teams here, so you can see you can see my color coding here. So green, where I've written Dew, the Dew of roster change.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
So Greyhound, Complexity, Mouse, OG, Furia, Liquid, Fnatic, maybe even. They've got a sub. So
well, we had confirmation that there's a change in Liquid coming.
Yeah,
right?
exactly, right. So yeah, but they're still Dew.
Yeah.
Yeah, whereas I think teams like Ents, G2, FaZe, Heroic, they can stay as they are. They're going to be competitive here. So we just got out of a tech into attack, and that was well illustrated by the audio cues there, everybody.
You know, I couldn't agree more.
That was perfect.
Yeah, I
you
knew
knew
what
where
was
you
happening.
were just by the sounds.
Wow.
Didn't even need to look at the screen. If you're in your kitchen, now you know. Saw's on the mic. But the timeout was taken from TC. It's Complexity's timeout, looking to get around on the board here as we move into round number 6. They will get a full buyout yet again.
TC stands for Tactical Chat.
Ah, yes, indeed. And that's the reason he named himself that.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, it's always been his objective. And with that tactical chat concluded, we can get into our 6th round of this best of 1. Teams looking to start strong.
You know what's funny as well, with Grim in the interview that he had with Banks before the game, talking about being a bit looser, hitting some nice shots. This isn't the map for that. This is a very technical map where your AWPer towards Yard is going to be smoked off, having to be forced around by different walls of smokes from Snappy. And then once Ents hit that gear, we know they'll have a bit of a crash and a bang, a rush in the top side, and then you just be berated. Looks like triple nades being lined up here towards back of the site as Sonic looking for a push, looking for a fight. Now these will not find JT. He has repositioned as well. This is all for naught.
Info, Sonic forward. And let's see how diligent they are on their return to lobby. This is an angle that can profit. And yeah, Sonic, yes, indeed. That's exactly what he's looking for. Nert strafes in, trying to hold it for the safe passage of his team, but instead just meets the AWP. Nice opener for Complexity's AWPer and stand-in.
Well, right now in main, he needs to try and pivot back to a little bit more of a defensive line here. Yeah, this is a good decision. Otherwise, he would have been overrun. Floppy down towards Secret. Likely the next point of contact available here. Oh, where's the smoke? We're missing one here.
Ooh, easy rider. Floppy spotted. But his presence alone will delay.
Where's
Force
the smoke
utility.
that's missing? Is this...
Yeah, it's a bit of an oopsie. D has trying to do it on the fly.
It's not going to matter now. It has to be a different variation.
Yeah, they're going to have to adjust. Play the fade is Madden. Should be an angle for Fang. For his first, it's JT. Strikes nicely. Fang can't get anything done, but everyone else is doing great. Floppy, a good double kill. And they're looking like Complexity, off of the back of that Sonic opener, have really pieced together a solid first defensive round here. No complaints. Just like that, Floppy gets 3 in total and locking down that outside. Some nice AK upgrades for the squad and getting this party started for Complexity.
Yeah, I suppose once that lobby kill comes in, you could see Complexity. They were very stubborn with the yard hold. They weren't worried about pressure anywhere else, so Sonic did an awful lot in a round like that. And meant they could just keep so many bodies. Secret, main, warehouse.
Oh, nice.
And nice little replay here to show you Floppy's impact from Secret, just poking up his head, being an absolute nuisance. Good stuff here with 4 players staying alive. And Ents will call a timeout directly off the back of that. So Saw looking for a change of flow. Now, no T-side AWP being equipped here, as we do get both coaches on screen. I'm curious if they want to try something a little bit pacier here. And as I mentioned, they do like the faster moves. They do love a good top pump.
Haven't had any of that yet, have we?
No,
really?
and no need for it. I think with a move that they're trying to do right there as well, like doing nade stacks to condition the topside players, that's all good and well. I don't know if it's something that they need to be worrying about too much against the Complexity. I don't think you need to go into the minutiae in that regard. If you're trying to target players, especially with a stand-in in the server as well, you know things are likely to be a little bit different to how they'd be approaching it if Halzerk was here. It's not going to be the fast top play.
Lots of util that direction, though. And the smoke for a squeaky drop.
Sonic aggressive ramp.
Yeah, oh my god, Nerds! He's just got straight into the top side, rips the head off a Grim on the heart, and he's made enough space for them. That force rotates in the wrong direction.
Huge
now that
gap.
bomb is going down. Deha would have loved one. He gets Floppy low, but Floppy calls lobby clear, and the bomb now ticking already. Smoke up on the ramp, setting themselves up for the post plant. Molly as well on Snappy. Might want to get that done. Perfect timing on this.
Yeah, release that, mate. Get it out of your hands here.
He's waiting for a sound cue. Or his own just intuition. I think now sounds great. Yeah, perfect timing. He really milked that Molly for the most. To rot that clock. Bomb.
Halfway gone now.
Yeah, I don't know if they want to go here, Chad.
They have to give it a go.
Oh, it's so uncomfortable. You're running into your death. God, it's hesitant. Good one from Sonic. Gives us some hope. Bomb's not planted fantastically for them. But Madden and some Pius, how do they stop it? How do they stop it? They can't. Held on to.
Oh, yeah.
That was a fine margin. 0.4 seconds left on that one.
Damn, that was close. That was real close. They had all the utility. They had the number advantage for the
Bloody
retake.
hell.
So they had to go for it. That's not the type of round you can walk away from. But if that was a footfall, if that was a fumble, you got some real problems.
And a product of that, you know, like that Snappy Molly, holding on to it for that extra 5 seconds led to that being a 0.4 second in it.
Well, because there's more details than just the molly, because the player coming from the vent, which was JT, he was holding off. You're not going to come down the vent if your players can't start coming down ramp at all. So he had to wait as well, which meant they couldn't take ground anywhere as part of that retake.
Damn, that's 2 in a row now. Things getting a bit more competitive as I say that, not for Grim. He's lost his head, and Fang, he's gone forward on this. How wise is... Ooh, there's a lot of action everywhere. Deha does win at the duel outside. It's Snappy onto JT, clearing out that top site, and Sonic Heaven, he's going to catch the molly. And Deha from behind, he's let that one slip. Floppy, though, he's got 2 on his plate here. Deha doesn't need to fight. Just looking to delay. And Molly really burning, actually. Floppy down to 61. Limited options for the retake here. The 2 lads on Heaven spotted out and held at bay.
This should be the save.
Yeah.
This one here. But they had an opportunity to kill Deha together. They both missed a couple of shots over towards Warehouse. If they get that kill, they then can isolate into a 2-on-2 and likely retake this top side together. But after they give that one up, that's going to be ends back into the winning ways. So breaking the streak, that 2 consecutive for Complexity is done and dusted. There will be money for them to have another little reinvestment into the next round of play. But Ents, quickly heading towards that 8-round marker to win out the half here.
Yeah, nice reaction from Ents just to come straight back to their winning ways after that retake. Very close on their descent to that low side.
We don't have Rushley with a microphone here, but we need to see what's going on. I think his PC just crashed there. So Rush, this is unacceptable. This is unacceptable, Rushley Ranger.
You know he has the categorical most comfortable shoes. He did his research so well.
Categorical?
Yeah, as in like...
How's he defined this?
Well, he stole someone else's opinion off the internet.
Ah.
the #1 most comfortable shoe.
According to Reddit?
According
or
to the internet.
just the internet in
Rush
general?
is wearing them, and he gives them a raving review.
A raving review from Rushley Ranger.
Yeah,
That's
passion
a segment right
out
there.
of every pore. Let's see what we've got out into the next one. As you can see that, wow, I misread that for a second. FaZe EG B-Stream update. I thought we were playing a best of 3 there. That would have been quite the scoreline.
Oh dear, imagine. You'd all have to start paying a bit of attention.
But FaZe
wouldn't
EG
you?
going down, worth checking out if you got that second screen.
Refreshing the server with the EG boys. He likes being a part of these mutant North American teams.
Well, Fang gets his first frag. D-Head down and gets away with it. It's trapped on red for a moment longer. Can't cross back with Sunpius occupying this space. And ooh, Fang, trying to bail himself out. Supportive util, but looks like Sunpius wants to punish him. The smokes do facilitate a relocation.
Good molly. That's a very good molly. They were just about to press Floppy on ramp, so a defensive piece of utility there.
Good timing.
Make him knock on yet another door. Fang down the vent. Top side a little bit more susceptible here. JT's low, Alex.
Yeah, it's uncomfortable for JT. He has got Grim in support, but Grim cannot go down empty-handed. He needs to provide at least 1-2. Could be round defining, and it's Madden, the first victim. Nertz to respond. A good trade back. It's JT, and he loses his life as well to Nertz.
Don't go down the vent.
No, that's locked off by Fang. Sonic, of course, responsible for Yard, but it's Sunpius who's going walkabouts there. Missing each other as it currently stands. Bomb down on this top site. Nerds looking for more, and it's Snappy to draw attention away. Not going to be easy as Sunpius is creeping and crawling behind them as well. They're not going to be anticipating this. It may be all too for Nord. Nice try, Fang, and that's all lost. Everyone providing for the remaining Ents players, a double for Nertz and Snappy respectively, and a 7th. You're right, they're running towards that 8.
What happened to Fang there? Did he quick change or something coming out of the vent?
Well, he ended up having his knife out looking at him.
Yeah,
that
so
was
he must have
peculiar.
quick changed accidentally coming off the ladder there. I'm not sure what went wrong, but something just went right. We can hear a little bit of a yell from the gaming dojo not too far behind us.
It sounded American.
It did.
Oh, maybe it wasn't.
I don't know, this could be delayed.
Yeah.
They could be around
We'll
ahead.
find out. We'll find out. Give it a minute.
We'll know in the future.
Well, Complexity humbled, rocking some 5-7s and some aggression, and Deha loses his life. Nice from Fang, but it's quickly swept under the rug. It's Floppy for another, and gets away with murder. Sonic in his lobby pushes. He's got another good read on this.
Oh, Sunpius is locked off here.
He could lose the
he's
AEW.
got to cool his jets. Sunpius, mate, there's an awful lot in that lobby, and they know where the bomb is now.
Oh, God, he's lost the bomb, lost the AWP, and perhaps lost the round. Grim
Has to
forced out, has to go wide, does deliver through the flames.
Ooh.
He thrives. Gets away, now 2 alive, Snappy alone. Complexity, this was just a conservative pistol in aggression, but it's translating nicely. You cannot force a walk through that smoke, at least for another 5 seconds.
He might be able to get the bomb here.
He's got time to do so now.
Yeah, so this is the thing. I'm not sure exactly how much they can see here. The X-ray a little bit misleading, but Snappy needs to get the bomb and get it now. And Floppy finds a couple of shots to the toes. Snappy, though, he's loose.
Yeah, now it's a bit awkward for Grim. He's going secret. He's going to be covering that B side, but I think there's a good bit of pace on Snappy here as he's going up the ladder around the world and into the top side.
He can win this now.
Most definitely getting the plant down. Floppy's not going to take this fight alone with 16 HP. Snappy got the AK and the headshot onto Grim. Looking great from... Oh, Snappy! He did the hard part. Can't handle Floppy. A nice recovery and a big round for Complexity.
Oh, Snappy not happy with that one at
No,
all.
I mean,
think
understandable.
He feels like he should have been winning that. Floppy, yeah, you're right. It is a big clutch for him. The AWP retained. And the type of purchase that it was is not the type of round that Ent should be losing. Sunpius just seemed so eager, so horny to get involved in lobby here, didn't he? And I won't say that was the catalyst. Obviously, the flurry of frags that happened to put them in that awkward 3-on-3 scenario with the bomb being disconnected. But a great shot from Floppy there as he peeks on out. He's looking somewhere. Someone maybe with a miscomm, because he's looking at somebody with daggers there.
Yeah, that's dagger eyes.
What did you just... Where, you said he was where? Where did you hear him?
Oh, is he heaven? Is he?
Is that where he was coming from?
Really?
Yeah, maybe.
I'm mad for him.
Yeah, me too.
Okay. Second timeout. A TC, if you will. It's scored by Complexity.
Or a seesaw.
Oh, man, underrated seesaws.
When was the last time you were on a seesaw?
Cologne, Germany, with Lauren Patsy Scott.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was this a couple of years ago?
Yeah, we're rolling around in a sand pit.
Okay, well, okay, all right.
I mean, okay, context is important there. I just recall there being sand. You know how I feel about sand, Chad?
Yeah, I know you don't like it.
I recall the fact that there was sand involved.
Okay.
You know, there's sand in the seesaw area.
All right.
For any... Okay, you've ruined it now. Yep. Oh, yikes. That's all me. That's all me. Sorry, Lauren. We were having fun. It was sunny.
I'm glad
in
you were
Germany,
having fun.
You grab a beer, you go to the seesaw.
That's true.
That's what people do.
Okay.
All right.
Yep.
Or a beverage of your choice.
Counter-Strike.
Yes, that's what I like.
Round 11.
11. Make a wish and all that. What's your star sign, Chad?
I'm a Leo.
King of the jungle.
Rawr.
Don't live there, though, do they?
Well, there's been a bit of this. You know, some missed... Oh, some more missed utility. This is a in-game leader and coach's nightmare
Well,
so far.
Fang's probably a dead man if Sampaius was to step further.
But they've missed smoke walls a couple times. I don't want to tell on them. I don't want to let, you know, Daddy Natu know, but a couple of big misses here.
That's a slap on the wrist for sure.
All right, well, this is 4 players coming out yard. Nertz very passive on his lurk, literally in T-spawn. A minute on the clock. Ents have essentially taken no space.
Yeah, but they're going to get this frag. Oh, no, they're not. Fang, yeah, does manage to deliver with Floppy's help. Does not go down quietly. A little bit of chip damage onto Madden, but insignificant. Grim still catches the bomb carrier. Snappy's going to be mad about that one. If they can't recover, they cannot. A clean one coming in from Cole here. Sonic onto Nertz, leaves it all onto Madden. They are aware he's likely, spotted out. Dink down through the wall. Oh, God, Lauren's here in the chat.
Yeah, I saw that.
Great.
Well, did she rock up after you started the story?
I significantly doubt it.
So she's heard the whole story.
Yeah, which is probably a good thing, because she can back me up.
Yeah, well, I wasn't trying.
I just recall...
I didn't even say anything.
Well, that's the problem, isn't it?
I just go back to my fun facts.
Bailed me out.
Yeah, I Googled fun facts about America.
What did you get? What did you come up with?
Number 1 on this list is you can find fast food everywhere.
We do, yeah. And the prices are absurd. Like anything that's just full of fast food goodness, cheap as chips.
Well, just like this buy from Ents.
Yeah.
I got £2 worth of fish and chips.
Chups.
We do have a
Fish and chips.
We do have some South Africans in the server today.
True. How's your South African accent? You were hanging out with Tech Girl in Paris?
I don't know if I'm brave enough.
No.
To my South African.
South Africa. Those prawns.
Yes. Great movie, District 9.
Yeah, I like that one.
We did enjoy that one. Was one of my favorite movies. Of all the movies, that one's probably in my top 10.
Okay.
Sonic, don't push, man. You don't have to.
Actually, yeah, that couldn't have been better. A USP to the dome. Madden left feeling a little silly. Floppy. 2. And Fang's there to make sure that weapon doesn't fall into enemy hands.
All right, Diha. 1-on-4 situation. A P250 in his hands. He's in the vent. He's trying to sniff him out. He wants blood. Diha, the Polish dragon, looking to rip complexity limb from limb, as he's now being spotted.
Got a fun fact for you if you want. You know,
is it about America?
Kinda.
All right.
Well, because there's French fries in America, right?
Yep, there are.
And I said cheap as chips earlier.
Yes.
Which is an expression from England.
Oh, yes.
And the fun fact about that is chips used to be really cheap. And there's a reason they're not anymore. And that's because there was the whole Irish potato famine. And the prices went up, and then they never brought them back down again.
Well, why would you?
That's why
People still wanted the chips.
Yeah.
Which anime is that guy from?
There.
Do you know?
Yeah, well, we both know it, so why don't we say it together at the same time?
I think it's from Naruto.
Oh, yeah. He is a big Naruto fan.
I don't actually know if that's true.
It's probably a safe bet. It's always fun, though, if you see someone with anime tattoos to go and be confidently incorrect.
Yeah, that was a
Full Metal Alchemist, I love that one.
It's a top go. Do it again.
Oh, yeah, that's ended badly. Sonic, dead. Snappy puts JT to bed, and it's only 1 from Grim. Aggressive in the hut, 20 HP, should be dead. Not anymore, though. D has saved, or rather, Floppy catches D here and saves Grim. Into the 3-on-3, bomb down. This is a weird round now.
This is a very weird round.
How does it play out? You got T's on Hut.
Not well for Complexity.
Yeah, it's... Oh! Molly's good. Very good. Sampayas could meet a similar fate to Sonic if he's not careful. Holding on that scope in the flames and betrayed. Grim's barrel sticking out, leads to the wall bang.
It looks like they don't have to save. They have money. They should probably give this one a crack here. Running out of rounds. Oh, running out of bodies. Fang gone now as well. Snappy will find that. This is going to be the final flurry of Floppy. He's going to be removed yet again by the in-game leader. And now the half has been won. Ends 8-5. Commanding leads on this T side. But the last, well, few have been looking good for Cole, right? We're talking 3 out of the last 4. And then if we're talking about the bigger patch, they've been able to string a decent amount together here. We know this comes with the caveat of the stand-in situation, but you heard from Snappy, if you lose both pistols, it's going to be a hard game regardless. Fortunately, they won the first pistol, so maybe an easier game for Ents. We won't say easy for Ents, we'll say an easier.
Nicely done. Let's see what happens here. Oh, JT is definitely not ready for that. How is Nerds there so quickly? JT asking the same question. And already Snappy knocking on that topside door. Ooh, there was 2 on this plate. Grim gets nothing done. Sampayas catching that re-aggress ramp, and yep, this looks like a very comfortable 9th.
This is number 2 on my list. Americans are extremely patriotic.
Yes, they have done that well.
That's what it says
here. Unification.
That's what it says here on my list. Number 3 is pretty good as well.
Go on.
Everything is big.
It is. That is one of my observations.
When they followed it up with everything.
Yeah, well, everything? But the the cars here look like military
We saw
vehicle.
Nitro driving around in his truck.
I bet he has a good truck.
He's got a nice truck.
Yeah, is it like Captain America themed?
No, but it fits the bill.
Okay.
It definitely fits the bill. All right, here we go. Final round, round 15, first half. Complexity taking on Ents. Best of ones. IEM Dallas 2023. 4 sport, whatever they could here. All the goodies into the bag. We got an M4. We got some 5.7s, we got some MP9s, and we're into top yet again.
Oh, that's horrible. I mean, 3 down the vent. They're having fun with this one now, and already Grim cut down. Good find from Nerds. So it's a 3-2 division of Ents. They get 3 down the vent, 2 holding the lobby push, and every frag is connecting. Like, this is so dreamy. What a way to get that 10th round. It's so easy for Sunpires. Another on the AWP. And Fang, I guess just looking for a couple of extra frags, pad those stats.
Yeah, see if he can get himself up to 5.
Sonic's doing well, though. That's, what's his score? Yeah, 12-10, a positive KD, and a good half, all things considered. 10-5 in the bank. Ents rocking and a rolling towards that magic number. What is that?
Been at it already, had my tarot read. Things are looking up for me, that's what my tarot said. Been pumping out pheromones and wearing red. Young Jerry Lolliver King, but they're not aware of it. $40 is show money, that's what they stole from me. Blow it all bowling, guess I roll funny. Go find me a snow bunny, ask if this cold world's making her nose runny. She melted, I wear a cape that is velvet. Couldn't see it, she felt it. See y'all like I'm Elvis, move my hips like I'm Elvis. I don't pitch it, I sell it. Couldn't picture me jealous, turning fans into zealots. Tuning in when I tell it. There were 15 people at the gig, saying, oh my God, what fun this is. Did it all, did it right, did it big. Yeah, buddy, we were loving it. New cars, new deck, new life. King of Cups, he comes up right. Always, all nice. Sing do-wah, do-wah, do-wah. New cards, new deck, new life. King of Cups, he comes up right. Always, all days, all night. Sing do-wah, do-wah, do-wah. My jacket's thrifty. Watch me get hadn't shifted, just acting different. Living in my minutes, I'm catalytic. That's why they love to jack the style like it's on a Civic. I will never pull the strings like an oligarch. I do my dance at the club with the lonely hearts, watching all these little men try and be Bonapartes and make the rest of us deal with their broken parts. Despite evil, I like people. Put your hands in the air if you're bipedal. Yeah, if life is a film, give me 5 sequels. Trying to pull my thread through the plot like a fine needle. All of these lines equal proof that I live alone. Got the benefit of time to deliver flows. Even creamy peanut butter, buddy, I live the bowl. Brings my soul body into the physical. New cards, new deck, new life. King of cups, he comes upright. Always, all days, all nights, sing. Do I, do I, do I. New cards, new deck, new life. King of cups, he comes upright. Always, all days, all nights, sing. Do I, do I, do I.
My boot scooting baby is driving me a crazy. My obsession from a Western, my dance floor date. My rodeo Romeo, a cowboy god from head to toe. Ents want to make this map theirs. Y'all better get in line. We're getting underway here. Complexity taking on Ents. Best of ones.
Get in line. I'm feeling fine. 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, dude, I love that.
All of you who were born in the late 80s, early 90s, you probably had to dance at school.
I got the cassette from a second-hand shop.
Damn.
Steps.
All right,
and you can hear them in lobby as we get this second half underway. Looks like, yeah, 1xBet's taking a step away from Complexity. 14-1, as it's looking comfortable. 6 rounds is all they need.
Where's JT's nade going? Probably Squeaky Door. That'd make the most sense here. Squeaky gets blown off. He's got a smoke. That'd be good towards main. But what about the Flash? Oh, the Flash making a splash. It's ramp.
Okay. Snappy giving it up. Getting it out. And we might be seeing a bit of a Byron call here. There is a...
the ramp to heaven, Hugo Byron.
They call it the Hugo for a reason.
Not in Dallas.
Oh, no, this is actually something else. This is the JT.
I think this is the Harry variation of the Hugo.
Oh, so you fake the Hugo into the Harry.
Yep.
I see. I like it. Okay.
But they might go full Dinko here.
Still trying to work one out. Let's go. Oh, that hurts. Sun Pius takes off Grim's head, and D is clicking really fast. Wow, look how quick he's clicking. That's 3. And that might be a 4th. Sonics doesn't think so. Actually might have another one to Pius here. Nerds, he's got that on lock. Bombs not quite yet scooped up.
But could be.
It could be at any time.
Maybe now.
Nice.
And he's...
Oh, I like it. This is a plant. Maybe.
Get him, Sonic.
Oh, they thought about it. Too aware. It could have actually gone horribly wrong if some Pius had thrown himself into the meat grinder, gets Julie's holding that, and okay, a fight for Snappy on that ramp side now. Sonic, can he keep a cool head on his shoulders? This is a huge plant.
It's a massive plant.
Wow. Gaming, pod racing. He does go down eventually, but that's a win. A recovered round out of Sonic, and yeah, good fist bumps exchanged. He's earned that.
Yeah, if Nerds is going to try and knife you in the vent, definitely be getting that bomb down. Thank you very much. You can thank Nerds for that one. So Sonic did a good job to be able to get something out of that round, but now we have to wait and see what comes next. So with the plant, will they want to follow through with the T-side force buy? There's an AK head armor available for Sonic based off the plant and those 2 kills. They can get some Galils out on another few and some upgrades, and that's exactly what they're vying for here into round number 17. And on the other hand, they're going to be operating with a couple of SMGs. Now, there could be a few issues here in some of these bouts. There's 5 players on Cole with head armor. There's 3 players on Ents with SMGs, so it's going to come down to some positional exchanges here with how we're going to determine these duels.
The context, by the way, of my positional changes in the sand at the Seesaws is available on Twitter now.
Okay, all right. And you guys can all find that if you head over to Machine
or
GG.
Yeah, or PANSY. Does she have Pansy? Is she actually just at Pansy?
So.
That would be cool. Maybe.
Maybe. This round, though, for everybody, it's a little bit slower, and I'll tell you a good reason for it. If you're Complexity, you would love to allow the CTs to use whatever utility they brought into the rounds here. Make sure that those smokes, those mollies, that crowd control set of nades is deployed before you get stuck into the tussle. And here they come, Grim, entering out ramp, Snappy to find.
Snappy got a little timing here, and yeah, Floppy aware.
Remember, it's an SMG against head-armored players with rifles. It's a hard fight.
Yeah, it's not fun for him at all.
He even had the jump on him there.
I mean, that's the power of these Galils, right? It's Floppy that's opened up the account for a complexity conversion here in this second round force. JT slipping down secret, so an attack from multiple fronts. That is promising. Madden's going to have to deal with Floppy cleanly here. Oh no, so many on his screen. Oh, can't get the crosshair to Sonic in time. Still gets that finish onto Floppy.
This is a great second round force though.
I mean, it's locked. It's locked down. I don't think they were going to want to throw those two M4s
no way
into the mix. So mission accomplished.
Yeah, and this is it's a round, as I highlighted, they didn't take any utility damage early. They just allowed all those nades to be used. They weren't trying to brute force. They weren't trying to do anything too crazy, too funky, too funny. Complexity took their time. Take down Snappy as they stroll out ramp, and there you go, they're in. The bomb goes down yet again. We can call the score 11-6 as they draw it to a 5-round game. Nice.
Lovely. Yeah, doesn't really get better than that. So
it's so hard at this, man. When we have so many teams with stand-ins, the type of Counter-Strike that you want to be looking played is one where you can see communication is at an all-time high. One where the individuals are making sure they're playing off of each other and setting each other up, because the things that you would have naturally from playing with your team, all the strategies or anything like all your little pocket moves that you don't have those. So the way that things can come for you in a more natural way is communication and mood being good, which are two of these things which can be really hard to control. I was talking to players at the major, and I couldn't believe some of the stories that I was hearing just about how some of the little hissy fits that would still be happening, and some of these play, because that was back in my day. That was when things weren't as professional as they are now. And guess what? Turns out humans will still be humans.
Who knew? Who'd have thunk it? Floppy. He's looking to lay down the law and get down the vent. Not bad. 16 frags from Floppy so far. He's high flying with Sonic. Top of the tables, really. In the server, Sampaio's the only exception, up to 17, as we do see that Floppy control could be brought under question. You can see Sampaio is looking to investigate the possibility. Dia as well. So they really do want to get this out of the system as fast as possible. Floppy not really going to be ready for this.
Timing here.
Yeah, potentially. He's re-clearing. Oh, Sampaio head-to-head with Floppy here. And yeah, Floppy prevails. Gets himself neck and neck now with Pius. 17 apiece. Smokes out late. Nice to see. Wall down at that minute mark, and hard to react from Madden. He's either going to have to throw his face through it or get a free frag. Oh, JT didn't think he was going to live through that one, but now, yeah, back in safe haven. Good catch from Sonic, and yeah, this is piecing up nicely for Complexity.
It's going to be another round as well. Ents will have to eco into the following if they can't get anything done here with this 3-on-5 number disadvantage. It's down towards the lower site we slink, and we just saw highlighted at the tippy top of the railing where the clock used to be, Diha, now in combination with Snappy as well. This is about to get a little bit messy for Complexity.
And, well, Grim.
Yeah, that's huge.
He's actually done everything required. In fact, Sonic will take everything away. So we were talking about the interests of Ents. Well, that's against them. Grim does a lot with that double.
And this is the time where I can bring out our stat guy, Essia, Ben. You may have heard of him. You can find him on Twitter. That's Essia Lol. He puts out some good stuff. Made a tweet before this matchup went underway, and he did some digging. Ben said, very concerned for the... Sampaio's very unhappy with that one. He said, very concerned with the potential of Sonic standing in with Complexity. His last matchup versus a team of Ents' caliber was on the 14th of October in 2022 at ESL Challenger in Rotterdam versus Mouse, and he went 3 for 16 and a 16-2 loss with a 0.17 rating.
Not bad on the full eco. Madden's actually got a frag, and Sampaio's has got a flank and another frag. That's awkward now. Hold on.
I was doing stats.
Your horses. He's got an AK. He could have done more as well. Swings into Fang. Trying to claw this round back as they dump down the vents. Loud about it. Sonic's low as well. If he comes out that door, that's a free body shot. That's another frag. Ents. They didn't invest a peanut into this one, and they could leave with a round. Hold on. JT, double kissing in the smoke. Diha, surely suspicious. Does get another. This is awkward. Oh, no.
This is the worst round today, I would say, that anyone's lost.
Oh.
Has to be. Has to be.
Oh, yeah, that is a red face.
This is an absolute mare. You don't love to see it.
It's a cappuccino.
You really don't love to see it.
Cappuccino. Okay. Yeah.
Just as things were starting to look good. This should have been a free round.
Even if
should have been a 3-round game.
Frag as well, you'd have had a full team ace on an eco. Like, Wow. Everyone contributing. Ugh.
Come on, Fang, what do you got? Start up the Fang bus. Put it in 5th gear.
Oh, Dia closes and ends with a real steal. They'll leave with AKs and a round with barely anything invested, a Deagle and a P250. Yep. Oh, it's a Listerine face for Complexity and North American fans.
As I was reading that stat, it was to point out how good Sonic has been doing, right, off of his impact on the previous round, which forced them down to an eco, and then they get ecoed. So just as I was trying to hero build,
you were.
And then they lose a round like that.
Oops.
Yeah, that's a yikes.
Yeah. Okay.
But they can still buy.
You certainly can. Just can't really be conceding anything similar to that again.
What does Halzerk have to say about that one?
Yeah, that's true. We'll do a live interview.
Let us know, Halzerk. Yeah, I know you're in the Twitch chat. At least you were before.
He's watching.
Say what you got to say. All right, well, stalling out here, this cross towards Secret. That molly will subside before they get close. The nade, not bad. The damage pretty good as well here from D-Hut. In the warehouse, lighting them up. JT's gotten past, and Fang is coming.
What, on the bus, or maybe looking for some more here? Some Pius poking out on towards CT Blue. JT doesn't get traded immediately. It's Dia onto Fang. JT and Grim bomb outside. Sonic in support from the silo. Good flash. The Pius, though, still with a white screen. Finishes off the job of Nerds. Onto JT. Oh, head on a swivel. Madden does well to catch Floppy. It's Dia from the first. From the rafters, and now head-to-head with Snappy and Sonic. Can Sonic clutch up for Cole? This would be huge. He's already contributing heavily on this T side. A great pistol play. Getting that bomb down and translates into that Galil force, but yeah. Ooh!
Yep.
Yeah, another one of those Listerine faces.
Yep.
In back-to-back rounds. Cole, this is where hope wanes. Is this not the moment where hope wanes? You felt great in the first half. Even after the pistol loss, you're like, okay, lads, so here we go. You win that force buy. Things are looking like you've got a game. And
the score should have been 11-8.
Yeah.
The score should have been 11-8. We would have been moving into another gun round. If Complexity had won that, we would have been looking at 11-9 with another partial buy from Ents. A chance for Complexity to get to double digits against a cheaper purchase. And then at that point, the game's on. The game is on indeed. But right now, there's a clear shift. The money in the bin for Cole. They're going to have to take a bit of a partial lighter purchase here. TC is in a bit of a conundrum right now. Don't know how much tactical chats are going on. This is a rough spot now.
What is best case scenario? If you whip out the Abacus right now, you just have to take this one on the chin.
Get some Deagles, get some P250s. You can buy
try and get a plant. It'd be nice to be. You
get 2,400 next round, right? So as long as everyone leaves about 2K in their bank account, that's more than enough for a buy. But Ents at that point are up to 14-7. It's a 7-round game. If you can get a few kills here, that would be ideal to make sure that Ents aren't working with a massive economy. At the high end right now, after the purchases have come through, D-Hut leaving spawn with about 2.4. So let's see. These Tech 9s, there are plenty. A bunch of flashes as well. Could be a Ramco here.
Yeah, charging into Snappy's location. Nade, great. Spray, better. Snappy, the multi-kill. 3. Sent to bed. No dinner. Grim? Oh, reloading in front of the Madden. Doesn't choose to engage.
Get another one,
from Grim. 2, probably going to be where they draw the line.
But this is good damage. This is exactly what they needed, right? So 2 kills is fantastic here. Anything more, that's going to be uncharted territory for Complexity's damage, and maybe even a round win then. Sonic hasn't played an official this year, and if he can land a second shot there, it could have been a chance for Grim, but he'll get both. The dumble up from Nerds. Israeli will provide 14. And Ents should be able to just punt this one in now. Sure, the guns will come back out. There's not enough finances available for the T-side AWP.
My main takeaway right now is, regardless of the result, is JT and Fang with 4 frags each.
Yes.
That is alarming just for like individual sitting down, you know, like in terms of you've already got the stand-in, you would like to think that all of the other components are going to be on their best behavior, which currently, it's an alarming number.
Sonic shouldn't be coming in here and top fragging.
Yes, most definitely.
And that's not to say that he can't. That's just to say that he hasn't, as I said, hasn't played an official this year. He is a stand-in who is playing back in South Africa of Counter-Strike. This isn't his normal jaunt.
Yeah, but comfortable so far from Sonic. You really need to hit the S on that, Sonic.
And yeah, well, he's not the GOAT coach.
The GOAT coach just taking a break from coaching Vitality, fresh off of the major. And, oh, wow.
Close one.
Competitive.
Well, this is it, because Carrigan watches a lot of EG demos for their defaults.
He does?
Legitimately, yeah, because they're very good at getting map control without using a whole lot of utility. Nice one there, Mr. Sampaius. And that's some of the fun parts of preparing for your opponent. If you can see where they throw a smoke, where they're a little bit more susceptible, Sampaius will punish. Looking for the third.
Yes.
Sampaius makes it happen.
That is delightful, delicious, and delectable. As Nerds finishes it off clean as well. 5 alive, ends 15. Complexity, they are down in the dumps. Bin men right now.
Get a good workout, though.
Yeah, for sure. But Galil's probably not going to work out, as it were. Look at this one. You're talking about the IEM. Hello, Governor.
Oh, that hang time. Turns out JT can jump.
And the third is just lovely. Slotting into place. Clean triple. And Cole up against the ropes. Hometown heroes here in Dallas. And it doesn't seem like their first jaunt going to be a particularly fun time. Definitely some rounds that will make him cringe upon review. Oh, good flashes. And some Sampaius right in the open. He went up for an adventure. He gets away with murder. What? Still Fang's dead. That is his 18th as well. JT flashed through. Anti-flash black from Madden. That's cruel. Grim alive and kicking only by a thread. And this is, looking like the last round of play. JT, Grim, and Floppy trying to put their heads together. Dig themselves out of trouble. Sampaius, a frag onto him would be great, but he's sticking around. He's ready for it. He's heard out. Flash, or rather smokes towards main. And Grim just strafing into the AWP. Deagle for style points does hit, but down to 58 for JT. Floppy.
He's got some room.
That's a lot of room.
No bomb and no chance.
No way. JT takes down Snappy, another. From their leader. Nerds dinked as well. JT perhaps can convert off of that. He's trapped, and Diha should have him here. Nice find. 16-7. Hence, a nice start in their first game here in Dallas. And of course, home of the Cowboys, home of complexity. Not quite ideal.
No, but taking a look at the scores on the door, Sampaius at the tippy top, 24 for him. Nice little highlight reel in the last few. 18 for Snappy, the in-game leader, having a good showing here. 15 apiece for Nerds Diha. And, well, rounding out the server for Ents was Madden. On the other side of things, we mentioned JT and Fang and their struggles, but for Sonic, the stand-in, have to be happy with what he's brought to the table here today, and there's smiles on the faces. Complexity, no, they're up against it. They're up against a top-tier team like Ents. This is not going to be easy. Halzerk not being here for the boys, he is their best performer. This was always going to be a difficult task here today, Alex.
Yeah, back to the drawing board. Get the reviews in and down to the lower bracket. Let's see how the things shape up for Cole. But a good start for Ents. That's exactly what they woke up for. Objective complete.
I wonder if Snappy's happy with that one.
That's the question.
He didn't seem too happy before
I loved
the game.
the dagger moment, definitely.
I wonder what happened there.
I'd like to speak to Marco about that.
Hey, Snappy, did someone make a miscall in a 2v1? People give him bad info.
Because he's not afraid to blame himself, you know? Like, if he just thinks that, oh, okay, I actually just fumbled the clutch.
Yeah.
It's a different look, but yeah. As we run through those highlights, it was just Ents a bit of a mismatch in that head-to-heads with some of the Cole players.
A couple of moments, right? I think here losing that full eco for Complexity is something that'll stand out as the biggest mare in the matchup. A chance for them to have had a bit of a closer scoreline, sure. Just taking a look at the bracket here for Group B as well. The winner of this match will take on the game that you've seen coming in, popping in the little box. That's FaZe versus Evil Geniuses. So that'll be a best of 3. And I believe that one, I don't know if that one's going on later today. We got Group A, we got Group B, we got both coming. We have best of 3s later in the day. But coming up next here on the mainstream, we have Liquid versus Astralis, and there'll be Cloud9 versus Greyhound. So Cloud9 reigning IEM champs for Dallas. Back in the server, didn't get to see them at the major. Greyhound, an opportunity in their best of 1 to see if they can beat Cloud9 again. But we got Banks waiting on the sideline with a bit of an interview for y'all. Yeehaw!
A big yeehaw. We all heard that over here as well. And a big yeehaw coming out of all the Ents camp because you guys were fired up and ready. Just smooth business as usual, no real problems?
Well, I think Nuke is one of our best maps. So, yeah, we saw that we are really strong on Nuke, and that's it.
Now, we saw Snappy's reaction. He's just over there. There was a little 1v2 where it seemed like he may have got some misinformation. What happened in that?
In 1v2, I don't remember the round, actually, but...
He freaked back out at you guys.
I actually don't remember the round, not gonna lie.
That's fine. I'll ask him and I'll find out the information from it as well. But going up against this complexity, right, even with a stand-in, were you surprised that they picked into that Nuke? Because it's quite a hard map to bring a new player into.
No, we were actually really prepared for the Nuke. I mean, we thought which was the only map that actually can go out, and we were thinking about Ancient or Nuke.
And so you guys were prepared, you're ready for it. And how energized and how motivated are you guys here for Dallas? Last time around, when I look at the major performance for you guys, it was a tricky run. So now it's time to prove yourselves?
Yeah, I think it's time to prove ourselves, because I think in the major we lost to ourselves. We didn't have a great mentality, and right now I think we fixed a lot of the things. Not inside the game, it's mostly outside the game. So right now I think we are in a good way, and yeah, that's it. Hope we do it good on Dallas.
Hopefully as well. Thank you very much, man. We'll see how it goes, and we'll continue going forward. We'll go to the break, and then when we come back, it's test time.
The bar raising, we keep moving it up. Ain't no surprises here, they knew it was us. Apologies if I was doing too much, but I always came through in the clutch. I got faith restored, why you pushing the brakes? I ain't full of myself, boy, I'm full of mistakes. I came from humble and roots, I'm here to stand and deliver. Had no one gassing me up, except the man in the mirror. I used to work on my handles, and now it's handles of liquor. I write these songs in a dark room, the candle will flicker. I stay practicing heavy for when the game's on the line. It's like over and over, I run the plays in my mind. I'm a psycho, I'm taking my time. Rushing perfection is a dangerous crime. You gotta give it and take it. That's what you do till you make it. I had to roll with the punches and take the hits from the flagrants. I'm saying the bar raising, we keep moving it up. And no surprises here, they knew it was us. Apologies if I was doing too much, but I always came through in the clutch. An off game don't mean I'm losing my touch. And no excuses, I ain't using a crutch. Apologies if I was doing too much, but I always came through in the clutch. I was falling, had me stalling. I was way down, now I'm balling. I done came up, and I called it. I done came in the clutch with the game on the line, I know. I operate from a higher place. Wait, some decisions don't dry erase. I'm doing what I can to fuel the flame like a fireplace. To make a bunch of money, buy my mama a fireplace. We make incredible songs to celebrate and get mad lit. Once upon a time in Hollywood, I'm like Brad Pitt. My homies say I lit a life, yeah, just a tad bit. Learning how to move in this rap shit. I told them that the bar raising, we keep moving it up. And no surprises here, they knew it was us. Apologies if I was doing too much, but I always came through in the clutch. An off game don't mean I'm losing my touch. And no excuses, I ain't using a crutch. Apologies if I was doing too much, but I always came through in the clutch.
There's Complexity taking an L, sort of like the big one in their name. That's right, they go up against Ince on Nuke, and Ince do what they had to do. Sampaius did everything he could do, and it was just enough. They make it happen. And I'm here with Maui. I'm here with Yanko. We're here to talk to you a little bit about the Intel Extreme Masters Dallas Edition 2023, gents. In the way events, didn't it?
Yes, it did, in fact. Sampaius making it look good on both sides. Sometimes you actually would want to criticize Sampaius for the fact that he's really good on CT. He's always really strong on those defenses, but on T side, actually, he was able to work through some of the gaps that were in Complexity's defense. I would say that you could tell there was maybe some lack of cohesion between Sonic and Fang, who were supposed to, normally Halzerk and Fang pair together very nicely towards outside, and I felt like we didn't really see the 1-2, kind of those setups that you would necessarily need in order to have a really strong outside defense in that first half. And I think Snappy just called a good game because of that. Snappy showing that maybe there's something to his claim.
Best in-game leader, best Danish in-game leader. No, I think also that conversation is more about him saying like they have better players to work with on paper, right? So I'm doing more with less. Yeah. Which is a point that you can make most definitely, but yeah, I think for Complexity, ENCE is just not a good matchup, even in a best-of-1 map pool-wise, right? I mean, ENCE Nuke is probably the map they're most confident on. Ancient was up there, you could see, and those were the 2 maps that were left. Yeah. So, yeah, I don't think this necessarily means that Complexity is just going to be out after their next game and they can't beat anyone. It's just difficult for them to square up against ENCE with a stand and considering the map pools.
Yeah, I mean, you could look at it from both ends of the spectrum right here, right? For Complexity, you start with an L. You have a chance at bouncing back, but really, you know, what did you show here that made you a believer again, Maui?
Well, actually, Sonic himself played very well. Sonic actually had a good amount of impact in that first half, defense-wise. Floppy as well, and those are 2 guys that I'd say have been pretty quiet. Well, obviously, one's been silent. He hasn't been on the team in Sonic, but Floppy hasn't really been doing all too well when it comes to everything he's been contributing for in terms of Complexity. I mean, he's just been like, he shone really bright. He showed him so brightly when he was on that Cloud9 roster, like, oh, he could be the best player on this team. But it's really been the Grim story, and Grim did okay in this game. But I just think that when you look at what Complexity are working with, the fact that they had to just throw Sonic in, who has no officials experience this year, at least he was able to, you know, output kills. But it's just that it felt like it was kind of individualistic. It wasn't really in that system that you'd want.
It's one of those things where you don't know if, yeah, he got kills himself, but maybe the lack of cohesion and, you know, with Fang and Fang not having as much output, like net, is that a plus or a minus for the team? But I think, you know, they're going to play the loser of FaZe EG. So I think that's a way potentially for them through the lower bracket to get at least a couple of wins. I think any reps are good for them, seeing as how they'll have to use Sonic in Washington next week too.
Yeah, the FaZe EG game, that was getting a little weird when we were leaving the green room to come up here to do this segment. But, you know, I do believe we're going to get that opportunity to look into the B stream here shortly. My thing is, you know, for Complexity, is the bounce back there? Is this a slow start? How do I compute this in my mind?
They're not going to make the playoffs. Awesome. They're not going to make playoffs of this tournament, right? They're going to go to the lower bracket. They're going to play EG, and that's the goal for the tournament is not to lose to EG, not because it's EG, but because it's like a domestic rivalry between the 2 NA organizations, right? Like if they can avoid that, and then whoever comes next, right, just do your best, do what you can. You're playing with the stand and ride this season out, and then reevaluate. I think that's like Complexity would be content with that. Everything else is a bonus.
Yeah, and for Complexity, they do their best Icarus impression here, and by flying way too damn close to the sun. It's Sun Pius, and our Air Force player of the match. It's aim high, it's all the things there in between, but he was all over the place.
Need to be careful with that, Trace. You know, Sun is a deadly laser.
Sun is a deadly laser.
So yeah, Sun Pius had a great game.
What's the reference there? What's the reference?
If you have to ask, you'll never know. Yeah, like it's just one of them things. I'll fill you up to speed. But yeah, tell me about Sun Pius.
Okay, sure. I mean, like I was saying, in the first half, I mean, he was actually dominant with the AK. We see some of the openers here that he was getting with ENCE. Felt like every beginning of these early rounds, he was doing such a great job towards those door pops. We saw him take a couple of duels towards outside. I felt like actually it wasn't even necessarily like Sun Pius was making all these great moves, but he was the benefactor of a lot of openers that ENCE and Snappy were calling. And because he was just able to fill that entry role so well in that first half, like that A defense for Complexity was another big problem too. I was talking about the outside stuff between Fang and Sonic not doing too well, but actually Grim and JT were having a hard time on A too because Sun Pius was in their faces.
Yeah, and sometimes, you know, Grimothy comes out and gives that good old-fashioned Grim job. You know what I'm saying, guys? Anyway,
well, I mean, what's the reference there?
They they've used Grim Job. There was another one that
If you have to ask, Maui.
was really good. But
Grimbo
yeah,
Slice. Grimbo Slice.
Yeah, that was the other one. Yeah, that one's up there too. Let's take a look at this B bracket. That's where we just got started with Instant Complexity. So now Maui can attempt to tell us about everything else.
Yeah, I mean, this is the only game that's obviously been played, as we can see from the results. On the other side, we've got Liquid versus Astralis. That should be taking place rather soon. It'll be on this stream coming up next. And then Greyhound Rivalry versus Cloud9. That'll be on the B stream as soon as Phase EG ends. And I know that game's heating up too in its own special way.
Yeah, I do wonder what it is over there.
Last time Greyhound played Cloud9, it was at the Rio Major, and Greyhound beat Cloud9.
That's just true.
Wild.
In the 0-1 game, right?
But Cloud9's the reigning Dallas
game.
champ. Didn't you know?
Yeah, absolutely. So
yeah. So what is Group A?
David versus David fight.
Yeah, David versus David. All right, perhaps we do that. We'll go to a break. We'll come back. I'll try to catch you up to speed with the sun being a deadly laser. And in the meantime, you don't go too damn far. We're looking at Astralis Liquid when we come back.
Don't forget the Grim Job.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Smurfs, your time is over. Go yourself.
To all the 817 imposters using my name on Faceit, go yourself.
To all your grievers, go yourself. Go yourself. Go yourself.
Go verify yourself for free today. In 4 easy steps, you can join the battle against Smurfs and compete with confidence against real accounts. What did you think they were saying?
You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again.
ain't playing. You should have listened when we said we stay.
I mean, obviously, they need to do it now because Nitro have announced that he's going to retire from Counter-Strike, so they will need to find someone, an in-game leader, most likely.
With the Kinder Nitro, they grow up very fast. They started to play, like, sit and talk and fix their problems.
Really think about their roles. I think they've been on a run with this lineup, at least, where it's kind of inconsistent with how their roles match up with where their players are best suited with when they brought in Yukinder and stuff. I think just kind of finding their feet there, when I think getting an RGL in can kind of fix something like that.
I mean, this one is easy. This is free, man. Like they should twist. I think they should try something else. Rather do 2 now than 1 now and then 1 in 3, 4, 5, 6 months. And yeah, that worked out pretty good for us. But obviously, again, it's hard to know exactly inside the team who's creating the good chemistry, who has the right work ethic, who is bringing the good communication and pressure moments, stuff like this.
Whole lot to take in right there, a lot to digest as well, as we see Liquid getting a little bit of lunch ahead of their matchup here against Astralis in the first day of IEM.
Why are they not at their PCs, Trace? The game is starting soon.
Look how energetic Naf is back there. OG
Air
just
hockey.
wants to play air hockey with literally anybody, but no one will step to the occasion, it seems. So Astralis on the other side, they've got their own camp in tow, and they're also another team that we keep our eyes on going forward in this matchup at least.
Of course, you can't not watch them.
It's weird.
You can't watch the match and not see Astralis
it's true.
and Liquid.
It is very weird like that.
But we have to address the elephant in the room.
What's that, Liquid?
It's the history. It's
Yeah,
the
but
history, Trace.
There's history here. Yeah, cool. Altex 3000, whatever. I'm talking about Team Liquid. They're not Team Loquid anymore. But let me ask you guys what you think about what Cadian's saying right there. You know, he's saying, would you rather change 2 pieces, you know, get it out of the way? Like, what does that even smell like?
I'm with Cadian all the way. I think Astralis made that mistake right when Device initially joined, right? They didn't make a full rebuild of the team, sort of tried to create a roster that can be competitive. So then they found themselves, you know, this year again, switching out Zipix for Altex, and I still don't think that's it. No. But maybe they can prove me wrong, Trace.
Maybe. Maybe not.
We'll see. I guess this tournament's going to shine some light on it. First time that Device has been at an IEM since 2020. So I think that this would be as good a time as any to show that maybe they don't need any more changes, Yanko. Maybe actually Altex is the man. And I think that this tournament is going to do a lot of the talking for me. I'm of the opinion right now it's not enough, but like, I think that's why we're here. That's why Astralis are here, to shut the haters up. And I'm a hater right now.
Of course you are.
I'm Hayden.
Of course. Hayden.
You're always
I didn't know that was
Maui.
your first name. That's cool, man. Hayden.
Hayden Christensen.
Nice. Interesting. You learn more and more about each other every single day we do this. Let us dive into Team Liquid by hearing from Team Liquid.
Liquid are going into that opening game here. I've got Yukinder with me. And I want to touch on the negatives of the major, right? But also, was it less of a pain, given the fact that obviously you took over the IGL roles and now what we know about Nitro retiring?
Well, I mean, overall, we got the playoffs from a 0-2 start and a really heavy match against Fluxo in the Challenger stage. I mean, everybody is... it's not as bad as if we would have lost there, right? And I'm happy we showed character throughout that tournament. Against Apex, yes, we were mostly not there. Apex was playing good, and it's always room for improvement. And with Nick saying the news about leaving, yeah. Of course, it was like we didn't necessarily know that, and it's just a good timing in terms of like me taking over IGL, and then yeah.
Now, in terms of that, you taking over the IGL, you're not American, but does he pass the shield on to you now? Do we go through the movie arc and you become the new Captain America?
I would want to be Spider-Man more.
Spider-Man?
Yeah.
Okay, well, Nick can keep the shield. We'll give you some web slinging action. But in terms of that, right, all jokes aside, going up against Astralis, last time at EPL when it was the main team they had at that time, things have changed a lot for these guys. They've improved a lot of these online events as well. Do you consider them more threatening now or a bit easier because you've got a lot of these inexperienced players if you look at Altex and then Buzz coming in?
I think there's the difference between like newer players and older experienced players is really small now. I think the gap between players is really small. So I think it's, if you understand how the system works, I think it's easy to implement new players into that system. And of course they're hot. They won the two online tournaments. I'm sure they're confident and they're a great team. I hope it's going to be a great match.
But you're going to get the win?
Probably.
Probably, I like it. not give me like, yeah, I've got this. Thanks, man, appreciate it.
Probably. I mean, probably.
Sounds very confident. Where's all that swagger from Yikinder now? I mean, first talking about how it would have been worse if they could have lost to Fluxo, and that would have been worse than how they ended the major. Like, it seems like as if the goal was not to embarrass yourself rather than actually have some aspirations to win the whole thing. So second interesting thing we heard is they didn't necessarily know Nitro was going to retire at the time when they were boot camping and when Yikinder was taking over in-game leader roles.
A little bit of a turbulence, I believe, is what they pocketed over
so
there.
So what came first, the chicken or the egg, Trace?
I don't know, the chicken or the eggs.
Is he retiring because he saw the situation in the team and like that kind of, whatever, or did the change happen because someone knew he was retiring?
Sorry, I have to cut you off right there.
That's fine.
Let's hear from Astralis real quick while I get my entire life together.
Astralis are facing off against Liquid, but it's very different from the old times these two teams go up against each other. And Blame, I want to talk to you about one thing, is the fact that you guys came through the open qualifier, closed qualifier to the main event, but also you've been playing these online events as well. How important has that been to developing yourselves on this rebuild of Astralis?
I think it's important to play a lot of officials if you want to get good as a team, especially when you had a lot of new players in Astralis all the time. Yeah. So it's good to get some officials in, because sometimes it's hard when you're just practicing to learn all the mistakes and feel all the things that can happen in an official game. You don't really get that from practice. So yeah, I think it's good to play a lot of officials.
And what kind of form do you expect to come into this event with? We've seen your tweets, we enjoyed your tweets for sure, but it's like, what level do you think these guys can bring when the pressure's on now and you're not in the home environment, especially for the newer players?
I think it's going to be a lot the same, honestly. That's my expectation, at least. I think that we should have to do good in one of either of those two next tournaments, like this one and Washington. Like, we want to show that what we have been grinding for has paid off, because we played good online, but we haven't played very good on LAN this year. Yeah. So I would say that my expectations are pretty high for these two events.
And in terms of going up against Liquid, obviously they played well at the major with this Yikinder situation with him taking over the IGL, and now we know that Nitro is retiring as well. Does this make it like a better matchup for you? Do you think you have an advantage in that sense, or does it not really matter or change anything for you?
It doesn't change that much for us, but I think it's always a little bit of disadvantage when the team is like, they know that it's going to be like the last one, they can just... They're probably just going to go on and say to each other, let's have fun and enjoy this moment with each other. So that can be a little bit hard to play against. Whereas, like, if they didn't have that, there might be a lot of pressure on them. I don't think there is that right now. So yeah, maybe a little bit harder, but I still think that we have a good chance of winning this one.
Well, let's see if we do. Thank you very much, Blame. Good luck.
Thank you.
You can't play Counter-Strike without power, and our Colex players to watch will need to be electric to see their teams find success. Captain America's last chance to be the hero America needs. The shield is ready to be passed on, and here he can throw it up one more time for his people, for his team, and be the Avenger we all know he can be, especially now he doesn't have to be the in-game leader. It's hardly been plug and play for Device since he came back to Astralis, but maybe the great memories of old will come back to him as he's taking on Liquid, who he dominated throughout all of his glory days. Is this where Astralis can go back to winning ways? Sure, one of our Codex players to watch is about to unplug and hang up the headset, while the other gets replugged into a once legendary CS roster, but only one can be victorious here in Dallas. Who will it be?
Yeah, the news of Nitro making an exit, pretty sad stuff, all things considered. Sadness was also there when Device wasn't in the server, or that was just Astralis. I can't really tell. Nonetheless, Maui, I'm looking over here at you, and I'm trying to figure out, where the pieces lie on either side.
Despite the fact that Liquid know that this is a send-off for Captain America himself. I actually think that there's been some pretty good signs with Liquid's development and where they've been going, even though it hasn't been the results we necessarily would have loved to see, them losing to Apex in the quarterfinals. Nitro played his best LAN event by rating alone since 2019, once he kind of fell off of that IGL role. And so as an individual, as a fragger, he's actually playing very well, despite the fact that he's going to be retiring. And I would say that I would have Liquid as the slight favorites in this matchup when we're landing on Overpass.
And you know, there is something to say about it, Yenko, when we have teams in like weird positions or we know that a change is coming. These teams somehow, some way, mostly find success. Why?
Why? Because, it's fine to lose now. So the pressure is off, right? It's okay to lose. And then you play more loose, you're not playing scared, you're trusting your instincts, you're coming into fights with more confidence, right? All that sort of stuff. And that's why we say CS is a mental game. It's a game of confidence, and more recently, a game of handling pressure, right? And that's why we put so much emphasis on it. So this will be an interesting one. The pressure is more so on Astralis to sort of have a good showing here, because they didn't have that many opportunities this year. It was only Pro League really when it comes to Tier 1 tournaments, and their biggest win came in the qualifier for this event, beating Cloud9 in the winners bracket to earn a spot in Dallas.
So you've given Liquid an edge, and you're thinking along the same thing, or?
Nah, I'm gonna go with Astralis.
We had to have a house divided.
I think Astralis was using these online tournaments more as, I don't want to say it's practice, they were playing to win, but they wanted to get the newer players experience, and they were trying to figure out what their pick is and what their pool is, and Overpass became pretty good for them. That's where they settled. So yeah, I know it's good for Liquid, but I think Astralis have a couple of tricks up their sleeve.
Yeah, we're going to keep our eyes peeled. Thank you very much, gentlemen. What was at one point a very, very iconic, legendary duel between these two teams has now fallen under different terms. We find ourselves in Dallas, and to tell this story is going to be Sponge and Machine.
Thank you very much, fellas. Yeah, it's a fun story to tell, actually. I'm looking forward to picking this one apart with you yourself, Chatty B. It's not 2018 anymore, believe it or not.
No, and as far as rivalries go, it was always pretty one-sided.
Right, yeah. There was a grand final or two, you know?
In recent history, Liquid got the win, so everything's kind of changed, and now we don't even have the cause anymore because Zipex has, well, he's not sidelined, he's at Astralis Talent.
Yes, yeah, they brought in that Altex flavor. And interested to see how Astralis approaches Overpass as well. It's a map that typically, especially with the T start from them, we're going to immediately get an idea of how Glaive is pulling the strings and how they plan to face off. We're getting into things. Astralis versus Liquid. It is 2023, right?
Yeah, I have to check.
Okay, cool. Wow, it's happening. Let's check in and find out how far this one goes. Nitro going to be hanging up the mouse and keyboard, making that announcement. Let's see if they can start as they mean to go on, and so he can go out with a bang.
It'd be a nice way to pick up a win against Astralis as well, a team that has caused them so many issues.
And on Overpass, wait, he's going to start AWPing, Chad. He's going to start AWPing.
Why not? Really, why not? Just really roll back the years here a little bit, but let's get underway. Astralis on that attack. There's going to be a P250 in the hands of Deva, and nice to have Device back in the server as well.
It's nice to see
Oh, look at these odds.
Yeah, and look at this headshot. Go on, mate. That's a little inquisitive peek out of OC, and they're charging up the underpass. Pair, or rather three of them, already taking that control by force. No one there.
Let's force the rotation here. Liege forward in towards Sewer.
P2K.
He's about to be in a lot of trouble. Three about to spring out this door, Alex.
Counter-Strike hipster, and one. Make it two. Oh my god, that could have been three. Nitro ensures it wasn't in vain. A lot of damage straight to the body there.
And all the util gone. Device has found the smoke. Sure, there was a molly in the mix here as well. And now it is Device and Altex, old and the new.
Let's see what they can get done. Altex fires off a shot. Monster the call for Liquid, and flash in response to regain some control. That aware of Device likely short. And in no hurry here at the T's. I mean, by cutting noise, you can see that Liquid are starting to regroup ramp side. And Nitro tagged on down. That P250 does connect. The smoke could facilitate something. Great headshots out of Nitro. A dreamy start for the captain. Liquid off to the races.
Yeah, beautiful stuff there. A bit of a contribution between the likes of Nitro and Elige, the two franchise players here. So good to see them sitting hot. And, well, Elige is going to have to be a bit of a force here on the CT side. Him in combination with the OC over towards A. I know we see him here over towards B, but that's the pistol round. I think it's got a little bit different. On the pistol round, she can do a whole lot more funky stuff.
Oh, lovely. Dreamy. And he's plugged into the game. That's what I like to see. That's what I like to see from Jonathan E.
Ow, and OC keeping a bit of the hype that he picked up at the major. So that's good to see as well. self-appointed hype man as Yakinda, the self-appointed in-game leader into the stack. Hello!
Graffiti!
That's the heart
Graffiti!
attack. That's Maui in the green room every day at a major. Graffiti! That's gotta be. It's a 2K.
No, we get 5 like balaclavas on the wall,
Okay,
guys. Yeah,
yeah.
it was just like the Dust 2 moment.
Rest in pepperonis, Dust 2.
Yeah. Didn't bring that back, did they?
No.
Probably realised their mistake.
Yeah, it was like, well, this is silly. Why
was
did we get excited about people AWPing the mid doors?
Yeah, I don't
Look
really...
at this camera.
Wow, I like it.
Was that Bastion?
10 points to
If
Ravenclaw.
that was Bastion. Bastion's here as well.
Okay.
Jakey's coming later.
Ooh, yes. Bringing out the big guns. Jake Meister. And 4 MP9s. Going to be seeing how far they can get up against the AK-47s. Astralis equipped with a full 5.
I do like this here with the gamble on this bonus round. So heavy SMG set up over towards the upper bathrooms. OC as an M4 as part of this alongside a Yakinda and a Liege. Over towards B, Nitro and Naf to lock things down. And default spread from Astralis across the map. Blame and Device. Well, if you missed the memo, these two are the carry factor. If they're not playing well, Astralis, I don't think they have a hope in hell. And Blame rips off the head of Yakinda. A big find. They know that's the pivot man here. So with him in the dirt, Glaive, he can start piecing this one together. Altex to babysit outside B. Buzz, connector, that's his responsibility.
Not ideal. OC, he had the rifle for that long fight, but he's been spotted out, flashed off, and space can be taken. Device will occupy long. Blame to join him. Glaive's got bomb. And they've got a really nice spread of map control now. OC and Elige are going to be the duo responsible for this. Naf in rotation.
That's left though, Alex. There's still have a whole bunch of nades here. Some mollies, some smokes. Time's starting to become an issue. Ooh, and a rotation here, a heavy rotation. Liquid into a gamble, and it's not the right call.
No, it's quite the opposite of a good call. They've left it completely vacant.
Oh dear. Well, that might just be the round in itself.
Yeah, no, I think you might be onto something
I know
there.
it's bonuses. You wouldn't be remiss at throwing one of these SMGs in for a fight, but if you don't have a find in the next 5 or so seconds, you're not getting it at all.
Yeah, OC, that is something. Maybe Elige can build upon it. They're making a round out of this. Burning. Down now is Buzz. And
It's just Blame. Altex is rotating around the world here.
God,
Nitro's going to take down Altex.
Blame needs to hold on. Naf gets him with the MP9. And this is falling apart. Altex is screwed. Astralis, a fumble and a clean retake out of Liquid.
Where the hell did that come from? I didn't think they'd look in for that at all, but OC out of the bank smoke into the first kill and an opportunity at a round. Liquid get 3.
Wow. That's going to get under their skin. Liquid, not only did they win the pistol, that's the gun round. It felt like it was a straight slam dunk for Astralis.
A clean opener from Blame on that boost.
It felt perfect. And we thought, as you see that bomb go down, you see Device's position, you think it's all set.
That's the one.
Done. OC onto Glaive. Up on the dice box, and then Elige, by finding this second as well, it really sealed the deal.
Oh, it's huge, but OC's kill opens the door.
Yes.
They would never have considered it otherwise because these SMGs don't really have a penetration point. But at that point, it's like 4v4. Hey, let's go. Let's give it a crack. And a nice round there from Team Liquid. But you do see this purchase back from Astralis. Wanting to keep some pressure on in the buy department here. So Blame, AK in his hands, Deagles for the rest, and pressure again. His backyard already taken.
They're feeling themselves. Look at that spot from Naf as well. Catches Altex just on the edge of that short smoke.
And we want to make sure we're saying Altex's and Buzz's names in the positive light here. We'll talk a little bit about their LAN history as this game progresses, but right now they are just being picked apart. Device in the dirt too.
Yeah, see what Elige can get done. It should have a clean close. Some armor and some Deagles, sure. It's Blame the threatening one with that hero AK-47. Not looking good now. Hard to be the hero when you've lost 3 of your teammates.
This is the thing. Your pistol players tend to want to buy room for the rifle, but the rifle still needs to be involved for the trade. Any kills that Blame gets right now are just going to be of the financial contribution. The impact for them to win the round is gone. Spots out one, takes the duel. They know where both are, so Yakinda can be screaming right now for them to clamp down on this position. OC posts up with the AWP, says you shall not pass. Elige makes sure the back door is closed as well.
Yeah, he's actually going for more forward position given to accommodate for Nitro through that underpass angle. Ooh, just on the jiggle, Blame. Didn't get anything going. Elige spots him out, baits him out, but Blame down now to 30. Limited options. Buzz cut down by Naf for his second frag, and this one should be all said and done.
See, back. These kills here, if he gets into B and plants, I'll shut my mouth, but those kills there are the reason that people have issues with Blame F, is because they're low impact. If he gets a plant, though, shut up. No plant. So that's where people, especially like puggers, that's
Right.
when they see, if you have a teammate like that, it's like, bro, get me out of here, right?
Right, I see that.
But Blame is a very good player, and I think that over his progression as an individual, in-game leading at Complexity, them being in this Astralis team, him having to take on a bunch of different roles, having to be told what to do, right? Because in Complexity, he was given so much responsibility of a new team as a young player who was a star player. But then now being under the control of the likes of Glaive, obviously you've got the coaching staff, you've got Castle, you've got Hunden there as well, some respected, well, it depends on where you are.
Some names.
There's some names, yep. In the Danish scene, I can put the respected back. But in terms of the way that they approach the game, Blame having to change his stance.
Yeah.
Because he can do it all. Blame can do it all. It's just, I think for us getting a look at him here, he needs to do a lot in this kind of match, because Altex and Buzz, I was looking at their LAN history. They're young kids, 20 and 19, right? They're very young. For Altex, he hasn't played a proper LAN before, right? This is it. He's played local Danish LANs.
Yeah, but
right?
this is an upgrade from a Copenhagen Games. You know, you're pulling up to Dallas, pulling up to IEM.
And Buzz as well. He's played 3 big LAN events with Astralis so far, and his rating at all of those events has been in the red. So for these kids, it's about becoming what they can, and we get to learn that together here. But about a minute has subsided so far in this round, and just been jostling for the map control here.
Very interested to see, you know, how far Liquid can run away with this hot start. See how difficult of a return to form for Astralis this will be.
There's 3 of them here on B. This is going to be a difficult execute in, especially with the limited utility. Smoke, couple flashes, and a HE. Are they going to change their path here? Are they going to try and make their way up connector? You'd hope not. 30 seconds.
Wow. Straight down the back
Alex.
of his jersey there. Nitro brought low off the nade. They are heading towards Elysian Yakinda's setup. Yakinda on this secondary orb. And Elige straight to the head of Blame. Strafes out into device, but can Yakinda post a second on the orb? They know where he is. He still takes a second with him.
Got a plan.
He's got time for it. No, he doesn't. Naf just rounds the corner in time, and the round falls apart for Astralis once more. Could have done something with the plant.
After time. Blame. That's miserable right there. 650 bucks left in the bank. The in-game leader going to be very unhappy with how that one has simmered out.
You can see him processing. He's like, oh, I can't go forward. Where am I supposed to go?
Yeah.
There was no good option there, but he does have to swallow the bitter pill of dying after time on the T side. $650 dues. Not much you can do with those.
And they will take a timeout here off the back of that round loss. So Astralis going to have a conversation here regarding the movements forward. And for Glaive, there's no good option. Loss bonus is maxed out, so if he does save here completely, his buy next round is secure, but it doesn't mean he gets to invest into any goodies. So for the in-game leader, a fabled in-game leader, this is going to be a tough next round to play. And you can see, based on the radar, how difficult this was going to be for Astralis to get back over towards the A side of the map. With Elige parked up in Divider, you have to get past him if you wanted to get him towards the site, and the fact he gets one, he's always going to get one in that position. Hard clearing late. We talk about how much time you need to clear out every single angle. Well, when you're running in at 16 seconds, you just can't be as diligent. And then Yakinda, as you mentioned, that AWP, he loves to bring it out and then drop it again. Oh.
Okay, look at this. Oh, I was about to say Elige's going to get info. He still will. Yeah, he's pushed Fountain, so, I mean, look at the knee-jerk reaction. Yakinda's on his way. Nav and Nitro do batten down the hatches on B. If they're quick about this, there's only 2 here. If. Oof, good nades, and Nitro still allowed to spray down 1. That's big from Blame. He's got himself a double.
Alicia's quick on the flank here. That's a good nade.
Bang! And the dirt is gone. Blame deleted, and more from Yakinda as he does clean house. Spotless, clean and tidy.
And look at the mood in the camp. Everyone's got a smile on their face.
It's a contagious smile Yakinda
You know,
has.
I don't know why they keep putting Yakinda up for interviews, because in the early days of Yakinda, he was the most personable guy. But then it's just been used against him too many times. Things have been said. They've lost games. And now, when he does the interviews, he's just become a plain Jane.
Yeah, well, I can't even blame him.
No, I don't blame him either.
I really don't blame him. Like, for some reason, people just love throwing any sort of slightly entertaining statement back in your face.
Hey, do you want them to be entertaining? Yeah, but we also want to be able to talk smack when it goes slightly wrong. All right, well, I guess we can have it all. We are the viewers. We get our cake and eat it. And Yakinda back into an AWP. AWP, rifle, AWP. Let's see. Success.
It does definitely disrupt your calling, right?
It does. It really does. I just think you're trying to keep track of it.
Dude, when we were casting...
See, look at this. Blame is calling the AWP shot right now. OC is already going to be over towards B. So if Altec started looking, which he isn't, he may have been finding himself walking into rifles or an AWP here. So with that information, Astralis haven't been able to capitalize at all.
It's really cool. A really cool way to disrupt. I mean, when we were casting Pro League, the amount of times all of the pros like Carrigan, Zershin were just talking about, especially on Overpass, calling around the AWP.
Yes,
and how much of a integral piece of information that was. But if you're constantly second guessing, was that OC, was that Yakinda, it really can throw you through a loop.
Well, they're going to try and finish towards B here yet again, and a well-timed smoke. Glaive will have to respect that. He cannot risk charging through it. This time round, a little bit of extra utility in the smoke and molly department for the B. Oh, coming through. Glaive's got a gap.
Big gap, big frag. Glaive lays down the law, opens the sight. OC has to react, opts for the M4.
Why?
Yeah, because he's got Buzz's head on a platter. Another from OC. That is clean. That's his first death. 6 frags, and Altec's a big one. Catches a Legion rotation, puts Yakinda onto a clutch, and not a particularly comfortable one. He's got his eye to the scope, and no hope. Blame perfectly crouched under the angle, and Astralis have themselves a first, and it's at the hands of Glaive.
That's going to feel good. That's going to feel real good. Winning a round like that in that fashion, great stuff. Good trading and a good risk that's taken there. Yakinda trying to get the talk up. Timeout has been taken. It is going to be the second for Astralis here. Let's see if they can build consecutive off the back of their first. And if they can even break the finances of Liquid here quite early. So good stuff. You see OC even getting 2 with that change into the M4, thinking on his toes and getting fired up. So need to make sure they're bringing the energy here. It's quite the disparity when you look at the young guns, their lack of experience, and then the other 3. And Blame is probably not really in that conversation in terms of the trophies, but in terms of the big events and playing Tier 1 Counter-Strike for the last couple of years, he's got buckets and spades more than the other 2 combined. And that's one of the keys here. If Buzz or Altex has a big round, even if it's just a 2K, right? You want to jazz them up. You want to let them know. You want to make them feel comfortable here because this environment is foreign.
Let's see what this call is. Smoke from Spawn from Glaive. Blame will throw out the second for Extinguish and occupying that playground position early. Elijah forward stance here in the underpass. It's Buzzy's going to have to get through. And, oh, Buzz, yeah, you could be caught out with this one. He's got the Mag 10.
Elijah's committed. He has to fight.
Ouch! Ouch! That leaves a mark. No helmet, no fun for Elige. Buzz has really delivered there. Off of the rip.
This is where Liquid will have to take a risk, right? They need to play for info somewhere because Elige was essentially the only A defender, and this might be the push we're seeing here starting to set up. Nitro, Naf into Monster, Altex and Glaive to deal with on the other side. Here comes the flashes.
Oh, this is ballsy. And Glaive, he was caught out, still hits the headshot. Some captain on captain action. Naf, oh, he's under a lot of scrutiny there. Nades in his face and smoke to bail himself out of trouble.
But this is looking great for an Astralis second here. We spoke about doubling up, and if they can take away the rest of the rifles, this is a really good round, right? Remove the rifles, make sure Liquid can't have a purchase into the next round to play. And as OC starts to have a look, will he overlook Blame F? Because into the bathrooms, the American sniper will spot him out, but it's only a tag. He wants the double dip.
He got the info on his repeak. Elise knows he's eloped. Very low. Glaive and Blame hanging on by just 20 HP. And look at Altex activating. Is he aware? Oh, spots out Yakinda. Can't finish it clean. Does get that headshot. And that should define the round. They're into the site. Naf is there to kick up a fuss, though.
20 seconds. Has to go B, Glaive. It's just Altex and Glaive on B.
He's so low. Trying to make space was Altex. Oh! Naf, he's ruined their day. Cancels play. Bomb down, round lost and less. 10 seconds, Device and Blame. They can barely get across. Nade might make space. Missed shot. No time for the plan. He just has to live. They're going to find him. Oh! And they take the round. That is some Counter-Strike. Woo-wee.
What was that as a round? This B site hit with 2 players. Low on HP. Altex wanders in. Glaive, a headless chook. What am I doing? I got the bomb. I'm on low HP. I can't get into the site.
Oh, I'm lightheaded after that one.
That's a fun round.
That was cool. I mean, you got no time for it, but the flank is enough to finish the job. Really.
But Device had to run. Right. Device would have been running at some point. So the comms right now for Liquid are just in chaos. And that's really no doing of their own because Naf right here, he's completely changed the round. Look at this nade. Bang. Perfectly placed. Blame F in the States. Got that baseball arm and then OC into the clutches of Device. Thank you very much. We'll take the double up. We'll put you on eco. We'll force a... Wait, hold up. Another Astralis timeout.
Yeah.
3 Astralis timeouts in 8 rounds of play, and they've just broken Liquid. You've got one left?
I guess.
All right. They're valuing these T-side rounds a lot here. This is going to be Liquid having to go for the eco scenario with 2,400 available as the next round loss bonus. Yeah, they will take this very conservative round. I like that round of Counter-Strike.
Yeah,
Can we do that again?
I got like some goosebumps just replaying it in my head. That was cool, man.
Messy CS.
I love it.
Fun CS.
It's definitely a lot of fun.
Leave your clean stuff at home.
God damn, yeah, that flank really saved them. And so did that nade from Blame as well. Oh, okay.
It's all real beautiful.
Yeah, a good bit of fun, that. This one should be a good bit of fun for Astralis. You'd hope off the back of the timeout, this one's a real clean conversion, the anti-eco.
Well, hold up, Alex.
They have a flashbang. Is that what you're about to say?
There's a $200 investment of a flashbang in the hands of Yakinda here. A Liege with the P250 and 5 members of Team Liquid on the B site as Altex Glaive. They're starting to make their way in.
This would be quite the flashbang. He's actually boosted up. He's not going to be doing much, and he loses his footing. Naf removed. Altex, a nice triple, in fact, 3 on the spray. Device comes in with the Julies, and Yakinda, he's just throwing himself into the meat grinder. So, 3 in a row for I was about to say Altex. Well, yeah,
we'll give it to him.
Astralis.
We'll give it to you, Altex. You can take it. From Astralis talent up to the main roster, replacing Zipex. Now, there's 2 names you're going to be hearing an awful lot once we do get Astralis over towards that CT side. It's going to be Buzz and Altex. They are going to be the B defenders. Glaive's your rotator, and then over towards A, you get a bit of Blame F and Device action.
Interesting.
I can tell you which side I'm probably hitting.
Yeah, no, for sure. Especially in this environment. It's going to be a nice, a test, most definitely. It could be entertaining. Device going for the T-side AWP overpass, and he's going straight short, extinguishing himself. He's going to post on this short angle very aggressively. Are they ready for it? Are they safe from his gaze? Oh yeah, that's what he's been waiting for. Nitro walks straight across and meets that fast posting from Device's AWP. Really setting themselves up for a solid T-haul here.
He wants to search Monster here as well by the looks of things. He might even
just walk in?
escort Glaive. So the 2 of them are partnered up here. And this is Device taking matters into his own hands.
Ooh, Naf though, he's comfortable in these precarious scenarios, not against the AWP. Device rips him out of the sight. It's only Yakinda. A lot on his plate here. He has to be able to deliver. 4 on his screen. What are you supposed to do with this? Very limited resources. And it's OC with the first. Suddenly combined, they've managed to level the odds, and Buzz was low too.
Well, Blame's trying to go A here. If they can get that bomb and make their way back, they have time for this. The HP that you mentioned, sure, but this all comes down to Blame. Right now, he's front of sight. Ooh, the connector link has been spotted too. Alish seems aware. He's rotated up silently here. They don't have to commit to A. As the time continues to trickle down, I think that will be the likely destination.
Oh, I think Yakinda just kills Buzz.
Yeah, you're right.
I think this is it.
Bomb down.
Yeah, awkward, very uncomfortable.
Hold on, we had this one before, and a nade saved the day, so you better get a hurry on, Altex. Blame's not activating. Blame...
Yakinda might... Yeah, he's not forced the issue.
He's parked the truck, not the bus.
Okay. Ouch. Yeah, Blame spotted out. It's Alish that's chasing him down, and OC just runs at him with the USP. Altex as well. And just chilling.
I'm so mad for Device. If I'm an AWPer and I go B and I get both entries from 2 different avenues and my team loses the round, I'm pretty upset.
No, yeah. I'd forgotten that was exactly how it started.
Like I was preparing for my round wrap to be, what a dream for an in-game leader to have your AWPer just waltz into the B bomb site and get 2 picks, just 2 picks on his own try, right? And then this.
And then you have to watch.
And then this.
Yeah, you have to watch that.
Bro, the guy just walked into B and got 2 entry kills on an AWP.
What more do you want?
I don't know. Apparently 3.
Yeah, okay, next time. See what he can get done here, Yakinda. Oh, loses his head. Altex, the executioner. And gets away scot-free. They've got a heavy gathering as well towards this toilet side. We'll see if it's a party for Device. He's posted up. OC probably not going to want to brave that divider now.
Naf's already pushed into sewer here, which I think is quite key for map information. It means that Nitro can play retake on B. He's even actually going to re-smoke Monster here. So OC and Alish can stay over towards A. That will buy them even more time for this B defense. Sure, we have just reached that 1 minute mark, but you can see Astralis are waiting for the re-aggress. So Alish, how far do you push the issue?
My question exactly. He is going to look for answers, and he gets more than an answer. He gets Glaive sprayed on down. Uses almost all the bullets, 25 bullets into that one. Gets Glaive out of the round.
What a good time to activate,
Yeah, I like
though.
this. I like this. If he can just catch Naf in transition. Naf was aware, but now dead. A double for Altex so far. Device adds another. Cherry on top, you'd think. If they could just group up.
Oh, wait, back to A? Okay. Well, Elige was long, and the gap, it is wide open now. Elige is a bit hard on this, so an open runway. He will be hearing the footsteps above him, trundling noisily. Utility is going to sell this as well as Nitro and Elige. They might just be saving here. Yeah, they picked up the AWP. They're out of here. And that is an interesting little scenario there because Naf and Elige activate off of one another's contact. They get 2 picks back. And then Astralis is still able to pull a healthy round out of the bag. This is how it started. A great opener there from Altex. Good lurk out from the short position. And there you go. That's how the device onto OC's shot on the site happened. And OC definitely not happy with how that one unfolded. But Astralis with 4 now. And the regular conversation for Overpass, I think 4 or 5 rounds is more than enough for this to be a competitive affair, especially in a best-of-1 environment. So Astralis will be happy with this, but they know they can add a few more.
Does that kind of smoothen some of the rough edges of that previous double device kill into a fumble?
Yeah. Look.
I mean, like you were just saying, 4 or 5 sounds great. Well, 4 already on the board.
Yeah, and I think the thing is, at the same time, we are going to keep monitoring some of these younger individuals and how they're trending. And right now, Altex is doing a great job. He has 9 kills, which is the highest for his team so far, and the highest in the server is only Yakinder on 10. So he's definitely contributing here as the B lurk, right? He's having a babysit outside of B. He's gone for some picks. He's gone for some timings. Buzz also has quite a difficult role in connector here. So these are 2 of the names to given a lot of responsibility.
Whoa, forward. Very forward position. He's dead.
Yikes.
He's cooked.
100-0.
Wow. Glaive just throws Elige on the barbecue, and it's Yakinder to try, as hard as he might, forces the fight. It's Buzz's molly that propels him into that. And now a double entry, essentially. They've got themselves the 2 openings.
Well, we've seen this one before.
Yeah, does it really go the same way? I highly doubt it. Blame versus OC. Great work from the North American AWPer. Concerned about more presence there, and yeah, it's Glaive throwing out Util, trying to sell the fake. Nitro and Naf, do they bite? Do they bite?
They're coming in.
MP9s. It's not ideal for this kind of range and engagement. Look at that angle. Not working out for Naf. Spotted out. Hoping they can play around the smoke. Nitro's done well to make it a 3v3.
They're stuck a pillar.
Very awkward now.
Heaven smoke deployed. They're going to be coming in.
Bomb on device. Altex going to try and make space for that plant. A frag would go a long way in this scenario. Up against the MP9s, Nitro naded down. On the fade, Naf still finds Glaive's head. 1 back, another from Altex. He does save Astralis' hide here with the double.
OC.
Boom.
Around.
Okay, Altex, we were just talking about his impact. He's put himself at the top of the table for the server.
Beautiful
12
round.
frags and a big round.
Yeah, that is now, wow, we've said this one before, haven't we? Liquid will be down to just a lighter investment here. But Astralis, this half is now wide open, and it all started with this. Mismanaged on the understanding of the spread right there. Just such a deep molly, not the standard molly. Normally it's going to spill a bit more over the stairs there, but that one was so deep. Poor Elige got burnt all the way down. And you could tell, there you go, there's the final Altex kill, so OC trying out the clutch. You could tell that the whole idea was for Team Liquid to fight Connector. Elige would never go for that type of play, and Yakinder was there immediately. So they really wanted to fight Connector, and that didn't work anyway how they had hoped.
Yeah. Good catch from the Astralis T side. 5, looking like 6 here, unless another one of these cappuccinos gets ordered. Ooh, hold on. Elige has taken down Buzz as well.
This one's looking a bit frothy.
It is, isn't it?
Single shot, though.
Yeah, I mean, Elige has found himself that AK-47, but look at this from Device. This is proactive.
Yeah, cooling quickly because we didn't opt for the lid on this cappuccino.
Oh,
so...
yeah, it's definitely looking a little more certain here.
This is about to be a bit of goat milk.
Astralis.
Oh,
there's the problem.
That's some American cream.
Yeah, this is your yikers here. Blame and Glaive. Wondering where it all went wrong. Up against the pistols. We thought this would just be an easy collection. They do have a smoke of 10-second defuse, so keep your eyes on that bar. Bomb ticking. Nitro walking straight into Blame. A great catch. He's ready with a crosshair placement. This is where Blame can thrive for the close. Elige takes him out.
That bomb.
Smoke onto the bomb nicely. Awkward for Glaive here as he looks to line it up. Great to isolate the duel. Elige got no time for this, and he saves the day. Glaive, high impact frag for Astralis' 6th, but bloody sweat on the brow after all of that.
Yeah, desperation there as well. You can see knowing they're deploying the smoke on top of the bomb, but they have to start defusing almost immediately because of the lack of the kit, but they were put under the pressure there. So a good one for Astralis to be able to weather the storm of, and this can be the first Team Liquid timeout. So this one called from Daps and Co, an opportunity for them to confer about what comes next. They do have cash money for the buy right now, and I think Team Liquid really need to get 9. Astralis have done the job they were looking for here.
It was a 6-0 start, so in that respect, it's going to definitely feel pretty hard done by.
Yeah.
It ends with any more for Astralis. Good half already, definitely happy.
And I think Altex has played an awful lot of a big role as part of this.
Yeah.
On the T side, so it's good showing. I think that the desk being split as well about who would win this matchup, I think that's fair. Astralis have been playing a lot of these online tournaments. Even the last matchup they won was a grand final of a CCT, so they're coming in here off the back of a victory.
Big round. See how far it goes in the openings.
I want to set this boost up quite quickly. Nitro is towards barrels, so he might get caught here.
Saltex again, he could really open up Astralis' 7th round here. Oh. Well, Yakinda knows.
Hello.
It's information. It does certainly flow. And OC actually takes down Blame. A quick response from Buzz. So all of that aggression kind of neutralized.
They're coming B though, all 4 of them.
Yeah,
on the way.
and look at this from Jail. Nitro gets nothing
Altex
done.
again.
It's still a great shot from Altex. Puts himself up to 14, and this does feel like that advantage from Astralis is going to make this defense, it's going to be feeble somewhere. OC has the AWP though.
Look how quick they rerouted. These are the 2 players who got the jail kill combined. They just swung out, took the fight, winner, and immediately Glaive has called them straight back over towards A here. So trying to keep Team Liquid moving. It is just OC on the site. Yakinda is coming back and should be there in time. He's got flashes. Nap is so far away. It's on these 2.
Let's go, OC. See what he can put down. It's Device with the shutdown. All goes looking. Yeah, big one. Need more out of Yakinda. Altex brought low on the spray. A good flash to support him. Naf trying to bail Yakinda out, but it's not enough and leaves him alone. Very telegraphed as to where he's coming from after the flashbang. And
he has to, well, he doesn't have to save.
He'd like to.
I think he should for the final round at play here. 3,400 max loss bonus going into round 15. So if Naf holds on to this, he might be able to drop an extra rifle short. But what a turnaround for this half it has been from Astralis. You mentioned the fact it was 6-0. That was the start. Now they're only going to walk away with a 7-7 scoreline going into round 15. You're going to be very happy with this if you're the Danes. This is a great showing on the T side of Overpass here. And more positive signs regarding some of the young guns. Buzz gets a double in this round. He gets himself up to 7 kills. That's really what you're monitoring here because there's even smiles on the faces we're copping on the caps. That is great. That is really good signs. And I know for a lot of people, maybe they have a difficult time understanding, what it's like to go from your bedroom or the boot camp environments where a lot of these teams find themselves. But to then be on a LAN environment, right, where you watch the big boys play, this is what you've been watching at home. You're a 20-year-old, 19-year-old kid when you were 15 or so. You were watching Astralis win majors, right? So to get acclimatized to these environments, we always talk about it. What's Device told you about LAN? You can only help them so much. And a lot of it's going to come down to the mental game.
Yeah, I mean, to learn by doing as well.
Oh, I love this call. They're just going B.
Oh, what? It's a YOLO call.
B.
Straight up. That's the motto. YOLO, 5 through. They're just committing to the site. Nitro and Naf, they've got so much to deal with here. And already Altex again in the feed. Nitro, can you get anything more with that MP9? He's having to reload in the smoke as he's sprayed on down.
Desperate now.
Booked is Yakinda pushing through the smoke, and Elige, I think he's known. Yeah, Device investigating that short aggress and puts him to bed. Nice click. Takes down Elige, and looks like Astralis are going to win out this half. A 6-0 start for Liquid, and it looks to be ending 8-7 for Astralis. Incredible recovery. Altex definitely going to be getting an extra pat on the back from that first half.
4-1 in openings.
Wow, there you go. Testament to it. And Device not going to be baited out on the shot. There's a lot more for him to deal with, and there you have it, 8-7. solid haul in this competitive game. Astralis 8, Liquid 7.
Crisscross applesauce, the Liquid Horse comes into the second half, one round behind. Astralis versus Liquid. The El Clasico of once upon a time is delivering again with some crazy Counter-Strike. The North Americans up against, well, I won't say the ropes, but against it, and it is Astralis.
Yeah, and Astralis have got themselves some new blood. It's exciting to see what Altex is laying down as he steps into his first true Tier 1 LAN event across the seas and all of that good stuff up against Liquid. On the T side this time.
This is going to be a bit of a bang here. Lots of bodies available for this.
Yep, turns tail.
Look at Connector.
And this is a lot more where that came from. Look at that. Glaive's down there. Hits his shot. Oh! A nice triple from Astralis to start this pistol. Awkward for Nitro and Elige.
All right, heads have rolled.
Hard clear.
Very hard.
Oh, yeah. There's so many possibilities. He's not looking for Device. And a nice frag back for Device's first of the CT side. Nitro, the 1v4. We all know how this goes. He gets the first, and then Blame puts him to bed.
And tucks him in tight. Even puts the bomb on the shelf, tidying up after Nitro right there, and that is split pistols. This is Phenomenal showing here from the Danes. It's been a while since they've been at the tip of anybody's tongue regarding well, the top of Counter-Strike. So this is a steady showing. I've got to be happy with it. And this is the thing coming into this tournament. I showed you my little color-coded notes before, Alex. Now, two teams, they got this little red circle.
Okay.
And the red circle is Spotlight. Now, Astralis and Cloud9, they're in my Spotlight.
Okay, and what does the red diamond mean?
The red diamond means I don't really care about Heroic, FaZe, G2, or Ent.
Okay. Today I learned.
Well, if they don't make it out of the group stage,
you don't mind.
What do they do? No, I do mind.
Oh, okay.
Like, what are they doing?
Yeah, that would be weird.
What's going on?
That would be peculiar.
I know the major just happened and everything was a little bit fruity, but you need to hope that we return to regular programming here, or Maui might just lose his mind.
That's for real, for real. We have got some Tech-9s and Deagles out. A full investment of Team Liquid's resources for their second round, looking to jostle for early economic control.
You could do a lot with 5 smokes. Now they've got 4.
Yeah, well, you can do a lot more with a kill. See if Blame's going to be doing too much around that smoke. For now, they're starting their progression. Underpass going to be responsible for, or rather, the responsibility of more than one. They're actually going to descend. Elige. Here's the call. Buzz confirms presence.
If Liquid lose here, all the North American teams lost their opening games.
Oh, yeah.
Because Noun's lost.
Noun's lost.
Complexity
Cole
lost.
Even South Americans lost, didn't they?
Furia lost.
Yeah.
Well, someone's got to lose, I guess. 50% of the teams lose and 50% of the teams win.
That's a stat, and that is a frag too, in fact, to be specific. Oh, lovely restraint from Blame, and those last few bullets puts it on the head of OC. And should be just a putt in for Device. Yep, just like that, the 10th is on the board, and those Tech-9 Deags don't get too far.
When I said crisscross applesauce, did you know what that meant?
It's something I've heard before.
It's to do with sitting.
Oh, okay.
This is when they cross their legs. I don't know why they call it that. No.
It doesn't even rhyme unless you kind of say applesauce.
Well, I hope I said it right.
Cross apple
I
sauce.
kind of just wanted to rhyme it with horse.
Yeah, no, you did really well. I
Thanks.
enjoyed that. Yeah, thoroughly.
Oh, nice. That was my clap, everybody. Been working on it. Just the individual, as this will be the closest thing to a full eco we get these days.
Blame.
Farming simulator.
One at least, and that's all he gets.
Tractor
for
broke
it.
down.
Yeah.
Yeah, hasn't been greasing the wheels.
Gonna have to call the repairman. Have you heard about the John Deere monopoly on tractor equipment?
No, I haven't.
I'll tell you later. Device and Buzz, though. They're about to collide with this squad, and Yakinda doesn't get too long with that MP9. Yeah, good deagle out of OC, but sprayed on down. 2 frags is something, but it's going to be an 11th round for Astralis. So this is after what was an incredible first half, or here we go, quarter, second quarter of the first half.
We're in the third quarter.
Yes.
We're in the third quarter, and the refs throwing in the towel.
So yeah, they had an incredible run in the second quarter, and here in the third, they've kept that momentum up. It's been quite a slew of rounds for Astralis and Liquid. They're kind of starting to forget what victory tastes like. How would you describe it?
Victory?
Yeah, the flavor of victory.
I can tell you how losing feels like. Winning, not so much.
Yeah, okay.
I can tell you how fleeting victories feel. They feel really good for a short period of time until then you have to play against NIP about an hour after you just beat Titan. And then in the interview, because you're so jazzed up and amped, you say that you don't do well against teams that disrespect you on Inferno, and Natu's listening while he's the coach of NIP, and then they just push us every round.
Yeah. We learn from our mistakes.
Oh, don't we? OC. That's not bad, though. It was Blame F who was the no-C that time round. Vision mildly obscured as we'll give up the opening death. Very aggressive in towards the playground, and Glaive, well, he's here as well. Elige, are you ready for this?
He's very prepared. Takes down Elige and keeps that advantage for a moment. It was Yakinda that disrupts and keeps that Liquid lead into our 19th.
Oh, Altex, they're knocking. And you're running.
Oh, just gets away. Yakinda unloads the mag. Altex low and under a lot of scrutiny. Yeah, forced out into the fight. Naf will greet him with hot lead.
Device is here.
He's going to have to do a lot, though. Flashed off as Naf progresses. Device going to be hard pressed to post more than one here. Naf flashed off, brought low. Molly will force the fight, does opt for the Tech 9. It's a great weapon given their health.
Has to fight.
Oh, Glaive, good damage. Maybe there's something to be said about the 1v3. OC, first victim. That's the click from Naf back. A double for both of them, Naf and Yakinda, to keep this dream alive. Liquid, they get their first taste of victory. There it is.
They have to do it the hard way, though. T-side overpass here. And now we go into a round. Remember, Astralis used 3 timeouts in that first half as well. So I don't know how bad that's going to come back to haunt them here. As I take a look at the finances, there is enough for them to get a buy on 3 out of the 5 players. But again, maybe just not enough to win them the round. So they are going to be conservative as we run through these highlights. You're not missing much at all. I can tell you that Blame has an MP9 and Altex with a Deagle. The rest are onto a couple of USPs. So after first rifle round converted here, Team Liquid might want to bring it back to just a 2-round game. There you go. Mishmash.
Yeah, dreamy. Couldn't ask for a better start. A round like this. The whole squad sticking together. You want to make sure you keep that trade potential. Don't let any of those weapons fall into enemy hands. And so far, so good. Only threat really here is that Altex Deagle. Maybe you can behead someone upon this Inquisition of B.
Yakinda is too close to the screen that we can't even see when he's comming. So if he could, for us, just sit a little bit further back, or we could
get a webcam behind the screen.
We get like a webcam built into the top of the monitor, a la laptop. Then it's like a fisheye lens, like a GoPro.
Yeah, like 360 degrees.
Well,
that wouldn't make sense.
Well, at least 180.
Yeah, 180.
Take 180.
Well, that's fine by me. Yeah.
And then we can actually get Yakinda's face on the screen for everybody.
Okay, so we need to
Otherwise,
make
we just
a
see his hair.
custom monitor for Yakinda.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
I'm in. Okay, we'll make it happen.
We crowdfund.
I'll make some calls.
We'll put it on one of those, you know, what are those websites, people? You know, you put things on and people pay for them.
Oh, yeah, those kind of websites.
They're inventions. I don't know. There's a bunch of them.
Yeah, Craigslist.
Crowd starters.
Yeah.
Craigslist.
That's it.
Oh, dear. Okay, here we go, here we go. We're into the guns. Astralis. One little eco. Has a forward of them now, a device AWP. Buzz the only one wielding something a little bit light on with the MP9. Now remember I said Altex and Buzz will be holding down the B site. Both of them over there and will be supported by Glaive early. But Device and Blame again with a bit of aggression. This time Blame has a partner in crime as they're going to park the bus over towards Long here. Oh, Monster Flash. Hello.
Oh, that's lovely. Altex gets them both down.
That came way too easy.
Yeah, real comfortable. That's body shots onto both of them. So very late to the draw.
The fade of the smoke there in a big way. What's happened?
Yeah, Naf and Yakinda going to be scratching their heads. How is this falling apart so quickly? Just after their 2-round run.
I can't believe that. That's just so odd.
Odd, yeah, the perfect word for it. As Astralis are going to extend their lead to a 12. Can they keep it clean as well? You know, finances are pressed. You just highlighted Buzz operating with just the MP9, but this is a great way to shift things in your favor. OC, great catch on Glaive, jumping for info, but pre-aimed nicely. Nitro and OC, what have you got for us? A flash for Nitro to go out. Altex blind. Buzz as well. And, a messy spray tamed by Nitro.
Surely not.
Okay, it's falling into place. Collapsing on Astralis. Another for Nitro. They're doing it. The full 2v5 action. Yikes. Blame, what can you do?
Save him here, Blame, because this one is an absolute nightmare. I thought the complexity game we had won. This could be
This is going to look at it. Surely. Not considering it.
Not yet, anyway.
Not considering it.
Backpedal.
Back turned as the first fall through. Nitro, what have you got for us? Can he close out the clutch? So much impact. Astralis a fumble. But Blame, he can save them. There's Nitro, still on the pillar. Trying to play the time now as he does relocate. Half gone on that bomb. No kit. That's all about time here. Nitro. Strike! Blame saves the day. Yeah, ooh, that's tough. I don't really know how to review that one.
They shouldn't have won the round, so it's okay that they didn't, because that would have just been a 2-on-5 that nobody wanted to see. That was almost all over for Astralis there, wasn't
Bloody
it?
hell.
So this is the opening too. So on the fade, Yakinda's already in the smoke. I don't know if they wanted to time that with the flash or what the go is, because we saw them starting to configure the setup outside. It just looked a little bit strange, and then Blame here under a bit of pressure thanks to the time, and Nitro, he's going to be very unhappy with that, right?
Yeah.
That's a shot he feels like he should be hitting every day of the week.
Yeah, proper heartbreaker. It's just not the kind of round you want to be conceding after all of those heroics. Astralis just grateful that it's still theirs after what was a very messy handling of the situation. Nitro dead as a doorknob.
Really important round, though. It's a huge opener right there from Glaive. This is a hugely important round for Astralis here in the context of this map. If they can get this one as we come to B again.
Here, the new boy's on the block. Altex, is he ready for this one? Good flash.
Oh,
better frag. Back to back from Altex on the monster pipe. Laying it down, the third as well onto Naf. Falling through their fingers.
You want the pipe, you got it here. Altex showing up. Some big boy Counter-Strike from him today. T-side, Lurk and B, getting it done. Getting opening picks, and now, obviously, something that Liquid were going to pressure. The two new young guns, hardly any LAN experience whatsoever. Of course, let's knock on that door. Let's give it a test. And Altex is passing it here with flying colors. Buzz highlighted here as we do just see OC attempting to save out this AWP, and I think Device has him cornered off here.
GLHF on that one. Oh, actually gets the info. Good jiggling. Heard on the descent. Blame will relay that information. He's coming for you. OC shot in the back by Blame in back-to-back rounds here.
Knifed him. Oh,
could have.
Well, yeah.
Maybe should have.
And that right there is going to be 13 now for Astralis. And I talk about the importance of that round here. This will have to be a partial buy for Liquid, which means Astralis can get up to 14, or at least they should be favored to do so. So that opening pick from Glaive on the boost, that's huge. And then this flash forward for the double. Buzz sets up Altex here to lock down this monster play. They've tried it in a couple of rounds here. He even makes it the triple. OC's kills mean basically nothing. And Liquid, not even at double digits just yet. Astralis, they could be getting this one done in style.
Whew, let's get into it with a good-looking nade. Yeah, chunks down OC, Elige as well. A little worse for wear at the start of this round. Round 23, and it's keeping it light. Just going to be rocking the Deegs. Bit of Kevlar on those that could afford it. And oof, Device has been brought incredibly low. Blame to bail him out, stop the hunt.
Yeah, both of them feeling the pressure here. The rotation from Glaive will make it back. OC surging up long right now. It's likely just to...
Ooh, not quite on the money on that Deagle headshot. Just instead to the shoulder. Big enough on Blame, and yeah, he will build another round out of it.
We have the B stream now. Everyone may have missed what went down with EG versus FaZe before. If you don't want to hear, close your ears. FaZe won that one in overtime. So that one the distance and more. And then you just saw the update right there regarding the Greyhound versus Cloud9 series best of one on Ancient, final best of one of the day. And
you got to be happy with this, haven't you? If you've got Blame F and Altex both rocking 22 frags. Up against Liquid, no less. This is
great.
I mean, it's just dreamy.
This is not the type of performance you thought you were going to get out of Altex today, right? This type of configuration of the team in an opening match against a team like Liquid, especially we heard from Blame as well in that pre-game interview saying this is a team who, they already know Nitro is leaving, so you play a bit freer. I think Yanko summarized it very well on the desk as well. When you bring all that together, you're expecting like a bit more of a free-flowing Liquid, one that's hitting a couple of nice headshots. They're feeling the game a little bit better, but right now, feeling quite stumped here. It is just OC. He's been putting up a little bit of impact here. 18 kills for him. Yakinda, 17 in total for him. But they have to get this party started, and after that good start, that 6-0 start on the CT side, I thought this was going to be Liquids, but Astralis, I think they'll get this one done really quickly now.
Certainly feels that way, doesn't it?
And more A aggression from Device and Blame, both on forward feet.
Well, Device should be set for success on this angle. It's, oh, not his kill. Actually, yeah, lets it go. A second chance for the Liquid player. Re-advancing, though. Will they anticipate Blame? Oh, the timing. Nearly two as well. Elige.
That's so annoying.
Needed to finish. Blame and Device. This forward aggression is rewarded. And he gets away. Despite that low HP, he's going to be holding on to that man advantage. It's light on B as it stands.
But you can see Astralis are playing like current meta Counter-Strike. Look at this immediate re-aggress. So Glaive's called them over. They've called a gamble stack towards A. Buzz and Glaive. Glaive the rotator, Buzz the B defender. They're now searching for info. Device can post up with the AWP and cover one line. As they get this info, Altex, all he has to do is delay B or play retake, which he's doing both-ish. He's getting more committed now, but the info is flowing in his way. So setting up for fights, and they're behind them. This is beautiful.
This is good Counter-Strike, and Naf, yeah. Whoa! Okay, Naf decides he's going to completely ruin the hopes and dreams of keeping it clean.
It just looks so good.
God, that was gorgeous. Like, the first was instantaneous, and then he built another 2 on top of that.
Nasty ass Naf. He's just happened here, so we'll put that round to his name. You put a little tally right there.
Yeah.
Naf can get that one.
Naf is in the chat, popping off for that one. The fastest sloth in the West.
Had a couple of these here where a team has found 1 or 2 openings as part of exchanges, but then the other team has been able to call them back. And this is huge. Just spam control at range into Glaive and Buzz. Both of them flubbing the bag right there.
We're getting all excited about the flank, and Naf just makes it look like it was no sweat, no threat. And well, that's one way to get Liquid with some hope again in the system. You know, just as we're starting to feel that same vibration of like, okay, looks like Astralis are actually going to be walking this best of 1 home, but
it was feeling a bit bleak there
it
for
was.
a moment, wasn't it?
And I think, you know, that round is going to be changing the dialogue for Liquid as well. I think they were in a similar boat, but that'll change things.
Okay, well, just taking a look as well, the winner of this matchup will be taking on the winner of the Cloud9 versus Greyhound game. That'll be in a best of 3. And then the winner of that matchup does qualify for the playoffs already.
Yes.
So at that point, then you'll be playing for either semi-final or quarter-final berths, depending on, well, not where you want to, where you can earn.
But that is exactly why these best of 1s are, you know, seen
it determines so much.
Yeah, it's such a high regard, especially for a deep playoff run.
Yeah.
I mean, getting that semi-final bye is a gift. And
I don't think we've had an upset yet today.
Is aggression. Elise, look at the speed. He's already on the site. To be cleared by Altex. Can he keep it going? Elise doesn't think so. A big frag on the Mac-10. This pace change has caught Astralis off guard. They are uncomfortable immediately.
Might just have to save here.
Yeah, right.
You don't have any way back in. Completely smoked off. There's still extra layers of utility available for Team Liquid here. Buzz, gonna get sold down the river. See you, mate. It's been fun knowing you. And you better hope that doesn't spread, because you'll be dead to the molly in a moment's time. If it's not the molly, it's Nap. And that pressure has been felt, so they will take away an extra rifle, but it has bought space and time for Device Glaive and Blame to save over towards A here. So now into the double digits, Team Liquid will get their 11th round, just a 3-round game right now. Yeah, I said that we haven't had any upsets yet. I suppose OG beating Furia, the fact that OG don't have Dexter at the moment, they have Regali standing in, I guess that's an upset. Ents over Complexity, FaZe over EG. What else we have? Heroic over 9Z, Mouse over Fnatic, but Fnatic also have the stand-in factor of Forest instead of Crims, G2 over Nouns. So yeah, most of the results here is what we would expect.
So that means Group A, you've got Heroic Mouse in the upper bracket.
And OG G2. So both of those can be fun.
Yeah.
And on the other side of things, FaZe Ents is one of the matches for Group B. And well, I suppose it doesn't matter who wins this one, Liquid or Astralis. I'd like to see either of those go up against Cloud9.
Yeah, most definitely.
Because as I've mentioned, Cloud9 and Astralis, Alex, they're in my spotlight.
They're in the spotlight, that's right. The Chatty B light. We all aim for it. Let's see. Well, they're not doing it again. That would be the craziest. They are. They are charging B. They want to bully A. Altex. This time, though, he's back to his usual doubles. Takes down Naf and Nitro. Yukinder as well. His ears are ringing at 12 HP. Good luck. Have fun. The audacity to try it back to back.
They committed it right.
Oh, yes. Shrapnel to finish. Blame, a well-placed nade. Multiple targets. Nice find from OC. He's on that rifle, looking clean, looking sharp with it. Forces Glaive away on Graffiti. Molly will cage him. Perhaps a clear from Device's AWP. That could save him. Nice hold. Glaive delivers. Elish, 1 versus 3, and Blame trying to get it done early. He just goes and takes the fight. 15 in the bank. And Altex just says, yeah, that round was an exception. Try again. Try it again.
He's had a great game. He has had a great game here. You can only continue to sing the praises of this kid. 24 frags now. And still could grab a couple more here before we do hit the mark. And this is it. They've extinguished. The flash has come through. Altex playing off his teammates around the pillar. A double kill. This has been great guns from the youngster. Like, you can't not be happy with this. Just taking a look right now. Yeah, and he's getting fired up as well. The kid is 6-2, right, in opening exchanges. He's got 6 multi-kills to his name. He's been having a fantastic showing here today. And it should be enough to get them across the line here. It will be a bye for Liquid. They have to. Potentially their final rounders. Glaive does make a little bit of a mess of that one, but no harm, no foul.
Yeah.
They're pushing short. They're out here. Buzz and Altex with an awful lot of space. The smoke has subsided, but Yakinda just gets one in the side of the head. A second as well for Yakinda.
Yeah, that fade just a bit mistimed on their aggression there. Buzz and Altex concede. Glaive trying to find a response. Unable to do so. A good catch. Device onto Elige, and that was aggression from Glaive.
Blame's here. Oh.
Oh. Do they
Yakinda's
know?
looking.
Yeah, I think he's got
he knows.
Yeah, he knows.
He definitely knows.
I thought he was going around the world for the stab there. Then realizes, okay, it is actually 15-11.
Yeah.
Should probably keep this cool.
Device laser lock there.
Zorb.
Nitro's already hunting, so if Device goes long for the exit, hello, and goodbye. Nitro picks him up. No CAWP. You can hit one orb. No, I've already got one. It's all good, Chief. As they are going to, well, break Astralis. Yeah, that's what happened.
Yeah. Thought Dads was supposed to be good at playing catch.
Well, yeah, but you don't want the ball to go over the fence.
You have to be restrained.
Precisely, right? So, yeah.
Just keeping it safe.
He didn't want Mum to get mad because she's the one who has to go next door, knock on the door. Excuse me, can I have the ball back?
No way. That's how you get the kids developing social skills.
We just
get
used
it.
to
Go
climb
over
the
there.
fence.
Yeah, we did too.
That's a high fence.
Wouldn't go doing that in America though.
Well,
so
you let the neighbors know you're coming.
Astralis, last time out. We talked about them using 3 in the first half, or in the first, like 8 rounds. It was crazy early, but they will use the last one too. 28th. And looking for a 3-round run here from Liquid. It was an 8-7 half in their court. Felt good.
It could be over here. Astralis know that they need a force buy right now. 1900 lost into the next. So right now this is the all-in. A scout and device. Some tags would be great. 5-7s. They can do a lot of work. It's a 4-man B start here. This purchase from Astralis, sure, it looks weak, but it's going to be in their face.
Yeah, like that. Naf ready. Good flashes. Great flashes and frags from Naf and Yakinda. With their powers combined, they've already thrown this aggressive force.
You might just want to go towards A here because Blame's dead. So, you know, you can stretch your legs a little bit more. Elige's starting to do that over towards long. This boost won't find them anything. Naf has already evacuated as Yakinda and Naf will now regroup and start pushing through Monster. Everybody from Astralis is here.
Yeah, this is just more of a scouting mission. Just seeing how stacked this site feels. There's one, there's two. The info flows, so do the frags. Yakinda still fragging up a storm. And it's Naf who did do a lot of damage. 3 from him in total.
Come on now, Device.
Yeah.
Come on now, man.
Well, he knows the bomb's not coming his way, but he will work with the AK. An upgrade for a moment. Nitro just needs the 1 bullet. Device could too if he finds that head. Nice from Nitro. Okay, 2 more required. Liquid to force us into overtime. Looking for a strong finish.
And this is the thing. So they have the 1900 cash injection now, and the next round they get 2400. So Device will have enough for an AWP. Buzz is only going to have, unless he gets some kills here, Buzz is only going to have 4,400. Glaive's going to have 4,300. And Altex and Blame are going to be very similar. So when you keep that in mind, the last round for Astralis to get it done without going to OT is going to have emissions in the buys. Now, whether it's firepower or whether it's utility or whether it's diffuse kits, we're about to find out unless they can win this round.
You really would have to fumble the bag here.
Right.
2 AKs and an AWP. Walk into long. Find out who's laughing. Ooh, Nitro info. And Device 1,
Guys,
Device
not like
2.
this. Come on now.
Nah. He's running for more. Goes for the greed, and it does lead to Nav with 3. There you have it. Saved by the spray. 14 on the board. 1 more for overtime.
Okay, well, why not? Let's go the distance here. Let's give everybody what they desire and more. Now, these silenced M4s from Astralis has netted them a little bit of extra utility than if they were rocking those 30-bullet bad boys.
Mate, we're returning to a Liquid Astralis game in the year 2023. It has to be OT.
Yeah, I think that's fair enough. There's not a single CT incendiary. So there's not a diffuse kit either. So this is what I'm talking about. So right now you can't have the double molly. You can't slow Elige down. He can take his space. He can get a little bit more room.
Ouch.
You can't exchange Molotovs across the map when the T's apply the pressure.
In the absence of a HE, you'll take 100 damage. Sorry, in the absence of an incendiary, you'll take 100 damage from the HE.
Damn straight you will.
That's a very good start for the finish, and it gets worse for Liquid. Yakinda's just copped one through the board.
3 of them are half HP.
Yeah, not fun.
Not at all. This is miserable now for Liquid. On what was meant to be a round where they could really compete here to take us to OT. They're going to have a tougher time doing it. Well, not looking great over there for Greyhound, is it?
Loving the extra nuggets we're getting in these updates as well.
It's going to be a B play here. Bomb and Elige starting to make their way back over as Monster redeploy the smoke here. Glaive still trying to play for a little bit of information. Nitro wants to contain this, so he has been spotted again towards Connector. The rotation time of Blame and Device can be quick. And they're holding on to their smokes here quite stoically. Blame and Altec still with some util, so they're not feeling pressure.
Yeah, the fact that Glaive's still going for jumps like that implies his presence holding short comfortably, and yet, nade from Glaive.
Rotation's coming.
Gone. Can Astralis close? Elige doesn't think so. He has to do a whole lot more, though. Oh, like that. Takes down Altex. I thought they might.
Remember, no kit.
Hold on. If the bomb goes down, the odds of shifting in favor of Liquid to take this to overtime and looking to string together what would be 4 consecutive T rounds to get us there. OC responsible for Monster. Elige opts for a fresh magazine, 30 to find these remaining 3. Blame gonna try and find space off the flash. Device and Glaive closing in as well. Looking to clamp shut, missed shot. OC brought low through the boards. Big one from Nitro, but he's going for the full defuse. Jekton brought down, and Liquid need more. We get more. 15-15, let's go.
Beautiful stuff. We're going the distance. We're going for speed. Liquid, they are still in this one, as now the tables will turn. These younger guns, Altex and Buzz, they're going to start to feel the pressure a little bit more now. Okay, we're in the deep water, 12,500. The pressure moments. We had plenty of opportunities to try and close this one down. But Elige happens finally. Probably his most impactful round of the game so far comes on round 30. And Liquid, the North American hopes, are still alive. Don't let Nitro down. No captain, my captain.
Slate's wiped clean. Game time, game faces. Concentration stations.
Again, all these little setups. Boost, Altex will come out under it, knowing that he has the support, takes a deeper angle. It frees up Buzz and Glaive now to either rotate around or fortify elsewhere. Run boost towards Long here.
Oh, clean! Device cancels the flight of OC. There's only one Tom Cruise in the server here. And he started with a bang. 26 and counting, by the way.
It's like he never left.
Yeah, it really is just like he's picked it up exactly where he left off.
Yakinda blames here, and he's heard you, mate.
He's heard you, fragged you, and it's extending Astralis' chances of getting that dream start.
It's so much info as well for Astralis here, because those smokes, there was nothing else there. Blame called it clear. So now they can heavy play towards this B. Hold on, Glaive's still at A. Why is there no more support for Buzz?
Buzz needs to relocate.
Where's the help?
He is in trouble. And they've already cleared out the site. They're swinging him from both angles. One is all he'll get done. Hang on. Maybe Nitro gonna meet Altex. Doesn't find lethality. Maybe now for Nitro can recover.
There's HEs for the plant, though. So
yeah, but they're not in a rush. 25. That's the
trying to go
incendiary. Glaive's got him locked, and yeah, they did try it. Nade. Oh no, Nitro hit with a Kobe. Bang. And Glaive, he's been getting a fair few of those.
He has, hasn't he?
It's Astralis 16. They will start as they mean to go on here in OT.
Very fitting though, right? Glaive, the man that essentially, through his in-game leading and system with Astralis, brought utility onto the Counter-Strike map. We used the nades before.
That's true.
It's just not anywhere near as efficiently as before the Astralis era. But that's a great opening there from Device, and even better follow-up for Blame considering the information. And Glaive on the close. So Astralis, it's a little bit late, but they do get round 16. The full purchase here for Liquid, of course. OC has gone out the AWP again. This has just been very prevalent here from Astralis, this long access.
They're going to test him again. You're coming into his domain. He knows these angles well. Can he do it again? Yep, jumping around doesn't seem to be too much of a problem. Elige tanked up for the trouble. He hits those shots comfortably. Made it look easy onto OC. And now to relocate.
It's interesting that they haven't just continued with B, which, to be fair, Astralis haven't changed their setup an awful lot. It's still just 3 players starting over towards that side of the map. I guess they're expecting the bluff to be called. Altex is out here. No man's land. Door's going to swing open. It's not a usual clear, but Yakinda still gets the better of him.
Brilliant. First frag found to equalize in our second. Blame F to be asked some questions. Now, Elige's just going to be trying to contain any answers, or rather, Any questions asked by Blame? And they're going through this. Good flash off that, off the contact. Look how much space he's taken. Forces Buzz to cower in fear. Glaive's got short, sure.
Device is in between two minds. He has gone back and forth.
Oh, there you go.
Well, fourth into Blame.
Yeah, 4-on-4, as Nitro's already up Banana. OC to try and facilitate a frag, and it's Nitro to deliver it. Okay, this could work out nicely. Can Device lock it down? Yes, he can, just through the truck. A wallbang headshot onto Nitro. 15 seconds, Naf's on B. They're trying to get that bomb down. They need this frag onto Device. Oh, yes, style points. A leg shot back with a headshot.
The nade's good.
It's good. And it's round of finding a second on the plant, but Astralis will take it. Another nade kill. And Yakinda will catch him, trying to hold on to his rifle, but there you go. Astralis looking for a spotless defense in this MR3.
Yeah, these look like heat-seeking missiles, some of these HEs. They can't miss. And that one, as soon as it left the hand, you knew that was coming through. Denies the plant. A massive shot here from Device yet again, just the tip of that head spotted. And, well, being a nuisance all across the map here were Liquid, but still not enough to get them a T-side round here in OT number 1. Now, if you're new to the OTs, you're new to the Counter-Strikes, we're looking for 19. That's the magic number. 18-18, we do it all again.
Yeah, there's a very clear discrepancy in utility damage, by the way. It is large and in charge for Astralis.
Yeah, look at OC down to just a Tech 9 here as well. That's what, oh, wait, he has an AWP. Never mind.
Yep, oop. He's
still
got both.
Plenty of money. Yeah, it's good to have both. Both's good.
Both's better. And Blame around that smoke. Ooh, should go down to the spray. A big frag and opening the account for Liquid to try and post one. I mean, we talked about it, right? You know, T rounds few and far between on Overpass. Well, in MR3 OT,
yeah,
one will go a long way.
One could be enough for sure. And they're testing this issue of A.
Is Device being caught out? Then this doesn't happen often. Oh, well, he's lost his head. Elige delivers and Yakinda accelerates. Pedal to the metal. He's tucked in. Buzz ready, though, as he receives that aggressor.
They need to be careful about this, Liquid. You can't be 1-by-1 anymore. You need to group up now. Altec still towards B. Shot rattled off from OC to announce his presence. Glaive between both sides of the young guns.
Oh, they're really closing fast.
Snaps him with the bomb.
Oh,
he brought him the bomb.
Yeah, it's on a silver platter. Look at the angle from Glaive. He will go down. Forward position. Punished by OC. Altec's so low, he's going to struggle to contribute. He's pre-aiming actually perfectly. Oh my god, Altec nearly gets another 2. It could have been enough, but Buzz, with his health, and with what would have been and could have been a 1v1, you'd have had something to say. Elige and Nitro, though, both delivering. 21 frags for Nitro in this one.
Yeah, likely here that Nitro will just take that first contact and Elige will play to trade or just for the clock here. So Buzz, really no hope in this one.
And here he comes. Oh, gets away with it as well.
That's going to be
the sacrificial lamb. Oh, he'll take another. Spectacular for Liquid. That's what you were looking for. You get one. You boast a round on your T side, and it looks like Daps wants a little extra 30 seconds.
Interesting. Interesting that he yeah, because you go straight into it. You don't have a break or anything in OT, but this is curious now. So taking a timeout, the third here, Team Liquid have been quite conservative with their timeouts of the tactical variety. So they'll be taking their third, and now that it has swapped over, I guess it's recounting what went wrong at the end of that first half, which right now feels like ages ago, right? You had so much Counter-Strike played to then. So first of all, guys, what went wrong? Well, it started well. We had 6 on the trot. Where were the weaknesses? Where were the problems? Was it the finances? Well, we're about to find out because Daps has taken this 30 seconds for a reason. As we know, 12,500, more than enough for both teams to get the buyout here. Astralis were happy to sit and wait in their default a lot on that T side, so I'm curious to see what Liquid want to throw their way. And here we go. Let's get underway. Oh, run boost for Device on the... okay, never mind. Setting up you two. I thought there'd be, you know, a fun pick coming off the back of that.
Would have been exciting.
Nothing exciting at all. Yakinda's very aggressive here.
Yeah, and Altex is ready for him. Can he keep this up? Util, perfect. Oh, both blind though. The flashes, they popped in unison, and both of them unscathed after that exchange.
Okay, so Yakinda being sent out to try and target Altex, who we all know has been defaulting over towards B, but partnered up with Glaive again. The leader's going to hold his hand in towards the monster tunnel.
There is a lot of Liquid parts moving here on B. Naf, his bottom spotted. Nitro fragged. It's Altex, one and done.
Another opener for Altex.
Yeah, his tally's looking pretty brutal, isn't it? And again, in the best way. Opening successes and lots of attempts.
Now, I don't know how much impact it's going to be worth, but it feels like the next little piece that can move and be a nuisance is Blame. He is parked right now. I'm not sure how much info he'll play for. Him and Elige, with how static they've been in some of these rounds here, their little head-to-head, or if they miss each other with the timing, could be round-defining. Naf is quite passive on B. He has Yukinda for support. OC still on top A. Deep bathroom smoke as well here for Blame to lurk around. So you can see trying to take this room, but 30 seconds, he's not going to find any impact. It's the rest of the team that are going to have to initiate here.
Yeah.
He's just going to lurk.
He's going to go for the lurk.
Yeah.
Late arrival.
He might catch
behind.
a leash.
That's certainly a possibility. 19 seconds, lads. There's Buzz to try and forge a path into the site, loudly stampeding through, playing their angles. Blame has caught a lead, but the flash strikes. Oh, a team flash. Oh, and it could lead to a liquid round here. Device doesn't have time. He needs to plant, can't win. And now he's going to get run down by Yukinda. 2 seconds, 1 second. 1 HP. And it will end as it should. 17 apiece.
All right. Well, yeah. I'll leave it for the desk.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Over 1,000 utility damage from Astralis across this map.
That's pretty nice. It's very tiny work, yeah. Who's leading the charge, Glaive?
Good guess. It's Blame.
Okay.
321.
So we can weapon out those HE Grenades is over the top, and Device, excuse me.
Yeah, that's a huge
What are you seeing?
frag. I mean, I don't know.
You got old man eyes now, mate. You're 27. What's going on there?
Very impressive. And he's got 29 in the frag department. That's a dream now. Can they put it in? You've got the opening. Now can you need to hold on to those numbers? So much utility as well to find the close on this regroup. You can see Blame's going to be the one to sow seeds of doubt. Throwing out that toilet smoke and util combo. Nitro up on jail. Can he redeem himself from regulation? He's got these silenced M4 this time, and oof, Buzz plays the fade to perfection. Running him in now. It's only OC here on short, and he's lost his head too. Buzz, the entry fragger.
Yeah, it's crazy that he wasn't ready for that, but still focused for a little linchpin coming from short. You can just drop the bomb for now.
Yeah, it could be weird. Could have, would have, and should have. Naf swings through. Glaive will behead him. And Yukinda looking for an ace clutch. Asking a lot of him. The Latvian tries as hard as he might. 1 for style points, but that's 18 Astralis with a match point.
Well, we've been here before. They had themselves the chance to close the game in regulation. And that was on the CT side. Now, on the attack, and especially, okay, that shiny little dome of Elige.
Oh, and this is the other?
It's just seeing him, just a glance.
I
It's just saying hi.
I was going to say, did I miss that? That would have been crazy combined with Device.
But that was a tidy shot, wasn't it? So Device there providing a massive opener, and then Buzz with that jail kill.
And that's
tying the hands of Liquid here, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I don't blame him. Why not? Dap's going to be using that last timeout to try and equalize and force a second. Overtime.
Well, you know, Europe's never won the Super Bowl, Alex, but a lot of European teams have beaten Team Liquid. So I don't know what's worth more.
And I don't know whether we get another overtime.
It doesn't seem out of the realms of possibility.
Sure, let's just see if those... Let's find out where that opening kill goes, shall we? Strap in, folks. Will we get more overpass? Or will Astralis, who has historically in this head-to-head certainly had the edge, can they do it in 23? Blame, look at this. A lot of pace on that to get some early answers. No one, understandably, going for something party aggressive.
Yeah, well, Elige was in connector. As soon as you hear any extra steps coming your way with quickness towards A, you need to drop on back. He was on his own because Yukinda has started over towards long here. So, erecting a boost. You can see this little jump spot from Yukinda here, just playing for information. And he's actually just cancelled his movement. So this flash will come over. It will confirm his suspicions that they are just doing a default spread right now.
Okay.
This looks very problematic for Liquid currently. Like, rotations are still available here. This Divider Smoke has just dropped. It buys them about 20 seconds from now. Device with full control of long here. Doesn't know it just yet. But they have established the initial bathroom control. Upper bathrooms has also been flushed out. Naf rotating back now.
Device doing an awful lot for them.
interesting.
See spotted out. You
And
know
it's
the odds there. Yeah.
But is there a double?
That's also a good question. Something Liquid have been getting away with
That's a nice
nicely.
gap.
That's better. Yakinda takes down Buzz to start. 4 more required. Looking for blame. Spots him out on the jiggle. Device posted to punish. Yakinda cannot take the next contact. It's Elise though. Playing around that smoke. Good flash. He gets nothing done. Oh no! Astralis lose the bomb. At the hands of Yakinda. It's nice from Altex. He's still kicking. His second frag. He's got the bomb. They've got the site. OC, what have you got? Nitro has to do it all.
Knows both with truck.
Yeah, could do something, but Device, he wants to finish it clean, and he will. They like that one. And happy to have Device on the roster. Pulls them through it. Lovely work for Astralis and a big win, big scalp.
Yeah, you can see what that means to Glaive, right? Back with the big boys, back at a proper event here. No more online Counter-Strike. They're here to play, and Astralis take down an embattled Liquid. Sure, we know there's changes in the future, but this is a team that the last major put in a bit of a showing versus Astralis, who has been off of our map for some time. A huge win for the Danes, and great from Altex. You have to be looking at this kid. He's rocked up, first proper LAN event for him, and he's at the tippy top of the scoreboard alongside a Device. Great showing.
Yeah, I mean, if you are keeping up with Device, who seems, as we said, to have just not taken his foot off the gas at all, comes in with the same form we know and love from him after a period of absence. And yeah, if they can have this trio firing on these cylinders throughout Dallas, we could be on for having a real conversation about the upper bracket run of Astralis.
Well, this is the thing, right? We just come out of the back of the Paris Major, and we're talking about all of these teams who have been grinding online events, your Monties, your Gamer Legions, playing a lot of that. Well, Astralis have been in the realms of that. They've been feeling a lot of that. Now, does that immediately mean that they're going to be able to compete? Well, who the hell knows? But here today, they put in a great showing against Team Liquid. They had the opportunity to close it in regulation. The players looking on point. Some nice shots here from the likes of Device. There's one of them, perfectly timed. Some clutch moments. You've had some, you pointed it out, some great utility usage as well. So there's a lot of positives to look for here for Astralis as they are in, I guess, still this rebuilding phase, because this team, and they need to get back on the map as far as the top tier Counter-Strike is concerned, and this is the first step in the right direction, because as you mentioned during the cast, you lose this opening best of one. From there, only one team from the lower bracket of each group can make it through. They've given themselves an opportunity now. And, well, we have an opportunity here from Banks on the sideline.
I've got Altex with me, and I think it's right to speak to you, mate, because that was one hell of a performance for your first big LAN event. That was impressive. How did you feel?
It feels nice. It feels really, really nice to play great and win the first LAN match with the team. So it's really nice.
And coming into that, right, there's extra pressure when you come to these style of events. You're coming from online where we've seen Astralis start to have some success as well. What was it like sitting down and getting into your first LAN with the boys like this?
It was really nice, actually. I think that the team was really, really hyped for this match, and we were really looking forward to it. And I think that we played great. I think that everyone contributed a lot with everything that they had. So I think that it was a really, really nice experience.
And in terms of that, though, we were looking at some of your other events, right, and we're looking at the ratings you've been able to put up. At times you, not say struggle, but you've not had these kind of numbers. What's the difference here? Are you just feeling it more?
I think so. I think that I'm more comfortable now because I know more tactics and I don't have to look at the paper every time that we get a call. So that helps a lot with the focus on the individual. So I think that's why.
And going forward, can we expect this Astralis to keep on rocking? Do you feel that comfortable, that confident?
Yeah, I think so. I think that we threw a lot of rounds here that we normally wouldn't. So I think if we just play our best, then we will of course win a lot more matches than this. So
a very clean start, mate. Well done. Thank you very much for your time. We'll have to see how it goes for Astralis in future games, but this was looking really good right here. We're going to a break and then we'll be back.
And now we get that portion of the show where we get to talk about how down bad NA really is at the conclusion of this matchup. Of course, Liquid doing it best they could, but really and truly it was that 19th round that secured it for Astralis, and Device obviously happy with the outcome on that one, albeit a little close for comfort. Maui and YNK here with me on the case. Maui, what a heck.
I mean, every single year, the Super Bowl is won by an American team, but
that's damn right it is.
We just can't beat this damn team, man. Astralis again, and Device, man, he's so consistently good against Liquid. It's like every single time he sees a Legion in the server, he just gets this bloodlust, and he starts just owning everybody, peeking more than he probably should. He's taking fights that maybe he shouldn't, but he's still winning them, and it's just so devastating for a Liquid team that made the quarterfinals of a major against a team that didn't even play in the major, and yet Astralis looks like they haven't lost a step.
I can hear the sorrow in Maui's voice from all the years of having watched this exact thing happen again and again and again. And listen, I'll say I've seen Astralis win tournaments where they weren't this excited, right? Like you could tell how much this win means to them, the fact that they were able to grind it out, right, back on land, back at a tier 1 tournament, to have that good start was super important.
Yeah, and like I said, being down bad is exactly where NA finds itself on day 1 of IEM Dallas, of course. Let's take a look at that bracket so that you can get the big picture and understand as well. Group A takes a shape that looks like OG taking on G2 and Heroic Mouse towards the upper end of things. Now, this is where we also see the Nouns on bottoms. Now, Furia down there. Anybody else I'm missing?
Speaking of down bad, I mean, the Americas region just has L Riz at this tournament so far.
Just L.
Every single team. 9Z America's team, Furia America's team, Nouns America's team. And when we go to Group B, we'll see more America's teams just getting bodied. EG, Complexity, Liquid. Like, what the hell? Can we get a single dub anywhere across the board? It doesn't seem possible.
It's only European teams that have won games.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Must be the jet lag.
Yeah,
I can't even blame jet lag for this one now.
Yeah, I mean the picture's it's not looking grim. I mean,
it
too
is
soon or
real grim.
Too soon.
It's looking floppy out here. Okay.
Oh my God! Well, that's a big one you've used there.
Yeah.
Huh, interesting. How do I save this now?
Might have to hit refresh on that one.
Might have to. Might actually have to. Yeah, so, for NA up to this point, this hasn't necessarily been what was in mind. It wasn't what was on the plan, Maui.
No, and you would look at some of these teams, and I think it's hard to actually see one of them where Americas were totally favored other than Liquid Astralis. Liquid Astralis was supposed to be the one game, and in this game, it just felt like a couple things. One, Glaive was calling quite well. The lurkers that he had on both sides of the map, Blame F and at A, Altex at B, were both finding good amounts of entries and good amount of space if they weren't finding entries. They were frequently staying alive. They were pushing into those extremities rather well. And so we could see the mid-rounding for Astralis was very clean. Like their T side looked very sharp in any time they were on the offense.
But, earlier on in this game, what are we seeing examples of? I'm thinking of round 3. Perhaps, for example.
Round 3,
it was a while ago.
Yeah, exactly. Round 3 was a cool one because it felt like this is okay. If Liquid are going to play with this kind of gusto, down 4v5, kind of on a half buy, a free buy round where they just had only a couple upgraded weapons, they still go for this retake. They get the kills in such quick succession. If they kept this kind of steam up, there was no chance that Astralis were going to get in this game. Obviously, that is not the story that ended up being told, though.
And they got it without, losing a single player. And we saw this at the Brazy party.
That's
Trace,
crazy, man.
Astralis losing some rounds with advantages, even 4v2s in that tournament, 5v3s. There was an even worse round later on in the first half. But you have to give Astralis praise for their timeouts usage, right? So they're 6-0 down, use the first timeout, 6-1, second timeout, 6-2, third timeout.
Yeah.
I think they've used right and managed to really break Liquid at that point on. So it went from 6-0 for Liquid to 8-7 for Astralis, a great turnaround on T side of Overpass.
And just how frustrating is it, rather, when you burn 100 HP in a Molotov? That's got to be frustrating.
We saw, as Astralis were beginning their comeback, that on the second round of it, I think it was on 6-2 itself, Elige burns in a molly from 100 to 0. He wasn't sure, does he want to actually escape the molly? Does he want to deploy his smoke? He kind of ended up choosing neither option. He ended up choosing death. And that is one of those certainties when it seems like he plays against Astralis.
That is a certainty, just like Taxes are as well. And what I can also tell you is Altex is certainly in the server now. We saw him popping off in multiple ways right here.
Yeah, absolutely. Had a great game. We said one of the question marks for Astralis are the youngsters. How are they going to perform? Are they good enough to compete at this level? And obviously you can't know that from one game, but it's a pretty damn good start.
The shots that he was hitting, again, like, it was just the way he was working B against Liquid. He was so frequently able to find picks against Nitro, even against NAF early on. And if he's able to just find these kind of X-Factor kills, kind of almost summoning the life force of Yabby, who's doing a similar job for Heroic when they're playing Overpass, then that's, to me, that's just a guy that he's probably looking at. And then, obviously, we have to mention Blame F2, because what he was doing towards A was almost the exact same thing, just finding space, finding entries.
Well, we have to mention him because he's part of our U.S. Air Force aim high, Maui. That's exactly why. Now, Yanko, what did Blame F bring to the table?
He had 7 multi-kills, Trace. That's the big one for him. And Altex, on the other side of the thing, had 7 opening kills. So, yeah, getting the brunt of the work done, and Device stepping up as well in key moments with some key frags, as we're used to seeing. Get a kill, fall back, take a different angle, buy time for the rotation. And yeah, it was, in the end, a true team effort from Astralis.
Yeah, you know, ultimately we did look at the brackets. For Astralis, this has to bode well.
We see that their opponent is already shaped up. It's going to be Cloud9, who dismantled Greyhound, and Astralis, to even qualify for this event, beat Cloud9 online. Yeah, it's online, but that's actually where you would think a team like Cloud9 would probably be better. So for Astralis going into this BO3 to potentially qualify for playoffs, they're going to be feeling incredibly confident. They took down a favorite in Liquid already, and they already have experience playing against this Cloud9 team. I will say, however, just that Cloud9, this is their Super Bowl. Like, this is the tournament that they come to now, it seems like, and they're just yippee-ki-yay in their way.
Yippee-ki-yay,
all the way. They're trying to get to the playoffs because they know that home crowd's going to be able to carry them.
Shiro is going to come out and yell out yippee-ki-yay.
MF.
Yeah, you got to finish the whole thing there if you're going to do it. I mean, just full commit. Yeah, for Liquid, they do drop down to that lower bracket, taking their first L in their opener. Now they get Greyhound. So good luck with that, Liquid fans, and anybody looking to attend here in Dallas. Maybe if you give them your energy, if you send them enough good vibes with the hashtag IEM, they might make it. They just might. Nonetheless, we will go to a break, and we will come back with our first best of 3 of Dallas, and it's going to be featuring OG and G2.
The battle of who stays awake, Trace.
Yeah, fair enough.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
The bell tolls for Cologne. This cathedral, a cathedral that is stacked from the earth to the heavens with the greatest of all the fans, the most passionate.
The sun is shining, the Longhorn bells are ringing, and we are ready to sink our teeth into some tasty, tasty best of threes. Opening matchups concluded here at IEM Dallas 2023 as we await the return of G2 and OG down here in the booths. By we, I mean myself, Freya Spears, of course, Shanko, who's been taking the morning shift by charge, and Matthew, who's decided to join us here in Dallas. How's it going to be back?
It feels good. I just mastermind my way out of the best of ones. That's what I did. Here I come, best of three, the good life.
Best of ones, never heard of her.
Not a fan? I am a fan of best of three, not bad.
No, I mean not a fan of best of ones. Hashtag respect the underdog.
You know what? I don't mind it in the first day of competition. I'm okay with that.
I can't believe, Matthew, you hate the underdog already.
That's actually what I'm saying.
Speaking of underdogs...
It's this middle spot that's...
I think it's Maui's vibe. It's still so negative.
It's somewhere,
oh,
yeah.
Let's
Let's speak about the top dogs, arguably, in this matchup. Obviously, we see G2 taking on OG. G2 managing to, somewhat start to redeem themselves after a failure of what was the final ever CSGO major. Managed to take down Nouns pretty convincingly, 16-5 in the opening game. Did what they needed to do to kind of reinstill some confidence, right, Yanko?
Yes, I feel like there needs to be some sort of a punishment. Like if you're playing against G2 in a best of one and you let the map be Inferno.
I know he didn't like that.
Like there has to be you need to get a penalty point. You need to get like a deduction of the prize money because that's just silly. It seems like Nouns did to G2 what G2 did to themselves in the major.
That works.
Yeah. I think that's totally fair. Maybe you should become League of Shanko after this. That's your career progression.
I have become death.
Anyway, Matthew, better signs after what we saw of, disappointing Paris. Great in the Challenger stage. Obviously lackluster in Legends, not making it to the playoff stage in front of the crowd. Do you feel like, this is a chance of maybe a redemption arc for G2 today?
I mean, redemption arc, sure. I think if you're G2, you have a chance in these next 2 weeks to kind of save your first season. Katowice was obviously a great moment for them lifting the trophy, but after that, it's been complicated. The placings haven't really been here. Of course, Paris was an immense letdown. A lot of people had them deep in the playoff. They were even contenders for the title, you could argue. So that game right here doesn't tell me much. Honestly, it was an easy game for G2. They had a very good time. We get to test them a little bit here. They have a highway to the playoffs right now.
Best of three on the horizons versus OG. So let's check in with m0NESY ahead of the series.
Let's see with me here as G2 going up into their next matchup. The best of one started off very well for you guys. They move into, I would say, tougher games, maybe not tougher opposition. What do you think of this OG?
What do you think about OG? I don't know, not the toughest opponent for sure. I think a comfy opponent for us, and we're ready to rumble.
What do you expect them to do in terms of trying to get an advantage against you guys here? Obviously, they've changed things up in terms of players. They're not coming in with their full roster, but it is Regali who you used to play against in the Academy League.
Yeah, I used to play against him in Academy League. I'm not sure, and I don't remember how we had some matchups against him, I remember, I think he was playing Fnatic, I'm not sure. Yeah, maybe, but it's fine. Obviously, it's going to be a good matchup. They have Sendin, so they have nothing to lose, so they're going to try to play their best.
So do you expect them to come in and try and throw you off the game a little bit?
Maybe, yeah. We can expect everything from them. For sure, they have some strategies or I don't know, set calls, but let's see in the game, honestly.
And in terms of saying let's see in the game, right, last time in the first game, the mood and everything was very good. Everything looks very comfortable for you guys right now. How's it feeling when you're sat down in the server with the team?
After what, sorry?
Right now in the team when you're sat down, how's it feeling?
Just good atmosphere, have fun. It's the first thing that we have to keep, like the atmosphere. And if the atmosphere is good around us, then we're playing good. And we don't have pressure and stress.
No pressure, no stress. Let's see if we can keep that going forward, mate. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, James.
G2 set to be facing OG in this next best of three series, the first best of three here at IEM Dallas 2023. Any takeaways, Matthew, from what we've seen of G2 so far, what you were kind of hoping to see from them at the major, maybe bringing into form here?
Talking about OG or G2?
G2.
The names are pretty similar. We're sticking on G2
the Gs,
for now. We're sticking on G2 for now.
now.
There's something I kind of didn't like from that interview, the whole, we're playing with no pressure right now. That's not what I want to hear. I want to hear that you're playing with pressure and you're handling it better than you did in the Legend stage in Paris. Because I know that off-pressure G2 is an absolute masterclass of a team and they can bounce people off the server. We know that. That's not the question. That's not the limit. play with a little bit of pressure, get used to it.
Yeah, I think that's the problem, especially when you consider that G2, skipped Rio in order to prepare better for the major. And but, I think I was more confident in them than they were in themselves after being 0-2 down. That really shocked them. But I'm thinking, G2 in a best of 3 can beat anyone. So as long as they have that, especially after that game against Furia, it was pretty strong. And then again against Fnatic, crumble one more time.
Yeah, well, let's continue upon the OG train and hear from them ahead of this series.
From the Academy Leagues to Dallas, we see Regali able to take a step in, a stand-in situation, at least for OG for now, right? But what does it mean to you to get this kind of an opportunity for Dallas?
First of all, I'm proving to myself that I can play against the best of the best, actually. Tier 1 event, also my first LAN actually after we play Academy. So yeah, most of the things are just coincidence or just, hard to get or challenges for me, actually, yeah.
And how's your motivation coming into it?
It increases day by day, night by night. Yeah, so it's nice.
And the first game against Fury, it started off incredibly well. It looked like you guys were going to roll over them. Then it got a bit close. But was it a lot of learning on the go and kind of feeling it out with the team?
Yeah, I mean, it was nice. As long as the mood is nice in the team, everything works. So yeah, it's just a good learning process, I guess.
And in terms of learning, it's going to be a hard game to learn against when you go up against G2 on this next one, right? But it is a bit of a rivalry we've seen you and m0NESY. We've had this matchup many times before, but it's a very different style right now. What have the team told you to prepare and get yourself ready for this match?
They told me to do my thing. Now I'm not that nervous as in the first game.
Nice.
Yeah, so first game on LAN, it's over. So yeah, I'll try to do my best to the team and just trust in the calls, and yeah, that's it.
Well, it sounds like you know what to do. It sounds like you know what's going to go down. The pressure is off at least for this game, so let's see how we can get it done in the server. Thank you very much, Regali. Appreciate it, man.
I think a lot of questions still remain when we're putting OG under the microscope. We were talking about them back in Paris, Matthew, saying, what is the identity of this team? And then we move on after the major, and they have, unfortunately, yet another stand-in. Where does that leave us with this OG camp at the moment?
Yeah, you're definitely right. The concept of a team of OG doesn't exist to me anymore. And I am afraid that this is going to be something we're going to feel on the server. Today, in Dallas, is a day for separate individual players to make sure that their value and their worth in the market is being put out there. We know Flames is looking around for options. Nico is still on trial. I have no idea how OG is going to look like in a few weeks from now. So these players have to put their names in the mix. Maybe some people can come in, Neofrag, oh, here's Flames with an offer. That's what they're going to do here in Dallas. I don't know much about the unity of that group here.
Yeah, absolutely. And, any map veto where G2 gets Inferno, that means if you're going to beat them, most likely you have to win the other two maps. And maybe a good thing for OG that they did play Inferno just against Furia, because for someone like Regali, every rep is going to mean a lot. He just goes back to the same map. But also for G2, it gives them some scouting material to see how they played with him on the team.
I think, Matthew, you make a really apt point about the individuals, having a showcasing opportunity for future prospects, right? But on the flip side, that really scares me for the synergy and kind of team aspect of this team at the moment, right? Because we're questioning whether we're going to be seeing these five, or even Dexter coming back in, even Nexa coming back in as the in-game leader in the future.
Are we going to be seeing the hero plays come out?
The hero plays. But that's the thing.
The
I think
4v3, I'm just going to go for this peak.
It's I think it amplifies whatever you feel right now, that situation, right? If you're having a good time, you win a couple of rounds, you're having fun, players will let themselves go way more, and they'll go for crazy plays, and it's going to have granted all time. But if you start crumbling, then I don't think there's going to be that bind that usually helps team kind of come up together. It's just going to be hey, why would I flash for you? I want to find a team next season. I'm not going to flash for you. I'm not going to die for you.
You better flash for me, man.
See, but that's the point.
You want to win that Tilo, you want to go up.
That's my point.
You better get all the flashes. Freya, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling excellent.
You're not tired a little bit? You're not jet lagged a little bit?
I mean, maybe, but the European teams have been actually capitalizing on that, so I don't think I can use that as an excuse.
But these two teams played this morning already.
They did.
So this is a long day for them. I feel like this is going to be a battle who stays awake, who's more alert, and who can bring more hype, more energy to them. I was worried about G2 first game. I see JKS, he's yawning. It's oof. It's not going to be great. Then he's drinking coffee the whole time and has 26 kills. So
I'm going to get some exclusive insight for you, because I'm going to love and leave you guys. I've got a more important gentleman to be speaking to over here. We've got Flamesy, who has not disappeared. He is right here. Mr. Flamesy. We were just chatting up there about, you've had quite a long slog of a day, the jet lag. You might be experiencing that. How have you been keeping yourself focused in between the best of one earlier and this best of three?
Red Bulls.
Rebels, yeah?
Red Bulls, yeah.
Certified. Well, monsters, maybe.
True. But I think usually it's just get a good sleeping, like 8 hours of sleep, and then drink a lot of water, maybe nap, but we didn't have time for a nap, but we just, it's CSGO, we like the game, so it's not like a walk that you're like, I'm tired for work. No, it's CSGO, we always want to play it.
Speaking of the game earlier, obviously it was against Furio. You guys had a really hot first half, but it ended up getting quite close eventually, right? 16-14 win on your side. What was the key for you guys in terms of closing this one out, considering, you've got Regali, you haven't got Dexter here, your normal 5-man lineup?
It's really important because now we have, I think in those tournaments it's really important because you get the chance to go playoffs very early if you win today. And I think for Regali it's very crucial that we show the team that we can win and we can have like communication up, energy up, and if we didn't get the win on the first game, it's just the game feels rusty for everybody and it feels like So it's very good.
One more question. Obviously, Regali, he hasn't been experiencing these LAN tournaments that often. How do you feel like he's been kind of integrating into the environment and kind of the team aspect as well?
I think first game is always rough. For like the first LAN, first game, it's always just a very different vibe, and we haven't worked like for 3 weeks, 1 month, or 2 months. So we just had like one online tournament. But I think that he's doing it pretty well. And this game, let's see, we try to give him more energy, he gives us our energy, and then we see how it goes.
Well, we hope you've got the energy full in store for this best of 3. Thank you so much, Flamesy, for your time. Best of luck going into this one. We are ready to get this game underway, but not before we head on over to Jason and Zinko.
Thank you very much, Freya. It is great to hear from Flames. You're talking about Regali maybe not having the best of starts. I thought he played pretty well today. First LAN out of the We Play Academy League, and he was second on the team. So I think he's acclimatized pretty well to the environment.
Yeah, certainly no complaints at the very least, right? Nothing to be upset about. But yeah, we'll see how they last throughout a best of 3. Now they have G2 going up against them as well, and OG with some of the disorganization. Obviously, the Regali as the stand-in. There's that whole situation going on. They still have Nico in place of Nex, although at this point, I guess you'd just call that straight up permanent. Now 3 months deep into things.
Yeah, there's been a lot of rumors about the goings on at OG, potentially Flames looking elsewhere for his career as well.
Contract up.
Yeah, well, he's definitely been putting a good performance in for potential buyers. A great start to the tournament for him individually speaking, but G2 versus OG kicking off here in Dallas. We looked at G2 and OG kicking off the start of the day. A long one, as Yanko is pointing out, so we'll see how this one transpires. But we're into the best of 3s now. That's where the meat and potatoes really begin here in Dallas.
The meat and the potatoes.
Or the brisket and the mac and cheese.
Yeah. Yeah, you're the psychopath that's done Korean barbecue and a Texas barbecue in back-to-back evenings.
Is there another barbecue I can do, Jason? You got any recommendations for that?
There's Brazilian barbecue, Hawaiian barbecue, Kansas City barbecue. We can go all day.
A lot of BBQ.
Either way, here's the set piece coming in. A split towards the A bomb site. Converging from 3 different choke points. Smoke to cover the passage. Nico's in trouble. Pulled out into the open.
Good kill from Fiku to kick things off. And that's OG up a player. JKS. Bullets through the smoke. Eventually one of them will connect to a headshot. Monacy also. Oh, Monacy!
Yeah!
That is what you love to see. 3 beautiful kills. That flick up on top of the wood was perfect. Now Regali left alone. They know exactly where he's coming from. Under a minute left on that clock. He's on the stairway. Right with the stairway to heaven. Monacy comes in with a beautiful headshot to close. 4 kills in the pistol.
Yeah, that's a wonderful sequence from Monacy. What a round to save the day. Perfect positioning and so many different choke points they had to worry about. Nico gets caught out in the open. It feels like it's all going to kind of crumble from there. Good opening kill from JKS, but here it's just Monacy. This is so clean. That's a beautiful shot onto Fiku.
Oh, it's so gross. Monacy is definitely not caught sleeping at the wheel at this time. It is G2 up with 1. And OG, they didn't get the bomb down. They didn't really have a chance to do anything there. So it's going to be just P250s and Glocks for this next one. And that'll put G2 in a position where they can fight for the 2-0 lead. They had a game to kick off things here in Dallas against Nouns earlier today, Jason. We got to watch that one.
Yeah.
What'd you make of G2 this morning?
It was a nice warm-up game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's pretty much all there is.
It's hard to pull anything from it, right? Just when you're such massive favorites and you win the game exactly as it was designed.
They got to play Inferno.
Yeah, 16-5. Yeah, Yanko's really been banging on that one today, hasn't he?
He has, absolutely. Still thinking of a punishment for the Nouns, I guess. But this round should be nice and easy. Some money for JKS and Hooksy up for grabs. I think G2 will be looking at coming back to an IEM event. They kind of lost that unbelievable run that they had at the start of the year, and finishing 2022 kind of fizzled out when they took a break. And maybe try and get back on track when there's no vitality here?
Yeah, certainly. I mean, I think at this point, again, like a redemption from the major, and then like let's see where that takes you towards the later stages of CSGO with CS2 right around the corner. HooXi is going to drop the Molotov a little bit late, but it'll work. No armor, just Glocks. Shouldn't be a whole lot of danger, although there goes HooXi. Hunter staying protected on Catwalk, and at least a bomb plant secured for OG, just barely, as m0NESY comes barreling out of market. And that's it. 2-0 for G2, only HooXi falling.
Yeah, what an incredible start to the tournament for JKS and Hunter after one map play for everybody.
Yeah, that's a good thing from the game earlier. They were absolutely disgusting.
Yeah, and a 1.91 rating for JKS.
Sure.
That's pretty wild.
Good for him.
Great to see that. Well, m0NESY is coming out the gate swinging here, 6-0 as we head into round 3. The buy will be in for OG. Good to see what they have up their sleeve. I'm interested to see how Regali is going to play, because he's from sort of watching some of his demos and POVs before this tournament. It has a very different style to Dagster, right? Dagster is going to be the aggressive opper, taking things into his own account, whereas Regali's a lot more calculated.
Okay. I was going to say, I think like the nice thing for him is, you know, with OG at the moment, it's never really fully felt like they've had like these like harsh like structures and roles and setups and everything like that. So there's a little bit more freedom in this team. Not so much freedom when Nico closes the gap on you up mid. Nico kills Nico. And it's a 5-on-4.
That's why he gets the capital N.
And K.
Yep. He can change it up a little bit. HooXi now has an AK. Let's see what he can find with it. He's going to start to drop back just as well, because Fiku is around in that corner. There's also 2 more players in OG coming out through the underpass. So HooXi's going to get behind the corner just in time, as Flames is throwing some utility up into the window room.
Yeah, and he'd call that utility as well. Now, Nico and JKS have to be really careful. They're huddled together, and there's an AWP keeping them boxed in towards the stairs. 2 players in this position. A little bit of a blown shift, a blown rotation in the defense. Oh, Nico, that's a nice little jiggle peek to bait out the shot. They know the position of the AWP, but they've got to be cautious of window as well.
45 seconds, and JKS gets spammed down through the wood outside of the connector. 40 seconds now remain. They have to go get that bomb, OG. And that is Regali's job to pick it up. Still pressuring towards A for the time being, but only 30 seconds. Flames needs to light them up. And here's 1 kill on Nico in from jungle. Down into the 4v3. OG have the advantage of players, and they follow up again. Fiku flicks out towards ramp, takes out m0NESY, the Hunter and HooXi. Oh, HooXi, the unlikely hero from CT, stepping up with the AK. And now just Fiku with 13 seconds left. Bomb picked up, and now he's getting spammed down from 2 directions. Hunter comes in from connector and closes on the 3rd round for G2.
Yeah, beautiful shift from Hunter from the B bomb site all the way up towards Catwalk to get involved in the action instead of a long rotation through CT spawn. And obviously, it helps when the time is starting to run low and OG's pressured to secure the bomb site. No one's keeping eyes on Catwalk. Even the final player is the AWP on Regali, who also has the bomb, so he can't really stop and wait for the flank whatsoever. So it's just absolutely... This is Elige.
I loved Elige.
That's a nice shot.
That was great. Yeah. Good work, Elige. But 3-0 for G2. And m0NESY, he's got the big green. See what he can get done with the AWP on Mirage.
He had a good play as well, just missed the fight. Pushing down towards A ramp during that set piece and getting some safety. Okay, Flames. If he had hit that shot.
Yeah, it would have been illegal, I think.
Well, HooXi and Hunter to defend. Hunter on Catwalk. They do have 2 Molotovs available to them for when HooXi spots this out. Flames might be able to beat the Molotov with that kind of positioning. He's hearing the jumps.
HooXi just moves away, and here comes Flames. There's a player short, and Hunter blinded, still able to pick up the kill. Now we look at the 5v4 for G2. They handle that first attack forward, and the rest of them moving in. It's going to be pretty difficult for OG to get any space now with that first play not working out. You have to try and find a different option elsewhere.
That was a nice look, though. He had a clean fight on Hunter, just couldn't win out the battle with that deagle. m0NESY misses a quick shot with the AWP, but he nails the second one, and JKS has grabbed Fiku trying to make it in towards jungle, and that should be pretty much the round as HooXi handles the spray.
Line and sinker. And Nico, well, he's not got long for the world here. It's really confusing. In the game, they have the capitals on Nico over his head as well, so if you get confused by that, chat.
Nico's there with you.
I'm right there with you. I'm like, holy shit, he's on the other team too.
Wow.
Here we go. 4-0.
It's going to be fun for everyone today.
Oh, Nico versus Nico, the storyline everybody's been waiting for
years. Timeout from OG, down 0-4 in a hole.
Regali yet to get a kill on the board, but he has the AWP out, so losing at least has some benefits, and that's you get extra money to play with.
Yeah, they do have the full losing bonus built up, which is quite nice, obviously, for them moving forward. But, you know, at the same time, you know, the implications of having the full losing bonus built up are not great. Fiku's got 3 kills leading the way. The rest of OG combined have 3 frags. Nico, Flames, and Neofrag all with 1. So let's see if they can pick up production here in round 5. Timeout comes to a close. Freeze time comes to a close. Defense is looking solid so far.
Yeah, it's looking very good. And we have to try and see a change up here from OG. This is their map pick. Up next is Inferno. And well, we know how comfortable G2 are on that. And Nico kicks things off well. Neofrag goes down. And G2 have the player advantage. Nico's going to stay in the underpass. Fiku's going to molly him out, and Flames moves up in towards ladder room. So maybe Hunter is the player that needs to activate here, just over the top of Khan, trying to help out his cousin in the underpass. And luckily, Nico has got that smoke for the time being, and he turns back as it fades away, and Fiku gets caught looking the wrong way.
Yeah, you're almost stepping into the jaws in that kind of a play, and when you can't land the spam, everything opens up afterwards. Not just the smoke, but Hunter over the top, and Khan might have been able to find that as well. He knows the position of Nico, who goes down for free. Nothing going right until Flame steps up. Triple kill, nice and quick as you like.
That's incredible. Flames is looking so good right now, and if he connected in that 4th, that would have been everything. But now it is down to Regali. His first kill of this map on the board, and so close, but it's Nico with AWP that wins out the 1v1.
Yes, I did! What a triple kill from Flames, doing everything he can to pull the round back.
What was this Flames? A couple of months ago. We've seen him in Rio pull off a ridiculous multi-kill running in A on Mirage, and now we're getting this. Oh, it's so good to see.
Yeah, Spicy even being prepared for Hooksy, that 3rd kill, but Nico just too quick on the up for Regali. Gets position. I think Regali looking at Khan, seeing that it was the normal connector mid player.
Oh, things heating up too much for Flames to handle. And this is going to give some space for Hooksy to move deeper into the apartments. There's a flash at the ready too for Hooksy to clear it out.
Yeah, and a nice smoke to cover this kind of a play as well. Smoke's clearing, Flames. Oh, caught just before the flashbang pop. Hooksy's vision is back, but not in time. Not in time for Nico. Oh, Hunter, careful now. He spotted your position. Lucky he wasn't ready for the fight.
Very lucky. And now Fiku has a chance to fight JKS, but in this kind of form, you have to be very, very precise.
I like this look from G2 we're getting early on. They're really in your face. They really don't want you to have any comfort on the map, any kind of spacing whatsoever. Hooksy pushing, JKS getting deep angles down ramp. We saw Nico push up middle and underpass already. This is a very disruptive G2 defense.
And Hunter, who was very lucky to stay alive in the first engagement, has a chance now with his repositioning into the corner. It's a double from Hunter, and m0NESY will close on it. G2, everybody is kind of hitting their shots and looking incredible in the duels that they're taking. Even Hooksy's had some big impact here. So when G2 is looking like this, it's very scary, especially on Mirage as well. You know, you look at this video, you got Mirage up and then Inferno. G2 are playing like this. It could be a horrible time for OG. Nice work for JKS. And Hunter closes it here.
Yeah, you're exactly right. This is a very, very tough G2 defense that they're banging their head against. Nico and JKS committed to the A bomb site. m0NESY's here with an op as well, peering over the top of the stairs. Oh, can't transfer down. Lucky to be alive. They're going to press the issue. But little is OG aware, they're falling right into a trap.
All the players at the ready for this connector walk up too, but that smoke is keeping Neofrag alive for the time being, and they walk right over the front of Sandwich. Flames not ready for Nico, but Danish Nico able to fire back on the JKS, and m0NESY from jungle welcomes them to that exact jungle position. Just Neofrag left inside of the connector. Hunter walks in, but now they know exactly where he is.
Yeah,
m0NESY's creeping up close, and Neofrag has a very short life expectancy. Ooh. I thought he would take a lot more damage than that, but here he goes. He has a chance up towards the top of the stairs. G2 just playing discipline.
This wrap behind from Nico.
They know.
Yeah, that smoke he knows is going to delay for quite some time, so now he's in a perfect position. Neofrag's got nowhere to go, and he's dead. He just doesn't realize it yet. Perfect headshot. 7-0.
Yeah, this is really good to watch from G2. m0NESY's having a great time. Nico and Hunter fragging out. And a timeout taken for OG. This is their second timeout on this T side. They don't have a lot of cash here because they're not really being competitive in any of these rounds. So you're not getting the bomb down. There's being one bomb plant this entire map so far. So.
And it was the second round. It was like a desperation, let me get the bomb down before I die kind of a play. Yeah, they're not even really kind of finding access to these bomb sites whatsoever. I think the closest they got was the Hunter and Hooksy, like 2-on-4.
Yeah, so it hasn't really been all that competitive at all. The highest kill count is Flames at 4, and he got a triple kill at short. So all in one round, basically. So it's been a tough time for OG, and they're going to go for a half buy. A little bit of Kevlar, upgraded pistols, sprinkle some utility in here. And Fiku is going to send out top mid smoke. No one positioning towards A right off the get-go.
That's a nice Molotov.
m0NESY's cancelled out, at least early in this round.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like a lot of people are canceled early in this round, right? 3 smokes down in mid, con, base of Catwalk, and the window. Not a whole lot of information being gathered, and once again, towards the B bomb site, we head 4 players for OG, while one throws a distraction in the middle. That's Nico as the distraction. But Hunter and Hooksy have done a really good job at this bomb site so far, and there's Hooksy with the opening.
And Hooksy nearly with the second. 1 HP left on Fiku, so Hunter comes in and he'll do the rest. No problem from Hunter at short. Until Regali's Deagle sends 1 bullet through his skull, and m0NESY's arrived in the rotation. So he'll close, he'll make it look easy, and it's 8 rounds in a row. And Swanee, I'm sure, has a very similar smile at this point, as Pet says. So looking pretty good right now as we head into the 8-0 perfect start. And when you're sitting behind the team as the coach, all you have to do is fist bump them at this point, Jason.
These are the games you enjoy being a coach.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the one where you get to just kind of chill. Well, not for Rugga.
Yeah, no, he's not chilling.
It's the other side of the coin for him.
Yeah.
Here we go, round 9. G2 being ruthless. This time the AWP in the hands of m0NESY is positioned towards the B bomb site in Catwalk. Hunter's going to shift over, perhaps a boost coming in. Hooksy playing inside the window, so a shift in the defense.
All right, good opening here for Neofrag. Can he get his second? He can, because Nico swings out of the bottom of the connector. Loses his life. JKS, fortunately enough, able to trade on 1, but it's still the advantage for OG. The best chance they've had in a while. Fiku wants to get down to 1 HP.
Yeah, that's great damage. Even if you don't get the kill, I mean, that's an easy mop-up later on. But m0NESY's taking a big risk here. It's going to pay off for the first. Spots the second, but an instantaneous headshot from Nico. However, in this 3-on-2, 2 OG players are just 1 breath away from death.
Still a full minute left. No one's close to the bomb, so that's another problem that OG must encounter.
That'll be Fiku with 1 HP, right?
Yeah, he's going to go and collect it.
It's just the question becomes, where do you go from here?
Yeah, how do you get it to the necessary point? So he's picked it up. The B site is the only opening right now, and eventually JKS is going to start to consider that. He starts to make his way back over here through the market. In fact, they're all going towards B. They see this as the only way OG can get into the round. So if you have 2 players over here for G2, this could work out perfectly.
And there's no time for Nico to really... he's going to go up connector now. He might... I don't think there's time for him to call them back. He's going to see this as clear, but essentially... it's a 2-on-2 at this B bomb site. He's going to have a flank in, but they can't wait for it. They have to go.
Oh, wow.
Oh, and this could be an absolute disaster.
Oh, they've done so well to get the rotation in here. Nico is running in, but so's the attack through the apartments. And 8 seconds left. Round's done. Nico runs in, desperately trying to fight for elimination here. He'll get the kill on JKS, but all you need to do if you're Hooksy is hide around that corner. And Nico, after the time goes down as well. $700 left for Nico. That's not good. OG really having a terrible time right now versus G2.
Yeah, you got to say that. What a great read from G2 in the 2-on-3.
Yeah.
Both players shifting over to the B bomb site, making a perfect call, a perfect read based off what was happening on the map. And secure a nice 9th round by time. And, I mean, look, this is a round 2 where OG's kind of struggled to get into bomb sites, struggled to find some openings and create some opportunities for themselves. This is a round where G2 kind of gave you the chances, right, with the aggression. The late pop flash through the con smoke for Nico to go at it. He got a second kill off of that opening and still not able to close things out. But now they've unleashed Neofrag. double entry, and Monacy misses a shot. Now he's put under pressure. Oh, but he handles it perfectly with the deagle. Oh, and he's still going to build on top.
Oh, certainly 4-minute diamond under the pressure here in this round for Monacy. Plenty more chances to shine bright as he switches out to the AK. Plant starting to come through for Feek, whose leg is just around the corner there. X-ray deceiving me, perhaps, as Monacy certainly doesn't detect that. Bomb does go down for OG. And they're still down a player, and Flames realizes he has to take a bit of a risk and fight, and catches Hooksy towards short. And Smokes can go on towards that bomb. Monacy still here, still fighting, and Hunter alongside him on the AWP. He's scoped up, spotted the head, move into the right side of connector, but now he's alone. He's the only player left. And OG, with the balls of the wall play, are able to get through for their first round.
Yeah, an unlikely round, but great openings provided by Neofrag. Just a swing out Palace as fast as he possibly could to find the openings. That's one thing G2 did not expect, and Monacy does his best to keep the round under control. Pretty nice sequence. Really needed to stop the bomb at the end of the day. That's a great flick. He knew one was close up. A good read on Neofrag. Fiku just barely gets away with it. And OG do just enough to get their first round on the board.
Yeah, it's not a consistent way of finding rounds, but it's a way to get the first. I like the setup here from G2. Applying pressure towards ramp with Monacy's AWP and JKS's rifle alongside of him. Could be very effective in terms of finding this first kill.
Yeah, especially with how sharp JKS has been. Monacy gets one, gonna start seeing the utility, dodges the flash. Oh, blinded and comes back. Absolutely incredible.
Doesn't matter, my God. Flash just completely whites him. He goes back in, fully blind, still hits the shot, makes it look easy.
And what do you do if you're OG? The whole round is predicated on taking that ramp control. Now you're smoked out, you're delayed. G2 know exactly what was coming.
Executed, you've 3 smokes gone. Everything is gone.
The double whammy.
Wow, this is going to be an uncomfortable minute for OG. It might end sooner than that, though, as Monacy's ready for the walkout of ramp.
That's the bomb.
It is, and now you have to either just call it off and hope you can stay for 49 seconds or run to your death. So they've made the decision to try and carry the AWP and AK over, but the perfect call for G2 to counter the exact move that OG had planned.
Yeah, I mean, OG might not realize it based off the 1-9 score line. They might think there's a lot more money in the hands of G2, but there's no chance for a hunt. If we look at the cash because we have the information, just not enough money to sacrifice any of these weapons. So G2 going to prioritize their economy and their arsenal in this round and just let Regali and Fiku have the guns.
It's been a good day for non-upsets. So if you don't respect the underdog, it has been a good day for that. I'm sure Maui Snake is loving it, but
this is gonna follow Maui forever, isn't it?
Of course, of course. Well, he can handle it. 10th round for G2, locked in, 10-1 on the board now. And this is the start of the setup. Monacy fully blinded, of course.
And he had a very quiet game to start the day against Nouns. It was Hunter and JKS. Monacy was mostly just chilling.
Always on a deagle.
Yeah, whenever they came at him, his teammates killed everyone, so he didn't really have a whole lot to do. Now he's just popping off 17-4 for Monacy.
Oh, Regali realizes you have the big green gun in your hand and not much else. Maybe you have to try and take a risk, but it doesn't work out. And Monacy sees a little bit of Nico, and that's all he needs. A second on towards Fiku. No issues from Monacy. Cracks open the round again. G2 with 2. And there's a minute and 30 seconds left. Neofrag, well, he shall not pass. Nico covers off the connector, and it's all done.
Yeah, that's a really nice sequence as well from Nico and Monacy. Regali finds a kill at top mid. Low impact, though. Nothing you can really build off of in this situation. 2 flashbangs to work with for Regali and Flames in the 2v5. Now 4. And all they can really do is let Regali lead the way.
Oh, Flames and Regali, 2 top performers at the start of the day for OG. What can they do to this G2 defense as they sit back passively? They know that really it's in their hands to lose this one. Hooksy peeks out for info.
No more peeking.
No more peeking.
Oh, Nico's going to get pulled into it. He wants it so bad.
He wants to peek. He likes to peek. And he goes in, and for good reason. He goes through the double on the lineup. I guess if there is one player you would allow to peek in that scenario, it's Nico.
Yeah. That's fair. 11-1 in a third timeout called by OG. Desperate for rounds. Desperate for anything positive. Yeah, what are you supposed to do against Monacy at this level? Lightning fast. Timeout coming to a close. We'll see what OG have to offer. I mean, it's hard because I think the one round when G2 gets aggressive, Neofrag finds 2 openings. They couldn't win it. But the other one is just Neofrag swinging out of Palace, like no real tactics involved in it. Just go see what happens, and he got double kills on that as well.
I mean, the lack of bomb plants pretty much sums up how
that too.
one-sided this has been.
That doesn't help.
All right, well, OG, they don't have the AWP for Regali this time. It is just rifles on everyone. Good molly early to try and just mess that window smoke up. You have to worry about it now if you're on the T side. G2 deploy a lot of their CT utility early in these rounds. Makes OG pretty uncomfortable at trying to find some of these fights. You see they're really trying to get out ramp early in these rounds, and every time they're either met by a setup of multiple players or just smoked out completely. Nico's not even allowed to sit here at the chair, so he's forced away by the fire. Just not comfortable at all here, OG, and now they go with a Hooksy play into the apartments.
Well, at least no one's died yet. That's something you got to be happy about if you're OG.
We've been finding a lot of positives today.
Yeah, we've got all 5 players alive. Well done, boys.
Yeah, that's great. And under a minute as well. That's really good work. Now, Regali is going to lose his life, so now they have lost a player, and OG now commit through connector. Pressure on towards Nico in the jungle. Good trade on JKS, but Nico and Monacy deny access completely.
Jesus.
Oh, it's so rough for OG. Fiku now diving out of Palace. 35 seconds left. Bomb not in his possession. Has to go into middle, where all 3 G2 players will shortly be. So.
Yeah. This is a lost round, and he's got to know it. That Molotov is just going to delay things even further.
Yeah.
And even if he gets the bomb at this point, the round's done.
Yeah.
G2 can just take their hands off the mouse and keyboards and win.
This got to feel rough for OG, but for G2, again, the positive sign is this is kind of the level we wanted to see from them.
Yeah.
Coming into this tournament. And again, I think this Group A is basically a collision course for Heroic versus G2 in the upper decider game, right? To see who goes into the semis. So
and that'd be a beautiful game. I want to see that game.
That is the game I want to see as well. I think everybody wants that.
That was the game we felt like we should have got in Paris.
There's a lot of games you should have had in Paris, Jason.
That's true. Let's not go down that list.
A lot of stories
Let's not go back into that one, into that world. 12-1, 2 rounds remaining in this opening half.
20-5 from Monacy.
Yeah,
Ooh.
It's a beast mode.
That's some challenger mode level, or challenger stage level, rather. Nico, he's got himself out behind these top mid boxes, but Nico is watching him. And it's Nico that kills Nico, Jason. Wow. Perfect. What a development. But the trade is there from Monacy onto Nico.
It's a really nice kill, comedy aside, for OG Nico.
Yeah.
To help Flames get activated in towards middle. That's a great sacrifice to neutralize that aggression because it's punished you a couple times. But now Monacy and JKS go on their aggression, their hunt for information. Monacy will likely back away to leave JKS with the rifle at A ramp. And they have pretty damn good control of the A bomb site now.
Neofrag still trying to catch Hooksy. Nearly had an opportunity there, and he seizes his chance to leap forward. Monacy, even when he's under so much pressure, and it looks like he shouldn't get away with it, he manages one. Hooksy catches Neofrag walking out into towards B, and now they're completely disjointed. But Flames hits the important kill. Hooksy leaves B, and now B's open. There's a chance now to move through.
Nah, Hunter's
back here
the whole way.
There is still a chance for Regali to get out of the apartments. But Hunter's now fully ready for the B drop in. He was making the rotation over as Hooksy died, but now he is primed and ready. 25 seconds. Flames is going to try and join Regali from short.
JKS is so far away. This is all on Hunter.
He has to step up here, Hunter, and an intelligent player that can position himself perfectly for these kind of scenarios. And, well, he positioned himself well. He just didn't get a kill on Regali, and that's OG finding their way into the 2 versus 1. JKS has to try and recover this one alone. As you pointed out, he's so far away, so he's only arriving to short now.
That was a long time for Hunter to have to play in that position, not knowing what's coming, not having any kind of support, and just kind of sort of having to go through some guesswork. Oh, an opportunity for JKS, but you can see Regali is not going to peek. Play for yourselves. Smoke is off, headshot doesn't land for JKS, so a second round for OG right at the end.
Yeah, I like how Regali and Flames are playing well together. You know, they're alive in these late rounds, and the good communication for Regali to just stay composed out of the apartments and not give Hunter the chance that 1v1 fight. Lets Flames go a long way around, come up through short, get through the ladder room, and then they can play together in towards that 2v1.
Final round of the first half.
Yeah.
Finally, the money is broken for G2.
Yeah, after all that fighting, the best case scenario is still a third round, and Hunter aggressive up into the Palace. The CZ goes away with one, and it's massacre in Palace. So many kills happening towards this area of the map, but it is favoring G2 on the weakest buy. Regali has to try and recover this one alone. He's got the first on JKS. Hops over the stairs. And Monacy's at the bottom of the corner. Smoke fades away just at the right time. And even with the weak guns, G2 able to claim another round. 13-2 half versus OG here on Mirage. We take a break, we come back, and G2 look to close. A Monacy masterclass puts G2 with 13-2 up versus OG on OG's map pick of Mirage. This is the best of threes here in Dallas, and G2 looking to get through map 1 as quickly as possible.
Speed running.
They are absolutely speed running this one, and could be speed running their way to Inferno very quickly here.
Yeah, I mean, look, we hate to reduce it to just one round, but pistol round's pretty important if you're OG and you want to stay alive and you want to try and mount some kind of a comeback. It all starts here, otherwise you're pretty much at no mistakes right out of the gate. All armor for OG, no kits, no utility.
Call this the Juggernaut round. Fully Kevlar'd up. And will it matter? Just got to hit some shots now as Monacy leaps out of the ramp. And deep into the back of the site, Neofrag, oh, he's not ready, no way. Monacy just turns.
This is all a fake.
It's complete, but the fake has worked so well.
Jesus.
The round's done. Oh, Monacy is having a field day right now. He's loving being in an A. He's having a great time. Regali and Fiku actually fighting back, throwing something into the mix, but it is just Fiku left, and the damage is already done. Monacy with 3 kills in the pistol. Nice crispy shot there from Fiku. Can land some brilliant headshots when he gets going, but the round's already over. 14-2. G2 send an A fake out of Monacy, and the round's over because of the fake.
Yeah, Monacy fake. This is
ridiculous.
I mean, a great route to run. I don't know, Flames, he was like waiting for something before he really sprung into action. If he takes contact before Monacy gets that deep, yeah, he's even just like...
Shit, the fake wasn't meant to work that well.
Yeah, that was a little dirty what I just did to Flames here with the spin. But yeah, Flames takes that fight a little bit earlier than the player over at Triple, like actually has a better chance of reacting and getting involved in the fight. Uh-oh. Oh, he's done it again. He's like, I'll spot you 5 shots.
Well, 15-2, pretty much confirmed at this point.
Yeah, because Nico's going to get aggressive off these kills. He's like, someone's moving, someone's shifting. And Flames again, missed opportunity. And Nico even slides back, is ready for the peek from Regali. So, yep, 15-2.
The cool thing about when G2 stomps someone, though, is that, you know, it isn't the most competitive game, obviously, but it is still entertaining to watch because you just get these ridiculous mechanical moments when everybody's playing this well. You get the nice Nico taps, the Monacy flicks, everything coming together. And we even had a Flames highlight on short in one of the rounds. So a couple of highlight moments throughout this one. We really are scraping the bottom of the barrel here as Nico goes ahead and closes on 15 rounds. Just one more needed, and we're heading to map 2.
Yeah.
How's your day, Big
Let's just skip ahead. It's been good.
Yeah, you had a great day?
Yeah.
It's nice.
It's been pretty chill, pretty relaxing.
I mean, we've heard a lot of people complaining about the jet lag. It must be nice for you not to have to deal with that. But you were in Europe.
No, but I still have to listen to Europeans complain about jet lag. But it's okay.
It's fine. We're getting a little experience of it. It's not really been affecting the European teams, though, in terms of how they've played against the North American side, so...
Yeah, there is that as well. Okay, Regali. Okay, Neofrag, but there's Hunter chiming in with the MAC-10, and oh my god. Okay, Nico's in a perfect position as well in middle. He's tracking the rotation through CT spawn. That's Fiku, and he's chilling, and he'll probably have a chance at Nico himself when he eventually pushes off Catwalk.
Well, the smoke is up in connector right now, and Hunter's going to move into jungle as soon as that molly fades away, so... Good positioning taken here for G2. They'll start to lock that plant in. Nico can't leave this ladder room because of the vent still non-broken. So
it's not safe for JKS to plant right now because the smoke's cleared towards Catwalk. And also he knows there's someone over a ticket who's been throwing nades. So G2's being really, really patient with this round.
They want to close it now. They don't want to have to play any more rounds here. They want to get it done. And JKS is helping with that. Fiku hits the deck and Nico will fall. 16-2 victory. G2, what a start to Dallas.
Yeah, you got to love it. Nice easy win over Nouns earlier today. They've got Mirage, the first map in this series, handled beautifully, 16-2. Massive win and Monacy is on fire. We got Inferno up next. Don't go anywhere.
trying to get the head back down. Doing what you can, never had a chance. Messing with the working man. Hey there, sister, I wouldn't even tease you. Messing with the working man. Oh my, living life a mile at a time. Trying to keep your hands on the wheel. Headlights burning bright, chasing the road. Trying to
Lots of wall bangs have come and gone. Incredible plays in their day, incredible moments in history. Some during clutches,
Looking for it, he's got him hunted down. Time is up. Oh my
some of them simply random.
What?
But one of them was both, and it has stood the test of time.
Sprays here. System's trapped in the corner. Gets it.
This is the shot heard around the world. It was CPL winter 2002. Zaiwu was 2 years old, and Monesi wouldn't be born for another 2 years and 5 months. Justin Sunman Summy was just a quiet kid from Pennsylvania, and he was in a rough spot. One-on-one with the bomb planted. Fake defuse to force a peek. It doesn't come. Another tap on the bomb. Still no movement. Sunman looks both sides of the bomb train, but then he hears a sound cue. Now, what's happening at this time is a weird coincidence of rare events. Back then, technology was different. Keyboards used a PS2 plug as USB wasn't widespread, and keyboard drivers were simply not universal. This ancient technology, combined with the lack of appropriate drivers, didn't let Sunman both crouch and defuse at the same time. It simply doesn't work like that. With this unbeknownst to Sunman himself, he instead believes he forgot to bind his defuse key. Out of frustration of realizing the round is impossible to win, Sunman fires off a random shot into the wall. And it's a miraculous shot. Through 2 walls, at an angle, into his opponent, whom he never even saw. He then returns to defuse the bomb, standing this time, and wins the round. His team would go on to win the match, one of the greatest upset wins of the era.
Two things practically played to perfection. One, G2 on their opponent's map pick of Mirage. Two, that moment that we just saw narrated beautifully by Trace.
Sunman.
Yeah, that was wild. I was on the No Majors club with Richard, and Sunman was there, and I'm like, is this the real Sunman? It's like, yeah, I was like, man, I remember watching like those frag movies. Like this was, you know, growing up, like this was the sort of things you had. People are so spoiled for content nowadays and frag movies. Like back then, it's like one a year that's really good, and you watch it. But yeah, how far we've come. I was amazed like that Monesi was like 3 years away from being born when that round happened.
He wasn't even in existence when that happened. Things that make you feel old.
I know.
That.
Time has passed.
Things that make me feel old. Watching Monesi in that game, man.
Made you feel old.
It
was like 13 minutes of a game.
And sprightly and
I felt like
incredible.
OG wasn't in existence in that game.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
They're yet to exist in this series. But to be fair, like what happened here was I love this Counter-Strike like this, where people are just swinging, peeking, no overthinking, just going for it. Like G2 is playing as they're the better team. It reminded me of playing against Fnatic in 2015, right? They're just going to bully you, and if you can't stop it, you're not going to get to play Counter-Strike. You're just playing deathmatch / AMAP, and when Monesi opens up the game like this, right, and with the op and constantly peeking and getting into it's so difficult to play against.
Yeah, and unfortunately for OG, I mean, we know the current situation, right? Regali is coming in, standing in. You would imagine that they're not have the deepest level of refined details in their play, and it opens up possibilities for someone like Monesi to just pop off. It was very, very adamant. Anytime they were trying to execute on the A side, Monesi was finding ways to have multiple kills in clutch situation, pre or post plant. Man, when he takes off, like that's it. Like the game is actually over. When he takes off and skill-wise, OG can't match, the game is over. We can just wait.
28 kills in 18 rounds. That's
Whatever.
Disgusting. Like, how on earth does he pull that off so confidently, Yanko?
2.36 rating. You know how Freya, he got, what, 3 or 4 kills in the first pistol round. That's it. You get 3 or 4 headshots, right?
It's
That's all you
over.
need. You get it rolling. But yeah, I think it was just, you could tell G2 is playing with confidence, right? Like, they're not caring that go for it. They won a couple of 3v4s, right? We saw a couple of times once he just sort of short, crouch peeking short, right? Finds a kill. Sure, someone's holding you, you're probably dead, but that risk is fine to take when you're a man down.
I feel like it's an interesting trajectory to see G2 on, post-Paris, right? And it kind of reminds me of when we go back to the RMR for Rio, you could see the frustrations of them not even making it to the major, failing it to make it through the RMR. That sparked, a spark coming off of G2 managing to win World Finals, going on that crazy series win streak. We can see when they're hungry to get some redemption and show why we value them so highly as a team, right?
Listen, they're competitors, and of course they would be fired up after what happened in Paris. I don't think that's a debate, it's a no-brainer. But as far as I'm concerned, currently I have learned nothing about the path that G2 has been on after Paris, because this right here is in the very comfortable category of G2 takes off, absolutely on fire, destroy their opponent, it's not competitive, they're absolutely in the pace. I know they can do that. I knew they could do that before Paris. The question is, what happens whenever we find ourselves in a 13-13 scenario game at a tight pressure moment? This is not the situation we're in. They're having a good time, they're loving life.
But I don't think the problem is 13-13. I think the problem was at the major. Right? We've seen G2 close games. We've seen them come back and win games from behind, and we've seen them blow out opponents. But the problem is, why are you feeling the pressure against a Fnatic team, for example, at the major? What doesn't matter that you're 1-2. That's the problem. For a lot of these teams, that's the problem. How are you going to approach a game like this and play with this style in a 0-2 game, right? Or in a quarterfinal game? I think that's the one thing they need to unlock, and it felt like they've unlocked it at World Finals Katowice after all of that, and then sort of the old, terrors came back to haunt them in Paris.
On the flippity flip, things looking just completely dire for OG coming into that second map. That was their map pick. You might have been mistaken thinking that was G2's. No, now we're going into Inferno, and Janko, you hate it when an opposing team actually led Inferno through into the map.
Well, they have a choice. They have to. They permaban you,
Yeah.
so this is fine. But for me, it's like getting blown out like this 16-2, like what we see, OG has felt it as well. It's like, hey, they were just on fire. Monacy was wrecking us. We couldn't really get anything going individually, right? And at that point, there's not much you can say. It's just about, hey, let's wake up a little bit. Let's try to play, with a little bit more passion, perhaps. Try to figure out the ways to just not leave all that momentum to G2, because they're, borderline unstoppable when they're rolling like
I think that's the danger right now. I agree with Janko. I saw them coming out. I saw OG leaving their seats. They didn't look deflated. They didn't look empty. They were just taking it easy. They just realized on this map there was no conversation to be had. The problem is you start Inferno now and you let G2 go 4-0, 5-0. That's it. They're gonna go right back to that rhythm very quickly. And OG, whether you want it or not, are gonna feel powerless, helpless, and they might just turtle in their shell. That to me is the risk. Like the first few rounds have to have a different color and different taste than Mirage had. They need to be.
Let's not forget, Janko, as well, the reward for winning out this series is a spot at the playoffs already. We don't know whether that'll be quarterfinals or semifinals, but a lot on the line with this best of 3, right?
Yeah, and get it done in one day as well. You get a day off tomorrow, right, to help deal with the jet lag a little bit more. You have 3 days until the playoffs, whether you're going to be in the semifinals or the quarterfinals. So yeah, a lot on the line. We'll see if G2 can keep going in the same manner, right? If they're not going to get complacent knowing it's Inferno and they're 1-0 up and they played so well.
Matthew, is it smelling like a G2-0?
It does. Smells like a nice G2-0.
Smelling like
dinner is about to be served.
Right. Well, let's see if it's a nice barbecue going down or maybe something a little less succulent on the plate. But for G2, it is their map pick of Inferno. We are going to be going straight into it after this break.
I love that word. Succulent.
Smurfs, your time is over. Go yourself.
To all the 817 imposters using my name on Faceit, go yourself.
To all your grievers, go yourself. Go yourself. Go yourself.
Go and verify yourself for free today. In 4 easy steps, you can join the battle against Smurfs and compete with confidence against real accounts. What did you think they were saying?
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Welcome back to IEM Dallas. We're heading into the second map of G2 versus OG. The first one was a speed run, and now we're heading into Inferno, G2's map pick, a map that they are 8-0 on over the last 3 months, undefeated, looking like the best team in the world on this map, Jason. So if things were tough on map 1 for OG, they might just get even more tough here.
Yeah, I think the conversation the OG has between maps is just kind of like, guys, let's stay out here as long as humanly possible. Let's wait for the admins to pull us in. Let's just give as much time for Monacy to cool off.
Yeah,
let's not step back into the server until we know that he's going to be a little bit chill. Let's let him relax.
I don't think that's going to happen. Unfortunately, he looked incredible. But earlier on, Inferno didn't get involved in as much action versus the Nouns. It was really Hunter and JKS who were having a great performance over there. So excited to see if that continues as we head into the T-side showing of G2 here on Inferno.
Yeah, we'll see. And I mean, probably plenty more opportunities for Monacy compared to the first game. Either way, OG have to bounce back here on map number 2 if they want to bring us on to a third and deciding. That would be ancient if they can get there, but it feels so far away after the 16-2 win for G2 on Mirage. We're live into the pistol round on Inferno. G2 starting on the attacking side, OG defending on Inferno.
A lot of utility here for G2. Smoke Molly combo and JKS and Hooksy, and for Hunter it's a smoke and a flash. And no one going anywhere but Banana here for G2. It's a full focus towards B.
Yeah, and with all this utility, with the various Molotovs as well, you got to feel like they're going to be able to burn out a couple of these positions.
Fiku is getting a lot of info here as well, that this will be the B play, so they can just hold these 3 players here in this setup for the CT side.
Yeah, unfortunately, this kind of a push is nice to have a quick rotation. They haven't been able to cheat a 4th player over. Nico just now starting to do it as the utility comes out. Oh, a chance with the P250. Neofrag is fortunate to get the kill because that seemed a little silly, but everything going in the favor of OG as Regali chimes in with 2 nice ones, and the dualies put an end to it. OG don't even need the 4th player.
Well, that is a very good start for OG. Not a single player going down on their side. They had the right number of players over towards the B side, and G2's commitment, it just took too long. All the info, it was great that Fiku actually made it play forward. He made the information play at the right time, and you know, G2 just end up getting destroyed.
Yeah, but I mean, there's a world in which Nico gets that kill on Neofrag. He had like 3 shots at him with that P250, didn't land him, but he gets that kill. Things can go very much differently. So OG fortunate to get away with that one. Well, maybe not fortunate. They handled business.
And no bomb plant for G2, so straight down into the eco territory. Just 1 upgrade, and that's in the hands of Nico. The old Deagle Blaze will come out and play.
Because why not? Why not let him have a crack at it?
Got to give him a chance. Got to give him a shot.
Swing at the pinata, baby.
Might just erupt with candy. The chance here for Neofrag, just jump spotting. They get a lot of money out of this MP9. G2 have been very good on Inferno for a long time, and we've seen even at the major we looked at their Inferno performances. Very good. This is a team that don't really falter on this map. So
yeah, it's a happy place.
It is a very
for
happy
G2.
place.
You know, they probably feel like they can always rely on Inferno to be there for them in the dark moments. Hooksy's causing a bit of a distraction. JKS had 1 shot at it. Now it's just don't expose yourself to that Deagle. Regali's got support in the way of Fiku and Nico inside the bomb site. So he should just be fine. And G2 is going to back away, but they've got no options elsewhere on the map. So at this point, round is out of control, and G2 just desperation. See if Nico can find 1 kill before going down.
Oh, there was Monacy actually with the kill. Helped out by the damage done by Nico, and Monacy will fall alongside Nico on a 2-0 start here for OG. A much better start than that of Mirage. Here comes the money for G2. They can get into AKs on every player, apart from Nico, who wants to go to the Galil instead to get a bit of extra utility here.
He wants the nades.
Yeah.
Team player. I would have gone for the AK.
Yeah. If you're Nico, I'd go with an AK too.
Yeah, they're probably disappointed. Someone should swap them.
The Mongols, wow. That's another great Inferno team. Really the only map they play.
All right. Deep smoke. Banana utility out. Nico getting chunked down. Oh, he's certainly going to be dead, right? Surely he's going to go down.
Oh my god, how has Monacy survived that? Okay, I thought for sure he was about to get knifed. Nico runs up towards top Banana and makes that Galil work. It rattles away, but there's another player around the corner.
It's not just survival, it's the fact he gets 1 kill off of it.
Yeah, that's the mental part.
Yeah, even crazier. However, I don't think they realize Fiku is here. They're being cautious about it, slides right into it. Hunter wants to trade. Out wide, and he's got it. Now Regali steps up to the plate, and it all comes crumbling down so quickly. Double kill from Hunter, and the B bomb site is open for business.
Yeah, it was a good challenge there for OG and Banana, but once Hunter arrives, it's over. Nico is so far away. He's got Kevlar, he's got utility to save here alongside the kit, so worthwhile just hanging on to all of that. And that's going to be G2 on their first round, but this is that engagement.
Monacy.
Yeah, Monacy in the logs, and somehow gets away with
it. Oop. Okay.
He's going for it. He's
just
going to
wants
get
the
a
AK.
weapon here and slip away. He's doing a lot of damage, and now, well, it's a 1 versus 1. He's sticking around. He's looking for it now. JKS is in towards CT. He's got some util here. He's going to throw a last-ditch effort towards it, but now with the time ticking, he's realized that even though he may have sensed a chance, it's all over, but he's dead.
Admirable.
Yeah.
Admirable that actually would seem doable at a point. He seemed like he was just going to go get the AK-47 and bail out, but when he gets that second kill offered to him, he's like, why the hell not? Why not go investigate?
G2 were convinced he was out of that one. That's why it even got close towards the end, but...
A little spicy.
Although, unfortunately for OG, They don't really have a chance to buy back and sort of capitalize on the damage they did to the economy in the late round there. So should be a good chance here to recover things for G2. Got the MAC-10 out for Hooksy, a couple of Galils here. And just keep as many players up as you can, G2, and get the money back.
MAC-10 leading the way. Nico's got position. Oh, beautiful shot. Neofrag falls at Coffins. And G2's not going to mess around. They're just going to continue marching forward, cautiously clearing angles. But finding all the frags, and the bomb is way back at T-ramp.
Don't need the bomb in this round. Let's kill everyone. m0NESY through the smoke. Ooh. It's an engagement that Nico will win, actually, and Hooksy will trade out with a MAC-10. So we do want the money picked up in the SMG, so Hooksy will take it.
He's mortal.
Yeah, he is. Somehow. He has been fouled. Regali, good start for him. 6-1 here. About to be 6-2 most likely as he walks around the corner. Hunter just went into the underpass. Oh, Regali, does he catch the timing? Oh my goodness, the timing is ridiculous.
He's going to get at least one.
He will.
Oh, no, he's not.
Chance, but not to be. JKS drops into the underpass. Crazy, his teammate just walked through it, and JKS dives down. Yeah, I'll just have a second check. Make
yeah,
sure.
Why not? Can smell a rat a mile away. 2-2. And the guns come back out for OG. M4s and an AWP on Regali.
Yeah, I'd love to see a bit more of Regali throughout this tournament. I think it's going to be a great chance for him to kind of show off what he's capable of. There's a lot of positive headlines about this guy. He's sitting on the bench for a long time.
Kind of a contract event for him, right?
Yeah.
Show the world what you're made of.
He was saying earlier, you know, he has got a lot of offers coming in. He nearly gets caught here on Boiler, but he's able to react. He got the early warning system towards top mid of that Hunter play. He's able to turn around and stop him from penetrating the defense.
Oh, and he's got a second ready for m0NESY, perched up in Boiler. And he's going to come back for a little bit more. Making sure mid is clear. It is entirely Nico at top banana. And Regali hears the footsteps towards alt mid, and he might. Oh, the timing is there. He's got Hooksy. JKS claws one back, but this round feels too far out of reach for G2.
What a good time to talk about Regali. What a round to come up at 3K.
Good on him.
This is a good work down from Regali, that. Let's put JKS and Nico.
The timing was really nice for him, too, because when Hunter comes up middle...
It looked like he was going to get that kill.
Yeah, Regali's not paying attention to mid as he slides into Boiler, but Hunter's attention is taken by the player left mid, so Regali gets a couple extra seconds to turn and grab the angle.
Yeah, good pathing as well as he comes back through the apartments to take a reposition. And if you watch how he plays, a lot of calculated maneuvers from him.
Now, this round isn't entirely done yet, so hold the phone, especially with this wraparound. Fiku's going to be playing at a headshot angle, but if Nico can just land one good shot, a decent shot. Oh, actually, excuse me, they're going to wrap around towards the B bomb
30
site.
seconds to do this?
I think the time is there. The problem is just OG's very aware of the possibility.
I don't think there is time for this, really. So he's just going to get caught. Bomb's gone, and JKS in banana just throwing himself at this one. Can't win it.
Bang.
So we'll die before time. So 3-2 OG. Good competitive start here, and I think the desk were touching on this as well, just ahead of this, and we got to see some of the pictures before we went into map 2. Even after a absolute smashing on the first map, OG seemed in good spirits, you know, so...
You know, it's we've talked about it before. It's that weird situation where you get blown out so hard that it's kind of easy to put that one in the back of your mind, right? Like, m0NESY just dropped 28 kills on you in a map. He was dominant on the CT side. You couldn't do anything against the AWP. He was like, you paid attacks of 1 to 2 players every round you saw him. It's easy to kind of just say, you know what, they had our number. Everything went right for them. Good opening kill for Nico.
Yeah, Regali this time is punished at the opening of the round. So got a little bit too close to half wall, and Nico was up there and ready to fight. So the AWP not having any impact in this round for OG. So you got to look to the riflers instead.
And thinning out the defense, you're going to have to make a decision if you're OG, and they're making one. Well, Flames is shifting back to CT spawn now. He's going to commit himself to library, at least for the moment. Footstep heard at brackets is going to pull Neofrag back as well. A
lot of utility being used up towards this A site for OG, but JKS, he's going to hear that and all these transitions, and he's so patient. He can catch a perfect timing from balcony multiple times, and here he goes. Now his teammates are finding some impact, but it's OG coming out on top of these fights. A 2 versus 2 established as JKS finally leaps from the balcony, but Nico is so far away. So JKS has to try and get that bomb, and he's severed off from collecting it by that smoke. So
he's going to have to wait for Nico. Have to wait for Nico to get back and be able to cause some kind of a distraction. They do have 2 smokes, so they can smoke off left mid when Nico gets up here. 38 seconds on the clock.
Very uncomfortable, but JKS does have a smoke, so he can smoke off long side, allow Nico to come through. Flames runs out of ammo, so Nico has that window, that grace period to pick up the bomb, and now they can go into this 2v2, and another smoke lands at Moto this time.
And they know both now. That's an AK and an M4 rang out, so they know both players are going to be stuck behind this smoke. JKS watching. Oh, what a transfer. What a swing over.
That's sick from JKS. What a great recovery to the round there for G2. JKS comes out of balcony. They stay composed. It looks scary multiple times, but I'm sure they're thanking the Lucky Stars that there was a lot of smokes available in those late portions of that round. If they didn't have those smokes, this round's different.
I think they're thanking the Lucky Stars that both Neofrag and Flames decided to spam those smokes at various points. You could see Nico was clearing Boiler. He was being really cautious. They didn't know where that second player was. He could have been anywhere on the map, and that's the information that G2 needs for JKS to just get comfortable inside the site. Money taken away from OG. A good chance for them to take a lead in this game.
Oh, quick take of Banana here for G2, but if they continue to barrel forward, that's exactly what OG want. They've stacked out this B site. They've laid a booby trap.
Yeah, but with Hooksy having a MAC-10, if they do go B and commit and actually put a force in there, you have to imagine it's going to be Hooksy as the one. Now, the timing on this, if they choose to swing off this contact, could be spicy. Could be a lot of fun for Nico with 3 kills.
And the bomb's an A, so it worked out really well there for G2.
Yeah, but now the mindset is hunt.
Yeah, get that AK out of their hands. Don't let them have any luxury out of this round. The mindset here for OG is protect the President Regali. And Flames is gone. It's just Regali left on his own, fending for himself in this horrible world as Monacy approaches in from CT. Here's the steps of Hooksy. He wants the money, and he's got it. Locks it in. He can upgrade as well into that AK. Quick little snag there for Hooksy. And a 4-3 scoreline. G2 into the lead by 1.
Yeah, this T side's going to start heating up if they win this round. OG, I mean, it's been 4 of the last 5 won by G2 since Rifle started coming out on the board. This one could slip away out of OG's hands real quick. Very important round. Regali's back on the op. No kits for the CT side. MP9 on Flames.
Well, Regali getting aggressive, going for a bit more of a risk play to try and open things up, and doesn't get away with anything, but it at least keeps his life, so he can drop back.
Nice flashbang to activate Hunter as well. Neutralize any kind of a hull setup. Banana control is taken. This defense for OG this time playing very deep inside the bomb site. Going to be put under a little bit of pressure with the utility, and a nice flashbang to allow Regali to grab the angle.
Yeah, they could rotate over here. The Romanian sniper might be able to find some impact. Good utility from both sides. This allows Nico to cross over the other side of the scope, but he goes back in. He wants to challenge the scope. He wants to challenge the CT player. And he knows he's there, but if he goes too deep, oh, Nico, so clean. Peeks on Regali, takes him out. Good flash setup from Neofry to allow that swing from Flames. But we now look at the seesaw, and it's going back over towards A.
Yeah, they'd also thrown the retake B at the half wall over by that bomb site, so nobody else could support Nico. Speaking of which, Nico is going to get dropped by Hooksy. Hooksy with the entry fragging up.
We have seen a few moments with his AWP over the year. And here he goes again. Neofry and Fiku peeking out from the graveyard and taking 2 players with him. Fiku does well on JKS and Hooksy, but it's still a G2 with the player advantage. And Neofry with no kit, no utility. And pretty far removed from the equation here.
And one more smoke for Hunter to drop.
Yeah, grab that off. Get out of there. Nice try.
Not enough mustard on that hot dog.
He'll slip away with the AWP, at least something there, but the 5th round, as you said, it is going to be this G2 T side starting to wear up. It's starting to come together.
Yeah. And especially around like this, where you kind of knock the OG economy back into the Stone Ages. That's a beautiful entry provided by Nico. Quick swap over to the op. Works beautifully for Hooksy and for Monacy. They each get a kill with the respective weapons. Oh, you had to do it to him again.
Failed the high jump. But when you look at this game, I like the interview that Monacy did. There wasn't a lot from it, but what he did say was OG aren't the most difficult opponent. And I like that he was just honest about the situation.
Yeah.
Because a lot of teams now are scared because they got beat by underdogs in the major. Or
they don't want to make any big, bold, boisterous statements.
Yeah, it's like Hooksy earlier in his interview said, oh, we can lose to anyone, but we can beat anyone. And Monacy's like, yeah, not the most difficult. that's a little insight into the mindset there.
That's the one you want. Well, and he's proven it again on first map. Absolutely mental. 28 kills.
He did cool off though, so that maybe that team huddle, the extra second, has worked out for them.
For the moment.
Here he goes though. T-side opping on Inferno. You can be a bit quiet. He's got it out again. As you get back into the action, round 9 kicks off. And it's not the most inspiring purchase here for OG.
Yikes. Chicken wings tonight.
Some more barbecue. Slap some Texas sauce on that. Ooh. Regali gets out of dodge. If you give Monacy even a pixel, sometimes he can react in time for that. So Regali gets away.
Hooksy again leading the way with the MAC-10. This is going to be just a B hit off his contact. They're not slowing down. Here's a little bit of utility. There's the flashbang. There's the kill. Another flashbang means Hooksy's going to be forced back. And G2, I mean, all 5 people are here huddled up, so it's just a matter of lining up the set piece, chucking out the utility, and Hooksy's made his way in.
And they've got very deep in here. Fiku on his teammate's head as they walk in tandem, almost in sync as they walk back into the ruins. No kills coming in for OG's defense, though. And they're really cautious here, G2. They're eventually going to plant that bomb, lock it in. Now drop back into some post plants. Nico will hop up on his teammate's head to have a little peer down into a CT, and he may actually catch the AWP retreating here. Oh, he doesn't see him. That could have been really impactful.
Yeah, good on Regali just to get away, though.
Now Hooksy. MAC-10 again.
Go get your bonus money.
It's the only gun he's allowed to play with.
Go get it, baby. There we go. Nice.
Deserved.
Oh, yeah. Build up upon it. Oh, Regali's sticking around close. He better bail out. Yeah, he's on his hustle.
He's running.
6-3.
So is Monacy.
Oh, dear.
Monacy's close by. Regali, is he going to keep it? The AWP. Oh, no. They're running towards him. Regali keeps it for a second longer, but Nico denies any mercy whatsoever. Oh, there is a lot of money, but you don't want to have to just reinvest in the AWP. Look at all the util you lose out on, but...
Yeah, that's a bit painful.
Man, that sucks.
At least to their worries at the moment, though, for OG. They need to put a stop to this.
The T-side bulldozer is in full effect.
This is what we feared with G2 at 3-3. This is the B stream.
Elimination game. Nouns looking to go home on day 1, so that's a little sad.
An 0-2 barbecue. That's a classic here in Texas.
At least they don't have far to go. Oh, Nico.
Damn.
Ooh. Good trade from Neofright, though. Doesn't let Nico get away with more than that. Actually, some damage to the smoke as well. Peppers up a bit of Monacy. He's going to continue running up towards top middle. A passive setup here for OG. One in the pit, that's Nico. And Fiku inside of the site. So G2 given a lot of respect and a lot of control towards A.
JKS has gotten in this position a number of times at ends of halls. To just be able to look for someone having a blown rotation, lose their focus for just a moment into his crosshair.
Oh, this is the fight. Regali.
No flashbang for this either. Regali's going to have his chance, and he's not fast enough.
How fast is Monacy? That's a peek into the half wall, and he's still quicker than Regali. Oh, but with that kill, that's screwed the plans completely here for OG. They smoke out CT. Neofrag is nowhere near the site, but if he goes through the smoke, this is the risk that's needed and can sometimes pay off. But Monacy out from the new box, gets the trade immediately, and the bomb is now arriving on this B site. The rest of OG are over on A.
Yeah, they're worried about JKS, whose presence was just shown at the end of halls, trying to pick off, I believe that, yeah, is someone, Fiku maybe, inside the bomb site, and they're just kind of frozen because they know there's a lurker around somewhere. And they have no desire to even think about the retake. Huddle up in pit, try and stay alive. G2 can't hunt, but they got to respect the fact that the retake might be coming in.
Well, you can hunt soon, and JKS is so patient that I think you give him the chance to do it right here.
No, what you do, you let him chill, let him sit in pit. JKS comes out. Oh yeah, the bomb's at the B-bomb. I've lost my mind. I'm jet lagged.
Yeah, you're jet lagged, Jason. I mean,
Yeah.
you were in Paris only a few days ago. How's that feeling?
Pretty good.
Jet lag counter is ever growing.
Ooh.
And the patience doesn't pay off for JKS. Let him marinate up in the apartments. And sometimes that doesn't always make the best meal. I don't know where I was going with that. I don't know where I was. I tried. I suppose I should leave the food up to Maui. And you, Jason. You can make a mean brisket, I'm sure.
Yeah, brisket can be tricky.
I wouldn't want to try that. I tried
It's a
brisket
long process.
back
That
at
one's
home
fun.
in Ireland, and it was horrible. It was like tough beef. That was it. But I tried brisket here, and it's like a dream.
Well, they're a bit psychotic in these parts of the world with their brisket.
It's crazy. The size of the smoke machines. I don't know. I didn't know that much industry went into trying to make it.
Bring one back to Ireland, man. Start a business.
Like, yeah, that whole thing. I'll put it in my check-in. Overhead locker.
4-round lead for G2. OG using another timeout to talk things over, try and get this back under control. 2 saved M4s, 2 upgraded Deagles.
And a dream for OG. Dream OG. Round 11. Oh, Monacy goes for a quick fight out towards long side. Fiku's aggression in the apartments is brought to a quick end from JKS, who has mastered this area. He knows the real estate very well.
That's one of the 2 M4s they brought into this as well. That's a weapon gone that OG can no longer use. Oh, here's one. Here's a gift.
Oh, he nearly kind of messed up the gift there, but eventually does get it with the Deagle, and Nico will follow up for OG. JKS in the apartment is about to be peeked here from Regali, who just had a USP, so was never really expecting anything that. And that's a kill for JKS to pull back.
Well, they know Nico's at the A-bomb site with the M4. He did get the kill on Monacy a little bit earlier in this round, so G2 have to realize they have the entire map available to him still. So a little bit of utility to apply pressure, see if he can get some shift in movement. See if a mistake is going to come in. There's been a lot of pushes, a lot of aggression from OG in this round. And G2 still got 45 seconds left on the clock.
We have seen G2 be really disciplined throughout the day. You know, even on Mirage in that 16-2 finish, you've seen them in that last round. They were really taking the time.
They weren't messing around, really.
Yeah,
they weren't giving anything over.
And we see the same sort of approach here on Inferno. It's great to see they're not taking anything for granted. Nico. He's going to hear the utility coming out of the apartments. Good adjustment on towards Hunter, and the drop down into the pit is his last and final destination, rather, and Hooksy able to take him out, heads into the back of the site, puts that bomb down. And now an 8th round for G2. They will confirm at least a 1-round lead going into that second half, and Flames will just take his spoil of war and slither away with the AK.
Yeah, so many chances for G2 to build upon that 1-round lead that they've guaranteed themselves. Good job from JKS. Not losing focus on the pushes. This was a nice trade back through the smoke. And OG just can't handle anything on the map. Both bomb sites compromised. Struggling to hold on to Banana when there is a clash. Ult from Regali hasn't been super impactful. Not a whole lot of things going well for OG at the moment.
No, it's been a tough time. And it's only getting tougher. They got some money. The loss bonus certainly helping with that. Regali should go to the AWP again. But as you said, I think I only remember one round where he's able to have some really big impact. A lot of the time, actually, he just died first, or he just hasn't been involved in the round. So cool to see if he can get involved a bit more here in the last 2 rounds of this half. Quick up second mid with 3 for G2, and Monacy, oh, blinded. Good flash from Nico, and that's going to blind Monacy and allow the early kill for Fiku.
They've really been trying to force this play from Monacy, right?
Have,
they did
yeah.
it like a round last round. I think the round before that, perhaps even they allowed him the space to go for a fast mid pick.
Yeah, they've been really trying to use that as the opening move, but Hasn't really worked all that often. Utilities kind of stopped him from doing it, whether it be a smoke or flash in this case.
Oh, Nico's in danger.
Or is it Regali in danger? Nico's had his number.
A bomb site's in danger. This is a strong position from Hunter. Timing is everything. Oh, perfect. Perfect from Hunter. Nico gets a rebuttal. That's going to pull Fiku out of position into the arms of Hooksy. There it is.
Does not miss with the AWP.
Not at that range.
2 versus 3 though. Nico is far away from Hooksy. And goes into Regali, who hits the shot this time on Nico himself. So just Hooksy. 1 versus 3, 40 seconds left. Begins to barrel back in towards B. Seeing that there's probably a 1v1 shot here, but Regali's not going to miss that. Impales Hooksy on the attack forward. And another round for OG, so Regali's gets some impact there.
Yeah, he really does. That's an important kill on Nico to grab that. That was the last kind of ditch effort for G2 to be able to capitalize on that round. Bring Hooksy back to the B bomb site with Nico, but not able to open things up. Good defense at the A bomb site on the initial hit, especially that mid play from Monacy. 4-round lead.
And the chance still to make something of this half for OG as they
Sure.
run down middle. Nico is going to have to try and deal with Fiku's change up, and he will deal with it. Took a headshot, but fortunately for Nico, had the AK versus the A1S. He's down low, and Flames goes into the peak. Monacy, even while blinded, still connects the kill. And G2 up 2 players, so all the aggressive moves for OG work against them.
And you might as well, it feels like if you're G2, have Monacy and Hooksy start kind of challenging and peeking into this B bomb site. Blown flashbang, he's got to spend a second one. Happy to let that kind of support utility go to waste. But all of G2 is here, and they can choose to call this off still. There's 1 minute and 12 seconds left. And that smoke negates everything they wanted to do, so no reason to press the issue in a 5-on-3.
A lot of time, and a lot of space for G2. They head back in towards B. It's the best chance for OG to win this round. Got the Regali AWP position towards Dark. Neofry, he's out towards first oranges. Looking into the wall to dodge those flashes that can come over the top. And here comes that B execute from G2. Regali has to deliver this first kill. If he doesn't get anything, it should be a done deal. 20 seconds. Here come G2 and their final move in. It's the first kill from Neofry. In fact, Regali chimes in, but both of them dead right after that. Hooksy and Monacy, very quick trades. 10 seconds as the plant begins to come in. Nico does not deny it, and now he's left in a 1 versus 3. He's been spotted. Utility goes in, flash connects, and Monacy will close on the kill.
Yep. Nice and easy. Just by virtue of the 5-on-3, even though it's even trades for OG, 1 for 1 each time, just still such a powerful, overwhelming advantage for G2 off the initial kills. Well handled, just a nice solid round. Damn, honestly, it's doing it all. Swapping out to AKs mid-round, picking the AWP back up.
I feel like every time he's blinded, he gets a kill. So I guess...
Happened a couple times on Mirage as well.
A flash of bright light usually means a Monacy kill. And here we go. Hooksy goes into the pick. Could one on towards Fiku. It tries the same aggressive maneuver down middle. It's the same result. Death immediately. As now we're looking at G2 with a 2-man advantage right away again. It's completely similar to the previous round.
Yeah, it's just desperation coming in a little bit early for OG. Obviously, with the I think with a stand-in, like you kind of get to that desperation point a little bit earlier than you normally have to because
they don't have a lot of looks.
Yeah, it already feels a little disorganized as well. So that tipping point just happens a bit easier than you'd like.
Yeah, good to see Hooksy playing well here. 13-8. He's top fragging for G2. Only Regali has more kills than him on the server at the moment. And G2 about to walk into an empty site as Nico has just left B. JCast will likely be the player to go back and get that bomb and bring it over towards the B side, unless they lean back towards A in this late round, which they could do, Jason. And
yeah, with 2 players here, with Hunter as well at the end of halls, they could have a little bit of a fake, a little bit of a pounce in middle, but as soon as this kind of crossfire in mid is sprung and found out, they should be evacuating to the B bomb site. The only X factor is if they lose the bomb to this initial play.
25 seconds. Here they go. Hooksy running in. Immediately dead to Regali. Do you now turn back and go B? But the time is ticking, and so they're committing into 3, and G2 have found the only way to lose the round, and that's perfect from OG. The rotation of that final player over to stack out A with 3 players works out perfectly as G2 decide to hit the A site.
Yeah, nice gamble there from OG. They get the winning end of it. Good stack in middle, and G2 hit a brick wall in a 5-on-3. Opening kill for Regali. The follow-up execute, they never expect flames. No utility on left mid, makes it nice and easy. Nobody blind, nobody smoked off. Final round of the first half.
Gift of a 5th round there for OG, and it's put G2 into a pretty weak purchase here. Tech9, a Deagle here, a Monacy. 3 AKs, and Hooksy quick at the front of the attack. And he leads the pack to the opening kill. Flames is gone. G2 once again have the first kill of the round. They're not stopping this time. They continue to try and barrel into B.
And they're successful. Follow-up smoke does nothing to dissuade them. JKS on a bit of a lurk over in middle. He'll start flanking soon. Bomb going to be planted after this smoke is laid down. It's well covered by Molotov, by Nico. And JKS getting ever closer.
Yeah, a lot quicker on this flank because obviously he's hearing the rotation.
Oh, now they're bailing out.
And they're going back towards because he's got all the info.
Peace.
That they've rotated over. So JKS, if he gets that kill, that would have been extra perfect.
It makes this a little awkward now, though.
Yeah, he's died. He's oversold it. Oh, no. Now they go back, and the bomb is going to go away, but it's a 1v1 between Nico.
And they're going to know this isn't planted at the B bomb site. Oh, that's a big boy kill from Hunter.
He had to win that one. If he doesn't, you could just stick the defuse to win the round. And Nico, one tap towards CT. It's now just Fiku left. And he does have a chance here in a 1v1 quickly against Hunter, but Hunter intelligently hides, and he will cover it off. A 10th round secured for G2 right at the end. Strong first half on the T side of Inferno. They look to try and take this series 2-0.
On the wave, I ain't got a lot to say. Mine's everything safe. I ain't ready to blaze. Spend money what I waste. Times money, money pays. You ain't ready for the 8th. She ain't ready for the 8th. He be riding on the wave. I ain't got a lot to say. Mine's heavy, give me space. Time's ready, let me blaze. Spend money what I waste. Times money, money pays. You ain't ready for the 8th. She ain't ready for the 8th. Mad as savage, me back and I'm back and it happening, ready to blow. I remember doing deeds with Deji from the street, they left me on my own. Monkey asking me about how I got the P, I told her leave him mama grow. Then they're ringing off my phone. Then they're ringing off my phone. Times change, but mine's made up. I ain't got line patience, tried then, don't like bait. Just come close, but I swear that. Went ghost with a hair pack, never boast loud, get your bird whacked in my condo where I birth tracks with a gang. Catch that for the gram, snap that for the man. These dudes do the most, no money in the hand. I ain't never had to feel away, rhyme steady and they feel the way. Occupation make it either way, never worry cause I can. Back chat from the whack gang, took charge when they sack man. Passport when a milestone, make space when the bags land. This must be a daydream, Max got me the mad plan. My team never lied on. Due a visit from the facts, man. He be riding on the wave. I ain't got a lot to say. Mine's heavy, give me space. Pine's ready, let me blaze. Spend money, what a waste. Time's money, money pays. You ain't ready for the eighth. She ain't ready for the eighth. He be riding on the wave. I ain't got a lot to say. Mine's heavy, give me space. Pine's ready, let me blaze. Spend money, what a waste. Time's money, money pays. You ain't ready for the eighth. She ain't ready for the eighth. Fake clothes, same watch. Fake crepe, same fuck. Same squad, same lot.
Do you think you know everything about CSGO? Then stay alert and look out for the DHL drop quiz on the ESL CSGO Twitch channel.
A 10-5 lead coming in for G2 on Inferno. They now transition to the defense, and they are looking good. They're looking very comfortable. It's Hooksy leading the charge for G2 now. An OG muster 5. Pistol pickup here, and maybe a competitive half can come out of them here on Inferno, but it is going to be a tall task nonetheless, Jason.
Yeah, really tall task against a map that's very comfortable for G2, and already backs against the wall in the series. They've got a 2-16 loss behind them on map 1 of Mirage. They're trying to force it to map 3 of Ancient. But they need 11 rounds. We'll see if they can get it. Pistol round live, and Hunter's just going to have a little jump for information. Sees nothing, keeps running. Flames hears all of this.
Yes, absolutely. He's going to hear those steps, and now he begins to track and hunt Hunter around the back side.
The Hunter has become the hunted. Haha!
Damn, that's original. And it's a good kill for Flames around the back
yeah,
side.
But look at the way it's luring them into the A bomb site where there's a stack.
JKS, ooh, he's gonna lose his fight. Fiku, so crispy on the Glock. Hooksy matches that. USP connects with another one, but G2 down a player. And here comes the attack in towards A. Smoke will go out from the CT side, actually, towards Modo.
I think it's a distraction to make them be a little bit nervous about that deeper smoke from the CT side. Buy time for Hooksy to kind of rotate around. Still gonna be a desperate retake in the 2-on-3.
Well, very good post plant now established for OG, so it's going to be a tough world to get back in here, but it is Hooksy's world perhaps, and he is the player with the kit. He goes in towards the attack, doesn't find success immediately, and with that it starts to shrink in terms of chances here for G2. A flash goes in, Nico peeks out, and suddenly he finds magic. A double kill right on towards Nico and Flames, and now he needs just one more. Fiku brought down, he'll run to collect the kit. The time is ticking, but Nico turns back, and he'll get to that defuse. It is close, it is beautiful, and it's a bit of Nico magic.
That's fantastic. Those are some crispy shots. The unlikeliest of rounds, and then the patience on the third kill, the third fight, knowing he's got the kit down in lane. Oh.
So sad.
No,
That's Fiku's emotions. He's like, damn, I did so well. I got those great openers, and then how the hell does this happen? Oh,
I feel like I haven't seen like a Nico good USP clutch round in a minute. That's made me happy. That's cheered me right up.
Dallas, he is back. And Fiku up and towards the apartments. If you're feeling dejected on the OG side of things, that's going to only add to that. Fully deflated as they now move in towards top mid. I guess the positive is they did get the bomb down. They've got a good force buy back here.
They've got some space though. JKS doesn't realize how close they are quite yet. Good nade. Ooh, JKS is blinded. Tough time. They drop in behind. They descend upon him, and Nico can only get the one.
And not good enough yet for G2, and they're so far away from this. Hooksy's all the way back at T-Stars.
It's okay. OG's got this one.
And they've got a 6th round.
Good rebuttal. Nice job creeping up lane, not revealing your position, and just being so close at the time that you're ready to pounce. G2 had most of their defense towards Rap side. No one keeping eyes on lane. Good timing to hit, and a 6th round for OG.
Well, a platform to try and build off of. Although we have seen OG lose to some of these G2 low buys, so definitely don't count out G2 going into this next round, but Efra takes the AK, upgrades as well. from that Galil. But let's see what G2 go for. 'Cause a couple players in double eco, so they're going to invest around these 2 safe weapons. And they'll definitely have a chance to pick this one out, but OG favored to go ahead and pad a few more rounds out here. Now, we have talked about G2's 100% win rate over the last 3 months on this map.
Sure.
They have a couple of close maps, in particular at the Major against Fnatic. That was overtime.
Elimination series?
That was really the only close map, actually. Everything else has been pretty one-sided.
I take it all back. It's been mostly dominance.
Almost entirely, in fact.
Ooh, good beefy nade onto Hooksy and Nico at the B bomb site. And G2's going to have a bit of a gamble themselves. Hooksy, the 4th player to shift over towards A. They need it. There's only the one M4 here.
All right, let's get this boost assembled. There's a little stack between m0NESY, Hooksy, and now Hunter wants in on the party as well. Get the rifle up.
Yeah, don't leave me alone, guys.
Get him involved in the trap. It doesn't look like it's going to really matter unless they decide to wrap around, and they are setting up to do so. So this could work for G2. This could be perfect in terms of getting a couple of kills going their way. Oh no, indeed.
Well, they've heard so many weapons,
yes,
so they realize
heard like 3 different types of guns shoot that.
Now it's all about getting back to cover lane. Hunter can't land it. JKS though inside the site only with 1, and it seems like they've broken up the stack, but this is still an opportunity in a 2v2.
G2 always find a way to make these uncomfortable for OG. The bomb is down in the open, so you have to try and get to that. Regali is probably the player with the safest avenue of approach, but it's not going to be for long because Nico's coming around through the apartments.
Yeah, this lack of the bomb is really
20
buying
seconds.
time. This is perfect for Nico.
Oh, this is so good for G2 suddenly.
Hooksy just has to stay alive. Find engagements where you can have safety and keep attention. There's Nico. There's Nico from behind, and there's no time. This is done. OG have just been outlasted, and G2's going to steal a 12th round right out of their grasp.
That's one of the more frustrating rounds to lose if you're OG. And Regali dies after the time. Even worse, but he's still got more money than most of his teammates even after that. But we're looking at a ridiculous round to lose that for OG. We said after that, maybe we can build on that, but they walk right into the stack setup.
Even though the kills are actually happening very nicely, that's the bomb that JKS picks off, and just nobody worked up the courage to go pick it up. It was recoverable for some time.
Oh, Rugga.
Yeah, that's the frustrating one. Perhaps comms shutting down in a 2v2. He called a timeout immediately afterwards.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to keep spirits high, I'm sure, for OG right now with the environment that the team is in. They don't have Dexter here. There's rumors around, obviously, players departing. And not the best run at the Major either, so probably not feeling too confident.
No.
Or happy. And after getting smacked around in your map pick, it doesn't leave a very good taste in the mouth. 12-6. It's a weak round here for OG in terms of what they brought to the party. It's an AK for Fiku, the rest on pistols.
Lining up a Hulls pop, though, and with kind of a lane stack with the player boosted up on the roof, this could be really effective. Let's see how they manage it. It's m0NESY and JKS. Although Hunter shifting around to the A bomb site may be a godsend. Oh, that smoke is well-timed.
m0NESY turns, does some of his best work from this position, nice and clean on the double. And JKS off the top of the porch removes Nico. Hunter sends an nade deep into the pit, and just Regali who falls as well. 13 rounds for G2, 3 away from closing out a great day here in Dallas.
Yeah, nice protocols from m0NESY. He's the one who turns and addresses business, gets 2 kills before that danger can really wrap around the stack. Helps, obviously, the smoke up in Hulls from Hunter, the support from Hunter as well through the smoke. Kept JKS very safe on top of the roof. G2 just 3 rounds away from taking this series.
And this one should be a freebie. Glocks on every player for OG, and they're taking a timeout and spawn with it.
And this is going to put, this win would put G2 up into the upper finals of Group A, where we've kind of mentioned it a couple of times. That's where we plan on seeing a G2. We hope to see. We hope to see. We don't plan it. We hope.
I
G2
mean,
Heroic.
It probably is going to happen.
Heroic have a game against Mouse later on today for that other spot in the upper final.
That'll be a great game. I think Heroic versus G2. I'm excited about that. Excited about the prospect of it. Heroic are a team you can usually rely on not to lose to a team that they shouldn't. And JKS,
unless it's in the semifinals of the major.
Yeah, that does happen. I was doing there'll be a lobby episode coming out soon, but I was saying to Katie and I said, oh, you know, you guys have got the reputation now built up as a team that don't lose to underdog sides. And immediately I see his face, I was like, unless it's in a major playoffs.
Yeah, exactly. Unless, shit, my bad. I'm sorry.
Sorry, man. Sorry. I know it's pretty raw.
It's actually the hardest thing to do with players when you see them in the hall. It's just like, hey, what's up, man? How you doing? And
Oh,
you're like,
shit,
oh, yeah,
I forgot
we
you're out.
actually
Oh.
just got eliminated from the event. And you're like, oh, yeah, I did see
Whoops.
that.
Yeah.
But otherwise, I hope you're good.
Other than that, going swimming here. And this could be the end of OG. A nice change up here for Hunter running down in mid. Good kill from Regali and Monacy. Nice flick down in towards the underpass. He's able to trade out that initial attempt.
Yikes. Tuck your head down, baby. Hooksy's going to shift back towards the A bomb site. Called off, actually. They're going to head back to B. So setting up for an aggression, but otherwise it's all JKS. And this is going to come in right now, just as G2 settle into the other side of the map.
Oh, JKS thought he just got his crosshair down in time, but was in the most comfortable position to be in, and Flames is able to erupt out.
I get it, like, Hooksy probably said, hey, I'm going to rotate over to the A bomb site, I'm going to help out, and then he probably got called off. Someone was like, no, let's go back to B and do a push, and then the A hit comes in, and Hooksy's like, see? I told you I was right.
Just gotta trust me. Just gotta trust in Hooksy. And now they've got to go and save, because the round is done. OG, they needed to win that one. If they lost that round, it was pretty much the game wrapped up. But they give themselves a bit of a fighting chance.
Let's be honest, this game is wrapped up. It's just a matter of G2 putting the bow on it and a little note saying who it's from.
Yeah, I mean, finally they get bored of the life support and they turn it off, and maybe that's how it's going to go.
Okay, that got dark.
Morbid, yeah. That's real morbid.
I went for a Christmas gift angle. You went for whatever it is you went for.
Yeah, something. I went for something, all right. Oh, I feel bad.
14-7.
A little bit more OG here on Inferno, and you gotta love that. Fist bumps all round as we head into round 22. Because G2 saved, obviously so many players there, it's a nice buy. They got a lot of cash, so the buy coming into this features an AK-47, 3M4A1S, and of course the AWP here for Monacy. Doesn't get any easier for OG as G2 look to try and push forward to series point. Oh, Nico burns away Neo Frike in Banana. So the opening kill goes the way of G2, and they've been pretty good once they get these openings at converting them into the round wins.
Yeah, play well with the man advantage, and they've made it very costly to take Banana control. Not just the kill, but Regali at 50, Nico at 26.
Nico's very lucky he dodged that nade as well. He would have been dead. That would have landed right on top of him.
And now a third player coming over as well. Hunter's arrived. Even if he's Molotov back initially, this is utility being spent, and OG have nothing left to do but hit the B bomb site. 2 smokes and a flashbang. Hooksy's got a defensive smoke as well. He can place off to his left to give himself room to work with.
The last ditch effort for OG as they charge in towards B. Nico at the front of the attack. Hooksy will play a new box. He's got Nico alongside of him. It is just one from Nico, and Hooksy, he's so low, but he's managed to dodge them and actually get away with a kill. Great work done there, and now Hunter begins to make his move, but it's only a single kill from him. Flames is doing so much at getting these trades back. He's killed everybody so far. Now on for the ace. Unfortunately, though, Monacy is too much to handle at that range with the AWP. He comes in on the rotation and sends Flames into the ground.
Yeah, smoke clears at just the worst moment for Flames coming out of that plant. Monacy has him trapped on the left side of the bomb site. Good luck.
This is
15.
You guys can't see it. I just watched Monacy. He's just practicing these ledge grabs. He's learned how to just sort of boost himself up in the new box, and it's kind of ridiculous. So
he's a super nerd.
He definitely is.
8 chances for G2 to close out this series, booked themselves a ticket in the upper final match. That would take place on Wednesday, so also gives them a little bit of a break. Chance to prepare. Chance to go see the city of Dallas.
A chance to get rid of the jet lag, Jason. That's the most important thing.
Shut up.
Sleep it off. Here come OG, battered and bruised, and a pretty uninspiring purchase is m0NESY. Okay, why not? Why not try that? There's a player that would have pulled it off. I guess it would have been him. And now Nico runs into Banana. It is just one, very close to a second kill. And HooXi falls, and now they have to try and break through m0NESY, and they've got to realize that he is the only remaining player on this B site.
Running out of bullets, though.
He is running out of bullets, and no more life from m0NESY in this round. Neofrag sends a bullet right between the eyes. 3 versus 2, perhaps OG not done yet. JKS is so far away, hasn't fully committed on that rotation over yet. So Hunter trying to deny the plant, had a double nade that he picked up. Does do a lot of damage, but doesn't get a kill from it. And now JKS has arrived in the rotation.
Yeah, I guess you maybe see what you can get. You probably feel like you have so many rounds to play with, you can actually go for this, but that might be a mistake. Molotov can force Neofrag out into the open. Good shot as he burns.
Yeah, now the smoke comes into towards CT. That's it. That's the job done.
Yeah, I mean, if Hunter gets that kill without going down, maybe you go for it after that. But JKS, they've done everything they can, so he knows this round is pretty much out. Uh-oh.
Oh, no, not like this. Not like this.
Exactly like this. I'll take the...
Oh, okay. No time, but would have been kind of sick if JKS closed it with the ninja. And that's going to be the 8th round for OG. Still alive, still kicking here on Inferno, even if it is the faintest kick.
Yeah, now money's in a weird place for G2. I imagine you still buy in this. m0NESY 6,100. Nico and Hunter can get rifles as well. It's HooXi's at 1,900, who might be, you know, the unlucky one to drop down to a pistol and utility. Heroic stand for Neofrag.
Not the best buy here for G2, but we've seen them win with far less. OG need to be aware of that. A site somewhat weak right now. They've rotated that 3rd player over towards B. And OG have got their sights set on A at the moment.
Another Hulls pop. They've ran this 2 or 3 times. Last time they ran it, it worked perfectly. JKS, this time a different position. He's at least got the first, almost transfers down. Makes it easy for Hunter to grab one, but that is the entire defense wiped out.
Good work, and that's another round for OG. Unless G2 are they're quick on the rotate over here. They're gonna grab some weapons off the ground. And maybe once they've got that upgrade, get out of that.
Yeah.
Don't even try.
They might have if that second smoke didn't come in. I think that's the one where they're like, yep, whatever, no kits. Can't wait out this smoke and go for it all at the same time. No Dojanade available either.
Watching m0NESY just move around is just sick. Because how many times have you just tried to climb on that porch and just like most fumbly little jumps you have to do? Trundling along.
Trundling.
It's a good word, Jason.
Well, 9th round now for OG.
Yep, a lot more OG would hope for it. They can bring it all the way to overtime. That would be kind of ridiculous, but here's a timeout for G2. Obviously, they had a pretty weak purchase in this last round. It's not going to be amazing in the next either. Hunter and JKS only have around 2.5k average. Obviously, 3 players saved, so HooXi and Nico have 2 M4s, and there's an AWP here. It's not going to look too pretty for G2, so just talking over some of the options they can muster together. JKS and Hunter have not invested yet, but eventually will. And it's going to be the CZ for Hunter and the MP9 for JKS.
Yeah, no easy rounds at the moment for OG with all these force-ups from G2.
Yeah, they keep purchasing.
Yep.
But they keep killing the A players.
Coming back into it the hard way. However, I mean, if you get one clean win where you take all 5 players out, you get that extra round to close the gap. Meanwhile, all through these buys, losing bonus is building up for G2. It's at 2 rounds right now. Nothing to get too excited about. $2,400 in the bank if they lose this round.
Oh, G2 challenging for Banana this time. Trying to assert some dominance here. Bit of a change up in the setup. Obviously, when you can't have Hunter play over towards A with just a CZ with the MP9 of JKS. They brought m0NESY over. It's just him and JKS on this side of the map. Utah going out, trying to delay and discourage the attack in towards A. But OG stay persistent. Regali sends his AWP. He's looking for one of these boosted positions that we've seen JKS in quite a bit. He isn't going to see anything in this round. Under a minute left in this clock. Well, if Hunter can play in the face of this smoke, this is the perfect position for the CZ to get something done.
Maybe even 2 things done.
Well, they walk up, they back up into him, headshot lands, but it's not enough damage to take the kill, but it is enough to allow Nico to get a lineup of 2, and JKS and m0NESY close on the others. It is just NeoFrag left, and it is the end of the road for OG in this best of 3, unless NeoFrag can pull something magic out of the hat. 20 seconds left, bomb picked up, and as he backs away, JKS will close. G2, what a day in Dallas. 2-0 in the best of 3. A nice quick start, clean, nice and easy, Jason.
Yeah, it looked absolutely sharp today as well. Very disruptive on the CT side, very confident in the fights they took. That's a dangerous G2 coming into the event. We love to see it. Dako and I are done for the day. Chad and Alex are going to close things out with the next best of 3. So enjoy it, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Do you think you know everything about CSGO? Then stay alert and look out for the DHL drop quiz on the ESL CSGO Twitch channel. Do you you think you know everything about CSGO? Then stay alert and look out for the DHL drop quiz on the ESL CSGO Twitch channel. Because as soon as the question is asked during the stream, the clock starts ticking. You will have 60 seconds to type your answer in the chat using this format. And keep in mind, speed is important at DHL. So the faster you answer correctly, the more points you get. Keep track of how well you are performing on the leaderboard. Will you manage to make it to the top and win one of these amazing prizes?
All is fair in love and war, but nothing is fair when you're playing G2 on the grounds of Inferno. The G2 Zero lives on as they secure their spot in the playoffs of Intel Extreme Masters Dallas 2023. Nico joins us down here on the desk to dissect what was a lightning fast series, because you guys been looking confident today. Is the vibe feeling good in the camp?
Yeah, today has been quite a confident day for us, starting with the first game. I mean, we got to play Inferno. We feel very confident on that map, and we had the good stars. Usually like we have a weaker CD side, but today we actually had a pretty good CD side. And yeah, against OG as well, it was a clean win by us. We expected the veto, we had good prep, and I think everyone's hitting shots today as well, which helps. So yeah, good start to the tournament.
Yeah, I think... how does it feel to be back?
We can come back to you.
No, how does it feel? It was like a year since you were here, right? Like in the US?
Yeah, the last event was IEM Dallas.
Because I saw JKS, you know, he's winning a 1v2 and he's yawning as he's winning it. I know the game was easy, but it wasn't really that easy. So how are you guys dealing with it?
I mean, it's fine. I think we're all a bit tired today. I think it's mostly because we had the first game, then we had to play one more. But I mean, it's always nice to be here in NA. Dallas has been a good event always. Really happy that we are in arena as well. Last time or last year was a very nice experience, even though we didn't go all the way. But we got the job done, and that's the most important.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely like job done. A good day in the office. I was wondering, we at the desk, we talk about what happened in Paris and how you guys are coming in and you can have an impact on the end of your season. What was the vibe of G2 coming into Dallas? How do you see these next 2 weeks?
I mean, we obviously want to win it. Like both tournaments, we want to bounce back. It's super important for us that we have deep runs. Like, even though like major is most important, obviously, of the season, but if we fail on those two tournaments as well, that looks really bad. So we definitely want to make a statement on one of these tournaments or both if possible. So we are confident in ourselves, but we don't try to put too much pressure. And I think that helps us. But yeah, I mean, now we secured the first day very easy, so I think it's going to be a bit easier. I think if we started a bit sloppier, it would be a bit harder. But now that we had a good first day, it should be easier for us to play.
And now that you have just a little bit of distance with what happened at the major, what was the main takeaway, the main learning to make sure that we don't have this conversation ever again? That, you know, now that you have a little bit of time, because on the day it's usually kind of complicated.
Well, I mean, I think the first day of Legend stage really messed up our mentality. Even though going to best of threes, we felt really good after, for example, Furia's game. But I think that game was probably a bit more that Furia played very poorly. And I think we thought like, okay, we are back, that's it. And then we go into Fnatic. And then we could like feel the pressure immediately when we started like losing on Fnatic. And then we had to come back and I'm going to say that we did not lose because of the map either. Obviously, Vertigo, when you're a player and you're playing the game, you never lose because of the map pick. So that was not the biggest reason, but maybe we had a higher chance. No, it was not the biggest reason, but maybe we had a higher chance on Nuke. But just the first day in Legend stage really just took away a lot from us, I would say, and the pressure was just way too high, and that we just couldn't really handle it in a proper way. And yeah.
Was there a conversation coming into this tournament about, or for example, even just this series, how you wanted to play just in general? Because you guys are taking more risks, you know, you're swinging more, taking more fights. Was there a conversation like trying to use your individual firepower a little bit more, or is it just something that happened randomly?
I think it's very hard to tell, and I think from today we got to play 2 Infernos, which usually like whatever happens, like we are really good on the map and we usually do those things. I think Mirage we have been improving as well a lot, and I think we're just good at the map as well. But yeah,
we will see in the next game if we get to play Ancient, Vertigo, or some other maps where we maybe don't feel as confident. But it's looking good so far, and if we can continue doing this on every map, yeah, it definitely helps.
Gentlemen, let's bring up our Air Force aim high. Nico, I'm going to break your heart. I'm sorry. It's not you, but it is your captain, Hooksy, because he was looking really good on that second map, Inferno. And I'm curious to hear, from your perspective, we heard him say earlier the fact that you guys had 3 practice days, I think he said, between the major coming into Dallas. Obviously, you've got a long travel day to be coming to this event. What has been his focus? What has he been kind of, saying to the team, bringing to the team in terms of new ideas coming off the back of Paris?
I think what his own focus was just focusing a bit more on himself and on us instead of focusing too much on the opponent and who are we playing against. So it's like we are doing more things that we actually practice, that we don't really try to anti-sweat too much and outplay the opponent. And I think today he had a good day as well. I think he was like just getting more and more confident, like he was going for the frags. He was like, if they have eco, like he just like calls something, like he goes first, So, I mean, it's very important. Like he's playing really good. I think nowadays the ceiling is very high, and like we need everyone to step up. If you look at Katowice, obviously he was playing way better than maybe he was at the major. But I'm glad for him that he had a good first day here, and hopefully it can get better.
Finally, Nico, I'm going to ask you a question that all players absolutely hate, but next up on the cards, we've got Heroic taking on Mouse. You'll be facing the winner to see if you make it through to the semis of the playoffs or if you're going to be going through to the quarters. Who do you think you're going to be facing? Do you feel like it's sort of written in the stars that you're going to be taking on Heroic?
I mean, it should be Heroic, but I think this is demand from Mouse to actually do something as well, and they have the chance, but Heroic is a huge favorite, and us personally, we would like to play Heroic as well. It just always feels good to win against such a team for the team confidence as well. So, but yeah, this is the event for Mouse to bounce back, and now they have the chance.
Well, thank you so much for your time, Nico. We'll let you get off, get some sleep, maybe get some barbecue. Yeah, what's on the menu tonight for the boys? Are you big barbecue fans?
I don't even know what's the time right now, so...
It's okay.
Is it breakfast? Is it lunch? Is it dinner?
7 p.m.
Go to bed. Yeah, just maybe rewatch a bit games, celebrate a bit the playoffs, and focus for the next game.
Nice. Get some Tex-Mex, get some barbecue, brisket, I don't know. It's all
Send
about the meat here. Send them
Maybe we'll find
at
something.
G2 Nico on Twitter.
Thank you, guys.
Recommendations in. Thank you, man. Peace. Beautiful stuff. And a very clean win for G2 as well. That's exactly what we wanted to see. Obviously, the Nouns victory, that was a, almost a certainty coming into today. We needed to see them dispatch them in dominant fashion, but I'm glad to see they get to replicate a similar form versus OG, right, in a best of 3.
Yeah, the absolute dominance from them. Individually they were just on fire, right? Firing on all cylinders. You didn't really need a lot of strategy, some amazing calls, like you get a lot of entries. Even when you're not, like someone steps up, gets you a multi-kill. OG had to rely on some gamble stacks really to win a couple of rounds. It just, you can't really hold too much against them. G2 was just on a tear today.
And what is really interesting for G2 now is that I believe this final of the winner bracket you were talking about, a potential Heroic versus G2, I think it's the best context for them. Yeah. It's the best game possible if you're G2. You're in that very sweet spot where it's either semi-final or it's quarterfinal. You're in playoffs already. You can just let loose, just go at it, take all the duels. Again, he had the keyword pressure. He said it himself, pressure. How do we handle pressure? How do we deal with this? We didn't have pressure today. That upper bracket game to me is exactly that.
I feel like this is, a 1 hour interview or a podcast with a couple of players, maybe their mental coach, the coach, because we saw them, in some high pressure games. Sure, the major is a realm of its own, but Katowice and this, they were playing really well, and then now they're feeling it again. It's like, where did that sort of poise disappear? Really, was it all it took was for them to lose 2 best of 1s and for their confidence to get shaken so much? Like, that's unfortunate. That's something that you want to solve in the long term.
Yes,
if you're G2.
Well, the pressure is on for you guys at home as it is time to get involved in our DHL drop. We've got a nice little question for you, very contextual at the moment, which is, which player currently holds the most CSGO major titles? Put exclamation mark DHL drop space A, B, C, or D. We've got a selection of either Dupree, Magisk, Device, or Simple. I don't know. I'm gonna mull that one over.
I like what they're doing. Like it's a good first question.
Yeah.
Get people in.
Yeah,
We
get
all
people,
need a W. That's
get them
great.
warmed up. Maybe winning
Psychologically
some
speaking, in terms
prizes.
of marketing, there's a whole lot of value in there.
And some nice
Great.
prizes for you guys to win at home as well. We've got a very good selection there. But it's also time to be throwing this one to the break. We'll be revealing the answer on the other side of the break, and we'll also be revealing our final game of the day. It's going to be Heroic taking on Mouse after this.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Smurfs, your time is over. Go yourself.
To all the 817 imposters using my name on Faceit, go yourself.
To all your grievers, go yourself. Go yourself. Go yourself.
Go and verify yourself for free today. In 4 easy steps, you can join the battle against Smurfs and compete with confidence against real accounts. What did you think they were saying?
She said that she hate me, I hate me too. I can always tell when you're lying, girl, you're see-through. All these miles away, yeah, I just wanna see you. Baby, give me good face, she hit me like seafood. Remember when I saw you, hi, it's nice to meet you. Know my old girl salty, she just wanna be you. I'm a dog, no Maltese, I don't wanna leave you. Once you're right here, I just don't wanna mistreat you, no. Cause I've been a douchebag before, baby girl, I don't wanna repeat. She just won't please me, she look in my eyes, told me why are you bleeding? And I don't even know how to answer. I take these drugs to my bladder. She said she noticed a pattern, she say I look gorgeous, I tell her I'm flattered, but I hate my reflection. When I look at you, all I see is perfection. I'm so depressed and I don't know the reason, just wanna feel better. Hate my reflection. When I look at you, all I see is perfection. I'm so depressed and I don't know the reason, just hope I feel better. Don't know the reason, just hope I feel better. I just hope I feel better. You said that you love me, don't know if it's still true. Hate it when you're not here, love it when I'm with you. You say you don't trust me, all the shit we've been through. Why you always upset? I don't really get you, I don't really get you. Why should I always gotta be so stressful? Baby, can you tell me why are you so vengeful? I don't understand you, I can't live without you, but I can't fucking stand you. I'm just so obsessed, I should take better care of myself, but fuck it. Blacked out in public, on that like she upset, but I know she loves it. I hate my reflection. When I look at you, all I see is perfection. I'm so depressed and I don't know the reason, just wanna feel better. Hate my reflection. When I look at you, all I see is perfection. I'm so depressed and I don't know the reason, just hope I feel better. Don't know the reason, just hope I feel better. I just hope I feel better. How can I break when I have no heart to be broken? If this is the end, when will it begin? Is there a way to live again? How can I dream if I was never awakened? How can it still hurt when I can feel the pain? We're not born to feel the pain. How can I dream if I am never awake? As I step outside and breathe the night air,
for everyone that's been hanging out on the A stream all day long, I'm going to give you a quick B stream update. Now, we started off the day when it came to the best of ones with OG taking on Furia. Furia, they've been known for their T-side woes, and they did continue here. But at least on their CT side, they did battle back against OG on Inferno. It was competitive, but OG still won it out and sent Fury down to the lower bracket. Next up, we had Heroic taking on 9Z. It was another 11-4 start. This is Heroic. They don't really lose to the lesser teams. Obviously, Gamer Legion, depending on how you're going to look at that. That did happen in the past. But in general, Heroic have been consistent. They closed it out quite nicely. It was 16-9. It was on Mirage. It was a good game for them from start to finish. I would never say they were really tested in it. Then the phase one, going up against EG. Now, you can say what you like about EG right now and what they're doing. Refreshes come in. We weren't sure how it was going to be. But they actually fought very hard against FaZe. They pressured them. I spoke to Twist in the interview afterwards, and he was like, a win's a win, but he still knows that was not good enough. A win is going to get them forward. Yes, it's a best of one, but FaZe are still not really hitting their level that we're used to seeing from them. And EG, is this a sign that maybe they can do some damage later on in the tournament? We're going to have to wait and see. Now, for the other game there, it was C9 taking on Greyhound, and well, Greyhound, they had no bark in them at all. They got absolutely rolled over from start to finish. Cloud9 were dominant, and Cloud9, remember, they won Dallas last year. They'll be loving to get the back-to-back, especially with the C9 organization hailing from America. And also last time, all of America was just cheering on for C9. So maybe they can do that again if they can get themselves inside the arena. Now, for the final game that we've just seen here as well, we did get a chance to have a look at, it was good old Fury going up against Nouns. Now, with this one, Fury did just absolutely dominate. It is some, I guess, semi-domestic competition playing against a North American team. Fury are based out of North America, but it was just not a single competition, not a single moment of chance in there for Nouns. They are now eliminated, they have been sent home, but next up is this game coming your way, and it's going to be Fnatic going up next.
A truckload of Counter-Strike already going down today, and we are by no means done yet. Oh, no, no, no. Another spot at the playoffs already on the line at day number 1 of IEM Dallas 2023, which will either fall to the hands of MOUZ or Heroic. Maui, interesting trajectories when we're comparing both of these teams, because if we're focusing on the Deadly Danes for just a minute, we talk about them being a team that rarely ever falter in the lead up to the playoff stage. And then we saw the semifinals at the Paris Major going down, and that leaves a lot of questions in my mind as to the confidence level of Heroic coming into this tournament.
You can bet that Heroic, after that matchup, had a long, hard talk with each other about their big stage woes and why they can fall in such disappointing fashion, even when they are the favorites. But this is MOUZ in a group stage. This is not the same scenario whatsoever. This is Heroic when they're at their best, when they're playing an underdog as the favorites, and they know that they're in the driver's seat when it comes to this game, this veto, the personnel, and really the fact that they don't have to fight their demons yet.
You're absolutely right. I mean, one of you mentioned it. You have a lot of questions about Heroic and how they're going to deal with that loss. I feel the same way. I feel the same way about the end of the season, this summer season that we have in Counter-Strike, because on all account, disregarding the fact that, yes, sometimes they do struggle at the last step, I feel like this series against Gamer Legion was an anomaly. The last map, the 16-6 loss, this is very unlike Heroic. They will lose games on the stage. They lost to Vitality in Rio, but that was 2 very tight games. This 16-6 made no sense. It was so strange to witness. And I do wonder what they make of it, what they took out of that loss, and what they're going to offer us here in Dallas. I was going to say Rio. We're definitely not in Rio. We're definitely
not in Rio. Similar time zone. That's why our brains might be working a little bit slower. But I hope you guys aren't being slow at home, because we asked you before the break to participate in our DHL drop. We asked you the question, which player currently holds the most CSGO major titles? Gentlemen, can I get a drum roll, please? Because the answer obviously is...
Oh my!
It's Dupree. He netted 5 major titles.
It might be the first DHL question I actually know the answer to. I feel really happy right now. I never know the answers.
Well, hopefully you got your votes in on the Twitch chat, because you can win some nice prizes. And if you guys didn't participate, we'll have plenty more coming your way throughout the duration of IEM Dallas 2023. But back to the matter at hand, gentlemen. Focusing on Heroic and kind of their run and the faltering being always a bridesmaid, never the bride. It's kind of frustrating when you're looking at them as a team, particularly coming into Paris, right? Obviously, we saw Vitality lifting the trophy on home soil. But Heroic was another name that, we were painting all over that trophy. We were saying if they're going to peak at any time, we expect it to be then, and then it wasn't versus Gamer Legion.
Yeah, they were supposed to be in that grand final. In fact, they were even supposed to ruin Vitality's romantic dream in Paris. That was what was supposed to happen. They were ramping up for it. And just as much as I understand why we're pinning on them, that falter at the last hurdle, I know why we do that, and it's legitimate. we're also sometimes forgetting how consistent they are. Like, Heroic have been the 1 or 2nd best team in the world for a long time now. For quite a while, they've always had these deep runs, and yes, there's this last 1%, 2% when you get to that final moment. But as Maui aptly said, we're not here right now. Let's have a good time. Let's just kick the shit out of our opponent. That's what they're gonna do. That's because that's what they do at that moment in the tournament.
I talked a good amount to Heroic actually after that matchup, especially Tessus. We had a big one-on-one, and one thing that he says is just kind of, you know, on those big stages, the comms can get a little different. There are the nerves that are at play, but yeah, I think this is a conversation in some ways we can save for maybe the semifinals of this event, because I think that I'm almost painting this picture right now. Heroic are gonna make it to the semis of this event. Like, I would bet everything that they're gonna make it to top 4 at this event. Usually these kinds of stages for them are so simple because they play a style that is just so foolproof in terms of how they're gonna actually approach their opponents, because they're taking the fight to them. They're the ones that are creating the chaos, the action, and it's always their opponents that have to play reactive to the proactive nature that Heroic have not only just shown is effective in the server, to me, it's actually revolutionized the meta. So many teams are copying what Heroic is doing. Even Astralis now, a team that was really one of the people that shifted the meta so drastically in 2018. Today against Liquid, I saw them copying what Heroic do on the map.
Of course they would.
So, like, this is a team that's a trailblazer right now, and I think that really, that's why sometimes it's hard to maintain that style, because you have to have full belief, even in the toughest moments, that that style is going to be effective.
I mean, you mentioned communication. I mean, that's what it comes down to. Because of the style and how versatile and fast-paced the Counter-Strike of Heroic can be, sure, there are moments on a stage when maybe the communication falters a little, and then suddenly this well-oiled machine kind of goes to hell. But here, that's not the problem. We don't have that kind of context. They are free to fully play the game how they want it, which is sometimes a little bit chaotic, sometimes a bit erratic, but in that context, they know how to handle it. They know how to deal with that fire. It's in other moments that it's a bit more complicated, but here they can just flourish.
I think that was what was kind of so crazy about when we look at that semi-final in isolation, right? Because we were talking about, you know, the whole conversation about how we're actually framing tier 2 teams. Are we saying they're partner teams, non-partner teams, whatever that conversation is aside, you look at the lower tier teams and they're always looking at Heroic, right, for that kind of inspiration and to kind of, you know, pastiche almost a new wave of CS, which we've seen on the rise. And I think Paris is a great case study for that, right? The kind of turning of the tides and the new guard coming in to the top tier.
I would have said that looking at the teams that made it to the top 8, it was clear that both Apex and Gamer Legion borrowed heavily from the ideas of Cadian and his company. I would say, though, that some of those non-partner teams, like, say, Monty or Into the Breach, they were a little bit more individually driven. So it's not that it's just this widespread acceptance of what's going on. There's still a bit in the tier 2 space, a non-partner space, that is, of teams that are just playing to their own strengths. But people know that if they need a blueprint to follow, it is Heroic who you should be looking for in terms of whose plays can we copy and try to make our own.
It's also, I think, a very complicated playstyle to just copy-paste, because you also need to have an extremely high floor, and that's what Heroic has. You look at their individuals, and the weakest individual by the number in 23 is Shush, which is excellent. He's an excellent player. He's a role model for his position. He's probably one of the best anchor we have in the game right now. So if you want to be able to play Heroic's Counter-Strike, you need to have 5 very able players who can at times make quick, snappy decisions and know how to play clutches. Not everybody can play like that. Teams sometimes have to rely on 1, 2, or 3 players who have the quality to do that kind of Counter-Strike. I think this game is a great case of example. You have Xertion and Frozen on one hand. They could sometimes maybe ascend to that greatness, but Heroic has a much, much bigger toolkit that they can use in order to play that Counter-Strike.
Let's continue to put some of those individuals under the spotlight with our Colex players to watch. From the side of Heroic, you could basically choose anybody to be putting under the spotlight because they're such a well-oiled machine, but we're going to choose Starn for this one because you look at him as being such a consistent pillar for the side of Heroic. Sure, maybe there was a little bit of faltering during that playoff stage, namely that Mirage game versus Gamer Legion, but in terms of the consistent force that Starn is bringing, right, he is such a reliable individual.
I mean, Starn was always the superstar that Heroic had. He was the star, and I think now the rest of the roster is kind of caught up with him as well. Arguably, you could say he's slowed down a peg. Yes, that's a debate. That's an argument we can have. But he is still an incredibly versatile and complete player, which can shine in many different settings, from the pistol to the rifle work to a secondary sniper here and there. We know how vocal he can be. We know how he helps Cadian as well with decision making. He is basically a perfect teammate and player to have, and he continues to shine in this Heroic roster.
The thing that really, to me, actually concerns me about Stown is that he falls off in big moments. Again, this is not necessarily a huge moment. We're in a group stage match.
Yeah.
Don't have to worry too much. But it's just that sometimes he's so much less active, and he sometimes like doesn't always carve out his own space in the big games, because I think sometimes he's just so focused on following what Cadian's saying, what the strat is. And so really when you watch back his POVs on those big matches that he doesn't do well on, it just seems like he's just a soldier following a strat. It almost kind of feels reminiscent of when Zywoo a couple years ago was just, he thought of himself as a soldier. He wasn't always calling his own number all the time. And I think that's the one thing that Stown could do to level up his game even further. Just go beyond the strategy a little bit more.
Let's flip on over the other Collette's card that we do see on our screen. That is going to be Frozen from the side of Mouse. As you aptly named, Matthew, you know, one of the stars that we expect to be delivering on a consistent level. Maybe not so much in recent months, but then you can kind of look at the entirety of Mouse and go, where the hell is that consistency gone?
No, you're completely correct. If you want to get excited about Mouse sports or Mouse, two players you look at is either Exertion or Frozen, which we have here in our call experience to watch. And I think his jump from being an interesting rookie in a roster where he was not necessarily the one or the main card to now actually having that responsibility of being the best player in his roster has been very successful. It has been great. Now I'm just going to say this. I see Mouse in a very similar position that I see OG currently. I think there could be massive changes looming around the corner because it's been so complicated and daunting in the last few weeks and months. And if you're Frozen, now might also be the time to plant that seed in teams here and there, like, hey guys, look at me, look what I can do. I am the full package, I am the hard carry, I could do more, I could fight more. I think Frozen and Exertion for that matter can actually go toe-to-toe with a top 10 of Counter-Strike, and they can completely maintain their rank and they can put up a fight. And he is needed. In a game like this, when Mouse is supposed to punch above, when they're supposed to go up against a team like Heroic, he is needed. He needs to have a superstar-like performance, because if he doesn't, it's just a choice. There isn't a choice anymore. It's kind of gone.
Well, we've been speaking a lot about the man on our screen, so let's get some words from him ahead of this series, courtesy of James Banks.
Hello, Frozen. Oh, a little bit of warm-up. How you feeling?
Feeling amazing, man. How about you?
I'm feeling pretty good, thank you very much. I want to touch on one thing when we talk about you feeling amazing, though, is I was looking back at past events for you, and the last time you had a rating below 1.0 was back at Dallas last time, but since then you've been Mr. Consistent. Your overall rating is like a 1.10 or plus the whole way through. How have you managed to just keep it that high level, no matter win or lose for Mouse?
Yeah, I think it's just I mean, first of all, it was like one of the biggest focus I had for a long time because I was struggling with inconsistency. But yeah, I mean, lately I just found my way, you know, I have schedules. I mean, just the approach towards the game and also the life itself. Also, I think mental health is big reason. But yeah, don't jinx me, man.
Yeah, but if it goes bad now, you cannot blame me. I would feel really bad, mate, that's for sure. Moving into best of threes, though, right? We're going up against a Heroic. You guys have been talking about trying to bring the level from practice into these kind of games as well. Is this where we're going to see the real test, whether what you've been doing is working out?
Well, I mean, for sure, right? I think they're the title contenders for this match, so they're one of the teams that's going to be up there. Yeah, I mean, if you want to, not if you want, I mean, like, the best team is going to win in this match, right? It's BO3, no random factor in this match. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, the best team is going to win.
But, okay, you're saying Heroic are title contenders. Mouse are as well?
Hopefully. We'll see, man. We're so up and down, you never know with us.
What do you mean, hopefully?
I mean, I think we're very confident with what we are capable of doing. Mm-hmm. I mean, teams know that we are very good in practices. It's just we need to reflect it in the officials, you know. So, yeah.
And if it does start to go a little bit bad or not the way you want it to go, have you got some protocols? Have you guys spoke to the team to say, okay, guys, this is where we need to turn it around? And is that something you can try in this one?
I think the mood lately is very chill, you know, so if something goes bad, we just move on, you know. Like, yeah, well, whatever, like, it is what it is, basically, right? There's next round, there's next skill, next opportunity.
I like the attitude. Hopefully nothing does go bad. Thank you very much, Frozen. See you later, mate.
Thank you very much for that insight, James. Interesting kind of thoughts coming out of Frozen there. Hopefully, maybe, quite possibly, they might lift a trophy at some point in time.
Listen, I love Frozen. He's a great player, but I kind of have an issue with a player telling me in an interview why he's about to lose. Like, listen, it's a best of three. There's going to be no random factor. Heroic's the better team. The better team's going to win. I'm like, wait, what are you talking about? I don't know. There's no gap like in the logic that you can maybe punch through, say, you know, we're going to surprise them. He just explained to us why Heroic's going to win. I'm like, yeah, I respect that.
I mean, at
but
least
come
he's
on, man.
honest.
One thing that's a little bit frustrating about Tier 1 players now is they're so in tune with the narratives and what's going on with all the other teams now. Like, I would say 5 years ago, it was almost frustrating. It's like, how do you not even know your opponents? Like, you're just always playing your own game. Now it's everybody's like, yeah, Heroic are the best team, G2's number 2, FaZe are number 3 here. It's like, why do you guys have so much faith in these rankings? Yeah, try to break the rankings, try to actually punch above or, try to cause an upset. The hot take I have for this game, though, about Frozen, he might be the best player in the server, okay? Even though Stown has been obviously, a solid piece for Heroic, Yabby's been a strong player too. Frozen has jumped out of the shadow of Rops on this Mousesports roster, and he has proven that even in losing efforts consistently, he can deliver rounds for them. Like, not just kills, not just stats, but he's actually winning rounds by himself. And that's something that so many players that are high rating on teams, sure, this is
so ready to
perfect.
fight.
This is just perfect for what I'm talking about right now. But the fact that he can actually will his team into games and make them competitive is why I'm saying this. Whereas Heroic, to me, a lot of the players are winning by committee, and so they're not necessarily in a system that's going to let them shine. But Dexter calls in a way that actually allows Frozen to play to his strengths, and sometimes that's almost all Mouse have, is playing off of Frozen strengths, playing off his exertion strengths, and it's almost like the system fails them, but Frozen lifts himself above that system.
The only issue I have with that, I agree with the quality that he has. My issue with the take is that, don't you feel it's an effect of contrast that he has with the rest of his teammates that someone in Heroic might not have? If you're Stone and you're surrounded by a relatively high-quality teammate around you, not only statistically you're going to have lower numbers as well because kills are spread across, it's a non-sum game, but also there's going to be other moments where other teammates do better. If you're Frozen, I feel like by contrast, if you are that good, which he is, you are going to be put under the spotlight.
Yeah.
So are we getting baited by that just a little? I think it's like kind of hard.
Not when I'm seeing him win rounds by himself. When I see him get a triple kill entry
that's
or something,
no-go,
that's just like a good play. That's just
Yeah.
So I'm not getting baited by just watching the game and seeing him actually win rounds for people.
And I
or
feel
for
like
his
if we
team.
mix that in with exertion popping off, obviously we saw that back at the RMR. I think that kind of, put our hopes up really high for Mouse coming into the major. Of course, they were absolutely shattered during that challenger stage. But just earlier on versus Fnatic, obviously it's a different type of Fnatic with Forest coming in. But exertion was looking good once again, right? If we can get that two-pronged attack going, is that enough to be taking it to the day?
It's enough to create a discussion. It's enough to be excited about the game. It's enough to raise the stakes and the tension that's going to happen. These two elements need to be there. They need to be activated. Otherwise the conversation is going to be very short. It's going to be a short desk segment. I'll see you all guys to have dinner later. But the thing is about exertion, now we have him on camera as well. He is one of the discovery of high-level Counter-Strike of recent times.
Yes.
Very, very clearly. When you talk to the man, when you see him play, he oozes the understanding of Counter-Strike. Like, he feels the game. And it's very clear from the very beginning, not that he doesn't have series where he goes missing a little bit. That can happen. It's all right. He'll work his way through consistency. Frozen was talking about it. But not a lot of players so early on show that ability to understand the game and knowing, what do I got to do now? Do I got to be aggressive? Do I got to be passive? Do I have to make a play? He has that already now. And I think it's invaluable. I think if I'm a GM or CEO, if I have someone's Visa card right now, I'm putting my money on Exertion. I'm trying to get him. He's going to be there for a while. He'll be at the top for a while, and he's a great finding, and Mouse are lucky to have him in that regard.
But that's the big problem when we talk about this matchup, is that I can believe that Frozen's the best player in the server, but when you look at player, and maybe Exertion's, in that top 4 of people that are in the server, but then you have players 3, 4, 5 for Mouse.
I know.
And then that's basically the 8th, 9th, and 10th best players that are in this entire match. We're talking about Shush being one of the best anchors in the world, one of the best support players in the world. Like, JDC, despite being solid for Mouse at times,
it's no contest.
It's not even close. Like, there's not even a conversation there. And that's why it's just top to bottom. Heroic is much stronger as a team. They have a much better philosophy for how they play the game. It's more consistent. And so, yeah, Frozen can pop off, but like, even 28 kills versus Heroic probably won't even net them a win.
I think this is where the conversation gets even wider. And we were chatting about this in the green room before we came live. The AWPing equation, right? Because I think to be entering the upper echelon of teams in Counter-Strike, you have to have a really consistent, strong AWPer. Unfortunately, Torzi hasn't proved that to us. And even going up against Heroic, obviously Cadian is taking on the mantle of in-game leader and wielding the big green as well. I still feel like he's going to be outclassed because that consistency, we just haven't seen it from him.
You're absolutely correct. Torzi has been a letdown for me personally. I'm kind of over that hype train. I've been for a while now. The silver lining is that this could be a context where he pops off, right? I think well, they all just taking it easy.
Everybody's
Right?
just taking these power naps.
They're just,
Jet lag really be
jet lag hitting you. No, but listen, if there is a moment where you can have a great game if you're Torje, it might just be here in the concourse in a very quiet environment, so nice and easy. The pressure is not that high. That might just be the moment, because in very high pressure situation, I think he has already shown me that he will falter, that he will crumble. He is not the guy that's just gonna put the team on his back and say, listen, this is how we're gonna win. I'm gonna carry you guys through it. That's not happening. Here, less pressure, less prestige to what's happening in the concourse. That could be a moment where we see him.
So Matthew, you're saying to me earlier, you feel like there's going to be changes on the horizon for MOUZ moving forward, yeah?
I think
correct?
so.
Well, let's see if our teams agree in stick or twist with MOUZ.
I think they might twist something. Like their form has not been great. They're still a young team, right? So
I think
only Dexter is like the old guy in there.
Yeah, I mean, you got Frozen, who's the most experienced player, and he's one of the younger ones as well. But
I don't know. I think it's really hard. Maybe a twist. Maybe a new RGL. I don't know.
Yeah.
Because I think they have the raw aim. Like they're really strong.
Yeah.
As a team, they grow up really fast, and they already showed us good results, especially on major in Rio. I just have a feel that they need some freshness.
But right now there's some cohesion that they're lacking, because I think all 5 of them they are good, but all 5 can also become better.
Twist, because I think they can find like better players. So.
Well, apparently twists all round from their opponents and naps all round over there in the MOUZ camp. Maybe it's just a meditation, channeling
That's
the
exactly
inner
what it
chill.
is. You guys are trolls.
I like
You guys
that.
are trolls. They're just, probably
Just chilling,
doing like,
maxing, relaxing.
they're envisioning, they're using their imagination.
They are envisioning the win
Exactly,
in their
visualizing.
heads. They're lifting the trophy already, and it's only day 1 of IEM Dallas. I think the map video is an interesting conversation we have to bring up as well, because Maui, you were talking about the last time these two teams faced was back at EPL Season 17. Do you expect the maps to be the same coming into today?
The big question with this one is, what do Heroic ban? Because MOUZ in this game of chicken will likely be the ones that have to bend and ban Anubis, as they do outright. And then Heroic can ban Vertigo here. They could ban, they go for Inferno, which in terms of win rate was the one map that MOUZ had over them. And so for MOUZ, you could expect them to pick something like Vertigo. They could pick Nuke. They go for Mirage. Wow.
All right.
I didn't.
That's
yeah.
But listen, they were anyway in a very tricky situation, because again, because of that map pool of Heroic, they just decided we're going to remove one of our very good map because we think that's one of the good map for you. We take Inferno off the equation. Now they force them into a weird corner. I thought they would go for Nuke or Vertigo. I thought this is where MOUZ could actually strike. They go for Mirage. Yes, sure, the Gamer Legion one was a little bit of a cold showing from Heroic, but as I said, I think it's an anomaly. I think they're a very good team on Mirage. If you're MOUZ, you're basically fudged.
Yeah, that was an anomaly, that Gamer Legion game.
That's how I see
for
it.
Heroic.
Time will tell, that's how I see it.
Yeah, 100%. We do get Nuke if we do so need, third and final decider. Do you see it actually going the full distance now? We've seen the maps coming down, Maui?
I have to think that if MOUZ went for the Mirage pick, they have a very specific game plan based off of what Gamer Legion did to Heroic.
But that's so dangerous to do that.
Exactly.
That's so dangerous.
So that's why I don't think it's going the distance. I don't think that they can replicate that, because I also think that Heroic were playing beneath their own level when they lost to Gamer Legion.
Yes.
If Heroic play to 90% of their level, as they have so consistently show us that they are capable of doing in group stage matches, I think this is a Heroic 2-0.
That's my problem. I agree with you, Maui. I think that's a trap that sometimes people fall into, is watching a team lose on a certain map, and in the moment you think, oh my god, they have so many weaknesses that we can exploit. Wow, that game versus Game Legion, so lackluster. Surely we can punish them. You're watching one sample. You're watching one time frame in the continuum. We have seen Heroic play Mirage plenty of times. Very decent team on it. Just because they had this one complete blank of a performance against Gamer Legion doesn't mean they're vulnerable on the map. I think they're really strong at it.
You're watching the one time that you saw Starn have a 0.42 rating, which doesn't happen very often, does it? Yeah.
Kind of doesn't help.
MOUZ gotta pray it happens again. Gotta hope for a stout failure. I don't think that's likely. I get that MOUZ are going for this because of just recency bias here, but recency bias has gotten me in a lot of trouble consistently when making my own predictions, and I'm not going to be fooled by it this time. I got Heroic all day in this.
Yeah? Echoing the same sentiment?
Yes,
2-0 for
I am
Heroic?
very much ready for a Heroic G2 mega matchup in the upper bracket finals and the semi-final. I'm so ready for that. But maybe Mouse don't care at all what I want. They just want to step on it.
We've been talking about how foolish it is for Mouse to be picking into Mirage. I feel like they were very cornered in this veto.
Yes.
Why do you feel like it is foolish then? If we're going to embellish the narrative of Heroic, if maybe, you know, the viewers at home have only watched that game, Elysian game, what do you think, you know, the guns that Heroic are going to pull out?
I just think that you have such overqualified anchors on Heroic when you're going to start on the CT side. Shush on A is so good at just never dying in a stupid way. Tessus is probably one of the most skilled B anchors in Tier 1 CS. Like, this dude could just spray people down, or he could play smart, or he could go for a push. Like, they have so many options in the mid round that it's so tough for Mouse, a team that is so default heavy, to find consistent footing when Heroic's going to be the one that sometimes looks like the more aggressive team, even though they're supposed to be playing back, playing defensively.
No, absolutely. The amount of pressure that they put on you on Mirage is both splendid and terrifying. Like, I feel like I'm lacking oxygen when I watch them play Mirage. And they don't play against me, but I just feel for the opponent. I have empathy for the opponent, right? The amount of time we are about to see Cadian or the first spawn into underground at 130, pushing straight up the stairs, not seeing anybody, and the clock is 125, and he's sending the rest of his teammate back to A. This is going to happen, and it's going to happen on the other side of the map. We'll see them take apps, we'll see them peek down ramp, and they don't wait. They use the time. Heroic uses the time the best in Counter-Strike. Period. That's it. They know how to use the time, make the best of it. Take that part of the map, that information. What does that mean? We send you back to A. After 20 seconds, hold on, they didn't strike. Maybe they're coming back. Oh, we're moving again as a unity. They do that the best. And Mirage, unfortunately for Mouse, is a very good map for this.
Well, we do have Mirage, we do have Overpass, and we do have Nuke if we do so require it. The analyst is saying there's not a hope in hell we'll be making it that far. But Chad and Alex, do you agree with that assessment?
Actually, Chatty B was telling me he's expecting 3. What do you think now you've seen the vetoes, though?
Well, this could be hell right now. So, yeah, let's see. We could go the distance. We could go all 3 maps. Why the hell not?
Why the bloody hell not?
Yeah, we want to have all the Counter-Strike here today. Coming to you live and direct, Dallas, Texas, IEM 2023. Heroic Mouse, Miragi is the official pronunciation. And here we go. Let's get this one underway. Arena on the line.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's always a bit of a treat for whoever comes in hot on day one. We lose teams, we secure spots in the playoffs.
We say goodbye to Nouns.
Yeah.
And the loser of Fnatic and 9Z, which is being taken care of by Anders and Henry G over there on that B stream. So get the dual monitors up and let's have some fun.
Let's get it started.
All right, well, Dex is still in spawn, so...
Yeah, I was a little concerned.
Yeah, he's in no rush.
Fishy afoot there.
They've sent out his probes, so JDC's one of them. Torji frozen over towards A. There are others, and you can see Mr. Dexter right here, in-game leader extraordinaire. He's lining up his smoke grenade, get a couple of flash bangs. And these P250s, one for Torji, one for Frozen. The ones who are going to be looking for fights, trying to level out the playing field against these USPs. Window smoke will land at about 1:22 on the clock. Underpass, JDC and Exertion will crawl, and towards A we go.
Yeah, first contact, Shush going to be calling for some backup. P250 designed for that duel, but doesn't quite find what he was looking for. Xertion going to have to be...
This is huge.
Very cheeky. Look at that crouch. Extreme precision to the head, and Yabi Short gets 2 dead. Xertion the same. So an equivalent exchange.
Cadian's flank, though, not being accounted for here.
It's quick.
They might go B.
They're considering it. Cadian's going to confirm there's still nothing on his side. Oh. They are looking for it. But he's already got to Tetris. I think Frozen's going to overlook it now. Yeah, he's turned away. Doesn't know. And oh, Cadian! He's made a meal of that one. Gets it done. An advantage now back in the hands of Heroic.
Yabi can come over here, make sure they can't get through the murder hole. Shush still over towards Ticket. Oh, Yabi overstepping the mark there. Gives one over. A chance now.
Yeah, a little bit of an overstep. Really could translate badly. Now Cadian's been caught by the goo. She tries to land one back. It's insignificant damage, and 20 seconds Assertion's just pegging it.
He made the movement. Yeah, he did. He made the movement. This is huge.
Say, that was such a risk. That was such a gamble. And now, yeah, JDC's going to keep the feet planted of Shush. He's got everything. Armor, kit, smoke. He'd love the frag. JDC's keeping him busy. And now, well, with a precise headshot, he might get that
coming to
fight.
short.
What are you doing, Xertion? I mean, you're not
ready for this.
You're not expecting this. Xertion, no, okay, he's let it go. Still closes. Bloody hell, that's quite a way to get this series started.
That's the jet lag for everybody right there. But no, some really nice moves there. The fact that he goes for that risk, if he didn't land it, he might have had to have gone connector back to A, right? It would have been touch and go through underpass all the way back up the stairs through the apartments. Considering the time, I didn't have my stopwatch out.
It was like 17 as he took that straight.
Yeah, so that would have been real dicey. So good stuff from Exertion and wanting to take the fight here because he could have played absolutely anywhere. You spoke about the fact the smoke, the kit were in play. Well, that was Tessus's goodies. We do get back underway with a heroic force buy here. And as we're talking about it, it is risky to think you can do a Gamer Legion if you're Mouse. Picking here into Mirage. But let's see, maybe there's a weakness that they have been able to identify. This is something that Mouse are more than happy to go through the default paces. As the mid smoke clears, KDN sees nothing top mid, which is bad info. Exertion and Torji are both parked behind the top mid boxes. Right now, Heroic are hoping that they can force Mouse over towards A. Tassus is jump spotting B with a defensive smoke. And more smokes to be deployed yet again. So B split is possible here. This deep connector means that short walk possible. And Tassus is actually
playing safe.
Yeah, so he smoked B apps for the block, then he dropped into a passive position. He should really just chill. He doesn't... Yeah. Maybe save, boys.
Yeah, I mean, there's
You
so
don't get
much
anything here.
ground. Look how many bodies there are on the side for Mouse. KD's trying to bail his teammate out, but hang on. Tessus has taken Frozen immediately down. Still alive. Someone needs to put him down, put him in a grave. It's Torji to do so, but with Shush hitting another, it's a bit peculiar. They will continue to kick up a bit of a fuss. They're losing bodies both ways. Now Torji's gone. Stown's hit the Deagle. Look at the bomb. Oh, do they have to boost? I think they can get it.
I think so.
Can they get it before or
Jump,
without?
Jump!
Yikes, they had to boost for it. This is fruity. Now the bomb will go down. I say that as Shush pushing in. They peek at Nunes.
Oh!
That is down. Double headshot through the box.
What a time. I don't know what round of Counter-Strike that was. We had a couple of those today. I thought they knew Tessus was side. They obviously didn't see him cross back over because he gets a freebie.
Yeah.
Right? He peeked his head out the door of Market, took the fight down towards short. They knew he was there. There's double on the dig here as well.
Bull crap.
Give it. What? Yeah, look at Tessus's face. What? Here it is. He doesn't even see him.
The first
he
guy.
doesn't even see
he
him.
sees the first guy's like fingertips or gun barrel, but that's that's a cheeky one on Exist's face. Some daylight robbery.
What?
Dude, what? Yeah, what a way to get a series started. Like the first 2 rounds, the pistol and now this.
Yeah.
That was madness.
Give me some more of this.
Oh, God, that's disgusting.
And that's when the bomb was dropped in the side
After
box.
they had to boost for it. I'm baffled.
All right, well, that's a fun start here, isn't it? Poor Mouse.
Can we just have this every round? I'm in.
Go again.
I'm ready. And they are. We have full force buy wars here. A smorgasbord of weaponry. Cadian perhaps going to be threatening on this aggressive mid push. Look at that. He's actually smoking it off, like saying, come back later. Now they widen mid. They could perhaps be lurking, but he's caged them. They're just going to be staring at that smoke. And it seems like aggression definitely on the menu to start things off here for Heroic. Despite the threat of Deagles, they're happy to go and roam around. Look at Cadian. He's making moves all over the map. He was top mid. Now he's flash ramp for Shush. And all over the shop.
I would love
Heroic
to
have
see
info.
his pedometer at the end of the day. I think he's got the most steps for sure.
Yeah. Hard
Pants
to
in the
doubt.
pants. He doesn't stop moving.
Yeah, I love the way the desk were framing that as well. You know, talking about how Heroic are kind of setting a new meta, setting a new trend.
But that's why the proactive nature of Heroic is why I think they do good against underdog teams, because normally teams would just go in and play their game and just sit back in their more deep. Heroic are always doing something.
Well, Shush, what have you got for us here? Might be a couple of kills. It's a great flash. And Stown, it's a good spray. Look how quickly they fall. Just holding down the mouse. And there's another round for Heroic. So they do win out. Humble Mouse. And looking for their third, which should just be a leisurely Glock.
Yeah, this is going to be quite the easy one here. Now, we want to get you at home activated. Everybody, shh, 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 shh. Europe's gone to bed. Oh, the Europeans are asleep right now, which means we all get to party like it's 1999. So let's have some fun. Now all the Europeans are out of here, Alex.
Yeah, thank God. We got rid of those guys.
Well, now it's just us. It's just
us fellow Americans.
Us Americans here
Hey,
in
guys.
America. But if you want to get activated on the social medias, use the hashtag IEM. Let us know what you're up to. Are you farming with an MP9 top mid? Like Cadian, or are can you give Alex and I some really good American chants?
Yeah.
One of my favorites is falling down a waterfall, landing on a cactus. We think the other team needs a lot of practice.
That's not bad.
Thank you very much.
In England, we just go, the referee's a wanker.
Yeah, well, yours are a bit more in their face.
It's good, though.
You know,
Good.
but
Sydney had something good for Henry.
Yeah, it does get him. Henry loved that one.
Yeah, he did. Let's get it started in here, as that song they once sang goes.
Shush, Cadian, Tessus, still with MP9s into the first gun rounds here. Dexter having to extinguish for this top mid control. Again, no real indication of early moves as Mouse will come forward for a little bit of this map control. JDC parked up in towards B. Apps Exertion in through the underpass. Torji taking that bomb back over towards spawn here. Could lob out a smoke for window here, no dramas. As both teams are just exchanging light utility. Connector will be a no-go zone for about another 15 seconds. And there's that window smoke. They're going to come heavy through mid here. This could be B-split territory. Still enough time to change their tune in that regard. Exertion now stretching his legs. Okay. Burnt off the leg hair. But it is the B-split. Tessus and Yabi to receive.
I just want you to do the whole round. After the ASMR and then that nice slow start, that got me jazzed, Jad. And that is Exertion onto Stout. Could get worse for this defense. They've still got Tessus they can count upon, but he has got a threat on multiple fronts. He does strafe out into Frozen. Crab walks into his double, but Exertion will do the same back. Cadian on that flank. Shush arriving late to the market. Not going to be comfortable for him, but JDC has got an opportunity and clean. Just like that, the second for Mouse seems to be secure.
So difficult for Cadian now. If there was just that distraction, now he's spotted, now he's mollied, and, well, he was always screwed.
Any weapons, guys? Anything I could rustle out of here?
Damage, if he wants to really get stuck in, they have more than enough cash for the next round for the buy, and Mouse, they're going to walk away with their second here, just a one-round differential. Tidy stuff.
Yeah, I mean, this is already very promising signs for good series fans.
I would like Dexter to get a kill for good series fans as well.
Yeah, understandable.
I want to pose, I've been doing questions for the desk throughout the day. I will pose one for them into the next. I'm kind of just letting our producer know that there will be a tweet because I wasn't going to use talkback.
Nice. Or as in you're planning a tweet?
I'll make a tweet.
Yeah.
He's throwing them up on broadcast all day. I'm trying to get my Twitter numbers up.
Yeah, respect.
Yeah. But I have one which Maui and Maniac would love to sink their teeth into, I'm sure.
Okay.
We got a bit of a timeout here of the tactical variety. You can see Cycron right there. We call him, I don't know.
What do we call him?
I was going to say we call him like the Academy Daddy.
Acaddy?
The Acaddy? Daddy Caddy. Now he's golfing.
Dad of the Academy.
Well, either way, he's on the mic. And he wants to chop and change with the direction of this next round of play. There's buys up for both teams. No AWP available for Torji. The desk did highlight that. There's a bit of an AWP factor missing here for Mouse, but Cadian being the in-game leader AWPer, right? His impact is, I would say, different to a normal AWPer, right? Like we've seen these over the years. What do you think about that Furia Fallen news?
You know, that's
is it real?
One. Is it real?
Is
the
it
first
real?
question.
I ask myself that every day.
What is real? The score is, for sure, 3-2. Might change, in fact, by the end of that
They're
time.
going to fight mid. Shush and Stown here can come down through connector. Tessus is also the only B defender who's tucked in towards vent room, so they really want to make sure that Mouse can't do another split through middle here.
Yeah, but look how quickly they've reshaped and rejigged this attack.
Keep this in mind before we execute towards the site. Yabi is traditionally a short holder. He is tucked in, right? This is well highlighted here by Mr. MC. Thank you very much. If Shush takes early contact and he goes down, they might not clear the site diligently for Yabi. So keep that in mind depending on his position.
Okay, getting geeky with it. Shush does go down early, takes a rather aggressive duel. Will they overlook Yabi here? Stown continues to show presence stairs, and that should lead to an opportunity.
No.
Yabi has not been stared at, not been checked, and he still finds another onto JDC. Won't find the double, and that should be Miles' round. Clean from Dexter. He gets 2 before he meets Cadian Zort, but there's a lot more on the plate here of the leader.
Oh, so blind.
So blind. Didn't even realize he hit the jump, hit the lip. And so, yeah, 3-3.
All right, well, that right there, Yabi was somewhat set up for success. I don't know if that was a team flash that caught him or if it was the chain flashes that Mouse were using to continue their little scaling and that progress across towards jungle. But that is going to be a nice round there from Mouse. And Heroic want to respond going to the bottom of the barrel with their purchase here. They've been able to get out 2 M4s, another AWP, but 2 Fami in the mix, and light on U2 and Kits. They're going to need a biff for this.
Oh my, here he goes. Cadian and Yabi already out of the window and considering an adventure. JDC will be holding it for now on the default spread. Torji responsible for middle. Frozen just now leaving his Palace post. Do they flash this? I mean, if they don't, it's likely an easy collection for Cadian. If they do it dry, shoulder out. Zershan baits the shot out. Yabi to provide support, flashes back. Look at this constant trading blows.
They can get out. Torji's not patrolling top middle here. So they don't know it. Stoun's just cleared it for them. Now with this molly, it's assured. And during all of this, they're making their way towards B. This is a good call. Testis is about to be under the pump here.
Yeah, he's been tested a lot here. He has a smoke to delay. He chooses instead to reposition tight. First contact's down. Great work combined as they find another onto Zershan. Double from the defense. Testis again tested and rewarded.
Frozen's in A.
Yeah, but the bomb is in B apps.
Yeah, Dexter needs to get a move on, like now.
He could die. Yabi's going to have a look. He's trying to throw the bomb back.
Advised
Frozen's gotten
decision.
across. Okay, so the bomb's got slipped through. Will they be able to acknowledge Frozen?
It's being cut off here. If Cadian keeps pushing mid, they can't go back out towards T-spawn. He could just post up with the AWP. Stoun has underpass. Frozen can alleviate this pressure, but he doesn't know.
Awkward scenes. Cadian's been run at, still takes down the bomb carrier.
Here comes
Frozen. Yeah, Frozen onto Tessus. But still, what's Torji supposed to do? He's got to get the bomb.
He's dead from all angles. Yabi's pushing now as well.
Yeah, this is all gone horribly wrong. Great catch from Cadian. Proactive counter-strike, and they're continuing to try and force the issue as much as they can, take that AWP away if they could. Torji back towards where this round began.
Do they let him live?
Well, they might accelerate. Let's have a look. They're checking their corners quietly. Frozen. Oh! He gets away. Whew.
Okay. Well,
Not even close.
Cadian not super happy about something there. We definitely had some words. But regardless, they have retained more than enough guns here to go again. But yeah, he missed that first shot. For a moment there, it got a little bit dicey. Dexter jumped into the fight. And here we go again. So Dexter just with a deagle this time round. Torji's AWP. Let's see where he looks for an opener here. Is going over towards B early. Might want to look for Tessus on the jump spot. And Tessus thinks better of it this time round. So mid control again for Heroic during all of this. See, the difficult thing for extremity players, so you've got Tessus and Shush in an environment like this, is if an execute comes your way and you're in a committed position, you need to just try and get one. There's one. That's Dexter's deagle gone. But now that the round has been established, the mid-control pack of Stoun, Yabi, and Cadian have got exactly what they were looking for. So much territory. Look how far forward they are. Yabi with underpass control, Cadian with top mid completely. It means they can have this heavier B setup with Tessus and Stoun. The pressure on Shush, however. Everybody from Mao starting to transition across now. Exertion has just lobbed out a window smoke, but this will mean nothing. What can Shush get done?
Time to find out. Walking in on contact, unannounced. Now he starts to hear confirmation that he's going to activate, safe from the flashes, and first contact onto JDC. Puts that bomb on the floor, looking for more, and gets Frozen. Zershan, though, responds again. He's quick to the draw, this kid.
Here's Cadian's flank.
Yeah, it's very quick again. Because Torji's definitely not ready for this one. Just trying to mantle up. He's got both on his screen. Got to be precise. Exertion, such a threat. Gets the reload. He could get the double spray. Yeah. Cyclone acknowledges.
Nice round.
Great round from Zershan, but not quite on the money.
I'm curious here what type of conversation Mouse have regarding the buy, knowing that there's just one player staying alive there at the end. So there is enough for Heroic buy. Mouse would go all in with Tech 9s. Mouse are not that type of team, however. I don't expect them to force here. I think it'll be somewhat conservative. But some really good shooting from Exertion here in the highlight package. I can't believe he responded to Cadian there just after that kill. So good hustle from Exertion, but not enough as Heroic will extend that lead to 2.
Chad, I have a question.
Indeed.
Hold on. JDC was, wow, doing some significant damage with the Glock. What was the magic button on this fancy rush config to get my...
K.
K.
K, yep.
Oh.
H. No, G. There you go.
G.
So K gets rid of all the HUD.
Yeah.
G just gets rid of the player bars.
Yeah, I needed them back.
Yeah.
And
Jay's console.
Jay's console.
And he had one more for us, didn't he?
Yeah, the sanitize. Oh no,
that's in there. You just got to execute the HUD. But if if you do EXE Mirage, you can be flying around. You can do all these cool cams. Everyone at home doesn't know what we're talking about, but I'll let you know we're having fun.
Yeah, it's really neat and nifty. Got a fancy new CFG, as they say in the industry.
Yeah, we got hooked up by our boy Alexander Rush. We know him by his first name, not just his last name. So yeah,
we're cool and tight like that.
Second time out for Mouse.
Yeah.
I wonder if they've ever considered bringing back the Biker Mice from Mars cartoon with a Mouse crossover. And if they haven't,
why not?
Why not? Exertion at the moment, 11 kills. JDC 4, 3 for Torji and Frozen apiece, and Dexter with 2. As we do get back into the guns.
Okay, get that full 5 AK
They're fighting for mid-control again now.
Yeah, and I mean, Stown smoked off. He's just going to have to allow that to happen. The reactions B. Look at that. They're going for an aggress, and Tessas. He reigns supreme. Takes down Frozen. Ooh, a little bit of a gap to peek through. Stown's got an angle here. He's going to be getting hot and bothered. Has to extinguish. Yabi springs to action. Cadian has been caught.
Everyone's here. Look at the radar.
Yeah, it's a full 4-on-4 in mid. It's JDC that finds himself a second. Speculative taps into the smoke, but doesn't quite get rewarded. And now Mouse start to advance. Ooh, Exertion. I thought he was going to catch a glimpse of these Yabi moves, but now the whole 4-man unit about to find Shush and run him down. Great timing from Yabi. Strikes, as so does Shush. Again, JDC. He's on for an ace here. A quad kill. He's opted not to go for the bomb, but take space.
I feel like he's resetting. Well, maybe not. I thought he was going to, making a lot of noise right now. Can scoop up the bomb. No drama. He's going in for the fight.
So what Stown's ready for? I tell a lie! Denied for his 5th. JDC, a great round, but always frustrating when denied in the one-on-one. He felt like he did a lot of the heavy lifting there.
And back-to-back, 2 massive rounds from individuals. You had an exertion and then a JDC moment. You got to convert one of these, don't you? Here it is again. You can see the aim on point. You can see everybody a little bit tired in certain situations, but the aim's still there. They ain't missing when they got to hit him. And this is it. Yeah, I thought he was going to reset there. He had a lot of time. Kind of walked straight into that fight, didn't he? And Stown didn't have to do an awful lot to connect the dots on that one. Heroic. They're going to take their second time out. So Exist being somewhat liberal with them as well, considering the circumstances.
Yeah, there's something going on here. Like in the 2 games we've cast, or whatever it was, 3 games we've cast, everyone's calling like 3 of their timeouts in the first half.
It's kind of wild.
Yeah, very peculiar, but
why the hell not?
It's working out well so far. Heroic, they have they've survived 2 1v1s in the last 4 rounds of play. Both going their way.
Yeah, and that's when you know, as Mouse, you would love to be able to go for one of these larger investments to keep the cash as light on, or break them, right? Because the game still hasn't gotten away from you just yet. Single ramp molly here with nades behind it, so if anybody wants to get cheeky and play a bit of a timing there, that flak damage. And they are expecting an A execute here. Stown's positioning is indicative of that, and it wouldn't be a terrible read here. Dexter and Frozen with the smokes for the A play. JDC and Exertion, just like the pistol round, will be making their way up through the underpass.
Oh my god, okay. Dexter's
that wasn't what we expected.
Is the first in the feed. Not bad at all, not too shabby. Some nade damage back, of course. Very significant to Torji, no armor on him. Yabi.
Yeah, I'm not sure he knows Exertion slipped past here.
He might be given the gift of a over-eager peek. Yes, Exertion has continued to be a hero for Mouse.
But here's the deal. Stown's just played forward A ram. He knows it's clear. Tessus is locking down towards
if
B.
He gets
Tessus is going to hear this. They're noisy, Alex.
3 for 3. Can he hold on to B? Tessus only the 1. Dexter 1 HP as well. Shush with the clear, but Xertion's here and he is doing it dirty. How many is he up now? 13. 13 frags in our 11th round. And Stown pretty helpless in this one.
I didn't think that Dexter kill would have the ramifications it did there, but there was a gap that opened up. Exertion getting in towards window through and all of that. That's a big gap, right?
Yeah,
Cadian getting flatlined right there. And that's Mouse in one of these lighter buys breaking through. That's a huge round in context of this first half. Have to be able to build on this here. They've only been able to string 2 consecutive together so far, Mouse. So that one's going to feel good, and it started with Dexter's dig. In the spotlight right now is Dexter, and not for the positive means that's what my tweet later is going to be about.
Oh, I was hoping we'd get a little sneak peek.
It needs to be a bit spicy.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Maybe not Dexter specifically. I'll leave it a bit more open-ended.
Okay.
Here it is.
Bang! Cow! Wow.
Why doesn't my deagle look like that?
Probably does in Source 2, though.
Yeah, those bigger hitboxes, right?
Right.
How much fake news do you think
There's so much
we
fake
could do
news.
so much fake news.
Yeah, just spread misinformation. It's very vogue right now, actually.
Yeah. All right, well, Heroic, that one hurt.
It really did.
Are you going to take this one lying down, or are you going to strike back?
Well, they put all their pennies into this one. And that looked promising from Stown. A real Hail Mary spray through the smokes in mid. Dexter's already out and about. Look at him go. Look at him go. He's caught by Cadian. Trying to take space aggressively. Tessus hasn't spotted Xertion on his crawl up the smoke, though. So he's he's managed to burrow into a very powerful position at this stage of the game. You can see Shush giving us a prime example as to why. Doesn't really matter when everyone else is winning their duels, though, as Xertion does get shut down after his find.
Oh, yeah, jump again.
That's enough.
Yes.
Thank you. Oh, he actually did. He did. Yappy gets it, though, onto Torji. And hold on. Frozen's here, and this could be the save for Mouse to make that deagle from Dexter all the more potent and powerful. Now, he's only got himself 2 to find.
He spotted something, did he?
He seems aware. Oh, my... Okay. 9 bullets in the mag. 40 seconds, and they can cut noise. You can see they're considering his potential round the world to be. Cadian at one point will have to go looking.
Cadian is considering at least a slink through spawn.
Right.
So, yeah, I'll be just on these jiggles here.
So they know he's here somewhere. Oh, got nothing on his look.
This is it. Like, Frozen with the plant secures a very tidy buy. Cadian has gone and had a look. Yabi's hearing this now.
This is being played very well by Frozen. Can he save Mouse?
He has a lot of nades here. Now that he's gotten away almost freely, he doesn't know how constricted he is, and we can see really not at all.
It's making me uncomfortable, the fact he still hasn't reloaded. Now, at this point, he can't. It's just 9 bullets for the 2. Certainly a plenty. Not much margin for error, though.
Heard Cadian.
Needs to be precise as this one. 3 aims in. 1, and not quite done. Yabi, quick to the trade, as Heroic do respond immediately to the Mouse 4.
Yeah, and that right there, Cadian understands he needs to give his life up as the AWP to draw out that fight. He's happy to go down as long as the trade is there. So necessary stuff there from Yabi. A good attempt from Frozen. You heard the desk, especially Maui. He was talking an awful lot about Frozen during that segment and saying that this guy can win rounds single-handedly here. Well, a decent crack.
Yeah.
A decent attempt right here. We know that he is, it still feels weird to say, but the most experienced member of this squad right here, filling the void of Rops. Wasn't necessarily his play style, but he's started to make a name for himself in that regard.
Yeah, no, for sure. You really saw, even in the first day of Dallas earlier
Still on the ropes here, though, aren't they?
It's very much on a tipping point.
It's touch and go.
Yeah, look at that. They've got 3 grenades to boast, so it has to be aggression. You can see Yabi's going to be set up for this. They're going for just, a forward defense. They bring the fight straight to Xertion, and now Torji traded as well. Yabi can't double up. Dexter keeps us level. Still, the great discrepancy is the nades.
The hardest
Frozen's
part...
walking through.
Yeah, well, they need to take some space, but they don't know where this AWP is. So it kind of means someone is going to have to be a probe and will go down. Unless JDC pips the gap here.
Cadian considering his options. JDC is going to be down to timing on this. Okay, Cadian aware. And catches JDC's crawl out the apps now. He'll probably burrow deeper into the site.
If they kill Cadian here, if Dexter or Frozen are able to take him down and he doesn't get another kill, they can set up a post plan in a 2-on-2.
And they jump out the window. He has to hit it. Does Dexter. Throws caution to the wind on that one. Leaving Frozen. Again in a scenario where you can see the mechanics displayed. Heroic making it very difficult for him to close here. Lovely find. Good team play. A 9th for Heroic, extending their lead. And victory on this defensive half.
That for Dexter looks really rough. He's jumped out a window and got shot in the back by an AWP, right? But you're not expecting Cadian to silently make his way from short, where he got the first kill, all the way under the window. So I feel a bit bad for Dexter in that situation. But hey, That's the breaks.
That was the call.
Yeah, and you're not expecting him to reposition. He's got an AWP, and he can fight mid, he can fight short, he can fight connected at A, and he's crept all the way towards the fans. So
when all else fails,
yeah, why
Chad,
not?
when all else fails, exec.
Okay.
We're going a straight, good old-fashioned, rooting and tooting, execute off spawn.
Come on in, the water's
wait,
warm.
Hold on, Cadian's already going to be flanking T-spawn.
And Palace just got smoked as the execute comes in.
Oh, lordy. This is not fun. It's down. He is going to have to put some bullets into that smoke. He hasn't.
Cadian flanking again,
Yeah,
Alex.
he's really on one. Dexter, however, has opened up nicely. Good damage through the smoke on Stown. Fakes it out. Ooh, trying to get it down. Punching in the digits now, but look at this. Cadian already behind him. There's no way they're ready for this one. Brutal. As he suddenly rings off the shot, and Torchy's in a box now. Where am I supposed to go? Forward. It's the only way. Into CT. Playing it around it. Turns the flash beautifully. There's something to be said about this from Torchy. The smoke now fades, an opportunity slips away, and so do hopes and dreams of a 1v3. As that's 10 for Heroic.
Yeah, he had a chance there, didn't he?
Yeah.
If he kills the player jumping off of stairs, he puts himself in a 1-on-2 situation. The bomb's not planted for him, but if Cadian's the guy who's not defusing the bomb, there is an opportunity, but this is a fantastic-looking lead right now for the Danes. And remember, this is Mouse's map choice. This has flown by. It started at the game with it was a bit of a bang. It was very enjoyable in the early stages. Still is right now, especially if you're a Dane. Be loving Counter-Strike today if you're a Dane. Astralis winning, Heroic winning, Snappy winning, Carrigan winning.
Yeah.
Hooksy winning.
Honestly, just like
they're all winning.
Just like the Green Room snacks. Assorted Danish.
Ah. Yeah. They weren't very tasty.
No, I didn't. I saw someone took a bite and put it back. That's a sign of the times.
And don't do that.
Yeah, also don't do that.
If you see a person doing that, call them out. Did JD see the gun on the back right there?
Possibility. And it's just down onto finally shut down that Xerxan aggression. I mean, he had help. Dexter and Torgy out mid too. But he's already got it himself the frag. Consistently in the feed is Xerxan. Can we see a fifth for Mowers? Oh, eat the flash there, Stown. Gets his vision back and... Oh, that molly's fading. He's hoping to catch the swing. Nade looks well placed. Chips away. Torgy low. JDC hits it. A great headshot onto Stown. Underpass clear now for the T's. Say that as through mid they go. Tessus catches Torgy back. Bombs on the back of Dexter. He spotted one pushing, but has to value the bomb more. So off to the reposition. And that's a big one again. Shush goes looking for JDC and finds what he was looking for, but it's a headshot from the German. Double from him, and that gives Mauser an edge into this one.
Surely they can get a fifth here. 35 seconds left. 3 players all grouped up.
You're mid-rounding against Heroic, and Cadian hasn't moved from Palace. So in terms of information flowing, it's the opposite.
And Tessus is starting to gravitate over towards A as well. So if Tessus takes first contact, they are in so much strife here. They're even taking the time to window boost. They're parking Frozen here. So JDC and Dexter need to get in.
15,
they know it's coming.
They're in the right place. I mean, if they could just disrupt this plant, it gets really awkward really
Cadian
fast.
can't see
Yeah, he
this.
can't stop it. Can't stop it. But caught out JDC. High impact round. And it could all be for naught, just like that quad kill before.
Use the smoke against
He's on
them.
him.
That's
He's
their
on
own
it.
smoke.
Their own
Not
smoke.
like this, Tessus.
This is cruel. They're spraying it home. It's 11. Their own smoke grenade to end the half. That is cruel.
Why is he going to do him like that?
only see y'all as the competition, but if you go against me, you the opposition. But if you wanna test to look like you can close the distance, I'ma give it A forever since you're so persistent. With you, I'm just practicing, cause I'm back to back, let's get back to winning. As a matter of fact, I'm not that forgiving, cause you did this to yourself, that's a bad decision. I don't see no one in front of me, you is a ghost, you ain't got a soul. Whoa, always say that they gon' come for me, knowing they won't, they doing the most. Whoa, chasing my, gotta get already, not selling my, you on the, y'all moving, ready to, whoa. Set the scene, no plot, hoes, whoa, please don't play me, cause when I let the beat sound, you think I'm crazy, but none of you critics gon' faze me, so when I talk like this, don't blame me, I know I'm bad with it, go against a goat, that's bad business, all of y'all are jokes so sad with it, to me, you're just a ghost, don't get mad with me, just, it's a my, gotta get, already, not selling my, you on the, y'all moving, ready to, whoa.
Yo, what's going on? We've just had Heroic doing what Heroic do best on the first day of a tournament, looking hot as Heroic have blown up, and in fact, an explosive finish. Look at this one. Testis using their own smoke they planted in against them, a 1v3, which only required a single frag and a single defuse. Fruity. Mouse.
Just what we ordered, though, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah, for sure. For sure. I've got Chatty B with me. You just heard his dulcet tones, and Heroic, well, they only need 5 more on Mouse's pick. Yeah, that would sour the mood in the Mouse camp as well.
Oh, yes, indeed. As a little obs team there, thank you very much, MC. Highlighted the vent has not been broken. Look at the odds as Cadian, he's hightailing it up short here and has actually made it silently into vent room at 1 minute and 39 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, I don't
you're
think
not clearing
you're
this.
clearing this.
Come on, Frozen, check it. Check it, Frozen.
Oh, he's coming for a quick dub. Double. Oh, not clean. Not clean. The opposite of that. Dirty. And that's Dexter getting away with it. Okay, yeah, this is getting another fan pistol from Heroic and Mouse. Look at this. 3v3 through the vents. Tessus breaks them. Brings Frozen down low. Now, they have that man advantage, and Tessus, he just has to contain now. He's got full control of the jungle side, so they know they can just focus their attention here. Cadian and Yabi on CT. They do have a kit. If they could hit their shots, Torchi's got that smoke down. It's going to should have cost him his life. He's still alive. Okay, awkward now. Smoke, if they could just get Frozen on the bomb. Oh, not anymore. Tessus hits it.
No time.
And that's going to be enough. Cadian even lives out, gets himself a frag, and Heroic a pistol round. Oof.
Yes, Overpass is the next map here in the series.
Okay.
Both teams. Actually, you and I did a match of Mouse at the Major on Overpass, and they lost.
Nice recovery from Sound. Could have gone really badly as well.
Do you remember, Alex?
Overpass, Mouse.
It was like, I think, was it against Gamer Legion? I think it was, because remember Torji on like the second or third, they rig up against an eco and had an AWP and he picked
that's right.
Party and
yes,
they overran him.
I do remember that round.
Yeah.
Oof.
Yeah.
Well,
Well,
like, they haven't been absent of... Oh,
they could win this one.
yeah, it certainly could. A little less so now, but I say that, actually, Tessus, he's not expecting this at all. They're right next to each other. Okay, Exertion's taken him down. AK in play. 2, to be specific. Dexter does the strafe up the bricks, gets himself in a prime position for the short retake fast. Shush, just that MP5.
Yeah, you're reading it right.
Yeah, it freaked me out. What do you got for us? Nothing is the answer. A down 1v3 seems like a tall order.
Oh!
Dexter hitting the headies. A triple from the IGL. And Heroic, yeah, rolling after that one.
Why the hell not, though? We've had both teams pick up the T-pistols and both teams lose the follow-up round. So, hey, let's keep true to the pattern here. Now Mouse are just going to have to go on a banger of a second half of play here and make a match out of this. Exist. The coach not too happy with this one falling apart here, but some bangers and mash. Dexter with the opening towards the ramp. This awkward exchange. What's that? 17 kills now for Exertion. He's not going down without a fight, kicking and screaming here. And that one's going to feel good. Not as fired up as we traditionally see some of the members of Mouse here, but hey, a big round win nonetheless. And, well, very conservative here from Heroic. A plant would be great. Will it be allowed, though? Dexter on site, Torji to rotate in.
Yeah, and they can focus all of their attention here. Look, Torji, ooh, does get a face full of that flash, but Dexter overlooked. And fragging up a Storm, gets himself 2 and 3 to be specific. There you go. Quick one. Back-to-back triple kills from Dexter. That's going to get him climbing up the scoreboard as well. And as per usual, Fnatic kill distribution relatively equal. Shush, just the anomaly at this point, not yet hitting the teens. So, we'll get into round 19.
Yeah, let's see here. What are you going to go for, Heroic? You're going to give us a whole lot of this classic mid control? You're going to go for something more direct with the BXQ out the gates? Looks like mid. Looks like they want to biff. 3 bodies coming into this quite quick. It's dry, and they want to fight. Stown rips the head off Torji. He's gone.
Yeah, response from Exertion. This guy's good. He's really good, but Stown better. Oh! Gets Dexter as well. 3 from Stown.
Looking invigorated.
Send him into mid. Let him take the fights. Yeah, great word for it, Chad. Reinvigorated indeed. 18 now, looking for his 19th. Does look like he's going to overlook that JDC. Oh, hello, nearly 2. Oh, it is. He's pulled Mouse perhaps back into some contention for this one.
Now the bomb's on A. Shush and Cadian are both over towards mid. So gentlemen, Teslas might need your help if Frozen and JDC get their act together here. There's a kit on JDC. There's plenty of utility. A smoke towards the bomb, the ramp, a molly in play here as well from Frozen, who isn't joining the party, and the bomb's over halfway gone.
All right. Maybe we just leave it there then.
Show me that down round again.
Right. That spray as well. I wanted to see how many bullets he... how deep he was into the spray for that second. It was really nice.
I thought they had a difficult time working out where Exertion was because they were spamming the bottom of the smoke.
Well, I think he had him pinned at one point.
Yeah, and he was jumping up and down, and that's where Stown came up through the connector and then was able to whip into that third frag, which was massive. So let's watch this one again. Straight out mid, bang, dead, off the flashes. They were just pack rolling, and this is it, right? So there was spam coming through the smoke here from Tessus, and this third kill.
Oh, mate, he had 1 bullet left as well.
That one is a very lovely round indeed.
Very nice. And of course, it's always going to be a nice confidence booster when Stown feels like he's hitting his old shots again.
I think this is the thing. Stown, and people talk about him going missing in that map against Gamer Legion. He was there for the rest of the series. Yeah. The problem is, people want him to perform consistently. It's very difficult to do that, especially in this team.
Yeah, I loved some of Frozen's responses when asked about consistency with James earlier.
Hello.
He could be dead and is. Shush. Takes the AWPer out of the equation. Exertion, a constant thorn in Heroic's side in this connector position. And Yabi positioned ready for the Dexter walk, walking straight through that smoke. On the CT side in a 4-on-4.
Oh, Stown, do you risk it? Do you brave it? Exertion with an awful lot of talking here and lost his life. So
looked away as well still.
Yeah, and that means Stown can now spread his wings. He's been able to get up in towards jungle here. Even though Tessus is heading B, Frozen's spotted the barrel, I think. Yeah, and JDC can still ruin this round for them. Oh, not anymore. You know where Frozen is. Take that bomb over towards A. Cadian will oblige, doing exactly that. And Stown has constricted the quick rotation back through market towards CT spawn. Has been able to walk past him for now. This is all going to come down to timing here. If he rounds the corner shortly, Stown won't see him, but that doesn't look like it'll be the case. And yeah, there you have it. Stown at range will remove Frozen. And this one, I think it'll be finding its logical conclusion very shortly. 14-6. No money left over. Lost bonus 2,400 into the next. And the third time out called for Mouse. Oh dear. We got to win one buy. I don't know what he said after that, but they do have to win one buy, and then
they'd do something else.
Maybe like 9 others.
Yeah, okay. Oh god, that was a quick turn from Tessus. I swear we saw him on the X-ray look away, and then suddenly got the kill. Well.
Ah, they bought. Okay. Well,
it's gonna be.
Yeah.
It's gonna be.
I didn't think they'd buy.
Yeah, Scout Deeg.
Scout Deeg Famus. Scout Deeg Famus, no kit.
Yeah. And no flashes. Not a single flashbang.
That, you know, that limits so many options. You're never going to fight mid from connected without any flashes over the top, so you can see here they've boosted
going.
Why not?
Anti-flash, what an idiot.
Hey.
Joking,
Hey.
guys. Joking now. But he's already got himself burrowed in. Look, there's 3 connector already, and you're coming knocking on short. Just keeping attention drawn. Frozen in the ladder room, spotted out. Yabi does catch Zersh, and I think he has a good idea though where Dexter is as well after that frag onto Shush. Lovely conversion. Plan should be good for it. Torji would have to hit the wall bang to contest it. 3v3 taking shape. Frozen and Tessus in that fade. Great find from Frozen. He's doing so much for Mouse now. JDC as well. A big frag to post. Yabi brought low with the scout, but a headshot back. A great one onto JDC. If he can somehow miraculously hit the tap. That is stunning. An ace clutch out of Yabi. Absolute flames.
Oh, the team's not even celebrating that right there. I think Cadian was upset with how that one almost fell apart.
Bro, that's so hot.
Yabi's out here just wrecking house.
Bruh.
Give us that one again,
Yes,
would you,
please.
DJ?
Oh my god.
That was a beaut, wasn't it?
And also, it's always when someone like Exertion or Frozen has done something great and gravy, and then Heroic just says like, LOL JK.
Yeah, we just have the individuals who can do this every round.
I'm booting up the stream. I'm going to watch that one again.
22 kills for Yabmeister.
Yo. He had 2 HP or something as well.
Did your mum ever tell you had the gift of the gap?
I heard it as well, yeah.
We could come up with the gift of the jab.
Gift of the Yabby. Not bad. He's definitely gifted. Cadian flashed in. They got full window control. He's actively holding this as well. If Torji, yeah, lackadaisical around the corner.
Oh, now be careful. Now another headshot.
Oh, that
was a horse.
There's a horse. Sorry about that. They
there's a couple in the saloon around here.
Yeehaw. Oh, it's getting messy.
It's beautiful.
It's so stunning. Everyone from Heroic just hitting their headies. And Frozen, yeah, he is always going to be kicking up a bit of a fuss, but the 1v5, I think, too much to ask. And there you have it, 16-6. That is a thrashing.
Taking care of business here. Think you can do a game of Legion to Heroic? They say no. 2 Mirage maps so far today, and they're 2-0 in that column. One more map in this series, but first we got the break, then we got the desk, then we've got some overpass action. Don't go anywhere.
would say the strongest team would have to be Heroic.
Yeah.
I think, in groups and against teams they feel like they should be beaten, I think they're a pretty strong team, like full confidence. And
Yeah, the strong teams in our group is Heroic. Yeah, I think they know how they play. Everybody knows their role fully. Like, there's no discussion of who is doing what in that team, I feel like.
I think it's kind of hard because, like I said, Heroic are, I think, clearly #1 in the group, like going into it, but then you've got us, Furia, G2 and OG who are kind of like on the level of, I think we can all beat each other and kind of on a similar level where we're, obviously having disappointing runs and inconsistent form.
Teams that are trying to prove themselves from the major, that you can say Heroic, G2, even us. So there's a lot of good teams, but I think Heroic is on the top.
I think about the dark horse is, I cannot really say Furia, right? Because they're established team.
I think, the dark horse, maybe we can go with ourselves. Don't think we're the favourites or anything, but I think when you've got a stand-in, you've got kind of nothing to lose, and the expectations are obviously clearly always going to be a bit lower than when you're playing with a full lineup. And like I say, I think when we're playing tournaments and we feel that pressure and sometimes we crumble a little bit and something we're trying to work on, and I think when you do the flip of that and we have a stand-in, we play obviously without the pressure, we can kind of...
So I think 9Z, because they've been playing for so long, good CS, their structure is really good. So I think they can do some damage here.
Maus cornered in the veto, and Heroic take full advantage. They plant their flag on Mirage, 16-6. Clean as you like. Matthew, the Danes doing what the Danes do best, seldom faltering in the group stage of a tournament.
Yeah, stellar Heroic-like performance from the Danes. You're absolutely correct, Freya. If you counted the amount of flanks that Cadian had in the first half, it was probably more than Maus had rounds in the whole goddamn game. That is what happened. He had more flanks than they had rounds. How many times did we see Maus have a relatively decent trade into the bomb sites, get into these 3v3 positions, to be flanked by Cadian at 1 minute and 15 seconds from T-spawn? That's exactly what we said would happen. He constricted them. He was so aggressive, so assertive. Beautiful watch.
When you play a pug and you see on Faceit that it's, let's say, 4K average elo on your side versus 1.5K on the other, you're Cadian. Like, you want to just push every single round. You're like, give me my kills, give me my kills. And then you're just flanking with an op. You have a deagle on round 5. Like, it doesn't even matter. Like everything Heroic did in that first half was working. Maus felt like they had no space to work with. They felt like that was a boa constrictor, and they were literally just getting choked out the entire time. I don't think they were able at any point in that game to put together a great mid-round for themselves because Heroic thought 2 steps ahead of them.
Matthew, I hope you've got your notepad and pen ready, because we're going to play some Cadian highlights, and let's count how many were blanks.
There we
Is
go.
there more than 6? I don't know. Maybe the highlight replays can tell us. Maybe not. Maybe I've exaggerated.
Yeah,
but that's totally fine, because I think it's give Heroic an inch, they'll take a mile, right? If you give them any space to work with, which Maus were doing a hell of a lot during this map, they will take full advantage.
No, absolutely, and it's much more than just the kills. I mean, Cadian finishes with 1.33 rating or something in the map, which is a great rating, is beautiful. But it's much more than that. It's the information he gives to his team. And it's the fact that when you talk about these mid-round decisions that you're supposed to make, the idea, the concept in Counter-Strike is that there's a fog of war. You don't see everywhere on the map. You need to have eyes somewhere, right? Cadian has eyes so deep into the map in moments where Maus is just trying to find a way to mid-round. You talk about when he's T-spawn, he's cutting the bomb off from that B to A rotation because Maus think that's the way we should play the round, and the idea is not wrong. But because Cadian has this ability to just go ahead and take that map control away and be in positions that aren't necessarily so natural to be in, then suddenly they are working with so much space. That's the round we're talking about right here. 24 seconds left on the clock. He shuts down the rotation of the bomb. Again, he's in underground fighting. There's so much space and information is power.
This was just a game that didn't feel competitive at any point to me.
Yeah.
There was really, I was trying to, at least trying to paint this picture that what we could expect is that you know, maybe we see the little bit of the Frozen pop
The
off.
best player on the server, right?
Maybe,
Yeah,
that
man,
might
how
be.
did
I said
that
might
go?
be.
I
I
know.
said might be.
I'm throwing you
Said
under the
might
bus.
be.
That's unfair. That's
But
unfair.
also, like, you know, we saw a little bit of the exertion pop off. We
Yes.
highlighted him before, and there was some of that. You know, we had these kind of almost moments for a couple of the players on Maus, but it's just that the game plan for Heroic is so much stronger. And when we just listen to those players in that segment ESL put together before about the strongest team in the group, like Heroic have such a defined style, and that's so important because everybody in every single situation knew what they needed to be doing in order to secure a victory or make sure you don't lose.
And you were talking about the anchors. Like, how many times did we witness an anchor get a +2 kills?
Yes.
Tez is on the B side. Shush had a great first half, even though he cooled off on the T side. And after that, in the defense, he was stellar. What are you supposed to do if you're Maus? You're basically losing a leg every time you're getting into the bomb side. You can never be in a comfortable post plan where you can just relax. I think it happened maybe twice. Twice I saw Maus in a very decent post plan situation. The rest, they were just running after the score.
And that's what's, you know, kind of so crazy when we're looking at Heroic on this particular map. Even when the plan does go a little bit haywire, there's still some crazy clutches that we see go down. I think the penultimate round, we saw Yabi with a disgusting one tap to end out a 1v3. I hope we can replay that one as well.
I do. I would like to see that again.
Yeah, I want to see that from his perspective because that was just disgusting. That's not what you should be doing in that situation. But Yabi somehow manages to do God's work.
I mean, it's icing on the cake. Look, when you're winning 14-6, life smiles at you. You're having a grand old time. Yabi here with beautiful footwork as well. The crosser placement, the reaction here is crazy. And here he's got 5 HP, 1 bullet. What more do you want? What more do you want? There's like a Mona Lisa moment here. It's like, it's perfect. It's absolutely perfect. What can you do if you're Maus? Arguably, maybe the crossing of the smoke alone from jungle can be characterized as a mistake. That kill right here, the second kill after this, that's a bit of a risk to cross here because no one is in position to trade JDC. But that last bullet is like, come on, man. I'm just trying to play Counter-Strike.
And you can't. You can't play Heroic. You can't Counter-Strike against Heroic. You can't counter because all they're doing is just striking. It's like you're never going to actually be able to catch your breath when you play against them. The individuals popped off on top of the game plan working out for them. It just was such a thorough outclassing from Heroic right there, and I don't think it's going to get any easier.
Gentlemen, let's take a breather. Let's decompress for a second. Let's maybe channel our inner Maus. Meditate, if you will. Don't close your eyes too much, though, because we do have a question from the viewers at home, because they've used the hashtag IEM to ask you two something very special. I wonder what that is. Hey, Freya, Maui, Alex, can I call you Alex? Can you call you Alex?
Yes,
Alex?
yes.
Can I call you Alex?
And Matthew,
Yes.
considering the current situation in the Maus camp, is there any result they could achieve at hashtag IEM Dallas where you would justify them keeping the roster as is?
Well, listen,
Chatty B.
I'm just gonna add a word to that tweet, and then I'm gonna answer the question. Is there any realistic result they could achieve at IEM Dallas? And my answer is no.
Yeah, I like top 4 at this event is
You think
not
they can make it?
where I think they could
You
even
can see them in
land.
playoff?
And it's kind of like, I think they can make playoffs. I think they could make, like, let me think about this bracket a little bit. Can we
There's
put
like
up, if we could
3
put up the
teams.
bracket?
There's
I
only
don't-
3 teams
I
making
don't
up a
know.
group.
I'm trying to think of like who's in their bracket that,
We're
that
in,
they could
we're in
actually
Group B,
beat.
correct? We're in
Yeah,
Group
we
B right now.
are. No, we're back in Group A.
We're back in Group
We're
A.
back in Group A.
Both groups
Hold up.
have amazing teams anyway.
Yeah.
I can list them all
Yeah, we're
too.
back in Group A.
With
We're
A,
back in
so
Group
we
A.
have
Okay, so
Heroic,
these are the teams.
Heroic, G2.
Dude, they could get through that lower bracket.
Oh, man.
They could definitely get through that lower bracket.
Yeah,
You kidding me?
That's not as bad a lower bracket as I thought.
They could definitely make it.
Yeah, but that's just because Furia is not as good as I thought they were.
Yeah, they could beat OG or Furia. They legitimately could beat OG or Furia or Fnatic for that
man,
matter.
actually, the lower
They could
bracket
do
is
it.
not as hard as I thought it would be.
But then they'd have to win the next game as well, so they'd have to beat 2 of those opponents to go to the
Correct. Only one
quarterfinals,
team
and
makes it.
that's only top 6,
So
right?
I'll just say if they just make the playoffs, I still don't really love where the roster is at. If they make top 4, then you gotta say to yourself, okay, did we just have a bad string of events? Are we actually better than what we have been showing? Because this is a very young team. Every time you look at average age of the team, it's one of the lowest, if not the lowest, in every tournament they're participating in. And so you know that sometimes these kids, with their inexperience, they're gonna go through some bad ruts here and there. And so for Maus, I do think they need to make playoffs, or else you do need to pull the trigger there.
Okay, that's fair.
But if they do, you can say to yourself, maybe there's a light at the end of this dark, dark tunnel.
I don't know whether there's even, a rut or a small rough period, right? Because I'm going back through the events in my head,
It's been
and I feel
complicated.
like it's been IEM Rio Major, end of 2022, right? And then nothing. Sure, they didn't really have the opportunity to participate in many events at the tail end of 22, not being a partner team. But then we come into Katowice and it's like, Where you at?
Listen,
you know?
What's happening? I know that there is. I understand the system of partnership team, and sometimes.
Well, they're an ESL partner.
But what I was going to say is as well, like there are cups out there if you want to get more reps in and play more.
Yeah,
I'm
true.
not saying you have to do the Monty style. You don't need to do 200 maps in half the year, but you can put yourself out there. You can do a Cloud9, you can do an Astralis, you can play more of these events if you feel like you need these officials to get in. Nobody forces you to only have 40 map plays on LAN in the entire year when you show up in Dallas. Nobody forces you to do that. There are things you can do. There are decisions you can make to put yourself out there, to test yourself, to try it out in some of these horrifying online cups and whatever the hell. It's there. You can do it.
And
So
I
I don't take the argument.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of what we demanded from Mouse, right? If, you know, Connor's prediction was going to come true, obviously, spoiler, it didn't. They didn't end up in top 8 after the major. I think we wanted to see Mouse putting in more reps, and it would have paid off, right? Because we're talking about them, as you said, Alex, being a super young team. Surely that's when you want to get more experience, more maps played, more officials in.
They should be grinding more. Yeah, they definitely should be. It is inexcusable at this point, looking at the results, that they haven't been playing more. The reason, like, I'm holding on to this little bit of hope for Maus is that I do not think that what they did at the end of 2022, where they made the playoffs of Cologne, went pretty deep at ESL Pro League there at the end of the season, were able to get into the playoffs and get to the semifinals of IEM Rio. I don't think that string of results is just fluke after fluke after fluke. You're not triple fluking there, you know? You're not quad fluking or whatever they did there. That looked good. The way that they were playing at that time, that's why people had hope in this team. That's why we were starting to talk about the players on their team, as opposed to just saying, is Frozen an exertion? When are they going to get poached? Like the narrative has changed so drastically, so quickly.
That's where we are now, I feel like. I feel like the conversation is again kind of revolting around, okay, what do we do with these two players? Do we make space and Mouse and then we give them different tools, or do we imagine shipping them in a different team? It feels like there are some teams, let's say in the purgatory of top 8 to top 20 or top 15 in Counter-Strike, where you could probably make a very decent team out of it. There are players out there. Exertion Frozen is a good example. Flames, I think an OG as well. This is a shout. You feel like there is something that can be done. Hey, Liquid apparently is going to go through some changes. Hell, things are going to happen. I think this summer break or the next transition of Counter-Strike is going to be hella crazy. So why not poach them?
So to answer Chatty B's question, yay, nay, maybe.
I'm out. I'm out.
There's nothing that's going to happen. Realistically, there's nothing that's going to happen.
Not that I see it.
So if they did make a fairy tale run, make it to the grand finals, maybe.
But Mali has a point. You say top 4.
Yeah,
I'm with you on the top 4, because if they do top 4, that means that they very likely faced a very drastic opponent in quarterfinal and they actually made it through to the semi. Yeah. And that already would be legit. Like I'm looking for a reference best of 3, like a reference game where they beat a team they're not supposed to in a best of 3 in an arena. Then, all right. I mean, in French, we say only idiots don't change their opinion. We have a saying in French, so I could change my opinion.
Yeah.
Who knows?
I don't think that opinion is going to be changing coming into Overpass, though, because looking at the win record, or the loss record, rather, for Maus, not been great, really, has it been, Maui?
No. Yeah, I don't even think they've touched double digits in the last few games that they've played.
They've won 18 rounds in 3 maps.
Okay,
Wow.
that's the stat
That's
on
almost
that.
enough to win a whole map. Over 3.
It's like one map, yeah. You wouldn't even win if the game went to overtime, though.
So true. So true.
Yeah, the one thing that I'm really just not sold on at all for the side of Maus in this is just, like, Dexter is horrendous at this map. He's so bad. Like,
why do you laugh? Why are you appreciating this moment? Are you having a good time?
Let's say this. Okay, so let's think of all these A riflers that have really just stolen the show on this map. Think of like Rain on A Overpass. Think of Spinks on A Overpass. You know, even legendary players like Fur, for example, they made a name for themselves. Dexter on this map this year, CT side A rifler, 0.57 kill death ratio. Like, he's barely going 1 for 2, and you're supposed to be playing one of the most, if not the most important spot on this map on the defense, and it is why they have just gotten battered by every single team that they play. Because if you pick this map against Maus, you know that Dexter's just going to be handing you kills on that side of the map.
Yeah, that ain't looking pretty for Maus. A chance of redemption, but it isn't looking likely coming onto the Danes' pick of Overpass. Before we dive into it, though, we do have to head to a quick break. When we come back, potentially a chance for the Danes to make it flawlessly once again through to the playoffs.
Smurfs, your time is over. Go yourself.
to all the 817 imposters using my name on Faceit. Go yourself.
To all you grievers, go yourself. Go yourself. Go yourself.
Go and verify yourself for free today. In 4 easy steps, you can join the battle against Smurfs and compete with confidence against real accounts. What did you think they were saying?
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
The bar raising, we keep moving it up. Ain't no surprises here, they knew it was us. Apologies if I was doing too much, but I always came through in the clutch. I got faith restored, why you pushing the brakes? I ain't full of myself, boy, I'm full of mistakes. I came from humble and roots, I'm here to stand and deliver. Had no one gassing me up, except the man in the mirror. I used to work on my handles and now it's handles of liquor. I write these songs in a dark room, the candle will flicker. I stay practicing heavy for when the game's on the line. It's like over and over, I run the plays in my mind. I'm a psycho, I'm taking my time. Rushing perfection is a dangerous crime. You gotta give it and take it. That's what you do till you make it. I had to roll with the punches and take the hits from the flagrants. I'm saying the bar raising, we keep moving it up. And no surprises here, they knew it was us. Apologies if I was doing too much, but I always came through in the clutch. An off game don't mean I'm losing my touch. And no excuses, I ain't using a crutch. Apologies if I was doing too much, but I always came through in the clutch. I was falling, had me stalling. I was way down, now I'm balling. I done came up, and I called it. I done came in the clutch with the game on the line, I know. I operate from a higher place. Wait, some decisions don't dry erase. I'm doing what I can to fuel the flame like a fireplace. To make a bunch of money, buy my mama a fireplace. We make incredible songs to celebrate and get mad lit. Once upon a time in Hollywood, I'm like Brad.
Until Extreme Masters continues and the war rages on for Mowers and Heroic, already making light work. What is it, 6 rounds? They all Mowers managed to muster on their pick of Mirage. I'm Machine. I got Chatty B with me. We are getting ready for map 2. Overpass. It's Heroic's choice. Could have taken it many places. They opted for Overpass, and, well, you've been reminding us, Chad, that we did actually get to see Maus's Overpass not go so swimmingly over in Paris.
No, it didn't go well at all against Gamer Legion, and, well, right now I'm sure Heroic kind of want to shellac them in a similar fashion. We get underway with Maus on the defense, Heroic on the attack. And this might be a quick night at the office. A spot in the playoffs for IEM Dallas 2023 on the lines right here. Winner of this map, if it's Maus, will take us to map number 3. If Heroic get it done, they are locked in alongside of G2. That is an easy way to kick off your campaign here in the US of A. As Dexter, an awful lot of contact there, and a great shot onto Cadian. Some in-game leader on in-game leader action. As the full rotation from Maus, from B to A. Yep, there's 2 sides, you go between them. He's on.
Couldn't really be further away on this one. Long path for the T's. Tessas flashed in.
They want to fight bank here.
Yeah, they're really ready for the swing. Torji, big contribution and information for the T's at least.
Yeah, he's in B.
Oh, and if Stown goes away with that is naughty.
Keep him coming.
2 down, and yeah, that is going to throw this round into disarray. Yabi's been spotted out on B, and that's Zershin now known.
Shush, back away.
Get out, get out, get out.
There's danger everywhere.
It's kind of scary. Stown is now burrowed into bank, so not going to be fun for Frozen either. Trying to get himself back out to contribute. I say that as look how quickly Zershin is behind, tapping away. He had a chance onto Stown, who's already got 3 kills in this pistol round. And they're looking to take space back away from Frozen. He's hearing all of this. Exertion's hit 1 and Frozen another. There you go. It was only Stown capable of hitting a shot for Heroic. Maus will take the pistol. And, I mean, yeah, a team effort.
This is the type of Counter-Strike that I would love to be watching every day of the week, right?
Yeah.
There's always something crazy going on. There's big shots being hit. It's clutchy. It's a little bit crazy. And that's what it's all about here. Exertion. Yeah, that was a really nice shot from him as well, wasn't it? As comes down to the final 2. And they get that one across the line. So hard-fought pistol round there. Also for Maus going against them, as far as Overpass goes, they've lost the last 3, including that Gamer Legion matchup that we were discussing a little bit earlier. For Heroic, their last outing on Overpass was not successful either, but obviously feel like they can change that here against Maus. Cadian lining up some utility. It should be a smoke towards either front bathrooms or divider. And it'll be front bathroom. Both possible from very similar positions just there. As they're going to be working on this classic A control. They've gotten into a couple of AKs, a couple of Deagles. It's going to be Yabi and Shush without armor, so they have helped facilitate these heavier purchases for the likes of Stown, Tessus, and Cadian. Oh dear. Okay, 9Z versus Fnatic, with Fnatic having Forest as a stand-in. Map 1 hasn't gone great. Here we go.
Yeah, Dexter, he has support at least. Elevated up on the bin.
Have 3 on A for now. Frozen, does he want to get out of there?
Just realized that we've got an American audience, haven't we? Dexter there on the trash can.
Ah, yes, indeed.
Or the waste paper basket.
Have to make sure that everybody understands exactly what we're talking about.
It's not the pavement, it's the sidewalk. As they are walking and shot in the side. There you go, Dexter 2. Cadian has that AK and puts it to good use. Now, there's only 35 seconds left. And Stown, if he does, win that duel, it would have been an interesting one for the commit. But Dexter, he should have done, or has done, enough.
Yabi can try and find an extra gun here. Oh, it makes that kill, and he could have saved the M4. So Cadian, all the way back to where this round started, he'll be retaining this. Now, this is going to cause issues when they do make it into their first rifle rounds. Heroic, Cadian will be operating with something a little bit less, but that's to be expected. We do see that from time to time. He'll also take these rounds where he'll risk and buy an AWP, and other players will just have some pistols. So it's familiar territory, especially for a team like Heroic. So no dramas there. But 2 AKs claimed by JDC and Frozen. Those are nice little upgrades available here for Maus, who are going to have to do this one the hard way. But they withstand the test here of this second round investment. Tidy stuff from Dexter on the double, and even grabs one more on the way out the door. So, spotless stuff for Maus, but still early stages. Now, let's see, what can Cadian get done with this AK? And I wonder if everybody joined us a little bit earlier in the day. Maybe you were watching, the Astralis Liquid game.
Yeah.
And we had Blame with the saved AK. Let's see how Cadian wields his. Everybody likes to do it a little bit different. So Stown lobs out an early flash. Doesn't bait anything. You can see as well, nobody has aggressed through the monster tunnel just yet. Now, is he going to go for the up and over the tops or just a classic nose flash? We'll have to wait and see. Another redeploy of a smoke towards monster. Standard stuff. Exertion with the short control. Shush trying to buy a little bit of space here. He can show himself party. Torji will be interested in this. Well, there should have been.
Ooh, yeah.
Hello.
Well, the groundhog returns to its safety nest. That's what they call them, I think.
They have to do this dry here. There's no util left tip. Just this AK on Katie, and they're hoping for a swing. They're hoping for a fight. They're going to find it.
He gets what he was looking for. Baited out by Tessa. It's just going wide on that Glock, and that's all he has to celebrate Xertion. Double trouble. Hang on. Yabi's used the AK as well. He's scooped it up off the ground. He will go down, but some significant damage dealt. And with 30 seconds, you know, Shush's Deeg going to be hard-pressed to find anything there. Torji just goes looking and delivers a second, an important conversion after some heroic frags.
Yeah, and that's good as well. So they hold on to it. There's decent damage from heroic. They're going to have an issue here getting out the Cadian AWP, whereas on the Mouse side, they can have that no dramas.
Yeah.
Still some decent damage to the economy short. But heroic, as they move into the first rifle round, is this Deagle going to affect the way that they operate here?
Imagine they're going to just try and apply their trade with Cadian in tow. 3 barraging forward. Dexter, he's got the flash set up, but yeah, doesn't commit to the fight. Takes one down. A second, third from Dexter. Sprays down heroic. Up to 8. This is a great performance so far. He's had multi-kills in back-to-back, not back-to-back, but in multiple rounds. And right here, right now, it's already fallen flat for heroic. JDC doesn't finish onto Yabi. Catches the headshot.
I think something here as well, because Dex is one of those names. I posed that question to the desk, right? They were having a bit of a conversation regarding roster changes and Mouse, and I think the one that is floating around the tip of most people's tongues is poor Dexter. And if I was him in this environment, I would be starting to get the team to set me up. I've heard Natsu talking about putting themselves in the shop window, some of these players. We don't know what's going to come next. I think there's the ambiguity of CS2 and what all of that means. We don't know when it will be released. Summer is what we've been told. Cadian, can you really give this one a go? You found yourself a gun at least, mate.
Yeah, and that smoke's not too shabby to at least bypass and sow some seeds of doubt for Frozen's position. You can see he's just going to be holding out the edge of that. Can play the fade, gets confirmation of presence, and damn, Frozen, yeah. He'll get the info. Smoke worked against Cadian in the end of things, and so Maus, yeah, keeping this unblemished record for their defense so far.
But that's good to see some confidence for those type of A aggressors. We know how important that can be on a map like Overpass. It does shrink it an awful lot here for the T's. So Dexter, with a really good flash, is able to mop up a great deal of damage right there. And Frozen, the man who enabled that type of a push, is, oh, look at Cycron. He's happy with that. He likes a little bit of teamwork, and Dexter happy to get involved into some frags as well.
Good flashes.
Yeah, and that's Counter-Strike. Teamwork, communication, flashbangs, strategies, tactics.
Yeah, it's no secret communication, the most fundamental and important differentiating factor when it comes to Counter-Strike. And heroic, usually an exemplary example. That doesn't make sense, does it? God.
It's all right. Yeah, everyone's a little bit right. Is Jason's document still up? You can put another notch in there.
I didn't mention it though.
For the EU. Oh, but you alluded.
I did allude. Yeah,
Jason would count that.
He would.
He would count that. You know he's a stickler for the rules.
That's a 4th. Momo's got it right. Torshi's got a frag. And Dexter has as well. Gets himself another. No bomb plant here. No frags here for heroic. I say, maybe I spoke too soon. Check this out from Cadian. He's having a walk. He's walking straight into Dexter.
And
dead. Of course. Clean from Maus. 5-0 out of the gates.
Now, Alex, if I had to ask you what the time was for you and I in Europe right now, what would you guess?
Whoa. I don't know. It feels... I'll tell you how it feels.
How's it feel? What does the time feel
Feels like we put these casting headsets on and it's about... It's about to be 3 a.m.
You're close. It's almost 4 a.m.
Oh.
So, and I know that in the chat right now, even though we said goodnight to all the Europeans, some of them are naughty. They've stayed awake. It's a Monday night. They've got work. They've got school tomorrow. They've got a day of being a bludger. I'm great at that. Coming up tomorrow. So they're here with us watching the Counter-Strike. So at home, if you're from wherever, I don't care, you get on up, get out of your chair, because we're watching Counter-Strike on a Monday night or a Tuesday morning. And right now, this Mouse versus Heroic game, it's going to fill you with energy, fill you with the vibes, because if this keeps up, we are going to 3, and there's stakes on the line. I'm not talking about my dinner. Here we go, the gun's back out, second gunny. Map 2, Heroic into the buys, this time Cadian with that AWP in his hands. Can that be the difference maker? The Extinguish. He's looking for a little bit of room is Tessus. Heavy through connector, smoked off for now. Disrespecting it will be Shush.
Yo, that's really cheeky. I mean, it does just kind of nullify that smoke and that information flows. They've cleared out underpass already.
Torji searching here as well in a very risky little maneuver with the AWP.
You can see Xertion as well. He just second guessing that nade. Had he done so, he would have really screwed the aggression out of Torji's orb. They come into Dexter's domain again, but this is his comfort zone right now. The flash long for a little Lucky Lou.
Yeah, they will have to worry about Frozen here. Have to clear this.
Gets info long. They're coming for him though. Yabi was holding the angle. Catches a lot of flack. They're pushing in. Frozen's a threat though. Yabi just hits the headshot. Tessus brought low as well. And finished off by Dexter. An 11th for the leader. Can Mouse keep the clean sheet here? JDC yet to frag. Shush enables another death for JDC. 1 HP on Shush. They're not rushing this. Look at that. Look at the restraint, the control.
Like statues.
Just waiting for that fight. Knew it was coming eventually. Torji versus Cadian.
I went there. Okay.
I was supposed to talk about what happened there, but you got to get the picture.
Yeah, and if you weren't watching, it's probably good you weren't.
Probably best. Go look away, actually.
Poor Torji.
Yeah, that's a nasty one.
Didn't get to retain his AWP, but can buy another here. And from Heroic going from looking laser sharp on the last map, this is a little bit more like it. We haven't seen it so far, and there it is. You can see just how easy it is for Caden to putt that one in. Win another one here. They will break Mouse, and they can draw this to just a 2-round game. Look at all the smokes on the map right now.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6.
And another one just thrown out. Make that 7. So within the first 20 seconds of the round, we have expended the majority of the smokes here for both teams. Really want to fight for the short control, but there's multiple bodies here. JDC and Exertion, Yabi and Cadian need to think better of this as smoke's on the fade, and Exertion needs to Cadian's left.
Yeah, that's a very forward position.
Very committed, isn't he?
If he wants to cross back, Cadian's got him covered, so has to be trapped here. I think he's maybe communicating and needs assistance. Oh, his timing, impeccable! How's Cadian gotten away with that? He had a nade pulled in the open. Exertion does duck and cover. Look at the boost they're going for here. Oh, Dexter spotted. They're going to go for this. Yeah, Tessus, just a little bit of a premature release.
Yeah, the smoke made him feel like he's under a bit of pressure there, so does let go of the handle. And right now, 45 seconds. Yabi working on this room. We know how much they trust in his monster lurks here, and the fight towards connector for Exertion is good.
Yeah, he's trapped a little. Yabi, wow, go and walk about
Steps
on
have been
this
heard,
one. Yeah,
I think.
Frozen's relaying that information.
Oh, they know exactly where he is.
Frozen still goes down. Yabi! Thought he had 2 on the plate there.
Where's Exertion going?
Exertion's doing everything for Mouse right now. Finally shut down. Down. Gets 1.
19 seconds.
Yeah, and bomb on the back of Cadian, scoped up, walking monster. Down as well, trying to work with him, and it's not going to work out nicely.
He should save.
He should. He won't. And he's going for the Hail Mary, just runs it down. And so Mouse straight back to their winning ways. Just a temporary lapse in that previous round, but other than that, it's all tickety-boo.
Yeah, okay. Well, that was a strange one, right? The skirmish early with all the smokes, because we get to see some of the Heroic players lining up smokes from spawn. We're getting the Extinguish over towards the T-stairs. We're getting the smoke that's landing over towards the sewer pipe. There was an Extinguish from Mouse on the short Molotov that's thrown as protocol utility from the Ts. I think there was a Monster Lurk smoke. There was a Monster Block smoke. Whew. And they're doing it again, so it will be the denial over towards A. There it is.
This.
Yeah, you hear it again. there's a smoke over towards Shaw, a smoke him monster, space from Shush, a lot of space from Shush. That is pressure applied on Torji immediately here. Exertion's found the opener on Yabi and the double up. He wants to stand and bang today.
Ready, man. You can't get past Xertion without having to beat him in there straight head to head.
Tess is yet to frag as well, so 007, we found our secret agent.
Let's see, now he's got his license. If he can get the kill. How does the theme tune go again? That's it, right? Wait. Batman.
And these guys are playing professional Counter-Strike under these same conditions.
Yeah, it is that.
All right, well, Tessus, 40...
Oh, yeah, Dexter's still having the time of his life. Shush dead as well. 7. Just as we all expected, guys. Just as we all expected. Mouse with a dominant defense.
Okay. Let's... It was a little bit of, I want to say the bar for Heroic to hit. We've been hitting this one a lot recently when we've been doing the overpass game. So 4 or 5 on this T side, more than enough. Currently with 1. So need a whole lot more than that. And if Exertion is going to be doing a whole lot more of this, getting in their face, getting stuck in, well, Struth Almighty, it might be a tough day at the office here for the Danes. We're talking about how good things were looking after Mirage. Nuke the 3rd, I do believe. And a timeout, the 2nd for Heroic. So... a big conversation to be had about how they want to continue to approach things. Have been really stunted and stumped in a lot of these approaches here, and there's been great work in the opening exchanges. Dexter's been involved in 3, and he's won all of them. Exertion involved in 2, won both of those. Torji, he's even won out one of his opening exchanges. On the other side, it's just Cadian and Yabi who have been able to find any success in that department. And off the back of the timeout, now that it has subsided, there is no more chit-chat available for the coaches. Exist and Cyclone, and well, they've actually gone for a hero AK on Stout, and some Tekkas to Wreckers on the rest. And it is looking very B heavy.
Yeah. Shush just avoided that nade nicely with the surf, so safe. Oh, good damage already from JDC. He's getting caught out, has to run away. Does relocate, flashes delay, and Frozen comes nicely into play.
Well, you can add Frozen to the list now of finding an opening frag. Kills come their way. They deliver with ease, and yeah, Torji as well just plucks away Stown. No dramas whatsoever. So that investment of the hero AK, very flat. Heroic, as flat as a pancake right now. You get them fired up. They took a timeout for this, as it is just Cadian searching out Exertion's position. And, well, the second bullet will connect.
Ooh.
If at first you don't succeed,
give up.
Shoot the second bullet of the Deagle. Traditionally not in quick succession,
yeah,
but that seemed to work.
Still worked out nicely there.
Yeah. All right, so we do a bit of tourism of Overpass. This is Cadian right now in Playground, just checking things out. You know, it's pretty colourful. They put some paintings on the wall. There's some slides, as you can see here. It's a natural park. As we make our way up long. We're behind one of the rocks here. Now this rock, it's been here since the dawn of time, really. We don't know how things got here. Some of us believe that there's people in the sky who put things where they are. Others believe that there was the Big Bang. But however this rock has been here, it will be the protector of Cadian.
Yeah.
It's called Cadian's Rock. That's the name in the pro scene. As you can see here, there's a little bit of moss on it. Cadian does like to eat the moss for breakfast only. He doesn't like it for lunch or dinner. It's clearly just a breakfast food, as I'm sure you guys all know. And there he is, thinking about his moss tomorrow morning is Cadian.
It's cool. The Germans call playgrounds, like the direct translation, Spielplatz. It means play place.
That's pretty
very accurate.
Yeah. Well,
it's a place for play.
And everyone had fun in that round.
I did. So what kind of moss is it specifically?
Oh, I don't know. Just know it's breakfast moss.
Breakfast moss.
Breakfast moss.
I mean, there you go. Glad we got that ironed out. And Dexter, he's been doing this same routine to great success. I thought Frozen was going to push the issue there. You can see Yabi's already got access towards short side. And he's just sticking around. Frozen's ready for this duel. And Shush, whew, so was he. A big frag to post and an opening for Heroic that does convert even further.
But
Hold on. Dexter should and does have
the bomb.
Gets bomb. Yabi gets one. JDC got multiple enemies. Still sprays down Cadian. He knows where you are. Down as well. What is this round of Counter-Strike?
Where'd Dexter get off to? You got the bomb, mate. You've smoked yourself off from the bomb.
And then pushed it. And now you have to respect it? Because Shush was under pass? Okay.
Wait, you don't know if it's there or not.
Oh, and Shush hits it. Cracks the skull of Dexter. JDC, who's already done most of the heavy lifting. 3 frags so far in total.
You'd say an awful lot. That's how you define his impact in this round.
But it might all be for naught, just like Mirage. That 4K. Here he's got himself 3, but now up against Shush and with a health discrepancy favoring the Dane. He's going all full round the world, though. I kind of like his maneuver with this.
Yeah, he's essentially calling the bluff here of JDC. Hey, I know you're on B. I know where your impact was. I think you've rerouted. And that is a very true assumption that has been made here. Now, JDC on 19 points of health with the bomb going down. His best way to identify where Shush may be in the post plant is when he sees the bomb or when he doesn't see the bomb. He's going to come up from short. It won't be planted default. He'll not be on the other side of pillar. So that means likely Shush is either entrenched or he's dropped back monster.
You can see that process now in JDC.
Has a smoke.
The smoke could change things. Still with the low HP, though. He has to get a really nice angle for that defuse. He might just hold it. His best bet. Oh, fakes him out. Sprays.
Can't find him, though.
And confirms hits his round. Shush. Lovely close from him there. Oh,
hold on.
Yeah, that spray does find the necessary bullet. And that's just going to be Heroic's second. So this is for a bit of a half recovery. We've already set the bar in Chad Birchall's book.
They had to work really hard for that, though, didn't
really
they?
Did.
And that's thanks to JDC and, of course, Dexter here coming through the back line. So this is the drive-by onto Frozen. Nice little peek out there from Shush. This is a great kill as well onto Dexter, and then he will clutch things up here. I had to worry about the grey screen, but gets it done, and there you go. Cadian's happy about that one. I think one of the true concerns for this, and Jason is loving every minute we say this of our mouths here, but if you are either of these teams and you go the distance, and we're starting to get closer and closer to 10 o'clock at night here, local, some of these players will start to fatigue.
Yeah.
It's just the way it is, and this is what happens when you're playing Counter-Strike events around the world, and it's been a conversation we've had for the longest time. We just don't like to let the North Americans off with it. So
yeah, the Australians. I've been particularly vocal about getting sick of hearing it, and then here I come. My one trip to America, and I'm already absolutely wrecked.
Yeah, so there it is.
Maybe I need to shut my mouth.
Nice molly here. I believe that was thrown from Cadian towards Divider, but Torgy gets to hold the line, and how the hell did that happen?
Yeah, hold on, because Torgy's going to lose his life as well if he's not careful. Trying to dump his util to escape. They're going to punish him for it. Perfect execution, but it's still Frozen, stubborn. And with support from Exertion, they've managed to tip the scales in their favor.
Cadian with a freebie right there. Frozen was focused front side. Out long, AWP strikes, 2 to find.
Shush and Cadian. And they're re-advancing. They're going to catch Shush in this one. Is he ready for the fight? Yes, he is. Gets one, then done. JDC in the 1v2, now 1. Cadian should have time to get this plant done. He was really expecting a full rotation from JDC.
Yeah, he was. And we know that Cadian likes to treat things very tricky. So is he doing what I think he's doing?
Taking the fight.
He's not doing what I think. With this time, Alex, if JDC repositions at all to somewhere that Cadian doesn't see, he will have to run, and then JDC will have the jump. 20 seconds now. Cadian.
He's just going to go heaven back to sight.
If he goes B, it's the better call.
Yeah, 100. I thought he was going.
But sound cue now. JDC can rotate in. That means Cadian will be trapped towards the site. Oh, and he's planning open.
Oh,
he might get away. He might get away.
It's on the timing. Just around the corner. Oh, spotted. And just brought low. JDC tags Cadian up to the cheeks. Down to 45.
No kid.
Yeah, a fake early would be great. Waits it out. Oh, and rewarded. Cadian gets himself a frag.
I'm mad for JDC. The fact that he just planted the bomb on pillar where you can't see from shore is ridiculous. I am mad for him. Yeah, exactly. And what is he? I'm asking the question, what is he doing? That's what I'm asking if I'm JDC. Yeah. What is he doing? What is he thinking? Well, I suppose he's understanding the financial situation and that. Damn.
Oh, he's had a couple of those where it just feels like he's done the hard part and just can't quite translate it into the round. That could have been really nice to humble Heroic.
Talking about humble pie.
Yeah, it's... Oof.
Mouse having to eat an awful lot of that right now, just down to a Fico. I know OG played a little bit earlier, but this is the special edition. Okay, Katie, and here we go. They're all coming your way. They're on Eco. You got the orb. You've seen two. The pressure's here as he sticks around for the second, and he dangles that big old fishing rod.
Guys, we keep a lid on it. Okay, Galil from Shush is there to pick up the pieces. No harm, no foul. All brought through and starting to get a comfortable number.
4 or 5. One of the two options has been achieved, and only one of the two options can be achieved. That does make sense.
It does. It does. I was just looking elsewhere, trying to process
why Mouse have taken their first time out. Well, because they've lost 3 consecutive rounds.
Yeah, and 2 of them in 1v1s.
Yeah, and JDC was the man attempting to clutch up in both.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I mean, that's
mental residue.
Great way to frame it, most definitely. It's going to be lingering in the back of your mind. And, well, this one could actually be lingering in Fanatics if it continues the way it's going. This is 9Z with map up.
Well, they retired RPK. That's 9Z.
Yeah, they did.
It's a long time ago. I think it was 9Z.
But, yeah, they could even be sending Forest very quickly back home.
He might hang around. Probably not, but maybe we could ask. I think we're going for a little bit of a B go here. They actually have 4 players towards B. It is only Dexter towards A. Torji in the heavens, the quick rotation. Oh, he's actually just started to pivot back. So only 3 towards B. Exertion, JDC to lock down Monster.
An Exertion dead to Tesses. An important and impactful frag. Can he build anything more out of this? JDC flashed in. Frozen again with the support. It's Down that keeps it level. Avoids the nade as well, and they seem to be pulling the plug on this.
This is something that Heroic do so well, is these initiations. And if it all went swimmingly and everybody died, they're into the site, they can plant, sure, but you still have a minute and 10 seconds on the clock after we find ourselves in a 3-on-3 to now play out the round. And this is where Heroic will keep you guessing. You're probably expecting them to be rotating all the way back towards long right now. And as we have the towers on the boost.
Yeah, boost on boost there.
Nothing spotted.
So Cajun's off to go fake it out.
So you can look at this setup on the radar here. You can understand the limited information that exists. Dexter on the site. So he's not playing as a canary in the coal mine forward. He wants to get 1 kill as they enter in towards the site. And on B, it's also retake. They have to be worried with this tower. I believe Torji probably watching for a close push with Frozen on top. So this setup they have on B, they're giving away a lot of ground, but they're close to each other, right? So they can hopefully react off of one another here. 1 kill per player should be enough. Cadian does have all this ground. Now, Yabby can flash, Cadian can pick truck. That's likely to be the combo here. Oh, Frozen.
Yeah,
we like that.
Great flash. Look at this. The support from Frozen, and it's still not enough. One back. Torji can't. And all of that for naught. Heroic mid-round themselves with a second to spare into a 5th.
And that was just Mouse sitting in the darkness. They had no information whatsoever. Playing retake on the B site, playing very tight on A. It meant if that fight comes in that fashion and you lose the opening exchange, it's very likely you lose the site as well. And it's just going to be Frozen here, hoping he can hold on to this silenced M4. This is loss bonus of 2,900 coming into the next for that of Mouse. So if he holds on to this, there is... I don't know if they will buy, but there's a conversation that maybe they could drop a couple of guns across. He could drop 1 rifle.
Like Frozen threw the amazing flash there for the JDC double.
Yeah.
Then through another amazing flash for a potential attempt from Dexter. And then he doesn't get to actually play he doesn't get to shoot with his gun the whole time.
It's good cognizance to be able to set up and support your team, but you're right, like you want to make sure you're having some impact with those frags if you can.
Yeah, I mean, that was not to his detriment so much as it's just a observation. You know, this guy's doing an awful lot and still feels these rounds like he's helpless, right, in that position.
Yeah.
His teammates are the one to rotate. Torji goes in and he doesn't catch one either.
Okay, well, they're not going to go for anything crazy here. So that's I would say, the correct decision from Mouse. Just gone for some partial investments with the loss bonus of 3,400 into the next. It'll be full buys. Torji AWP should be available as well here. It's now about how much can you get out of Frozen's M4. They just walk directly above his scope.
Yeah. There's 4 of them here as well. Oh, God, now a couple more less. JDC down to Yabby. Shush puts a bullet into the brain of Exertion, and it's only Dexter on the side with the Deagle. No armor. Oh, and no screen. Pure white and dead. Deleted. Tessus delivers.
And now this is a great half.
This has just gone from, yeah, what looked like quite a touch and go half with 1 round to boast in the first 9 to 6 to 8.
And there were clutches again, and clutches were a key feature over on Mirage.
Yeah.
I think Prof made a tweet, there's 6 of them in total within that map, and the clutchy Counter-Strike is the more fun type of CS here, but those clutches have essentially completely broken mouse. Right? It's just bent them over here and dismantled their economy late within the half, which means they're scrambling. They're trying to piece together whatever they can, and Heroic can even walk away with 7 rounds total in this half and full momentum going into the 2-minute break. So this is looking fantastic now. No more worries here as they're even starting to hunt Cadian. He's dropping guns below the ladder here. He's, come on down.
You know you want it.
The water's
Torji.
warm. And do you grab your AWP back? No. All right. Well, I guess you can just buy another one. It's all good.
He will.
Yeah.
Yeah. Style points. And looking for this 7th. Man, oh man. Yeah, the scramble's been real. 5 consecutive T-side overpass rounds.
Alex, do you ever ask yourself why is sometimes everyone spamming XD in chat?
I want to know what Aware is about.
Well, we don't have the better TV emotes, but it is an emote.
It's an emote.
Yeah, I'll
An
find it for you.
emoticon.
Yeah, I'll find it for you.
But
We'll
the
do it in the break.
XDs, I'm not sure about that one either.
Yeah, me either. I just read some guy's comment. Seemed cool.
Cool.
Okay.
Exertion. He's always got the perfect angle for the job. JDC forced forward to the pillar. Got to tread lightly there, and an AWP shot does ring out. So Cadian's presence confirmed.
I like the net that Heroic, because I'm not even looking at the POVs. I'm literally just looking at this radar right now. And I like the net that Heroic had set up there for any like A or connector aggressors while they were searching towards B. Now, they haven't taken back the full map control, right? They don't have upper bathrooms, but they're not looking for that. They're just wanting to punish any CT aggressor. Oh, there's a little bit of that. Exertion swings out into Shush from connector.
Yeah, he's been hitting some high-impact frags on this half. Shush top of the scoreboard. Cadian takes a step in that direction as well onto JDC's swing. Frozen this time. Does put the bullets in the right place, but only for the 1. And looking to end this half strong. A run from Heroic. 6 on the trot if they can close for one hell of a T-side haul. They're walking towards Stown. He should be primed and ready for Torji on the clear here. Perfect headshot placement of that crosshair. Dexter one back. Needs another 3 of those. Oh, what? He just stopped. 1 bullet shy of the finish onto Tessus. 1 HP, and it is an 8-7 half. A very well recovered half by the Danes. Storming. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, good afternoon, wherever you're watching from. It is 9:14 local here in Dallas, Texas. We find ourselves rounding out the day. Myself and Spun J are hanging out. And Maus, yeah, they are probably feeling a little hard done by after the way in which that half started in comparison with how it finished.
Started bloody well. It was out the gates. It was an absolute flyer here. It was looking like we were going to go into the third of Nuke, but that conversation has chopped and changed once again as we get back underway with Overpass. This is Heroic's pick. They are now on the defense, and they are looking to close this in a 2-0 fashion and lock themselves in to the arena here of IEM Dallas. KDM flashed off. 1xBet odds favoring, well, the Danes, understandably so, and back and forth they go as they're trying to keep Heroic moving.
God, yeah, this three-man wolf pack going to be in the right place just a little bit on time. Zershan and JDC already gone. Torji, not the fight for the Glock, and the sound demonstrates that. Good one back, and yeah, it's great from Heroic. Just frozen now. He's hitting every shot he takes. 3 out of that P250. It's threatening. They need to be able to have the trade, but Frozen deletes them! Nonchalant 5! He gets them all!
His hand's on fire! He ain't frozen at all. This kid is heating up, and that is one way to kick off the second half.
You could just feel that one coming.
Whew!
Woof, that P250, that's why you put it in his hands. Look at this.
Trot.
So it gets what?
Oh, look at him all just coming his way. They're just throwing bodies at him, Alex.
Yeah, but they're just owned. With a P.
Boom, headshot. Yeah, goddamn. Halzerk, I know he's not in the building, but maybe they can use his catchphrase.
Oh, well, that'll wake you up.
I think that's our third ace so far of the
It's
the
been
group
a very clutch and ace-heavy first day, hasn't it?
Let me just have a little bit of a look right here.
Hell, Frozen. I mean, what did Maui say? Frozen can win rounds on his own?
Yeah, there's a prime example of exactly that. Yeah, K-Serrado got an ace against OG. Yabby had that one on Mouse that we saw. There was a Butte as well.
Was hot.
And now Frozen. He's notched his name up into that list here. So
hell.
I do love to see that. Yeah, more of that, please. Don't know how you can have the exact same round, but if we could. Okay, well, pressing over towards A here. Plenty of nades for an exec of a smoke variety. Not a whole lot with the mollies, as they have been blocked towards long for now. A little bit of a gap. Dexter, desperate.
Dexter pushing, spotting, and not quite fragging. Tessus does shut him down. JDC looking for that trade. He's bringing the bomb towards him. Boof, gets away with 13 HP, which is enough for the wallbang. No. After all of the heroics, so they really lose the second round. Flash through. Zershan in the smoke, though.
So much danger.
Yeah, there's a lot of high-impact players still for Maus. Both of them can pull their weight and then some. Exertion and Frozen, now just Frozen. Can he clutch up in back-to-back rounds? All of that hard work. Is it really for nothing? He's got his AK. Shush recovers a Galil. Cadian's already hit the shot on the scout. Can we see the finish? 10 seconds. He has to either plant or find the frag. Shush is playing this game. Sound.
Oh my.
He doesn't know. He doesn't know. Frozen gets the bomb down and Shush wins out the round. Oh, God.
I just wish he keeps shooting that. I just win that round.
Let him
win it. Let him have it. That right there could have been miraculous in back-to-back from the kid. That just, it can't be. It can't be. And you could see when Mounds were executing onto the site how difficult it was going to be. That's why I said Dexter desperate, because they needed to get some room. And this is how it kicked off. The bullets from the Deagle in the belly. Difference maker there from Shush late when it got chaotic. That flash and then water falling through, it just became so difficult on the site. Took so much time off the clock. And again, we have a pissed around with a force fire to follow.
Oh, yeah, Tessus gets himself a 2 for 1.
Kaden comes out of the flash and everyone in front of him's dead. That's quite nice.
Yeah, job done. Gets himself 2 assists for his endeavor.
Yeah, I'm still trying to recover.
And so are Maus. I mean, especially now.
They're in a tailspin now. Because it's going to be a full eco into the next. Oh, if he just kept shooting through the smoke as well. Damn.
And also, like, that JDC, the amount of damage he took on that truck fight led to the Cadian wallbang, which put Frozen in such an uncomfortable, 13-second 1v2. Oh, my. Let's see. They're in. And Frozen's hitting a shot to maybe allow for some more. Yeah, Jabby's having none of that.
Just the Frozen show right now.
Got any more for us? Not today. Or at least not in round 18. That's concluded nicely for Heroic.
All right. Well, in the break, I was doing a little bit of research, and not about the Aware remote. We've learned a little bit about that. It's about what we're here for. Intel Extreme Masters, Dallas 2023, but also it's part of the DreamHack Festival. So DreamHack Dallas is going to be going on in the same location. That is the Kay Bailey Hutchinson Convention Center from June 2nd to 4th. And I was just having a look, Alex. There's a whole bunch of games going on. We got some Rocket League, we got some Fortnite, obviously Counter-Strike, we got ESL Impact that's going to be here as well. There's some bloody Halo going on. We got Magic the Gathering, some fighting games. There's going to be a bunch of activities.
Dude,
it's always like the DreamHack Festival side of things is always, you know, it's fun.
Oh, it's iconic.
You know, there's some guests coming. You got any interest in some of the guests here? We got some. Let me have a look here. We got some creator special guests. We've got just special guests. We've got creator guests. So you're either special or you're just a creator, I suppose. This is a lot of people.
Long list.
Magic creator guests.
Specific Magic the Gathering guest list.
Okay, yeah, okay, all right. Well, they've got a lot of bases covered here. And we'll be around as well. We're not on any of these lists, which is fine. Maybe we need a special list.
Oh my God, is Tyler One going to be here?
Yeah, he's going to be here.
I've always wanted to meet him.
Well, maybe you can say hi.
Cool. Exertion.
4 starting A here on the bonus.
And yeah, look at how aggressive they are towards Fountain. Yeah, B, this is a good position for you. Jumping into them ahead of the flashbang. Cadian makes good on that engagement. Tester's ready for Exertion, but Exertion very quick on the trigger.
Cadian has just built an entire team that is just a trust fall exercise.
Yeah, it is.
Cadian says go. You don't hesitate for a second. Yabi right there showing why he is a great soldier. Throws his body on the line. Cadian will mop up too. Has given them a number advantage here. And Shush over towards Joe. You can see this power position highlighted by our lovely observer, Jakey. As Frozen and Torji, well, they're left hanging on this one. Frozen's hit some bangers. Need a bit more mash right now. Cadian has transitioned over towards B as well, so this won't be easy. And look at this. His leg spotted. Steps out, and Shush even gets both. Thank you very much. He says 11 in total for Heroic now. 5 more needed to get this one done in the 2-0 fashion. And another partial for Paul Mouse. They've had their moments. They've had their chances, but they are in Heroic server
like
now.
He straight up did use Yabi as like a piece of utility, didn't he?
Yeah.
He threw the flash, said jump. Yeah. So they have to look at him or die. They kill him, but then both are flashbanged and Cadian gets himself a double.
Yeah, but this is the thing. Every single player in this team, and this has been the coolest conversation we've had about Heroic. We talk about them as a brotherhood, right? Is what they have been able to curate in the understanding that Counter-Strike, sure, the individuals are the ones that get to shine and we're screaming their names while they pop off with headshots. But it's the team game, and it's the team elements that makes this function. And their trust in one another is not what you have in every team. There are certain players in certain teams who, maybe you're not jumping around that corner for the trade because you don't think your in-game leader can do exactly this. Well, Cadian can do everything and more. He just continues to get better. Like a fine wine is Cadian, as Frozen, the only one putting up any resistance whatsoever on this T side. We'll get another kill. We'll get another upgrade into an AK. We'll be staring down the barrel of another clutch. I think he was considering throwing it over the fence. So Stown will clean him up and even gets the AK back for his troubles. So coasting now Heroic. And the timeout has been called. This is going to be number 2 from Mouse. This is starting to get into the dying stages of this one. Sure, the scoreline only 3-round differential, but they're on that T side where the Danes had an awful lot of trouble in the early stages, and this is where it sucks for Mouse. They had that amazing pistol from Frozen and couldn't convert off the back of it. There's some bugs flying around, Alex. Watch out for those.
Yeah. They got in.
Yeah, well, that's what happens when we leave the doors open.
Bloody hell. Well, not many doors open for Maus on this T side. A pistol was great, but it is just a very bleak outlook when you take a look at how the preceding rounds have followed.
Yeah, I am just looking at who's gotten kills on this T side of things, and it's mainly just been Frozen. Exertion and JDC have chipped in for a couple of kills between the two of them, but otherwise there hasn't been a single Torji kill in the second half or a single Dexter kill in the second half. So mainly just Frozen putting up any resistance so far. Let's see if that can change. Now we're back into another gunny. And this one might get funny because Frozen steps on out. Dexter, there you go. There's a frag. That's what you need. A very good trade. An essential trade there onto Shush. It doesn't really change anything, Mouse.
Oh, damn. JDC just activates. Tries to find Yabi on short side.
Flash wasn't deep enough, was it?
Not quite. Exertion, though. He's a perpetual threat. And making as much usage of that smoke as possible. Crossing through.
They're past for now, but they will have to deal with Tessus. And Cadian also, I like this position from him because he can spring into action late. So still monitoring long, understanding that he can be open to bathrooms at any point. But if they continue to snake past him as they are, he will have boxed them in. So their escape route will be immediately removed. Oh, and he's even activating. He's going to get the shadow advantage. And there it is. Dexter gone. 2v4. They know their front sight. Knock it on the door.
Yeah, an Exertion League once more. Gets himself his first of the round, but they have to get that bomb down.
And they should.
Yabi, Stauner, and Cadian. A little bit of chip damage from that HE. Exertion knows he can't really move too far, but oh, Torji puts his head right on the money for Yabi's crosshair. Exertion's found just a little bit of a better angle. He can work with this. He can work with this. Cadian, his first victim as Exertion. Look at the clutch up for Mouse. Oh, but just dismantled by the Stown AK, crawling out of bank as he tries to go looking for the next fight.
Yeah, that's a little bit unfortunate there for poor Exertion that Torji couldn't hold on for a moment longer so they could combine for something, but that's how she goes as Mouse with another plant can get another buy. Cadian at this point, the round was already sucking for Mouse. It gets even worse. That's a nice shot from Exertion, sure, but still up against it in the 2-on-1. And JDC, yeah, you can see his frustrations building there. Just taking a quick look at the scores on the doors. Top of the server right now, Shush on 21, Cadian on 19, and the same for Frozen. Dexter not too far behind on 18 here. As they will go for the Extinguish, taking some room. Cadian self-flash. Yeah, self-flash indeed. Torji's will actually be the one credited there for Cadian's demise.
Don't really get much whiter than that.
Shush has heard all of the rotation to B. It means that Stan and Yabi can stay on B.
Yeah.
Tessus can push
for
long.
A quick flank as well.
Yeah, Tessus can push long as well. Oh,
he might find Exertion.
Boys, not like this.
Oh, he's loud about it.
That's okay. They won't expect Shush. They won't expect Shush.
Okay. Well, Dexter's at least the early warning sign.
Oh, boys. Where do you go?
It's so
Where do you go? It's a minute and 10 seconds and they're already in your spawn.
Yeah, but it was like a second ago, it was a 5v4. You got an opening and you were regrouping for B. And now you're like essentially a chocolate teapot. Dexter probably jumped out of his skin.
I can't believe that. What are they meant to do?
No, I can't solve this mystery for them. Wait. Hurry up and wait.
But the map is such a mystery to them. Like, think about this. They're on some mythical adventure where they need to battle through the entire map of Overpass against these wildebeests. That, you know, they're invisible. There's ghosts. Well, I guess we go B.
Yeah. And Stan just dropped a smoke. He can play around. So, see, have a gap on that. Oh, confirmation. Hiding in plain sight. JDC down, and it's down with 2. Frozen caught out through the smoke. Heroic will extend their lead and get even closer to that 2-0 conversion.
And they get to play against G2 for either a semi-final or a quarter-final spot. They get the quarter-final spot regardless of the G2 result.
Right.
So they're just playing for a semi-final berth. But that's a great matchup. Heroic versus G2, that's always a fun game. Looks like G2 have been in decent form throughout the event thus far, and the same to be said for Heroic here. As there was Dexter. He didn't jump out of his seat. He kept it pretty calm. As finally, Cadian finding some of that energy. He's tapped into the reserves.
Yeah, I think he's probably aware that others are flagging and he does need to perhaps compensate. Whew, let's go. Mao's still locked on that 9th. I found it on the T-side pistol. Finding an opener and still unable to convert.
This is it, Alex. You got to embrace the suck. You got to understand the circumstances right now. 14-9. Mals are down, but if there's any chance, if there's any hope of taking this one to Nuke, they need to bond now as a unit. I think that's Al Pacino said something similar.
Okay.
It was a speech. It was a sporting game at one of those round balls or maybe egg ball. I don't know. But Al Pacino, he sold it much better than I did. We need to pump that into the headsets of Mals right now. There's a spam battle. Gets nobody anywhere.
What do you make of one smoke?
4 flashes.
4 flashes.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. You're going to need something out of this JDC underpass crawl.
There's the smoke.
That's
Front bathroom.
the smoke.
What comes next? Cadian in connector. Isolated now. Pinned on both fronts.
Yeah, but he can still get a first. No, he can't. Exertion destroys the first. Shush gets the bomb delivered to him, and JDC, the next victim. That's big. Shush is holding on to this round for Heroic. They want to finish it clean. Stown is responsible. And Tessus, oh, Torshi, not ready for that one. Stown catches the exertion frag, and it leaves Frozen alone. Said that an awful lot. And just retrieving the bomb, a mission in itself at this point, does manage to relieve the pressure. Finds himself an AK as well.
If he gets the... Oh.
Wow.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, but yes, yeah. Oh!
Fireworks with Chatty V. Oh, man, missed extinguished. That's cruel.
You need to throw the smoke to the center, the nucleus. The nucleus of the Molotov is what you need to extinguish, not the offshoots.
Yes.
So it's just like chopping, it's like getting rid of a tree. If you get rid of, the smaller roots, the tree will still continue to flourish.
You've got to find that big one.
You've got to get rid of the main root.
The mother root, I think it's called.
Which is, unfortunately, Frozen. He didn't read the memo on trees. But that's okay.
Oh, that looks like it's destined for some damage. Right down his gullet. Exertion. Naded on down to 46.
Hadouken. Oh, Heroic. Just one round away here. It's going to be nice to get to the playoffs again in just the first day of play. They traveled in on Saturday. You've been here, you've done a media day. You've had one day of the tournament. You're already in the playoffs. It's going to feel nice.
Oh, and that's nice. Frozen is so good on the AK. Nearly gets a third into the site. Is that enough to convert it? Shush should be dead. Dexter ensures it.
Bomb was considering going A. Just backpedal down the connector now. JDC and Dexter need to get stuck in. A smoke towards Heaven will facilitate this. Tessus and Stown both not too far away to respond. And Stown even has a molly. Not in the position to throw it. If he was Heaven, he could slow the plant down. Do they want to give this one a go? They may as well. They have money for a buy into the next. Even just damage financially here would be something that, well, Mounts have to buy every round, but if you can make sure their buy doesn't have a Torji AWP in the mix, that could be pretty nice.
Yeah. Tessus and Stown successful in their save. They're just looking for the finish at this point. And we'll see this again from Frozen. It was a really nice observation James made during his pre-match interview with Frozen, highlighting that his last negative rating at an offline event was at IEM Dallas last year. And ever since then, he's been in the green. And asking Frozen about that. And Frozen's response equally as interesting.
I liked his response.
Yeah, just highlighting the fact that, being consistent was something he's been working on for a long time and pointing at things like mentality and routine. As two of the leading factors in building consistency in Counter-Strike.
Can help us with everything in life, really.
God, yeah.
So it's good advice for a lot of different factors.
But, I mean, he's doing it again. Positive rating, no doubt. Frozen's been having huge impact rounds, as the last is a good example. And now we're seeing something called out of spawn with no one, not even Exertion, going to be going for his usual deviation.
Well, they've put a stop to the 8-round run of the Danes here. Is there going to be anything more, or is it just spotty? Is it self-flash here? Yabi not going to pick off of it. It's the follow-up, as there is a lot of pressure being felt. They're coming in, Alex.
Yeah, Heroic rotating. Shush gets one. Nido another from Yabi. He gets at least one. JDC at 7 HP, and he's now on the dirt. Another from Stown as well. Sprays them down, and Frozen alone. A broken record at this point. Trying to give it all he's got. He knows he's got Stown, and it's Tessus to close. Heroic will be happy with that one. Playoffs in the bag. with its semis, whether it's quarters, that remains to be seen, but a very productive first day in the office for this Danish roster.
Yeah, getting things done quite quickly. A 16-9 victory over 9Z, knocking them down towards the lower bracket where they're currently still taking on Fnatic on that B stream. Go and check that action out. But Mouse, they will join those names down in towards the lower bracket of Group A. They won their opening earlier against Fnatic, but here, Flats not getting anything done on their choice of Mirage Overpass. Wow, it started good, it ended poorly, and this is going to be Heroic locked in for the playoffs of IEM Dallas 2023. We'll be back after the break.
I can't miss no Beverly, you can't hold me. Knew that it was my time and I ain't need a rollie. P139, that's the word. This provision is precision, you ain't gotta see the worth. Every situation different. Trust if you feeling out of luck or if you stuck, homie, you just can't miss this. It's so easy, you be thinking it's absurd. Gotta see the glory in the hurt. I remember back in apartments, humble beginnings, what I start with. I'm still humble if you checking out my carton. 2% we wasn't dancing like we Carlton. A product of the system living in our margins. We started planting, seeds I've been demanding. Trees taken for granted, faith just couldn't stand it. Standing on solid rock, now that's a firm foundation. We've been waiting and I'm praying we gon' make it. Face it, this year ain't even go the way we wanted. Double jointed, two-faced, but now we on it. Seeing your true colors in this light and it's alarming. But God see the mess and he get clean it up with Charmin. Ooh, the boo-boo, ooh, the view. Watching God's plan like a show from Hulu. See, as soon as the snow moves, we roll through. Cause all you're together like pork stew. I can't miss no Beverly, you can't hold me. Knew that it was my time and I ain't need a roll. P139, that's the word. This provision is precision, you ain't gotta see the worth. Every situation different. Trust if you feeling out of luck or if you stuck, homie, you just can't miss this. It's so easy, you be thinking it's absurd. Gotta see the glory in the hurt. See the glory in the hurt. Okay, by the still water, I'm playing this so sturdy. I don't need magic to know that he worthy. He coming with the beef for the ones who get jerky. And on the shoe, he in the clutch, Jamal Murray. His plan got a plan, you ain't stressing the thing. You need more than Golden State to put some stress on the king. I don't flex, I just take a step and Elohim do the rest. Please don't think it's sweet, he got a soul, this for your chest. It's for your soul, you worry about the gold, you can only take it home. Where I'm from, it's not here, so I leave it all alone. Get the lyrics out the spirit, then I put them in a poem. Talk to God, I'm on the phone. He said I need to trust. He be the anchor when the waves is too much. I gotta thank him cause his way is so tough. But his faith is so amazing, so my praise it go nuts. And my praise it go nuts. I can't miss no Beverly, you can't hold me. Knew that it was my time and I ain't need a roll. P139, that's the word, this provision.
Well, Mauj, you had me in the first 9 rounds, I'm not gonna lie. And then Heroic turned the tides, did what they do best, and closed out the series flawlessly. They qualified to playoffs alongside G2. They will be battling in that upper bracket matchup to see who will be going straight through to the semi-finals. But man, we've got to talk about some of the individuals on the side of Heroic. In this one, of course, Stan, shining bright, Yabi having a great series across the board. But Shush, the supportive star, this guy we have down right here. Great showing, particularly on Overpass. After kind of a slow start from yourself, what was kind of the turning point for you? Where did you really find your groove in this map?
I mean, we were behind like 7-0 or something, and I felt like we're not doing anything. Even when we lost a round, we didn't write anything in the chat. So I was like, okay, I want to do this. And then I won the clutch after that round, and then it just escalated from there with even better comms and just everyone being involved.
What did you write in chat? What was the idea that you kind of put forward? Do you remember?
I think it was just a play in the underground.
Okay.
So the next round I figured, okay, I have the spawn to do it. So I said, okay, I'm going to do this. And then it worked.
Nice, taking the ball by the horns. That's what we love to see.
Yeah, congratulations. Obviously, a great game, great result. I'm curious, is playing Counter-Strike a la Heroic harder with jet lag?
I mean, yeah, definitely. I think I slept like 2 or 3 hours last night because I woke up every half hour.
Ouch.
So I'm definitely excited to sleep. I even took a nap after the first match. So I think that helped.
Power naps,
Power nap.
essential, aren't they, Maui?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, a good power nap can change your whole day, actually.
Clearly.
Shush, I think you guys took care of business today. I think that has been stated. Looking at this whole event, looking at your position coming into it, I want to ask a bigger picture question here, which is just expectations here. You're here to win this all, surely.
I mean, yeah, we want to win it all. We want to go on vacation with a trophy. I mean, that's the best case. But I think mostly for us, it's like, I mean, the way we've lost the finals and semifinals is every time it's being us not being there, mental. So, I mean, I think this tournament is mostly just focusing on like the mental side of everything, because when we lost the games, it was us playing bad. We didn't take initiative. We didn't talk together. We just peaked one by one, or we get contact and we die instantly. So it's all those small things that we just want to keep control of.
When you say, just want to jump in quickly on that, you talk about the mental side of these games are a bit more complicated. How do you feel it as the game is progressing? You're in that game, you're in that semifinal, you're on stage, and then mentally, how do you feel? Because we try to explain that on the desk, but for you as the player, how do you feel in these moments?
I think it's hard to like explain, but it's like if it's like player for player, it's like Stavn is talking a lot, taking a lot of initiative, the calling as well. If he doesn't do those things, then it can be hard. Same with Yabi. And if I don't bring like the same energy, like laughing or bring up jokes or just keeping positive, then that also brings down the mood a little bit. So it's like all these things that we don't do how we do in practice, and when we do good and play heroic style, if we don't do those things, then then things gonna go bad.
There's a tweet that really made the rounds in the last 24 hours. I think it was Prof from HLTV made it about you guys in elimination games and just individual stats in those. And I think your role is pretty tough given that you're usually on extremities like anchor positions and things like that. But your stats in particular went down a lot in these elimination games. Do you think that there's more that you could be providing in those high pressure games? Like you said, you called for that play in Underground. Do you think it's on you to actually lift the team up a little bit more? Or what, really?
I mean, it is hard to say, but I think definitely I can do more as well. Because in those games, maybe I don't keep track of their money that well, or I don't communicate what they are doing towards my side that well. Because I've noticed, like during the Game Legion match, I didn't like tell what they did on my side, or like what we could do to like problem solve. So, I mean, definitely I can do some stuff better, and I think everyone else feels that as well. But I think the most important thing is like we notice what is wrong and we try to fix them.
Okay.
Shush, I know you said you're excited to sleep, so just one more question. Obviously,
Actually, no, it's 20 more minutes.
Yeah,
I'm so
sorry.
sorry.
Actually, we're going to go into an extended podcast right now. Obviously, G2 up next. You guys both qualified for playoffs, so great to see either you making it to the quarterfinals or semifinals. How are you feeling about G2? Because I know, the major was a little bit weird. There was a lot of underdogs rising up. We didn't really get to see too many clashes of titans. How do you feel about facing G2?
I mean, I'm excited to play them because I think they're a good team, and a lot of people are saying if they should change the roster with Huxi, and I don't think that. I think they're doing well because I mean they won a lot of big tournaments, so I mean it's not a team you should take easy. I mean they definitely have the firepower and also the calls.
Awesome. I'm very excited to see that one go down. Thank you so much for your time, Shush. We'll let you go off and have a nap. Get some dinner and stuff. Yeah, you can pop the microphone down there. Thank you very much.
Have a good night. We deserve it.
Rest
well
is
played,
key.
well
Gotta
played.
get that beauty sleep, mental sleep, Speaking of which, let's check in with our Air Force Aim High. I believe it is Mr. Yabby Dabby Doo, your favorite man on the side of Heroic.
My favorite man, absolutely. I have plenty of different favorite men on Heroic.
You could
That
pick
was great.
anybody from
Yeah,
Heroic, really,
there's
put them
a
under the
case.
spotlight. But Yabby this time around, I felt like the clutch factor on Mirage was
Yeah, he
big
had a couple of moments where he exploded. I think one way to kind of characterize and give proper flowers to Heroic is to look at how they went from being down 1-8 to then being again in cruise control, right? I think this is what makes them such a great team, because once they've regained control, once they know exactly where they're going, and the scoreline is 10-8 or 11-8, we are watching the game, we know they're gonna win. It's very adamant, it's very apparent, they're playing their good Counter-Strike, the rhythm is here, and all the clutches are going their way. But that's after the fact. That's after they've already kind of changed the momentum. So you want to know why they're a very good team? Go back to that 1-8 moment and figure out how they put these pieces together. Of course, Yabby was a great example, but we had just Shush here. He had a clutch as well, where he saved them. Cadian at some point. These moments are the difference between 1-8 turning into 1-11 and 3-8 or 3-7, and then you start to come back. That's the moment, and I think that's what makes them such a great team. Even in that scoreline, they can fight back.
Yeah, I love that we got that insight from Shush, right? Him saying that he just called it himself, and that's kind of why, on so many aspects, why Heroic are such a dangerous team. We talk about the individual firepower, but the synergy as well, and the trust they have within the camp. That was something that we were questioning, Yabby coming in, is he going to be integrated into the system? And it seems like he's done that pretty well.
That's why I'm actually always pretty hesitant to say any individual from Heroic has really been like a standout. Like it's like I could take my pick at every single player, and they played a huge role in making sure that they brought the victory over the line. So this game, though, I think on the other side of things for Maus, I mean, there was just the same guys we talked about in the pregame are the same two that actually did well individually. Like, I would love to see the clutch from Frozen, the pistol 1v, or like the ace that he got.
Should we bring it up? Should we round out today with that?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's see his
fun.
let's see his pistol ace. Let's see his pistol ace. I was saying that this guy might be the hardest guy in the server, or the best guy in the server, and yeah, he showed how hard he was to deal with for Heroic. Like, this is just fantastic stuff.
The shooting is actually pristine. Like, it's really, really good shooting. The adjustment on Yabby on the 5th is actually incredible. I would probably react like that too.
How does that react?
No, it isn't. You're right. There's quality in this player for sure, and you can see like the amount of impactful kills he was finding, even when Maus was suffering. That comeback from Heroic, he had a 2.5 entry kill on the B side as well, where he's basically just creating a situation that then Maus kind of pull over the finish line. You need players like that. You need players in hard moments who are going to do a definitive foot into winning the round, a 2.5, a 2-point kill opening, and he did that a couple times.
But that's the painful thing for Maus, right? You have those moments where Frozen is making the impact, is managing to clinch rounds, just as you said, Maui by himself, but then there's kind of nothing else surrounding him, and that's why we see them going down into that lower bracket.
At one point during the cast, Chad noted the fact that Torji just had 0 kills for the entire T side, and I don't know if he ended with a single T side kill when it came to Overpass. I would blame partially the system, partially the fact he's not getting set up, but honestly, getting 0, like, that's on the player. You can't blame the system entirely for that. And so that's why we look at this Maus roster and we are so willing as analysts and pundits to just pick them apart. Like, we're like, where should this player go? Where should this player go? How should they rebuild? Who should they be looking at for the next guy? Because it just feels like there's exertion in Frozen in one part of the stratosphere, and then everybody else is still just like waiting to take off, or like where they at. And just the way that they've been divided over time now feels like you just have this like completely different tiers of people that are on this same team.
And what's even more damning is that the start of this game is actually Dexter having a fantastic
Yeah.
beginning.
Yeah.
He had
Who'd
like
have
what,
thunk it?
16 or 17 kills pretty quickly on the CT side. We pointed him out as a supposed to be weakness on the defensive mouse, and then suddenly out of nowhere he becomes a win condition, has massive multi-kill, super impactful. And even then with that being said, it's not enough. You go from 8-1, you're not able to convert. Problem.
Gentlemen, let's bring up the brackets because there's been a hell of a lot of Counter-Strike going down today. Of course, we end things over on Group A, so let's check in and see exactly where the lay of the land is. Of course, as we've been hyping up, Heroic taking on G2. Both of those teams already qualified to the playoffs. This will just be a battle for who makes it through to the semi-finals on Saturday. Of course, we still see some of the games going down at the moment. 9Z versus Fnatic. I'm just going to quickly take a look.
Game,
It's
right?
12-13 to
12-13.
Fnatic. After Fnatic faltering on Nuke, trying to make that comeback work. Because that would be sad, you know, as much as they've come in with Forest, we don't expect too much from them. I don't want to see them go out last.
Freya, listen, I
do
know
you
we don't want to
choose?
prey on anybody's, was it fall? Prey on their fall, downfall,
Yeah.
exactly. But also, if you're 9Z, it's not just a perfect moment just to get one step
True.
further into the tournament, get a bit more experience. Don't just do 2 games and be out because you made it, whatever way in a qualifier. No, like, just go ahead, take names.
We see Mouse obviously falling down. They'll be taking on Furia.
That's a cool game. Mouse Furia, that's
do
a cool
you
game.
see there an opportunity now
I
for
see-
Mouse to make that lower bracket run?
I think they
Yes, actually, yes. Furia looking incredibly vulnerable right now as well. The fact that they lost to OG, it actually ended up being a pretty close game, but I thought OG were doing better than that. But no, Furia just seems so vulnerable. There was a report that was released today that they're in talks with picking up Fallen, which is just crazy. And I mean, like, what kind of environment is it to play on a team where you're someone that's related to your org or whatever or it's being reported that you're looking to change players?
It's like the French scene in 2014.
Yeah.
That's what we were doing.
Hashtag Throwback Thursday or Monday or whatever day it is. FaZe Clan versus Ents. Astralis, Cloud9.
Oh, I like that one.
I still kind of can't believe that
That's
Astralis
cool.
did
But you know
manage to
what?
put
You
down
know-
Liquid. I'm sorry
I
to
know.
harp on it again, Maui, the downfall of NA, but Cloud9 are the remaining hope, right?
It's kind of cool.
Liquid are going to make it through that lower bracket.
Yeah.
Come on,
so?
let's be honest. Like, what is it? Greyhound, Complexity, and EG?
Yeah, but
that's a free
there's
run
going to
for
be people
Liquid.
falling. It's
I'm
going to be.
jinxing it.
Remember what we said at the major? I mean, they did make it to the playoffs of the major.
If you
but
wanna make
remember
it
what
through the
we said
lower
in the
bracket-
challenger stage of the major?
Well, they were down 0-2, and they came all the way back to make the playoffs.
It's very true. Maybe we should see the schedule for tomorrow because you do have an A stream and a B stream going down in tandem. I believe we can see the schedule. Let's see.
We don't always get what we want, okay?
Yeah,
There's a
maybe
lesson
not.
in that.
I'm not sure.
Sometimes
Maybe
the
eagerly
schedule-
awaiting this.
Sometimes the schedule
I
just
can
doesn't
give
want you.
spoilers of
I
what
can't
we've
wait to
got.
see this schedule.
This
You
schedule
know
is going
what
to be
we've got.
amazing.
Here we are. This is what we've got. NA cannibalizing NA to start off with. Complexity versus EG. Maui, who's going to take this one as our resident NA expert?
That's tough, Freya. I think EG have actually tried to change things up, but Complexity playing with Sonic, like, if it were Halzerk, I would have taken Complexity 10 out of 10
Yeah, I was going to
times.
say, why are you hesitating? Then I realized
but-
Halzerk's not here.
But yeah, I'll still take Complexity in
Yeah?
that one. Yeah, I'll still take
I
Complexity.
mean, we are in Dallas. Stars, all that jazz.
Yeah, like-
Astralis, Stars
versus
as
FaZe
well.
Clan next on the cards, and then Cloud9 versus Astralis to round out the day.
Those are
Best of
good.
threes from
Yeah.
here on out as well.
Like
So
that.
best of three
Those are all
lovers
good.
rejoice. That's all we're going to be seeing. B stream as well. We do have that coming up simultaneously because there's so much Counter Strike going down. We've got Team Liquid versus Greyhound, as Myra was just alluding to. Furia versus Mouse, and then OG facing the winner of that 9Z versus Fnatic
Yes.
game. Do you also agree with the sentiment that Mouse could take down Furia? Do you think it's a complicated
Yeah.
time for Brazil at the moment?
I think you absolutely can if you're Mouse. There's a card to be played here. Furia is a team that is a little bit in disarray. I think in their attempt to change the way they play Counter-Strike to adapt a bit more to the European meta, I think they're hitting obstacles and they're struggling probably with a bit of lack of confidence as well. This is a great time to face Furia. It's literally right now. It's the best time to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is like when Furia are their least scary.
Yeah.
You're like, usually Furia are that team that can beat anybody, they can lose to everybody, but it just feels like Furia are losing to everybody now.
Yeah.
Like, there's not like the upset factor.
Yeah.
They're like free ranking points right now.
Yeah.
Free ranking points. Let's go, Mouse.
Well, yeah, that's all I'm going to say on that.
I like how eloquent we're being now, right?
We really are.
Yep.
I don't know. It's
The
probably like
thesaurus.
6 a.m. in Europe. If you're joining us tomorrow in the European time zone, I believe we do kick off the games at 5 p.m. in the afternoon. If you're here on the NA time zone, first game will be going live at 11 a.m. Desk live at 10:30 a.m.
That's cool.
So yeah, get up bright and early, bright-eyed, bushy tails. We'll see you tomorrow for day 2 of IEM Dallas 2023.
Now, y'all.
Yeehaw.
consume my earlobes. Was a role model, I never had a hero. I learned how to live through the stereo. Coming from where I come from, the inferior. Everything you see ain't what it appears though. Everything that I built made that from zero, then added a zero. I am my hero. You couldn't imagine what it's like in my mind. It's beauty and catastrophe at the same time. Remember they laughed at me when it was game time. Now I know that they mad at me. I'm one you can't find. I'm not from the day. I come alive at night. I'm not what you used to couldn't recognize. They all on the ground while I'm taking flight. Yeah, you're welcome to join me. I promise I won't bite.
Things they say, they're never getting in my way. And even if I make mistakes, I will always see them through. 'Cause I don't wanna play your game. I had enough, I'm burning up so hot I just break your chain. You can never stop what's building up inside of me.
The big shot! No time for the plan, he just has to live, they're gonna find him! And they take the round! That is some Counter-Strike!
They call me a monster, I guess I don't fit in with the imposters. I'm taking the mask off, prepare your conscience, prepare for honest. Cut off all the nonsense, I'm all of your shots, girl, wonder who shot you.
And even if I make mistakes, I will always see them through. 'Cause I don't wanna play your game. I had enough, I'm burning up so hot I just break your chain. You can never stop what's building up inside of me. Play your game.
That is down, double headshot through the box!
What a time! I don't know. What time? I don't know. I don't know.
Never stop what's building up inside of me. They say that I'm such a weirdo. Tattoos from my can never stop what's building up inside of me. Can never stop what's building up. 'Cause I don't wanna play your game. I had enough, I'm burning up so hot I just break your chain. You can never stop what's building up inside of me.
Rafa really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of match, it's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
GG! And it's all done. I'm Charlotte's winning.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's no
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Smurfs, your time is over. Go yourself.
To all the 817 imposters using my name on Faceit, go yourself.
To all your grievers, go yourself. Go yourself. Go yourself.
Go and verify yourself for free today. In 4 easy steps, you can join the battle against Smurfs and compete with confidence against real accounts. What did you think they were saying?
Wear your passion. Share your passion. wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
On this road to riches, I just pray.